Locals here tell me that this area usually floods, especially with high tide and the storm surge. So storm surge was, their biggest concern. This area here in Hudson Beach is an evacuation zone. It's Zone A, so they had asked people in the previous days to evacuate this area if you do live in Zone A. Zones B and C were a voluntary evacuation, and they've opened shelters in Pasco County. So again, the wind is really picking up, and the rain is kind of moving sideways here. So that's the latest here, and we're still seeing actually a couple cars driving around and stuff like that. And it was pretty busy out here earlier today, but kind of dying down a bit. I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. And now we want to go to our Mary O'Connell. She's actually live in Tarpon Springs. And Mary, I understand that you had to move locations from the sponge docks where you were on the water because it got a little dicey, right? A little too dangerous to stay in place?
Yeah, when we were looking around, it's really windy out here right now, and it's an unusual spot where there's a lot of power lines. And of course, if you're familiar with the sponge docks, it's prone to flooding too. So I will let people know, if you're a business owner over in that area or you're familiar with that area, we did see water on the road, that'd be Dodecanese Boulevard, anywhere between Athens and Hope. It looked like it was water that came from the prolonged rain that we've seen, and not necessarily surge. Of course, that is something that we're going to be waiting and watching when we have high tide a little bit later on. But we wanted to move away from the area where we can't really have a whole lot of cover over there. So we are now on the corner of Dodecanese and Pinellas Avenue, so we have a little bit more cover here, and we're away from power lines. But it's been really windy and whipping wind all over the place for the last several hours. I'll step out of the way so my photographer Brad Davis can kind of show you what we're dealing with here. You can kind of see it on these trees and in the lights, just the whipping wind, this blowing rain. It's really going in all directions at this point. I know Tarpon Springs Police have put out an alert a couple hours ago talking about downed power lines and trees in certain areas. Of course, we don't want to see anyone driving out right now like we see this one car that's going by. Because of the problem of downed power lines, you don't know what's going to happen with this wind, and we've been keeping an eye on the sponge docks we've talked about, because the concern there is with storm surge. And when we were out there earlier today, we were taking a really close look at the preparations that business owners had put in ahead of this storm. They have been through Hurricane Idalia, they've been through Tropical Storm Debbie. They know what water looks like in their businesses. I talked to business owners right after Tropical Storm Debbie who had water in their business, and they obviously didn't want to see anything like that, and they don't want to see something like that again after this. So they sealed their doors with foam. They put sandbags and tarps in front of their businesses. They lifted things up off the floors to do the best that they can. Of course, again, we're going to keep an eye on that, and as soon as we can get back over there to get a better look at what it looks like over there, we will. We were also watching a live cam online, but last I checked, that live cam wasn't working, so we couldn't get a real good view of it. But again, right now here in Tarpon Springs, of course, the conditions are not great right now. Whipping wind, blowing rain. And Tarpon Springs Police and emergency officials are asking people to stay inside. Again, they've reported down power lines in certain areas, debris, because the wind is so powerful, so people should stay inside. Of course, those emergency officials will be keeping an eye on all things that are going on with Hurricane Helene, and we'll be sure to bring you the latest from this location, and as soon as we can get an eye on the sponge docks, we'll bring you the latest from there as well. Send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. And you make a good point, because the wind can really pick up quickly with those gusts. You're actually looking still in Tarpon Springs, and this is near where the Epiphany takes place. You can see there the wind and the rain have really picked up near Craig Park, if you're familiar with the Epiphany, where all the boys jump in, usually in January. Usually it's quite cold in the water, and all those teens jump into that water. Of course, now is never the time to go into those flood waters, but you can see that obviously the conditions continue to dissipate in that area as well. We have our reporter Adam Walser in downtown Gulfport. Is he able to go live for us? Because we know conditions there have really dissipated. Adam, how are you out there? Are you okay?
Yeah, doing fine. Yeah, it is quite windy and quite gross and lots of wind here. Still a lot of people there. You could see that the Boca Ciega base just pushed up into the middle of the downtown waterfront district. We were about 2 or 3 blocks further back earlier today when we were showing the water coming in, and you can see it's pretty much saturated this downtown. We don't know how deep it is because obviously we're not going to get in the middle of all that, but it's been coming in for the last couple of hours, and a lot of people are saying that it's the most they've ever seen, and they've seen a lot of storm surge. They've seen a lot of different storms here in Gulfport. It does lie very close to sea level, so every time there's a major event like this, they do get flooded. One of the local residents we talked to is a lady named Cheryl Hawkins. She's been here since Hurricane Irma, right?
Yes, sir. 2017.
Okay, so how would you rate this storm to all the ones you've seen so far?
Well, the water is starting to come up more towards where I live because it's never come this far. However, because it's higher elevation, we are hoping and praying that it doesn't come any further. But we're all at peace because we have been through, this will be our 3rd storm. I'm okay. I've said my prayers. And if we have to leave, we just live. But right now, we're just letting nature do its thing.
Now, we've noticed, Cheryl, that some of the neighbors have lost power. When we were coming into the neighborhood, we saw some of the lights were out. We
Yes.
saw a couple of flicks
Yes,
here.
yes.
Are you prepared for that?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, my air conditioner and everything went off for a few minutes and came back. But I've got 3 cell phones. I've got my peanut butter and jelly. I am Florida ready.
Already, so
Yeah.
it
And
should carry you through the night.
I'm not trying to be sarcastic, but you know, after being down here, you either can make it or you can't, and you just pray and you just do what you have to do.
Now, I know we lost a boater a few weeks
Yes,
ago, and that's
yes.
really had the whole community
Yes.
really upset.
Yes.
He used to come here and go to the
Yes.
restaurants and whatnot
Yes.
and see a bunch of people.
Yes.
Do you think that people got that message, not to stay on those boats?
Oh
during
yes,
this
oh
storm?
yes, a lot of them got out. I was watching them today. A lot of them were leaving. Oh yes, they got the message, absolutely.
Because this is one of those places where people actually live on
Oh
those
yes,
boats.
yes. Oh yeah, I saw a lot of them leaving, yes.
Well, what we're seeing here tonight, it looks like there's going to be quite a bit of cleanup for some of these merchants, but they're used to it. They've gone through it before. Most of them have tile floor. They keep their merchandise up high because of this very same thing. They've gone through it many times before, but obviously quite a concern here for those people who are close to the bay, and it looks like most of them actually got away. Most of what got out of here, most of what we're seeing here are some onlookers who were just coming to see exactly how far this storm surge would push out. Reporting live from Gulfport, Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
All right, Adam, I can see the wind is definitely picking up, and God bless that woman that you just spoke to, because boy, 3 storms, and she just said she's letting nature take its course. And you know, we just pray that that her home is not too damaged when this is all said and done. And we want to go to our Chad Mills. He's in Cross City, up in Dixie County, northeast of Taylor County. That's where the storm is eventually making landfall. We have a couple hours till that happens. But Chad, I can see the conditions have definitely gotten much, much worse since the last time we checked in with you.
Yeah, Wendy, you know, it's one of those situations where you hurry up and wait. We were up here and just kind of looking at the conditions, and they were pretty clear. You could almost get a suntan along some of the coastal areas here today because it was that beautiful. So you start to, you know, wonder if there's even a storm out there. Well, obviously, yes, there is, and the conditions are changing. We're experiencing some tropical storm gusts of wind right now. You can see these big sable palms that are around our lodge, and they are starting to rock a little bit in the wind. Now, we are not where the storm surge will be an issue. Much too dangerous, where they are predicting worst case scenario of 15 to 20 feet. We are in Cross City, kind of in the middle of Dixie County, a rural area, but kind of inland, and it's where a lot of people evacuated to. People who live in a couple of coastal areas, Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach as well, a very small fishing village that's about 10 miles from here. People there went through Idalia, and they knew that they saw so much storm surge during Idalia, they couldn't chance it with bigger numbers expected during Helene. And one of those people joins me right here. Her name is Lisa. She lives on Horseshoe Beach. And Lisa, you're staying here at the lodge that we're staying at tonight. Tell me, first of all, why you made the decision to stay here.
Safety first and foremost. My dad was a safety engineer, so that comes first. Live in Horseshoe Beach, Florida. Lost my house in Hurricane Idalia. Needed to come here and evacuate, mandatory evacuations, keep safe.
You told me you were still being helped by the American Red Cross as we speak. You have kind of a temporary mobile home out there right now that you worry about losing over the course of the night. You think it's in a place where storm surge isn't a factor, but with the amount they're predicting now, you're just not sure. What is the mindset as you sit there in the lobby of this hotel, just kind of wondering what the night will bring?
Some fear and sadness. This is a hurricane of epic, catastrophic consequences. It's going to devastate my small rural fishing community. Everything I have in the whole world is nestled in a 38-foot camper. The thought of losing that and having to start over again, can't hardly wrap my head around it, Chad. I don't know.
You told me that you kind of put yourself in a mindset knowing that you're going to lose the camper. That way, if it is still there tomorrow, you know it's a welcome sight.
That's right.
Is it kind of hard to get yourself in that mindset?
It is, but there's resiliency and strength. We're Horseshoe Beach strong. It's a mindset and something you have to muster up if you're a survivor. If you're going to conquer and overcome this, you have to get in an attitude of gratitude and thanksgiving and perseverance, and that's what we're made of in this rural fishing community. We're fighters.
Here at the Putnam Lodge, such a sense of community. We enjoyed some of your chocolate chip cookies with sea salt a few minutes ago. They were fantastic. But tell our viewers about the prayer circle you held here earlier this afternoon. A good number of people joined you. What did you pray for?
Strength, no loss of life, for the Lord's will to be done in our community. We prayed for the surrounding communities. We prayed for the state of Florida. It's going to be that epic of a storm. It's going to affect my whole state. Our God is good and He's faithful and He's going to protect us. I don't know the outcome, but God does. He held us in the palm of His hand during Hurricane Idalia through Hurricane Debbie, and He's got this. And Horseshoe Beach was founded on people of great, enormous strength, and we're resilient, and we'll put God first, and He'll carry us through like He has in the past.
Lisa, thank you so much. We're praying for you in Horseshoe Beach and really all of these communities along the Big Bend. But like you said, resilience is in your blood. And that's clear when you go to some of these places that were just devastated by Hurricane Idalia. They were laying sod in Horseshoe Beach a few weeks ago because they rebounded after Idalia. I'm sure they'll do much the same after Helene. And one more thing, because they are burning my ear up, the hurricane party behind me, I want to show you these fine folks out here. They're doing the right thing. They got out of harm's way. They could have easily stayed and, figured they could have weathered this storm. They chose not to do that. They chose safety. They are here hanging out tonight. Again, a hopeful mindset, plenty of prayer, some laughs, some smiles, but there is that sense that when they go out tomorrow, whenever it's safe to do so, the home they live in might not be there. So you have to think about these people. It's devastating what they are up against. But Florida's strong. It was true after so many previous hurricanes, and I'm sure it'll be true after Helene. Send things back to you guys in the studio.
Chad Mills, live for us in Florida's Big Bend as they brace for this, and you hear the reverence and respect that she has for this storm, and knowing that those folks kind of got out of the way. I have a feeling that Helene is going to be one of those storms that we won't forget. It's going to be on the list of Ian and Charlie and Irma, and just thinking about those folks in the Big Bend.
Well, no doubt, especially as we're not even at high tide, and the surge that's coming is unprecedented. Our areas have never seen anything like it. So,
and that the footage that we're getting in already has been very eye-opening. Let's move now to Tampa because our Anthony Hill is in downtown right now near the Amalie Arena. And Anthony, what are you seeing down there? Are you seeing flooding in downtown?
Yeah, we're seeing quite a bit of flooding, actually. I'm actually standing in standing water right now. I do want to tell you this, though. In our last live hit about an hour ago, we were on Davis Island. That's where we've been reporting all day long. And in that last live hit, I told you, we're on the tip of Davis Island at the airport. And I told you that so much water, the wind got so intense, it started to pick up water and bring it on land. And I said this was probably going to be our last live hit there as we were getting uncomfortable. And we left. As we were driving around Davis Island, thankfully we got a tip saying that if you want to leave, you may want to do it right now because there's flooding that's accumulating on the bridge that connects Davis Island and Tampa, and that some of the smaller cars just couldn't make it. And so a lot of the cars are waiting on the other side. Thankfully, we were able to make it across. So we almost got stuck and stranded on Davis Island. As for conditions here, as I said, a lot of flooding in downtown Tampa. As you can imagine, the conditions here are similar to the conditions in much of the Bay Area. There's a lot of rain, not raining right now, but I'd expect it to rain in a few minutes as we have bands that come over us. So there is rain, there's a lot of wind, there is flooding. My boot is I would say about 12 inches a foot. My boot is pretty much submerged in the water right now, just to give you some context. And this is not even the worst flooding that we've seen in Tampa. So, yeah, those are the conditions here in Tampa. Like I said, a lot of wind. And interestingly enough, our meteorologists have been reporting that we probably won't experience like constant wind. And that's true. That is true. We're experiencing more gusts. I don't know if you can hear it, but you know, every 5 seconds you'll hear a gust of wind that comes through. And I mean, you can see some damage. You can see trees that have been knocked down, leaves on the ground, things that you would expect when we have, you know, a storm of this magnitude coming by by the Bay Area. But those are the conditions right here, right now in downtown Tampa. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Anthony, thank you. And as the surge, of course, continues, we're going to see more of that, especially in Tampa and in South Tampa. It's an area that I've lived in for a long time, and the drainage issue there is already awful. And I have to say, because of the rain, the amount of rain we've had over the last couple of months, the ground is so saturated that any more rain and the surge is only going to get worse because there's nowhere for it to go. I mean, there really is nowhere to go. So, and speaking of South Tampa, we want to take a look at Bayshore Boulevard right now. And the flooding, again, we saw hours ago. I know conditions have deteriorated. And Rebecca Petit is standing by there. Rebecca, I don't know. It looks like you're on the ground now. We saw you up in a condo a couple hours ago.
That's right. So we're still along Bayshore Boulevard, but we've moved further down because the conditions have gotten worse. The water continues to creep into the neighborhood, so we had to move a little further down. Obviously, storm surge is the biggest concern here in Tampa when it comes to Hurricane Helene. And this is an evacuation zone, so many people have left, but also many people have decided to stay. And some longtime residents that I've spoken with earlier today, they tell me they've never seen it get this bad so quick.
So I've been in the neighborhood about 30 years, and this is the highest I've seen the water come up into the neighborhood so far, based on my 10-minute bike ride.
And as you can see, as I mentioned, the water continues to come into the neighborhood. All of that is storm surge. You can see the water. All day we've seen people come out here just curious to see the water and how it has come over the seawall. Many people have been riding their bikes, walking, driving, and even wakeboarding inside of this water. Obviously, that's very dangerous. We don't recommend that you do that. Now that the sun has gone down, a lot of people are staying inside. Officials continue to urge you to stay inside and off the roads if you don't have to be on the roads. For now, live on Bayshore Boulevard, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Rebecca, and your cameraman kind of zoomed out behind you, and it looks like a river. I don't know where you are, but I'm seeing cars pass you, and it looks like they're having to go down a side street because that area right in front of you is impassable. How far down are you on Bayshore? Are you near Swan? Give us an idea of what street you're on. I know you said Bayshore Boulevard, but where's the cross street? How far south are you?
We are on Swan at this point. We've moved further down because the water continues to come down. So we are on Swan at this point. You can see people on their hoverboards, still very curious, just trying to take a look at how far the water has come down.
Oh yeah, we see people on scooters there too. And we just want to remind you, take this time to say that that water is not a fun area to play in, as we've talked about. This is not just water that comes from your sink or from the bay. This is mixed with fecal matter and bugs and snakes and anything and everything that comes from our sewer system. And it's just not something you should swim in or bike in or scooter in or more even just walk in, because if you have a cut on your foot or anywhere on your body and that water gets into that cut, it's a bacteria that I can't imagine would just give you a horrible infection. And it's just not a safe area to be in.
This looks like an optical illusion. I don't know. I mean, it looks like those are literally waves on Bayshore Boulevard there, and it's going in like two different directions. Rebecca, correct me if I'm wrong, are the lights flickering out there as well? Are you seeing kind of some power hits?
No, right now it seems that all the lights are still on. Everyone does have power at this moment, so that's good news.
Okay.
However, yeah, you can see those waves crashing. Definitely not safe to be out in that water. People are getting closer, but turn around once they realize how dangerous it is right now.
And can you tell us how many streets, obviously you guys have had to move a couple times, are flooded? Are there very few to get down now because so many of them are flooded as this surge continues to rise?
At this point, we have one light, one cross street with a traffic light where people are kind of stopping and turning around. And like I said, we're on Swan, and at this point people are realizing that they can't go any further down than that. And so we're on Swan and Fielding at the moment, and once you hit that intersection, you're going to have to turn around.
Yeah, so I imagine Bayshore is shut down, not just to where Howard and Swan, that area always floods. That's very common, but even further down south the other way, where you're getting closer to the base, MacDill Air Force Base, Bay to Bay, Euclid, Gandy, that area I have to imagine is also starting to flood because, again, as we mentioned, the water has nowhere to go. The ground is so saturated, the surge is continuing to rise, and we're nowhere near high tide yet. So unfortunately, this will only get worse. All right, well, you stay safe out there, Rebecca. Thank you for your latest report. We'll check back in with you in just a bit.
Let's go ahead and move to our northern counties as well. ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is in downtown Crystal River right now, and this is really going to be also a part that's really going to take the brunt of it there. Eric, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, we're starting to see the worst conditions so far this evening. The rain has definitely picked up, and we're seeing the strongest wind gusts that we've felt so far. We're in the town square in Crystal River and Citrus Avenue that leads out to Kings Bay, and that's where we're going to be watching throughout the night as you see the hard rain coming down and the gusts of wind. Kings Bay is where we're going to be watching the storm surge potential. We've heard the predictions, 10 to 15 feet, which if that comes true, city leaders here, county leaders have said that would be catastrophic for this community. They have dealt with a lot of storm surge and flooding with Hurricane Idalia and then Hurricane Debbie more recently, but Idalia was really the bad one that flooded a lot of Crystal River, and it's taken so much time for people to recover, and now they really face what could be just a horrible storm surge that would do so much damage to so many homes down that area as I get pushed back a little bit by this wind. And this all is expected to hit maybe around midnight or so. That might be when we start to see it. And here where we are, these businesses, they've put sandbags, they've boarded up their windows, and this area has been cleared out for most of the day, as a lot of the area of Crystal River has. That's US 19 out there. We still see some people out on the roads, which at this point I would say is not a good idea. But it should be around midnight when we could start to see that storm surge. And obviously if we start to see some water issues coming up here, we're going to move up to higher ground very quickly, because this is an area that could be underwater when we revisit here tomorrow morning. And a lot of it is because it's going to be happening at night in the dark, and it's going to be so difficult really to gauge just how severe it is until tomorrow morning. But people are still hoping that somehow it does not happen to the degree that is predicted, but at this point we just don't know. We're waiting to see what happens. Live in Crystal River, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Eric, thank you. Well, as Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips and, of course, our meteorologist Jason Adams mentioned earlier, it's been a couple hours actually now that it is a Category 4, so I don't think that's going to go down anytime soon since it's still in the water. So stay safe out there, Eric. We want to go now into St. Petersburg. It's continued to flood there, Shore Acres in particular. It's a neighborhood that we know is prone to flooding, has been flooding for many years now.
Katie LeGrone has been there all day. Katie, I feel like you're getting higher and higher because you are running from that water. Tell us, what are you seeing out there, especially now that it's dark? I'm sure it's pretty eerie out there for you.
Yeah, it really is. And right now what we're seeing is when the street becomes a river. I mean, take a look behind me. I mean, I heard you talking to some of the other reporters where it almost looks like an illusion. And that's what we're dealing with here now on Shore Acres Boulevard. I mean, this is completely impassable. The entire road is just underwater right now. Homes that have been sandbagged up to the front door, the water is clearly creeping up there. So the idea that this is happening now some 4 or 5 hours away from high tide is pretty scary, pretty frightening. I want to just give you a little bit of a vantage point. So we're on sort of a platform here overlooking Shore Acres Boulevard. This is the parking lot of the recreation center. I can tell you we've been standing out here for about 25 minutes or so, and when we got out here and got situated, the flood or the puddles of water were sort of concentrated in this corner. And I said to my photographer, Matt, look, we'll show some of the water starting to creep in. Well, that was about 25 minutes ago, and look at this. This is what we're seeing. We're even talking about moving our van, which is parked in the parking lot here, to another section of this recreation center because the water is just spilling over into this parking lot at such a furiously fast pace that it's surprising us, quite frankly. This has always been the concern in this area, which, as you stated earlier, is prone to flooding. It's sort of a rinse and repeat kind of feeling out here where people talk about flooding here just on a typical rainy day, on a normal rainy day. And so the expectation, the fear, was anywhere from 5 to 8 feet of water after that high tide around 1 o'clock this morning. And it appears, at least at this point, that that might come to fruition. And that's pretty scary for this area. I know that the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office already has their water rescue teams on standby. They are ready. They are preparing, and they are expecting to have to come in here, whether it's through the overnight hours, in the morning hours, early morning hours, to go ahead and help people get out of their homes because this water is rising so fast in this very flood-prone community already. That's the very latest here. We'll be out here, of course, for the next couple hours. As this water continues to rise, we are going to head to safer, higher ground because it's just coming in so furiously. Guys, back to you.
Katie, quick question. The homes that we see behind you,
Sure.
Do you know if anyone's home right now? Did you talk to them?
So it doesn't appear like anybody is home, at least on in these homes that specifically that I'm looking at on Shore Acres Boulevard. I can tell you that we have been in touch. We've been staying in touch with a homeowner who's right on the bay side of Shore Acres Boulevard. He decided to stay put. He's been sending me some videos. I just spoke with him, I guess about 40 or so minutes ago, and he said, yeah, the water is rising, and it's rising very quickly. It's already crested his dock, well crested his dock, making its way into the backyard. He decided to stay put. Throughout the afternoon and the early evening, we had been talking to people. Some people stayed, some people leave. I mean, that's kind of the story in every community. For people who have stayed here, these are individuals, you know, who have been here for a while. They've gone through flooding. They've gone through pretty severe storms. I spoke to a couple of guys who moved in about 3 years ago, and they said after the 10 inches of rain last summer during Idalia, they decided to go ahead and evacuate today. For some perspective, guys, Idalia brought about 4 feet of storm surge to this area. The expectation again is that 8 feet will come with Hurricane Helene, and at least from the site right now, it looks like that might be coming to fruition in the morning hours. And of course, we're not going to see the extent of the damage here until daylight.
Right. All right, Katie Legrone live for us down there. Thank you so much, Katie, and get out of there if you can, because it can get very dangerous. And I do want to mention that because we've covered Shore Acres, that neighborhood, so often when it rains, often the homeowners usually have a kayak, or when it rains, they have to be rescued by a kayak because the water doesn't dissipate quickly. And so, yes, any of the folks who did stay behind, like she mentioned, the guy she's keeping in touch with, he will have to be rescued with a kayak if he, to get out of there safely, because the water just won't go away that quickly, especially since, as we mentioned, it could be 8 feet high, which is frightening to think about. We've got more video here from a different part of Tampa, thanks to our meteorologist, Greg D, tonight. This is the Palmetto Beach neighborhood, and Greg tells us that bay water started rising there only about 90 minutes ago, and it continues to rise quickly. Look at that. Again, it looks like a river. Oh, this is new video.
This is video coming out of Southwest Florida from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office actually shared this video of the deputies headed out in a buggy in a rescue boat for calls for service in that area. We were just talking about how people might have to call to get rescued. You can see them navigating through those flood streets. I know the video has run out there. As we know, that rescue crews, they're not going to go out until it's safe for them to go out. So as you see the waters rise, it definitely gets unnerving. You're just going to have to kind of stay put for a second.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, we want to go out to our Forrest Saunders live in Tallahassee, which is going to be ground zero, as we think, because the hurricane is not taking a new course. He's normally our Capitol reporter, but he's in the middle of this storm waiting, I think, for landfall. Forrest, what are the conditions out there right now?
I think ground zero has new meaning for us here in Tallahassee. There's a lot of concern that that's exactly what this is going to be with this landfall fast approaching. We originally thought it was going to happen earlier in the evening, but it looks like Helene's taken her time getting here, which in some ways was good because it gave a few more people some time to get to shelter or get out of town. But now we have to suffer the consequences, which is an increased strength of this storm. Now Cat 4 maybe could get higher. That's what I was just hearing from emergency management officials just a little bit ago, as they were trying to get the latest readings because they fear that this thing might increase to a Cat 5, which is unthinkable, right? 130 miles per hour, that's some of the concern up here in Tallahassee. If this storm does hit at that strength, it will be the hardest hit hurricane that this town has ever suffered, right? They have never had anything like this before in recorded history, and they are preparing for unprecedented damage here. One of the big reasons why, not just the flash flooding, that's a concern up here, but the trees as well. That's a huge concern, and we are getting an emergency announcement right now on some of our cell phones. I don't know what that says because I don't have mine with me, but there is a lot of concern that these trees could become deadly, they could become damaging. And what we were hearing from emergency personnel is if you live in the Tallahassee area and you hear these cracks, these snaps, these pops, you are to treat it like a tornado. They are being told to go into the bathtub in a center part of your home, get some kind of heavy blanket to put over you, maybe a mattress of some kind to try and keep your body safe from any kind of debris that might fall in. That is what we are dealing with here. And then if you go further to the east, where we are starting to see this path maybe move a little bit in some of the most recent NOAA reports, you've got Taylor County. And earlier this evening, the Taylor County Sheriff's Office and their Emergency Operations Center put out a statement. And this is pretty grim. I'm going to paraphrase it for you, but what they were telling people is if they are not heeding the evacuation order, if they are not going to safety, if they're going to try and ride it out, they're telling people to put in permanent marker their name and their birth date so that they can be easily identified. That is how grim things are getting for some of the people in this state who are not heeding these evacuation orders. Now, they had a little bit of extra time to get to safety. I know that here in Leon County, we have more than 1,600 people that are now in shelters. Leon County Schools put out a picture just a little bit ago showcasing that. We also know that FSU, Florida State University, has opened up the Civic Center for those students that did not want to ride it out in the dorm. They now have a big safe center to do so. And now we wait. And that's the hardest part, right? You're noticing that there is some wind going on right now. There is still a little bit of rain. These are just the outer bands. Things are expected to get much worse. In fact, the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center for the state, while it is rated for a Cat 5 hurricane, we found out recently that the roof is only rated to like 128 miles per hour. Already with a Cat 4, you're exceeding that, right? They still have confidence that everything's going to be okay here because this is a very strong building and it was well built. But at the same time, that's what you're dealing with. Unprecedented weather for this part of the state. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
All right.
To follow up a little bit about on what you're looking at right now. So, by the way, right now winds are up to 140, so it is Cat 4. It's going to make landfall in an hour. This is literally moving so quickly. I think it's going to make landfall in an hour. And I will tell you, I think you're right on the fringe of the real heavy stuff. I mean, the western eye wall will probably be about 5 or 10 miles east of where you are. It's a really close call. My son goes to FSU. He sent me pictures of those students in that hall. I mean, were they there because they just didn't feel like the dorms were safe enough?
Yeah, I mean, that is some of the concern, is that they just didn't want to take any chances, I mean, listen, FSU, it's a red brick structure, right? That's the whole theme out there. It's a very strong facility, very strong campus. But if you're in a dormitory and you're just not feeling safe, maybe you want to get to a different location. That's why they opened up the Civic Center. It is there for those that want it, who maybe felt like they were just a little unsafe being where they were, or they wanted to be with their friends. And so it's another option, right? But I will tell you that FSU is about as strong a campus as you can get, given that it is made entirely out of red brick. It is a giant fortress. But again, this is a community that has not experienced this kind of weather. And that's what's really concerning for a lot of people, including the mayor, which is why he was so stark in some of his comments yesterday, saying to expect unprecedented damage, whether it's flash flooding or whether it's trees down. This is a town that has not experienced this kind of weather in the past. And so a lot of this, we don't really know how things are going to shake out. But that's why we are taking precaution now.
Well, yeah, and I'm looking right now at the radar, and the left part of the eye wall is showing some lightning. So I'll tell you, I'm not sure who you talked to at the EOC, but I'm not sure we're going to go Cat 5. But if we see, that left eye wall getting stronger, it could still go a little bit higher than it is, even with landfall. One more quick question. So, I find it interesting because Tallahassee, you'd think it's in an area that's kind of a storm track. There's all sorts of storms that go into the Panhandle, and yet that city has remained unscathed. My son got an email from FSU saying that they might very well be out of class for weeks. I mean, are there people talking about this as a long-term issue for the area?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the fear. We had nasty tornadoes that touched down here in the community around May 10th. Actually, it was on May 10th. I know that because it was my birthday. And it shook up this town, right? And that was just a little bit. I mean, these were nasty tornadoes and nasty storms, don't get me wrong. But that was just a taste, right? And it shut down the city for a couple of days, right? We had tree debris everywhere. And that, again, is the big issue up here for a lot of people, is their homes are surrounded by trees. There are trees that are along the roads. This is a tree canopy community. And so when you have that happen, it can really hamstrung operations. I know that the city has done everything that they can to staff up for this, right? They've got, I think, triple the workforce for utilities, for power restoration. They've got 5 times the overall city staff ready to go for cleanup and recovery, just to be as prepared as possible so that when they can get to work, they will get to work and do everything they can as fast as possible. But that's all they can do, is they can plan and they can hope and they can see what happens. And that's just the situation we're in. I'm a Tallahassee resident myself, as well as my parents. They're riding this thing out just a couple of blocks away from the EOC, and they're nervous too because, hey, I'm an Iowan. I've never been through a storm this strong before. Sure, tornadoes are one thing. Hurricanes, whole different beast, and I'm slowly learning that it's something that you got to be really careful about and you got to prepare for.
Well, let me tell you one more question. So Jason and I are looking at the track. Landfall, again, I think it's going to be within an hour, maybe slightly over an hour. And we are looking at the area between St. Mark's and Perry, like literally midway, equidistant between St. Mark's and Perry. How far is that from where you are, and what kind of population, what kind of buildup in residential areas. It seems like it's a pretty rural spot in there. So if you were to get landfall, that looks like it might be a better spot than obviously closer to Tallahassee.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. I mean, with Debbie, that was actually one of the things that was sort of helpful, was that this is a very rural part of the state. The Big Bend, or the Nature Coast, right, is fairly sparse. Perry is not a very big community. It's about an hour away from where I'm at right now. St. Mark's is about 40 minutes or so south of us. Those are both relatively small communities, and they have done everything that they can to prepare. Perry, in particular, is in Taylor County. I mentioned that sort of grim warning from the county officials there, telling people to mark themselves in case of a disaster. But a lot of that was in the coastal community, part of that county. That's where they're really worried about that kind of thing. 20-foot storm surge, you know, potentially that is not survivable. We've heard so many experts say that. And you're right. You know, I don't know what's going to happen with this storm. Nobody knows for sure. I sure hope it doesn't turn into a Cat 5, and I'm happy to hear a weather expert such as yourself say that that doesn't sound likely given the short amount of time before landfall. But it is, again, on everybody's mind here at the EOC. These are some of the hardest working people in the state. In fact, they've brought in sleeping bags and cots because they are spending the night here, at least for tonight, maybe for a couple of days, just waiting to make sure that everything's back online, that the state is as good as it can be as quickly as possible after the storm passes.
Yeah, and I mean, and we're looking at the radar right now, and there's definitely a blowup of lightning in the northern eye wall. So, I mean, even if it doesn't go Cat 5, is there really much of a difference from 145 to 155? And in reality, it is going to be devastating, and that's, you know, right there, that is it. Again, Forrest, thank you very much. Be safe out there. I'm sure we'll be checking back in with you later on tonight and again tomorrow. So as we continue to look at the Bay Area's issues, totally different than the area we were just talking about. And, you know, we've been talking about Florida State and FAMU and Gainesville, you know, the bigger universities in that part of the state. And FSU is right on the fringe of the heavy stuff, as is FAMU. Gainesville is actually more on the fringe on the right side of it. So honestly, I think Gainesville probably would see a little bit less impact than FSU or FAMU would. We've got a lot of parents who are obviously Gators and a lot of parents who are Noles. And, you know, at this point, we definitely are right on the fringe, kind of in between the two. For us, we've been saying this from the beginning, we will not see sustained hurricane force winds, and we haven't. But unfortunately, what we are going to see is flooding time. If you look at the high tides, all right? So these high tides vary wildly. A lot of these from Sarasota to St. Pete are closer to 2 a.m. Even Clearwater Beach was showing at 2 a.m. I've had some areas showing high tides between 10 and midnight. Honestly, anytime between 10 p.m., 11 p.m., and 1 or 2 a.m., you're going to see high tides. And they vary, obviously, because the water peaks in certain locations based on the geography. But at this point, and this is, by the way, what Jason and I were just looking at, yikes. So you see our area, it's moving away. The worst is over in terms of the wind. We've had winds gusting up to 82 miles an hour. That was in St. Pete. But we haven't had the sustained winds that typically cause a lot of widespread damage. We're getting reports of trees down. We're getting reports of pool cages down. Unfortunately, as Wendy and Nadine have mentioned, there was a fatality from a sign that fell off of I-4 when you had a wind gust. But boy, this right here is what concerns me, because we talked about this about 3 hours ago. Remember when there were winds of about 100 and, what was it at that point, Jason? It was it going before, yeah, it was before it went Cat 4. It was like 115, 120. And we saw this blow up of lightning, which almost always means strengthening. Well, now all of a sudden you have a major blow up in the northern eye wall. And remember, this is rotating, okay? So I hate to say this, but in the western eye wall, that might very well be very, very close to Tallahassee. I mean, we're talking, there's such a difference in 10 miles. And you think, how is that even possible? Well, when you're looking at a hurricane force winds extend 60, 65 miles out. The maximum winds, the strongest, the extreme winds, probably only 5 to 6 miles, maybe 7 miles from the center. A very small area. So yeah, they're going to get, Tallahassee will see hurricane force winds. But if they can just scoot by the western eye wall, even if you're talking 4 or 5 miles, you might see a drop in 30-mile-an-hour winds in that area. It's going to be that close. But we can't candy coat this regardless of whether they get Cat 4, strong Cat 4 winds or not. They're still going to have powerful hurricane force winds. Now, the arrow that points to Citrus County, the eye is 82 miles away and moving northeast. So again, hurricane force winds extend 60, 65 miles out. If the center moving away is over 80 miles away, they will not see sustained hurricane force winds. And obviously for the Bay Area, it's now quickly moving away, nearly 100 miles. So the winds are becoming less of an issue, but obviously the surge is now absolutely the biggest issue, and one that I think Wendy and Nadine were talking about a little earlier ago. That's what we're going to remember from this storm. I mean, whether we remember it like storms like Ian and like Charlie, like Michael, remains to be seen. But what we have now is a strengthening hurricane up until landfall. And that, unfortunately, is the worst case scenario. You don't have a storm that's showing weakening. You have a storm that's getting stronger as it's approaching the coastline. And that's really the last thing that you want to see. I mean, it really is. We are going to be getting extreme wind warnings coming up for these areas in the next hour.
Just issued.
We just had one. Yep. There you go. So, and that's really the worst advisory that you will see. We had them in Polk County with Irma. You get what's known as an extreme wind warning. Those are usually winds well over 100 miles an hour. So in that green box right there, those are extreme wind warnings. So in these areas, and that would include Tallahassee, you're expecting winds greater than 100 miles an hour coming up any minute. I mean, within an hour, but obviously you're already seeing the leading edge. And then you got this. And I think the reason they probably issued it is because of this, because that is just the worst thing to see, an intensifying storm as it gets closer. And you know, you think, again, what's the difference between a Cat 5 at 155, 156, or a Cat 4 at 145? There's no difference. I mean, it's 10 miles an hour difference. Look at the last wind report. Newport Richey, Spring Hill, winds gusting to 79 miles an hour. Gusting, not sustained, but regardless, that's some serious, serious wind. Still 66 in Tampa. Now, even Sarasota and Bradenton in the upper 60s, and that's more than likely because this storm is getting stronger. And that's the problem. Now, as it moves inland, it will start to weaken, pretty quickly as it pulls away. But still, we are just looking at what could very well be for the Bay Area a record breaker because of the flooding. I mean, we've talked about that forever. I mean, that is where this has been the biggest issue with this storm for days on end. But yet, it's hard to wrap our head around these kind of numbers, right? When you see flooding potential, 8 to 12 feet, like, I mean, what does that even mean? I mean, I get it, we all understand what 8 to 12 feet is, but how many times have we seen anything like that? So it's just really hard to grasp it. And I think that's going to continue until the next 4 hours, because we're going to be seeing that over the next 4 hours in our coastal areas. Winds of 140 north-northeast. It is going quickly. That's good news in the sense that it will be out of here quicker, but boy, there's your track. I mean, I think we were saying earlier today, Western Taylor County, and I think that's exactly where this is going to make landfall. And you can see right there, it is getting very, very close to land. Technically, you get landfall when the center of the eye crosses land. And we are almost there. There will be yes, you'll get a new track in an hour and a half, but by then it will already have made a landfall. So there is our biggest issues, obviously the surge, and this is going to continue until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I would expect by 1 or 2, by then, this thing is already probably in Georgia. So we're going to see things improve just because it's moving away so quickly. But still, because it's a big storm and covers a large area, you're going to continue to see that push. Maybe not to the extreme that we've had the last couple of hours, but these numbers are certainly within play. And even the ones on the right side, which I will be honest, I mean, for the last couple of days, I was leaning more toward the left side. I'm more of a glasses half full kind of guy. And when I see numbers like 8 to 12 feet, that's incredibly rare. But every now and again, you get record-breaking numbers, and it is certainly possible we could see at least some spots, not everybody, but at least some spots with numbers on this high. I want to go back to Jason now and talk more about that extreme wind warning for areas up north.
Yeah, so I've highlighted it here in this magenta color. It's basically taking up eastern Leon County, eastern Wakulla County, Lafayette, Madison, Taylor, and Wakulla again, Jefferson. These are the areas in and around Tallahassee. Now, Tallahassee proper is not included at this time in the extreme wind warning. So the hope is, we don't want to see this go anywhere, but the hope is that we certainly don't get it over Tallahassee, as it is the most populated part here of this part of the Panhandle, of course, Tallahassee, with 200,000 plus people in the city, if not more. So you can see how that magenta kind of goes up against East Capitol Circle. So this is Capitol Circle, northeast. Then you have the loop that goes around to Capitol Circle, northwest. East of Capitol Circle is where the population really drops off here in Leon County. And then you get over toward Lafayette County. That's where we're looking at I-10 crossing over. That's where that warning picks up. So this is, like Dennis said, for winds in excess of 100 miles per hour, not including downtown Tallahassee at this point. We'll see if that changes, because as we look at the radar, I'm going to take that box off here and show you just the regular radar without the warnings. That northwestern blow up on the eye wall with the lightning, Dennis and I have also we saw this back from Hurricane Elsa, when Elsa became a hurricane, that sometimes if you get a blow up on the right corner or the top left corner of an eye wall, it can wobble toward that direction. If that's the case, then this will bring the eye into Tallahassee if we see a wobble. If it continues on this north-northeasterly trajectory, then that would keep the eye wall just outside of Tallahassee. So we're really going to have to see if this does try and nudge it. The reason why we're getting all this lightning here is this is the biggest convective burst. This is where the most energy in the eye is currently when we're talking about the physics of a hurricane. So sometimes that can move things left or right. We did see that again with Hurricane Elsa, and it did nudge Elsa a little bit closer to our coast, if you remember that one from a couple of years ago. So that's what we're going to be watching here with this as it's on approach within the next hour to 2 hour period. This will make landfall. Taylor County's coast is going to pick up the brunt of the eastern eye wall. This is Taylor County. Then we're seeing Lafayette County and then back to Wakulla County. And these are the areas that we're really going to be watching here for this eye wall continue to move back into the north as we go into the next hour to hour and a half period. Again, that eye wall could clip Tallahassee. And of course, while there's no surge concerns in Tallahassee because they're about 20 miles inland from Wakulla County's coastline, we are looking at the potential for 100+ mile per hour winds, the strongest winds that may have been in the city outside of any of these isolated tornadoes that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Back here at home, this is what it looks like wind-wise for us. These winds have gusted over 80 miles per hour in St. Pete, and now we have winds coming back in onshore, which of course is rising water levels here at home. So here's what it looks like outside right now. This is a live look in downtown Tampa, where we are seeing the surge. Downtown Sarasota, not Tampa, downtown Sarasota. Kylie is out there right now. Kylie, we've seen wind gusts in Sarasota up to hurricane force. How's it looking out there right now? Are we starting to see the winds come down a little bit now that the eye is moving closer to the Appalachia Bay landfall?
Well, what I can tell you we've experienced right now is just seeing the surge, the amount of flooding come in. Where I'm standing right now, you can't get the full perspective, so I'm going to step out of the way. We are in downtown Sarasota right now at Tamiami Trail and Fruitville Road. Our photojournalist Randy Wright is giving you guys a better vantage point. If you look off in the distance, you can see some of the lights. You can get an idea just how high the water is coming up, coming in from the Gulf. A lot of this area is dark. That's because we are experiencing power outages in this area. Also, you can see a van that we don't know if someone had abandoned that, had parked it and left, but the bottom line is this area is now underwater. We had passed through here earlier this evening. It was starting to get blocked off, but this is impassable. We're at a higher elevation right now. We're at a safer distance, but you can see the wind coming in as well and how fast it is pushing this water. This is one of the main roundabouts here in downtown Sarasota. Another thing you'll notice as we had checked in earlier is the traffic lights on some of these are out. So if you are out, keep in mind this is one location we're showing you, but you're going to see power outages. Earlier today, even at that point, it was over 13,000 people in Sarasota without power. I have to imagine that number has gone up. We don't have the exact figures at this point. But some of this as well, as Randy and I have driven around, you guys, it's not like there's barriers out everywhere you go. And now it's dark, so you don't realize that you are hitting water until you're right up on it. I can't tell you on one road how many law enforcement officers blew past us only to realize they were driving right into the water and then back up. So you can see from some of the glow of the traffic lights right here, some that are still on, the rippling of the water, how it is pushing up into this area. And again, if you are just now joining us and looking in, we are in downtown Sarasota right now. So we will continue to bring you updates, but look, as that wind blows through, I know the worst of it is past our area, but the wind is still something that we are experiencing. How strong, I'm not sure, but we were able to block ourselves a bit from that to be able to show you just how bad this is. For now, we will send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Kylie, I just actually checked. Sarasota Bradenton International Airport just reported a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust at about 8 minutes ago. So you're still getting these gusts that are in excess of tropical storm force, nearly hurricane force, after topping out at 74 miles per hour. Now, Kylie, forgive me if you did mention this, but obviously we can't tell how deep the water is because, of course, there's no power in this part of downtown Sarasota. Do you have any idea of an estimate where you're at? Because, like you said, cars have kind of blown past you and drove into it. Are we looking at a couple of feet? Can you give us any kind of an estimate on that?
I would say easily a couple of feet. Randy, what would you say? I mean, easily a couple feet. And as we are looking at some of the buildings, as we get closer to the Gulf, I mean, there's no way that you could drive through this. And some of these areas, we are heeding our own advice, not driving in any further to see. But something that I have to tell you we've noticed, we talk about this with each storm. We are experienced in reporting on these hurricanes. There are people that have moved to this area that have not been through this. Just to gauge where we parked earlier ago, we were trying to get a signal to be able to communicate with you all back at the studio. We realized just in a mere minutes that we were sitting there, we had to continue moving our van back because that's how quickly the water was coming up. And that's the thing, it sneaks up on you and you have to be paying attention. We are looking and very aware of our surroundings right now, but this is a main intersection in downtown Sarasota. And as far as we can see back to where it hits the Gulf, this is not even looking at the barrier islands, which we've seen some photos that are just completely underwater. This is just one example of what we are seeing here.
Yeah, Kylie, thank you. We were looking at that 4 to 7 foot worst case scenario forecast from the National Hurricane Center here from the middle section of Longboat Key down through Sarasota, including places like Casey Key, Nokomis, down to Englewood as well. Unfortunately, it clearly looks like that is verifying there. So back to the winds. Clearwater Beach also at 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. We had 69 in Venice and up to 67 now in Tampa. Clearwater Beach, you are now in major flood stage from the surge. We've exceeded 5 feet. So we have hit a 5-foot point of a water rise, and that has now put us in major flood stage. And at that point, we'll likely see most of Clearwater Beach or sections of it have overwash from the Gulf into the bay side. The complete part of the island would be underwater once we get to the 5-foot part, which is of course why we're seeing major flood stage now here at Clearwater Beach. I want to show you this graphic. Let me go back to it. I forgot to put some pause points in here, but we talked about when do these winds start to lighten up for us? When do we get back to those just typical 20-25 mile per hour winds? Well, there's the wind field. It's now basically from Savannah, Georgia, all the way south to Naples. That's how far-reaching these tropical storm force winds are. So as we put this in motion for you, going to about 11 o'clock to midnight, we're still in the tropical storm force sustained winds. So those are winds over 39 miles per hour. And we see gusts that could occasionally exceed 60 miles per hour. Fast forward to about 3 a.m., Tampa south, we start to come out of those tropical storm force sustained winds. Our northern spots continue to be in that. And then by about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, everybody is below sustained winds of tropical storm force with gusts that are probably on the order of 25 to 35 miles per hour. Also want to remind you too that we do have a tornado watch. The initial one was set to expire at 8 p.m. We're now seeing this expire at 6 a.m. So it has been extended further into tomorrow morning's forecast as well. So we're still watching for that potential for tornadoes. And then here's an hour by by hour of when these winds calm down. We showed you that map a second ago, but these are actual numbers. Notice as we go through the next hour to hour and a half, still looking at gusts over 50 miles per hour for the bulk of the area, 60 to 70 north, where we're seeing the eye being a little bit closer to our nature coast. And then as we go into midnight to 3 a.m., look at the blue color start to fade away. That's sub 40 mile per hour wind gusts. Fast forward to 3 a.m. and then overnight into tomorrow morning by 5 to 6 a.m., we're actually looking at those winds being below 30 miles per hour. So I know a lot of you are saying, when is this going to stop? You're without power. The power outage map for the state of Florida now, 631,000. And we're looking at Pasco County and Hernando County really starting to see big numbers drop here as well. Pinellas County, over 200,000 without power now. And in Pinellas County, we've had multiple gusts over hurricane force. So that's the latest here as far as the winds go and the timing goes. We also have some storm surge flooding happening off in Gulfport as well that we still continue to watch. Dennis, what have you got from that?
Yeah, talking about storm surge. So this is just incredibly devastating in my mind personally. So my in-laws live in Siesta Key, right, south of Sarasota. They don't live in the Gulf. They're about a mile from the Gulf, and they have a little canal in their backyard. In the 20 years that they've lived there, they've never had water any higher than maybe up to their garage. And this is in Siesta Key. This is far down from where the increased surge is supposed to be, right? So I just checked in. Apparently, there's 3 feet of water in the house, and they're actually hiding upstairs on their second floor because the water is so high, and they're downstairs, their first floor of their home. That is not on the Gulf. That is not on the bay. That's on a little bitty canal. And that's how high the water is. There's never, in the 20 years they've been here, anything even close to that. I'm getting pictures from neighbors where, not in my neighborhood, but close. I live over in Palm Harbor, and there's areas over Ozona, Crystal Beach, and there's water over people's mailboxes. So it's about 3 or 4 feet high. And it's going to continue to rise for another few hours. So there's really nothing we can do anymore at this point. It's just a matter of hanging in there and support everyone any way that we can, and know that tomorrow there's going to be a lot of cleanup. There absolutely is. And we are just hopeful that folks took the warnings, listened to the emergency management folks when they issued the mandatory evacuations saying, you got to get out of here. We're hoping that they did, because I think right now we're beginning to see, we've already seen it. Jason mentioned the Gulfport, and that was, 6 o'clock? I mean, it was early in the game. I mean, it was at low tide. It was still at low tide. And now we are looking at the water rising everywhere in Pinellas County. Now, one of our reporters in Tarpon Springs right now, I believe Mary, is out there saying that the water is rising, and rising pretty significantly, pretty quickly, I'm assuming. Mary, what you got for us?
Hey, Dennis. So we've been monitoring the sponge docks out here at Tarpon Springs all day long, and we finally had a chance to be able to get a little bit of a view. Keep in mind, it is dark out here, so I can kind of show you what we're seeing here. But this is some pretty significant flooding and water that we're seeing behind us. We're on Dodecanese Boulevard at Pinellas Ave, and if you look all the way back, you can see this road is just completely covered in water. I mean, it's quite significant. You might be able to see that blinking light in the background. That actually was a car that was parked there earlier today, blocking the road. I'm not sure if the city did that, Tarpon Springs, but it was blocking the road. There's also a second one a little bit ways down. The water is up to the grills on that car. When we got out here to set up, we could hear the horn of that car, presumably honking because of the water getting into the car. So that's pretty significant. I mean, you can kind of see it moving. Again, I know it's really dark out here, but this is pretty significant water. The rain had stopped for a little while. It's picking up a little bit right now. It's not as heavy as it had been. The wind is still really whipping pretty bad right now. We haven't gotten a second to look over at the water itself to see how much that's spilled over, but we kind of would expect this to be kind of lake-like at this point. Of course, for business owners who we've been in touch with, this isn't the best of news, just knowing that this is an area that is, of course, prone to flooding. They saw it after Hurricane Idalia. They saw it after Tropical Storm Debbie. Folks had sealed up their doors. They had put sandbags down and tarps. We have not been able to go that way. We checked one spot that we had been at earlier to see how far the water had come up, and it had come up pretty significantly from probably about a block from where we had originally parked to where we no longer could get any farther down, if that makes sense, because the water had come up so significantly. So you can see here just how high this water is and how significant it is here in Tarpon Springs. And this is just, one section that we can see here. Again, that is a city car, presumably, that was parked here. It's been here all day since we've been here. There's a second one that's down a couple more blocks. It was meant there to block the road, and it's been there all day. So the water is now up to the grills of the car. I mean, it's past that. It's pretty significant. Yeah. So we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mary, thank you. And because you're in Pinellas County, I do want to mention this, that a third of the folks in Pinellas County now have no power. So if you're listening to us on the radio or our app on your phone, you're not alone, because these numbers, a couple of them have doubled or even tripled. Duke Energy is now reporting over 200,000 folks without power. TECO saying 82,200. FPL, Manatee alone, 35,000 folks without power, and Sarasota 42,000, almost 43,000. So if you don't have power right now, and again, you're listening to us on the radio or on your phone, hopefully it's charged fully, or you have your iPad or your computer charged so that you continue to stay in touch with us and listen for any warnings.
Because that storm surge can bring down power lines, aside from the wind too. So even as the tide continues to rise, you see how strong the currents are here. Those can bring down power lines. I got a video of transformers blowing in Clearwater from a friend of mine just now. So you can imagine those numbers are only going to go up, even though the worst of the storm is moving away from us.
And then the power outages, or the fiery becomes a fire.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And then,
All right, well, let's go ahead and check back in with ABC Action News reporter Jada Williams.
Yeah, she's been out at the beaches actually all day long. She joins us now from Indian Rocks Beach, which has kind of been your home for the last few hours anyway. Have the conditions dissipated or improved?
Yeah, well, you guys were mentioning the power outages, and as you said, I've been here for a couple of hours. I started talking about where transformers were blowing over there. Well, about 30-ish, 45 minutes ago, saw that transformer blow again, and then I saw the ripple effect of the lights on the side of the street go out. And as you mentioned, about a third of Pinellas County is without power, and right now where we're standing, we still have power on this side of the street, but on the other side of the street, they're part of that third of the county that doesn't have power right now. Now, the rain had stopped right until you asked the question, how are the conditions out here? And the rain has started up again. The wind has been consistently blowing out here. You may be able to hear the leaves from the trees, the leaves from the sign on this business above me, where you can just really hear it. I also mentioned when I was out here that when I first got out here, this business right here, I witnessed the roof blow straight off of it because the wind was whipping around so strongly. And when we especially get those really strong bursts or gusts of wind, you can see the pieces that fell off of the top of this building in the road. Now, the other really big thing here is that the bridge to get to Indian Rocks Beach is blocked off. I'm on the side right before you get to the water, so technically not across the bridge on the beach part of it. It's the same case with you're crossing any of the bridges to get to any of the barrier islands here in Pinellas County. You can't get in, but if you are wanting to get out, you can get out. It may be a little late for some people, and since I've been here, the number of cars that are leaving the island has definitely dwindled. Not as many cars leaving. We are still seeing a lot of cars that are coming down trying to get across the bridge, and of course they're being turned around by the law enforcement that's there. This will remain the case until it's safe for folks to go back. When I was on the other side of the bridge, I already started to see, this is when the sun was still up and we're in low tide, I was starting to see some of those neighborhoods flood. Talking with people who are over in those neighborhoods, witnessing them say, you know what, let me go out and do some more of those last minute preps, put some more sandbags out, do whatever I can to protect my home. So it is good to see that there are people who are taking it seriously, especially as we start to see some pretty strong conditions in these neighborhoods hours before seeing the worst of this storm. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, right across the street, this is some of the effects of what's already happening right now, the power outages. And I am sure that as we continue to witness what's happening out here, the number of power outages in Pinellas County and other counties will continue to tick up. Reporting live, Jada Williams, ABC Action News.
I just wanted to give Jada a quick shout out because she started on the beach and then kept moving further inland as she saw that water coming up, and that's commendable because that's what we've been telling people to do. Also, Katie LaGrone seeking higher water. Kylie McGivern in Sarasota is seeking higher ground. And so we're staying safe but still trying to show you everything so you don't have to go out. And that's the whole reason why we're here, is to give you an idea of what it is like outside so you don't have to risk your own life.
Right, just to keep you informed, but you stay safe,
yes,
right?
Exactly.
And I'm sure they all have nice hurricane kits at this point, making a little dent in there too.
Yes,
so.
absolutely. All right, well, we do have reporters all up and down the coast, including where Ground Zero is going to be.
Absolutely. Paula Groen joining us live from Tallahassee. And I know you will be anyway, in about the next hour, feeling the brunt of what this hurricane will bring as it makes landfall. But it looks like right now conditions aren't too bad yet, huh?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 0 to 60 situation, Wendy and Nadine, where all of a sudden we're going to get wind gusts coming out of nowhere. In fact, here comes one right now. Yeah, it's going to be a situation where things go downhill pretty fast, and we're getting close to that hour right now as Helene is starting to come ashore here. Tallahassee on the west side of perhaps the strongest part of the storm. Wind gusts, 74 miles an hour. Will be happening here soon. When you look around, you see as night has fallen, the rain now coming down. It has picked up steadily within the last hour as I've been standing here. And we've been talking all day. The major threats here in Tallahassee, aside from the rain and the wind, is what that wind is going to do to the trees. A lot of people who evacuated here to this hotel where we are, they didn't evacuate miles, they didn't evacuate hours away, they evacuated minutes away. In fact, many just down the road where they live in neighborhoods surrounded by trees, and they did not feel safe in those neighborhoods knowing that the tree could come tumbling down a couple of different ways. The saturated ground could cause the roots to fail and the tree to tip over, or the wind overnight. And of course, the added factor, as we've been talking with our reporters up and down the coast, especially here though in the Big Bend and the Panhandle, where the intensity of the storm is about to be at its highest point here, is the fact that this is happening overnight, where you're not going to have the ability to see what is happening around you. I can tell you, as you come back to me later, I'll be out in it, and as the wind picks up, we're already seeing some of these signs start, blowing in the wind here. A lot of them, by the way, political signs. I didn't even think about this. With it being political season, all those yard signs, people didn't pick them up. They're going to be flying projectiles here pretty soon. So come back to me a little bit. We'll show you a little bit more about what's going on, but it's definitely starting to pick up, and it's all of a sudden. I've been through storms before where it sort of phases in. This is a much quicker turn up of the volume. And it's happening right now in real time. As Dennis has said before, you kind of at some point you stop forecasting, you start nowcasting and eyewitnessing in real time how the hurricane is interacting with the land and what it's doing. And we're almost to that point. We're almost there right now. Helene is at our doorstep.
Yeah, and Paul, as he also says, it's time just to look out the window and experience what it is, because it's happening. So we will we'll definitely check back with you in the next 30 to 60 minutes, because I'm sure it's like a light switch. Like all of a sudden, he's going to feel that wind and that surge pretty quickly. We want to move over to St. Petersburg. We've continued checking on the Shore Acres neighborhood. As we know, that area floods all the time, even during our summer afternoon storms, and we've seen it today. We've seen it into the evening.
Yeah, Katie LaGrone has been there all day. And Katie, we've been watching the water just slowly creep up to a couple of houses right there. We know they've done this before. They've been through this before. It's still difficult to see. I also see you holding down your hat right now, so it looks like the wind is definitely picking up there.
Yeah, a couple updates. So first, we had to move. We had to move from where we were, Shore Acres Boulevard, at that rec center, which is about a couple hundred yards away. You can see there's a truck coming from there. That whole area, guys, is underwater. And even the parking lot of the rec center. That water, in my last live shot, I showed you guys the splashes of water, the big puddles of water that were starting to cascade around the parking lot. It became really quite alarming for us, where we decided to go ahead and leave the parking lot because, quite frankly, we were concerned about getting stuck in the parking garage. And so we have moved a couple hundred yards away. You can see this truck coming through the water. That gives you at least some perspective as to what we're dealing with. On Shore Acres Boulevard, where we spent most of the day, I can tell you, as we were leaving, I saw a fire hydrant where the water was almost to the top of it. Stop sign, water about halfway up. And again, we are several hours away from high tide. So all of this is just going to become so much worse over the next couple hours. And that's becoming really frightening for even the people who live here and, quite frankly, are used to dealing with the floods here. In fact, I ended up talking to one fella. Okay, so this is a St. Petersburg. This is actually a stormwater truck that's been going around. We've seen trucks like that throughout the afternoon. And so it's interesting that they're going around tonight. We don't see anybody in there. You know, the whole water rescue situation is clearly going to be part of the story. If not overnight, then certainly in the morning hours. So to see that is not necessarily all that surprising. I think eventually we'll end up seeing some folks being rescued. But I did end up talking to a gentleman who was walking, just kind of taking, you know, a little bit of a site survey, and he described what he saw in that back area as worse than a year ago, worse than Adalia, worse than Debbie, called it, quote, pretty crazy. Interesting also, we haven't felt rain in the last hour and a half or so, but we are dealing with these gusts of winds that you can see. I'm sort of losing my balance at times, but we are getting these gusts of wind, no rain, at least for the time being. What, you know, I've been saying all afternoon, all evening, that the big concern here, much like so many parts of Tampa Bay, or all of Tampa Bay really, is that storm surge impact. The expectation, the potential prediction, whatever you want to call it, was 5 to 8 feet. I can tell you that officials, rescue folks, the sheriff even told us earlier that he expects to be on the higher end of that storm surge potential, which is about that 7 to 8 foot mark, which would be pretty historic for this area. Just for some perspective, Adalia last summer, storm surge peaked at about 4 feet here. So we're looking at double that, and at least according to what we witnessed just a short time ago, that literally forced us out of that neighborhood. It looks like that potential high point could come to fruition. We will see the damage, we will see the extent of this in the morning.
All right.
That is the very latest from St. Petersburg. Katie LeGrone, back to you guys.
All right, Katie, be safe out there. We do know that Pinellas County said that they're going to turn off water because that water, the flooding, can inundate their stormwater system. All right, in case you might have missed it when we told you earlier, sadly, the storm has turned fatal. This is video from about an hour ago when a sign fell on a car on I-4. This is in Hillsborough County, right here in Tampa, on the ramp from 21st Street in the westbound lanes. That ramp is now closed as crews are on scene. Obviously, our prayers to that family, and it's just devastating to see.
Yeah, and you know, this it probably isn't the only sign. Well, we saw the gas station sign that was obviously much bigger than that. Yeah. And just, I mean, and you can imagine the gust of wind that must have picked that up out of its, you know, foundation and lost it. And I believe it looks like, if these are live pictures, Eliana, are these live?
I think this is from earlier.
These are from earlier. So I imagine that I-4 westbound is now reopened. But again, there was a fatality there. We also have new video from Tarpon Springs, if we can go to that. Mary O'Connell has been keeping us up to date on the conditions there. And again, the rain and the wind continuing to pick up. Just not a good situation, obviously, to be outside anywhere at this point. Hopefully everyone is safe and heeding the warnings as well.
And that's not sped up video. That's not
no,
fast
that's
forward.
real. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like you would just like hit the fast forward button. No, that is just showing how fast the wind is going across the road there.
Indeed it is, in almost two different directions too, both west and east at the same time. The Bradenton Police Department has also closed the Palma Sola Causeway. You can see the surge pouring onto the shoreline there along the road. A boat was even pushed up onto the street as the wind and rain strengthened in that area. Debris, again, littering the road, which has happened all over our different counties. And this is why, of course, officials have repeatedly warned residents to hunker down and stay off the road as this storm passes.
We also have new video from our crews out in the field. This is from our sports anchor, Kevin Lewis. He is in Town and Country in Hillsborough County. They are on Hillsborough Memorial Street, and that street you just saw it there is seeing a lot of flooding tonight as rescue vehicles and first responders are kind of driving through there just to make sure that you don't, because they've closed down some roads in Town and Country.
And this video from the Citrus County Sheriff's Office shows the weather knocking out the power in that area. This is at the intersection of West Gulf to Lake and North Duncanfield Avenue. You see the rain and that strong wind pushing through the area as the lights flicker on and off. This as emergency crews go passing by. Again, and this is why it's just so important for residents in that area to stay off the roads, especially as the surge continues to rise and we get later into the evening, because, you know, anywhere from 11 p.m., as we've said, till about 1 a.m., where it is high tide and the surge continues to increase the flooding out there.
It's only going to get worse there in Citrus County as well. A quick mention before we go to our next live shot. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office tells us that US 301 from DeSoto Road to Hanaway Drive is now closed. HCSO is now blocking off that area. Again, they ask you, stay at home, stay put. We just showed you all those videos showing all the roads closed, the dangers out there, the water's rising. Wendy, we've been talking about how saturated the ground has been.
Right.
We're seeing it in areas that aren't even on the coast that are flooding. So
right, because we've just had so much rain for so many months now that there's nowhere for the water to go. We want to head up north to our northern counties. ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler is in downtown Crystal River right now. I guess still a bit of the calm before the storm, because conditions will continue to deteriorate as this Hurricane Helene eye gets closer to you.
Yeah, exactly, and we've had a lot of wind right now, some gusts that you definitely feel. The rain has stopped, that's something, I guess, but really it's not the wind, it's not the rain that people here are most concerned with. It's the storm surge that we've been hearing about, and the predictions of 10 to 15 feet. It would be catastrophic for the people here that have already dealt with flooding in their homes from Hurricane Idalia. There's still homes that haven't been fixed, remediated from all that. People have spent thousands of dollars to fix their homes. And then there was Hurricane Debbie that also led to some flooding last month. And now we're in the town square here in Crystal River. Things are quiet. The businesses here have boarded up. They've cleared out. We saw some people taking out some last minute items out of the restaurant over there. There's a gift shop where all the items on the lower racks have been taken out in case I think they pretty much assume that there's going to be water into some of these businesses. The question is just how much. We have seen further down toward Kings Bay where the water will likely be coming in later tonight, maybe around midnight. The road is closed, and we've seen the sheriff's office constantly back and forth sending vehicles because they are patrolling that area to make sure that everything is secure, make sure people are off the roads. The homes back there, it didn't look like many people had stuck around. I think after what they've been through in the past, they know that it's not a place they are going to want to be later tonight. But right now, as people, all day have just been kind of waiting, and we haven't had a lot of terrible weather here. It has deteriorated over the last couple hours, but again, it's that storm surge. It's the unknown of just how much water will be coming into this community in the hours ahead. The sheriff said that this is the worst storm event that this community will deal with in 100 years. So he put that out there, and that's definitely trying to get people's attention not to mess with this at all. We talked to the mayor, and he put on a positive attitude that this community will be able to withstand whatever comes their way, because they have dealt with things before, and it is a tight-knit community, and there are a lot of people that will be out here probably tomorrow helping each other and making sure that everyone deals with this. If there is anybody that is stranded, that needs help, that needs supplies, there'll be people out there to help, I'm sure. But it's not something anybody here wants to go through again. It's like getting punched in the face, and then here they go again. So we'll wish the best, of course, for everyone here. We've been here since yesterday, and we'll be here overnight and see how things shake out when the sun rises tomorrow, and just how bad the flooding gets from that storm surge. Back to you guys.
All right, Eric, stay safe out there. We want to go now to our Chad Mills. He's in Cross City, which is up in Dixie County, northeast of Taylor County, where the storm will be making landfall. And Chad, I know things have been a little dicey, and I think they've just gotten dicier. It looks like you have some rain picking up and maybe some wind.
That's right, perfect timing. You just caught a big gust that we are feeling right here. You're right, conditions have continued to deteriorate here in Cross City. To give our viewers point of reference, we are north of the Tampa Bay area, along Florida's Big Bend. We're in a county called Dixie County. We're not too far from Steinhatchee, which is one of the coastal communities nearby that is expecting that historic storm surge, perhaps 15 to 20 feet of storm surge. We are away from the coast for that reason. We don't want to be near that storm surge. We are inland, but we're seeing the effects of wind from Hurricane Helene, and you see it on these sable palms right here. They are really starting to sway back and forth. We're getting definitely tropical storm force wind, but it's hard to tell if we're experiencing hurricane winds yet or not. But certainly, as we have stood out here over the past hour or so, there were a number of people gathered outside having a beer, hoping for the best. Most of them have gone inside at this point because the rain really is starting to blow here in Cross City. We have been covering these communities on. We have a transformer arcing behind that tree. The lights have really been flickering here at our lodge. We expect we will lose power any second now. So far, though, it's holding steady, believe it or not. But as I was saying, we've talked to community leaders in these communities along the Big Bend of Florida. They are hoping that people heeded the warnings and sought shelter in lodges like this one. We've talked to a number of people who live in Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach, which is another community nearby. They are seeking refuge inside the lodge, but we know a couple people at least stayed behind hoping to ride out this storm. But you see the wind right here, but the story along the Big Bend is that surge, life-threatening surge. Taylor County Emergency Service, as we get another big gust of wind here. Taylor County told us earlier, a very stern, serious warning, just telling people to, if they're staying behind, to take a Sharpie and write their name, phone number on their wrist, just in case they need to be identified later. Kind of hard to talk about something like that, but that could be the unfortunate reality from so much storm surge from this hurricane. But, what we're feeling now, a strong tropical storm, perhaps gusts in hurricane strength here at our lodge in Cross City. But we will keep monitoring things and bring you more throughout the night here from Florida's Big Bend. We'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
We know that you're close to landfall there, Chad, so I would definitely be careful. And he was speaking to some residents earlier, and they had this kind of respect and reverence for the storm. They got out of the way. And what was wild to hear is that she's like, I hope that my RV isn't gone tomorrow morning. She evacuated to a hotel where Chad is staying. So
yeah, it's amazing. And she said, I'm going to let nature take its course. And it's just incredible.
Yeah.
You got video from where?
Treasure Island, I
believe.
believe.
Treasure Island. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Looks like from a balcony. I don't know what we're looking at there.
Yeah,
that is storm surge.
Storm surge from Treasure Island.
Okay, Jason Adams is telling 4 to 5 feet, possibly, and
looks like
and
Clearwater Beach is over 6 feet now, and in major flooding stage, major flood stage. So my guess is that this picture with it up to the first windowsill is at least 4 to 5 feet in Treasure Island.
Now, the fire department there, they are no longer responding to calls for service on Sunset Beach there in Treasure Island. Something to mention as well. Crews say they will resume operations once those conditions are deemed safe, which is what we've heard.
Jason, talk about the high tide. When is it supposed to hit that area?
Clearwater high tide is a little after midnight.
Okay.
So we're still seeing the water being pushed in not only by the tide, but also, of course, the onshore wind that continues. So we haven't hit the peak yet of our flooding. And just a few minutes ago, Dennis was talking about his in-laws in Siesta Key. They've never had flooding in their house before. They're now perched into their second story of their home in Siesta Key because the water is about 3 feet inside of their home, and they've never had flooding before. And now all of a sudden, they've got 3 feet in their house. So it does unfortunately look like that the 5 to 8 foot surge threat that we have been monitoring, we're clearly at the 5 foot mark for a lot of our coastal communities, and we're not at high tide yet, so we can't say yet for sure that if we've hit the peak or if we're still going to climb all the way up to high tide coming up in about another hour and a half to 2 hour period.
And I know you and Dennis were talking about how this storm is moving faster and landfall could come within the hour. Is that still on track?
Literally within the hour. We weren't going to do a weather hit here, but guys, might as well. Let's just talk about it because yes, within the hour, the eye wall has already started to move onshore here in Taylor and Lafayette County. Also Wakulla County, it's just offshore of the Big Bend area here. So there's the eye, here's the northern edge of the eye wall, there's the coast of Taylor County, Perry right there, St. Mark's over here, Alligator Point, Shell Island, and then back to Dog Island and St. George Island. And of course, there's the city of Tallahassee. So while they are not in the eye wall now, give it another hour. About an hour, it's going to be moving into Tallahassee. They'll be in the western side of the eye wall. And notice the explosion that we had here of all this lightning prior to it moving onshore, which is just indicating that it's not losing strength. It's still maintaining its strength at this point. So that's moving onshore now here in the Appalachia Bay, but we're still this far south getting storm surge in excess of 5 feet. So again, looking at the Clearwater Beach hit just a second ago, the Clearwater Beach area, it's now showing up that the tide has hit 6.16 feet, which again puts us in major flood stage, which is also about the point that we see overwash from the Gulf going to the bay, where some of the water is going to make it all the way across. And so showing that picture, if we can go back to that video again of Treasure Island, if you guys have it on hand, I mean, that just goes to show you right there what we're seeing not only in Clearwater Beach, what we're now seeing through Treasure Island, what we have been seeing in Siesta Key. This is what's happening along our entire stretch of coast, all the way down to Fort Myers. Fort Myers Beach had complete overwash earlier today, and their surge forecast was 3 to 5 feet, and they had complete overwash where the Gulf met the bay across the island here in Fort Myers Beach. So that's unfortunately what we're seeing now along the majority of our coast. This is again Treasure Island. The forecast here was 5 to 8 feet. Again, once you get north of the Anclote River, this is where we start to see those surge values go much higher. And we are coming up on the 10 o'clock advisory now, so we should be getting an update here from the National Hurricane Center to see where we're at with the storm. Again, about to make landfall. Let me actually see if they have it up for us right now. Nope, they do not have the 10 o'clock advisory in just yet.
Jason, while we have this up, just sorry, Dennis, just really quick. You know, Pinellas did say if water starts getting into your home, turn off your electricity and gas and climb to the highest point. So they're saying that you're having people shelter.
That's what we're going to have people do.
Floor. It's wild.
Yeah. Dennis, what were you going to say?
Yeah, so I just checked. High tide in Clearwater is 11:09.
11:09.
So we are just over an hour away from high tide.
Gotcha.
So we're getting close to as high as it's going to get. So whether or not it's 6 feet or whether it's 8 feet, it's still in areas that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
When we were looking at the record-breaking numbers, I mean, we are pretty much surpassing most records that I'm seeing in the Bay Area, and that's not even beginning to cover what Crystal River and areas like that are going to be where Eric Waxler is. Because I have a feeling tomorrow, normally after a hurricane, you see those visuals and you see the drone shots of all the damage. You might not see them with this because so much of the damage is going to be inside of these buildings. But I just think, you know, all the way from southern Sarasota County, the entire coast, think about it. If we're already hearing reports that houses are having water with 3 feet of water in Siesta Key, that's our southern counties, all the way up to Crystal River, our entire coastline is going to be flooded.
Right.
And record-breaking flooding.
Unprecedented,
Yeah,
right.
Never heard anything
And
like
I was curious, Dennis, because you talked about high tide at Clearwater Beach at 11 p.m. tonight, and we had it at 2 a.m. It looks like all the times have come sooner, or was that
No, I just think it varies. It might very well just be what, I hate to say this, but what website we look at to get the tide.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
because honestly, I mean, I'm looking at a couple, and it says right now next high tide is at 11:06, and I know, Jason, you had a graphic that said it was like 2 a.m.
2 a.m., yes, yeah.
So maybe it's just a different spot on the beach.
And literally, that's how tides change. You can get like Crystal Rivers is not until 4 o'clock into the morning, while some of them are at 11 o'clock tonight. So just depending on your location at the coast could vary wildly.
And does that time indicate when it's going to start to rise, or is that like, how long does it take for it to completely get to high tide?
There's a 6-hour difference between high and low tide. So, you know, once you hit high tide, you know, it also depends how high it is. So I think the high tide is saying 2.5 feet, and then the low tide 6 hours later is like 1.4 feet. So it's going to take a while. I mean, it's not just going to be like, okay, we've hit high tide, the water's going to go away. We're going to be looking at this water, and that's going to be, Jason, that's another interesting question. How long is it going to take for this water to recede? Usually storm surge, you see the water recede at a decent clip, but you got to wonder with this one.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little while longer than what it would be if we didn't have the expansive wind field that we do have with this storm. Because remember, if you missed this about a half hour ago, we were talking about how tropical storm force winds extend out from the center 300 miles. So until we get 300 miles away from the center of the storm, we're going to hold on to at least tropical storm force winds. That coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico, the arrows pointed out right there, that's the wind direction for us for the next 6 hours. So as the water is trying to recede, it's got the winds pushing against it that are going to continue to keep those water levels on the higher side slower to drop over the next 6 to 8 hours.
Now, granted, it's going to take a while. I mean, the winds are dying down.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not going to be pushed as hard, but it's still not going to drain as quickly as it would otherwise.
Right, exactly.
Since this morning, we've been watching when it was high tide this morning, and then it went to low tide. And I remember watching Heather out there just like, is it going to go down at all? It never went back down. Even this morning, when we went from high to low tide, it just kept rising.
Yeah, and part of the reason why is you have 30 to 40 foot waves out ahead of Helene, and all that wave action builds toward the coast as well. So that starts the process. While we don't have 30 to 40 foot waves on our shores, that is the buildup of the surge ahead of the storm. And then you have low pressure, then you have the onshore winds, what we call fetch, that long wind over top of the Gulf for that 300-mile area. We were talking about tropical storm force winds, and all this is just working to keep pushing that water. So when we did get to low tide, we didn't actually drop in some spots because we were already seeing that push of water.
It never went back down.
No, and I have to imagine too, as we've talked about where Heather was in South Tampa, the drainage is horrible anyway, and the ground is so saturated after all the rain, so that also doesn't help. Dennis,
and guys, going back to me over at the wall with Max 3, in terms of landfall. All right, so landfall occurs when the center of the eye crosses land. It's not the leading edge, because honestly, the eye is right there, and there's where landfall is going to occur. So you're talking that's what, maybe 10 miles? So that's 20 minutes away for the eye, the leading edge of the eye, to actually cross land. But officially, the Hurricane Center says, no, you've had landfall when the center of the eye crosses, and that's 33.8 miles. It's going 25 miles an hour. So actually, landfall will probably be about an hour and 10 minutes from now. But they're going to be experiencing the eye, the leading edge of the eye. And oh, by the way, they're just about to get the worst part of the storm, the eye wall, because that's the way a hurricane works. You have your eye, which is quiet, right? Calm weather. But right on the edge of the eye, that's where you have your heaviest wind. That's called the eye wall. And right now on the western side, and boy, Jason and I, this is what we were a little nervous about, because look at how expansive the western eye wall is right there. So even if this track continues like this, you know, maybe most of this stays east of Tallahassee, but because the western eye wall is clearly expanding a little bit on the west side, I just can't imagine it not clipping it in some way, shape, or form, which means they're probably going to get, you know, 90, 100 mile an hour winds in Tallahassee. And now that's not nothing, but that's not as much as 140, 150 right about there, but it's still enough with all those trees, as Forrest has been saying, you know, that it's just going to be causing some massive damage.
And I think we can go to him live right now, Forrest, in Tallahassee. Forrest, can you hear us?
Yeah, let's get out to Forrest, because I think...
Okay,
yeah, I can hear you, Dennis. I wish I didn't hear you.
I think he's experiencing
Can you guys
it
hear me
firsthand.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
We can hear you.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not great news, but it, as you said, is better than 140 miles per hour. So, hey, we'll take what we can get out here in the capital city. Again, as you had mentioned, this is the big concern, right? The wind and the trees. It was May 10th of this year when we had tornadoes touch down here, about 2 or 3 tornadoes in the Leon County area that tore through parts of town. In fact, my neighborhood here, Southwood, saw some of that damage. And, you know, those were nasty storms, but they are not a hurricane. And so there is still a lot of concern out here that once we get up to those levels, 90, 100 mile per hour winds, you're going to see a lot of those trees come down. In fact, there are some students being told at FSU that they might not have class for like a week if damage is bad enough. Unprecedented damage is what we heard from the Tallahassee mayor just yesterday. That was the expectation. They're doing everything they can to try and prepare for this. They have 5 times the workforce that they would normally have ready to go as soon as the storm passes, so they can get streets cleared and they can get power restored, specifically utilities alone. They have 3 times the manpower that they would usually have ready to go to try and restore power. And across the state of Florida as a whole, we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 21,000 utility workers staged at various places so that when the power goes out, it can be restored as quickly as possible. That's something that DeSantis and the emergency personnel here at the EOC have really tried to prioritize because, hey, this is Florida. The weather can still be warm even in fall, and you need to have air conditioning to be safe. Let's also talk about some of the other places that Dennis was mentioning, which is, places like Perry, places in Taylor County, right? We talked to you a little bit about the warning that the Taylor County officials had put out to people, saying that basically if you are deciding to not heed the evacuation orders that are in place, especially in those coastal areas where the storm surge is going to be super duper high, that they are asking people to use permanent marker to mark their names, their birthdays on their limbs. This is stuff that they used to do during Hurricane Katrina to try and prepare people. It's a nasty and grim thing, but considering the circumstances here, they are asking people to do it. We asked DeSantis about that just a little bit ago during his last press conference, what he thought about that recommendation. Here is what he told us.
So people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously, our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so.
And of course, that's the big concern here, right, is if you do shelter in place and you didn't heed the evacuation order, emergency personnel, they're not going to be able to get to you until after the storm. That is a deadly situation you don't want to be in. But time has essentially run out for evacuation, so those people that are staying need to hunker down and be as safe as possible.
And Forrest, that goes for you too, because I'm telling you, Jason and I were just looking at it. You're about an hour out from you're going to get the eye. Actually, you're going to get the western eye wall. I don't think there's any way around it. So you're going to probably see winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour in your area in about an hour to 90 minutes. So not just the folks, but also you yourself, be extra careful and go to safety, because while it's a fast-moving system and it probably will only last there for about an hour, I mean, it's safe to say there's never been another situation like this that I can find in recorded history in Tallahassee.
No, and that's what city officials, county officials have been stressing from the get-go here, is that this is unprecedented, right? Tallahassee's never experienced something like this. This is a modern neighborhood that I'm sitting in right now. This is Southwood. This is where my house is. This is where my parents live. A lot of these homes were built in 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. So they're fairly modern construction, but they are surrounded. This is Southwood. They are surrounded by trees. They are everywhere. Tree canopies, trees in backyards. I mean, there's only so much you can do when you have trees in your yard. I mean, you really can't prepare for that. The only thing you can do is if you think you're in danger, you got to get out. You got to be safe. Fortunately, I don't have any big trees in my yard. My parents are in the same position. But if you hear cracking and creaking, we're hearing from emergency personnel, you got to treat it like basically a tornado. You got to find a center part of your house, a bathtub, something like that. Get inside of it. Put like a heavy blanket or a thin mattress over yourself. Ride this thing out and wait until that cracking ceases and hope that you don't get hit by a tree. I mean, that's just the nasty reality of it. But as you said, yes, we are going to be as safe as we can. In fact, the EOC has put in a wind alert. Basically, the building will go into lockdown here when winds get too high, and that will mean that you cannot come back out if you go in. That's just how they're going to play it here, and it's probably a really, really safe bet. This is a building that is rated for a Cat 5. It's one of the strongest buildings in the state of Florida, so we are feeling pretty safe. But, these are nasty storms and anything can happen, so we are going to be as safe as possible.
All right, Forrest Saunders live for us in Tallahassee. We know that you are worried about your house and your parents as well, and everyone else out up to the north of us, because there's so many trees just even behind him, so those trees are going to come down, and a lot of power outages. You stay safe, as you will go inside if it gets too nasty out there, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Forrest.
Thank you, Forrest. All right, we want to go to ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell. She has been in Tarpon Springs. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, and
I do want to mention something. So
go right ahead.
Nadine just.
I think that's why we're coming to you to clear this up.
Yeah,
so
Nadine just mentioned that I don't know where it's out there or where it came from.
The AP apparently,
yeah, out of Miami, but
Yeah, they're wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, the AP is saying that this made landfall. No, it did not make landfall. Landfall will not occur. Now, what was just released by the Hurricane Center on Twitter like 30 seconds ago was that the eye wall is just now moving onshore. So the intern that must have been working at the AP in Miami must have assumed that that eye wall meant that the eye has crossed and has made landfall, because it hasn't. It will make landfall when the center, right here, when the center of the storm crosses land. So that's from the Hurricane Center. So I don't know what it is that,
I believe we pushed. Well, I'm going to correct that right now.
All right, no worries. Anyway.
It'll be soon, but hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, and as we said with Forrest, look, this is an area unlike, there's a lot. I remember Mike Paluska covered a storm years ago in Tallahassee. We had 65, 70, kind of like what we seem to get here, knock on wood, again. But right now, what we are looking at is landfall. Technically, the eye wall is moving onshore, and that means they are now about to experience. Now remember, Tallahassee's not on the coast. Tallahassee's like what, Jason, 20 miles inland?
20 miles, yep.
Yeah, so 20 miles inland. So it's going to take another 40 minutes or so for the leading edge of the eye wall to make it into the Tallahassee area. Now, I do think they're going to be on the fringe of the heaviest stuff and quite possibly not see the absolute heaviest. But boy, you're still talking about a storm. Last report, last check, 10 o'clock update, 140 mile an hour winds. And the pressure has dropped 2 more millibars. So what that means is you are going to have a hurricane making landfall at its strongest point, like Michael did. Now, not as strong as Michael was. Jason remembers that one very, very well. That was his old stomping grounds. But overall, they're going to be dealing with all of it. The wind, the surge, our area, and let's talk more about our area, because for the next 4 hours, we are going to be seeing record-breaking flooding. Not areas that are away from the coast. Again, the only areas experiencing this significant flooding will be areas that have access to the Gulf or the Bay, whether it's a creek or a canal or whatever the case may be. And unfortunately, that is just our reality now, and there's just no way around it. It can't miss us. The winds are calming down slowly. In another couple of hours, I think we'll notice significantly lower winds, and I think the power outages that we've been dealing with will likely be fixed pretty quickly. But then you have to wonder, are we going to start seeing power outages because of all the flooding? And I have no doubt that we probably will in many cases. So there it is as it's moving onshore. For our area, winds have been still gusting. Spring Hill and Newport Richey gusting 79 miles an hour last report. Not sustained. We never had sustained hurricane force winds. So you will be able to make the argument after this is all said and done, all of this happened to us without hurricane winds impacting the Bay Area directly. And the key to this entire storm is how big it is. Not how strong it is, and it's strong, but how much space it carries, how much water it pushes. And that is really what's at stake here, because even though the center never got closer than 100 miles off to our west, it was so big that it's just continuing to push all that water into our area. No changes to the watches and warnings. There it is. You see how it travels right along a little bit. Really not much of a wobble, a little bit, but that center just about ready to move onshore. 140 mile an hour winds, the pressure of 939 millibars, landfall within an hour. And again, for our area, the tides are varying depending on what exact spot you're referring to. But we are looking at what will be record-breaking flooding, surge flooding across the area, and there's just no way around that. Jason, what do you got over there?
Yeah, so I want to give you a heads up, too, for those of you that you had just mentioned. It's not just the Gulf that sees flooding. It's anything that has access to the Bay or the Gulf, and that includes the Alafaya River. We now see major flooding occurring along the Alafaya River. It's just shy of hitting major flood stage. And they're forecasting, the National Weather Service is forecasting a record height on the river of 8 feet at 3:01. This includes areas in and around Lithia, also toward Riverview. That 8 feet means that we're going to get significant surge pushing up the Alafaya River as well. And looking at the latest number, this morning, the Alafaya River was sitting After we hit high tide and we went to low tide, the Alafia River's height was 3 feet. It's now up to 5.47 feet, and the forecast is for 8 feet. So, of course, from this morning to the peak when we get to high tide, we're talking about a 5-foot surge in the Alafia River, which, of course, is about 20 miles away from the Gulf of Mexico, depending on where you're at, of course. It's attached to Tampa Bay, but that just goes to show you what these heights are looking like as this surge is coming in. Also want to let you know the National Hurricane Center saying that a NOAA National Ocean Service tide gauge located at Clearwater Beach has recently reported a level of 6.18 feet above mean high water, which is an approximation of the inundation in that area. So again, we're now in major flood stage here on Clearwater Beach. Once you get past 6 feet, you're in major flood stage. That's what's happening. We did not see this happen with the Dahlia last year. We are now in major flood stage here at Clearwater Beach as the surge continues to move on shore in these areas. Want to check a couple of other spots. Let me see, St. Pete, you are now in moderate flood stage above 5 feet. We are also looking at areas in and around Tampa. So over by Picnic Island, we're approaching major flood stage now here in South Tampa with the water height just shy of 6 feet. It looks like it's 5.5 feet right now, expected to climb above major flood stage within the hour. We've got East Tampa. This is over by Port Tampa Bay. We're looking at a height of 5.7 feet. Major flood stage starts at 6 feet. The forecast is potentially as high as 8 feet. So here we go. We're starting to see that significant surge really inundate parts of Tampa Bay right now. And one last stop is at Port Manatee. Right now in moderate flood stage, we are at a height of 5.3 feet. The forecast is for us to go up to 6.2 feet here at Port Manatee, which is coming up pretty quickly as our high tides are beginning to approach here over the next hour to hour and a half. So that's what it looks like here with the surge threat. The surge threat is being maximized right now. If you missed this a second ago, we talked about some of the tide times, and again, it just varies on your location. But here's a look at those high tide forecasts. Anywhere between 11 p.m. and about 4 a.m., we're all going to get to our high tides. And at that point, we should start to see the winds beginning to lighten up as well. They're still gusting, believe it or not, still gusting to 60 miles per hour in a lot of areas. So that 60 mile per hour wind direction is coming in off of the Gulf, which is working against the tide that will try and go out here after midnight after we reach that high tide peak. And that's going to keep the surge heights on the high side. The latest gust at 22 minutes ago was 66 miles per hour in St. Pete. In Brooksville, a 58 mile per hour wind gust here at Tampa International Airport. Once again, we've gusted to 66. Our peak gust has been 67. So we're still seeing gusts well removed from the center of the hurricane that's now moving onshore up toward Taylor and Lafayette County. This is where we're looking at the potential for these surge heights to continue, because unfortunately we're just not seeing these winds calming down significantly enough just yet. So like Dennis said, here's what it looks like on the satellite. We're seeing that eye now approach the coast. And as we go into the next half hour to 45 minutes, that eye wall is going to start to move onshore. That will, of course, allow the winds to begin to weaken with the system. Unfortunately, it's going to be a slow weakening process of this system because it's moving so quickly. So it's going to take some time for our winds to calm down, but it does look like by 4, 5, and 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, that's when we're really going to start to see these winds coming down quite a bit significantly. So there's the eye wall now moving onshore here in Taylor County. So in and around Perry, where unfortunately they have just been hit so hard over the last couple of years. Steinhatchee up toward the Perry area. This is where we're looking at the eye wall moving onshore right now with its 140 plus mile per hour winds. We also have St. Mark's, which is now in southeastern sections of Wakulla County. Sopchoppy over toward Alligator Point and Shell Island area. This is where the eye wall is about to move onshore here. There's Tallahassee, and the western eye wall is going to get very close to downtown Tallahassee with a movement generally off to the north-northeast. That's going to clip the east side over toward Northeast Capitol Circle, the Thomasville Road area. One of my old TV stations that I interned at up there, yeah, that affiliate, they're likely going to be clipped by the eye wall here over toward East Tallahassee. Our sister station is on the west side of Tallahassee, actually over toward Quincy, and they potentially might miss the eye wall at our sister station up there. But yeah, the other affiliate station that I interned at, they might get the eye wall. Ladies?
I don't know if we can bring up my mic because we had a question from a viewer that just came in. Do you happen to have any Gulf buoy heights? Or do you have and you probably have to have some time to
I'll need to take a peek and see if
it's just interesting because then you'll just see how high the water came up.
And again, the water heights are obviously the offshore wave heights are what those buoys are going to pick up And the forecast was for over 30-foot waves out of the Gulf of Mexico.
In the Gulf.
Offshore.
Which is wild.
Not onshore.
Yeah.
We don't get those waves at the beach. But yes, offshore wave heights around the center of the storm. We were looking at 30-plus foot wave heights out there in the Gulf of Mexico.
Not trying to give you more homework while we're looking at
No,
landfall, but that was just a question that
see.
came in from a viewer.
Yeah, I'll take a peek and see. But I mean, there it is. And here's what's left for us. The rain, that risk is really tapered down as far as any flash flooding risk from the heavier rainfall that we had from earlier bands. And this is just a friendly reminder that we were not forecasting Debbie-like rainfall. And thankfully, we're not seeing any stationary bands setting up, producing copious amounts of freshwater flooding. So yes, everything right now is all targeted on the onshore wind coming up on high tide, and the fact that we're still getting gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour out of the west-southwest. That's going to keep the water heights elevated, unfortunately, as we continue here through the rest of tonight.
All right, can we go? Okay, we want to go out live. Is this Hillsborough? It is. Okay, this is on the scene of Hillsborough Avenue in Tampa, and Hillsborough County deputies have actually shut down this intersection of Hillsborough and Sheldon Road. As you can see there, that intersection is seeing a large amount of flooding that officials have deemed quite dangerous to pass through. They are now telling residents to seek alternate routes while the flooding recedes, and as we know, that's not going to be overnight, so it's going to take several hours.
We know that Jason was talking about the Alafaya River, but the Hillsborough River also continues to rise tonight. This is outside of our producer Caitlin's apartment. Actually, wait, hold on. I'm Caitlin's neighbor, so this is also outside of my apartment, which is actually near my place in Seminole Heights there at the Legacy as well, and you could just see how high the water has come up. It's so funny. This is like where I walk Lola all the time, and we were really nervous. We live in two-story buildings there, so we were watching to see, because after Ian, the Caloosahatchee River saw 4, 5, 6 feet that came up, and it's well inland. This is very north in Hillsborough.
And you were saying it doesn't normally flood.
It doesn't normally flood.
Which is how many times have we heard that today? This doesn't normally flood.
Yeah.
We now want to go north to our Chad Mills. He's in Cross City, which is up in Dixie County, of course, northeast of Taylor County, where the storm is going to be making landfall. It looks like the conditions are dissipating for sure. Chad?
Yeah, Wendy, getting a big gust right now. As I told you last time, we were probably very short time amount. Oh, excuse me, sorry. I'm going to step out of this big gust of wind or get a little closer to the door. But as I told you last time, we were very close to losing power, and yeah, that prediction came true. The lodge that we're staying at now, pretty pitch black as people have retreated indoors as wind and rain really picks up here in Cross City. This is Florida's Big Bend. It's in Dixie County. Surge. There are a lot of people staying from Steinhatchee inside this lodge, kind of nervously waiting to see what Helene will mean for their coastal community, along with Horseshoe Beach, another coastal community nearby. But the story right here in Cross City is just going to be the effects of wind and rain as this eye wall of a Cat 4 storm approaches Florida's Big Bend. We're on the east side of the eye, so we expect that conditions will be worse over here than perhaps on the west side. We were dealing with a lot of strong gusts of wind, tropical storm force easily. Now we're probably into hurricane levels here, at least hurricane maybe 1 or 2 strength wind as this Cat 4 hurricane approaches Florida's Big Bend. Just so many people hoping and praying inside of this lodge that the small coastal fishing villages that they live in will hold up as Helene eventually makes landfall. So many of them are right on the edge of the Gulf of Mexico. So there is the fear that when they go back to their houses that they won't be there. But, I know light is very limited, but you can see some of these trees in the background kind of shaking in the wind right now as some of these squalls come in and really start to, give this little town a taste of what Helene has in store. We'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
Chad, I do have a question. You mentioned now the intensity of the wind bursts that are getting more, obviously powerful. So if this is a Category 1 and you're getting ready to be hit with a Category 4, level of wind, I think we lost him. But I'm wondering, the lodge where everyone is staying there, is it built for a Category 4? That's a really good question, because they have a lot of folks who evacuated to that lodge that he's standing in front of, and let's hope that it has.
Yeah, you saw his shot froze there. That's just how strong the winds are. Again, he's in Taylor County, right where Hurricane Helene is closely Dixie County. Where she's about to make landfall, very close now.
And he was talking about how Steinhatchee is about 20 miles, and that's where they're really obviously fearing that the storm surge will get the worst. So we will try to check back with Chad as soon as we can. Are we going to Kylie?
Yes, it looks.
All right. Kylie McGivern is in one of our southern counties, I believe in Sarasota still. Kylie, how are conditions where you are?
Yes, we are in Sarasota. Earlier, we had been checking in from some different locations. We want to give you some perspective. I'm in downtown Sarasota right now. Our photojournalist, Randy Wright, is going to give you guys a better vantage point. It is dark out here. A lot of the power is out in downtown Sarasota, including many of the power lights. Some of them, the glow is basically why we're able to see what we can. The water moving very quickly away from the Gulf into downtown. This is the storm surge we have been talking about. This direction that we're looking, you can see barely. I know it's dark, you guys, but there is a van where the water is up over the tires. You can see the wind as well. The only reason why I'm not holding on to my hat, basically, is we have taken some shelter away from some of the wind. We've got some cover right now. Also, we wanted to be able to get higher up to be able to safely show you just how quickly the water is coming up. There are some cones in the distance that it's tough to see, but that was put out by local law enforcement. The water has exceeded that now. And we just want to tell you all, if for some reason you or loved ones are driving around in this, something we don't encourage, just know not every area is even blocked off. First responders are trying to get out as quickly as possible to put some barricades. It is dark out. You cannot see the water until you are right on it, and there is no way for you to see how deep it is. We have seen some try to walk out into the water, which is what we constantly encourage not to do. There's a transformer that's right near here. We're on a generator right now. You don't know about what live wires there are. As we take a look a little bit further down, this is one of the main intersections, North Tamiami Trail, Fruitville Road, and the water just continues to keep coming up. Also, on the other side of this roundabout, you can also see some water glistening. The reason why we say this is how quickly it can sneak up on folks. We just talked with some people who live in this high rise that we are kind of taking shelter at right now, who've just moved to Florida or moved to this area within the last few years. And as we've talked about, it's hard to fathom the storm surge if you have not witnessed it before. It's hard to imagine when you look out and you don't see the road, you don't see anything underneath. So this is why we are bringing you these updates that what we have been waiting for is now here. The wind is still strong, and this is in downtown Sarasota. But for now, we will send it back to you all in the studio.
It is very eerie when you see how dark it is, and then you don't know how high the water is going to get. I know we were looking at power outages in Sarasota, 42,000 people without power right now.
And a third of folks in Pinellas County as a whole don't have any power right now. And it's just unnerving. You hear the wind, you obviously see the floods and the surge rising, and it's very, very scary. And if for those folks who have lost any power and you're listening to us on the radio or maybe on our app, trust me when I say you're in good hands. Just please stay where you are. Don't go outside, because you just don't know. There could be a down power line. You don't know what you're stepping into. So please stay safe and stay inside.
And of course, we do appreciate you trusting us, because as we try to give you guys as much information, sometimes when we feel out of control, being informed is like, okay, this is good. This is what we can expect is going to come. And that's really what we're trying to do, as well as trying to show you the conditions out live so you don't go venture out. So
of course. And speaking of out live, we've got our Mary O'Connell.
Yep, she's live in Tarpon Springs. And Mary, last that we saw, the water came up really quickly. I know earlier in the afternoon, we still saw businesses with sandbags out there, and then all of a sudden, that water came up. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, guys, this is pretty significant flooding out here. There's no way around it at this point. We've been out here all day. We've had to move back even in the, 45 minutes, half hour since we last chatted with you, because the water is slowly pushing us back. That car that we've been referencing that's been here, it's a city car that's been parked here blocking the road all day long. We're at Dodecanese Boulevard and Pinellas Avenue here at the Sponge Docks. That car the water's over its headlights at this point. That's how significant this flooding is. I'll step out of the way so you can kind of see. Again, it's very, very dark here, and I understand that, but you can kind of see the water glistening in any light that's nearby. So you can kind of see this goes very far back. That car used to have a blinking light on the top of it too. That is dead now at this point. There was another reference point that might be hard to see at this point because some of the lights look like they're slowly going out here too. There were steps on the corner that we were able to stand on 2 hours ago maybe. They were at the corner of a business. Those are underwater too. We've had some folks come out here trying to check on their boats. The water has come over from where the boats are too. So this is practically a lake at this point, and it's significant and it's devastating here over at the sponge docks. If you know this area, you know how it is already prone to flooding. Businesses had prepared for this. They had sealed up their doors. They had put down tarps, taped up those tarps. They had put down sandbags. We even saw a wall kind of similar to what you might have seen at TGH across a span of businesses. But this is something that I haven't seen before here. It is significant. We've had several people come out here just trying to check on the different businesses. It's impossible to get down this way here. The rain has pretty much stopped. We had a little sprinkle not too long ago, but it didn't last very long. It's still quite breezy out here, but this is underwater at this point. Tarpon Springs police have also warned people of down power lines and live wires that are down across the city to be aware of that. But of course, this is something when there's daylight that we'll have to really get the grasp of the severity of what we're looking at here behind us.
All right, Mary O'Connell live for us in Tarpon Springs on this Thursday night as Hurricane Helene is very closely approaching landfall right now, especially obviously in our Big Bend. So let's go ahead and keep it north to our counties.
All right, Pasco County, Julie Solomon is in Hudson as we speak. Julie, we see some flashing lights behind you. I imagine folks are on high alert where you are.
Yeah, we've got some great first responders out here tonight. The Pasco County Sheriff's Office as well as Pasco County Fire Rescue, they are out here. We just saw a high water rescue vehicle go down into this neighborhood. This is where Hudson Beach is, down this road. So we were there earlier tonight, if you remember, and we had gone down that area and then the water started rising, so we moved out of that area. So now we're stationed here at US 19 and Clark Street. That's where the first responders are out here working tonight. You can see in this parking lot just how quickly this water is moving in. Like I said earlier, we were down by Hudson Beach here, and a lot of first responders out here right now. We're not sure exactly if they're responding to calls or what's happening down there, but the water was rising pretty quickly and we had to keep moving so we didn't get our cars stuck. We saw a couple trucks try to go down that road, and there's homes over there. I just spoke to one guy. He said he was flooded out during the last storm. He had just fixed his house, and now this. And these homes down here are in Zone A, so they were under a mandatory evacuation. And then zones B and C were voluntary evacuation here in Pasco County, so they opened up some of the shelter. So you can see there are some cars out here, and I had spoken to some people that are local here earlier today, and they told me that the water rises quickly and it will go all the way to US 19 from Hudson Beach, and they weren't kidding, because we saw it happen firsthand. And we're walking down over here, you can see the water's moving in through this parking lot. Some of the other parking lots down there are already flooded out, and like I said, there's homes over here, so you really feel for these people, because the locals were telling me that they always flood in this area, whether it's a tropical storm or even a no-name storm. So a scary situation out here, but we've got the first responders on scene, so I'm sure that makes people feel a whole lot better. But that is the latest live here, and again, we're at US 19 and Clark Street here in Hudson. So a very active scene tonight as these first responders, I'm assuming, are waiting for calls and seeing how they can help.
Yeah, Julie,
all right, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Julie, that's what I was going to ask.
Go ahead.
They have the rescue crews and the boats, kind of the high water vehicles on standby. They are expecting to have to do some rescues tonight?
Well, I had asked one of the sheriff's deputies, and he can't tell me much information, as that doesn't surprise me. We always have to go through the media specialists and the media, we call them public information officers, and they tell us, exactly what's going on. So we got to go through the proper channels. So I didn't get a whole lot of information out here, but one can assume, I've been doing this long enough. I saw a high water rescue vehicle go in. I mean, that thing was ginormous. It had wheels probably the size of me almost.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
But it, it went down there. It was it said rescue vehicle, and we watched it go down this road, and you can see Pasco Sheriff truck, as well as some other first responders out here, and a fire truck too down this road. So one can assume that they're obviously received some calls, or they're expecting some calls, because they've stationed over here on US 19.
All right.
And people who live in this area told me the water reaches US 19, and we're literally watching that happen right now.
Right. Okay, well, you stay safe out there. Glad to see the first responders are ready to go and help folks in need when it's safe for them to go. So thank you, Julie. We'll check back with you in just a bit. We want to go to St. Petersburg now, and checking in with our Katie Legrone, who's in the Shore Acres neighborhood, I believe, still, and has a live interview for us. So, Katie, how are conditions right now?
Yeah, so Wendy, a pretty harrowing last hour for my photographer and I. We actually ended up having to get out of Shore Acres because the water was rising so fast. We moved away from Shore Acres, and then even in the vicinity just outside Shore Acres, we were coming across some pretty frightening water levels. So we kind of made our way completely out of that area. And now we're in downtown St. Pete, where you can see behind me, I mean, there's quite a scene here as well. We're on Central Avenue, right adjacent, right near the St. Pete Yacht Club. And you can see, Matt, if you can zoom in, there's a couple guys walking across the street. That'll give you some perspective on just how high the water is here in the downtown St. Pete area. You can see there's really kind of no area here that's sort of off limits from these floods. I want to bring in a native, Clinton Marchison. You were born and raised here in St. Pete. I actually came up to you sort of shaken after getting out of really escaping Shore Acres, and asked you sort of, give me some perspective. How does this compare? Is this normal?
Yeah, no, this is definitely not normal. This is, higher waters than we've ever seen. So, it's, the winds have been, pretty heavy too. It's definitely, a lot more than normal. So.
Yeah. So this is not typical, even on during a really bad storm.
I mean, you can see the dumpster floating across the street too. It's just,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that that's a dumpster. Matt, are you guys able to see that?
Oh, wow.
That box in the middle of the water? That's a dumpster that's now floating right adjacent to the St. Pete Yacht Club.
Green one is moving right there too. Yeah.
Oh my God, both of them. So there's a light colored one, and then there's a green one right across from it. They're both floating now on Central Avenue here in downtown St. Pete. Clinton, tell me your situation. Are you staying put? Were you able to stay put in your home?
Yeah, no, we're staying put, but the water levels are definitely rising, way higher than anybody was expecting. So,
At this point, do you know, at least in your neighborhood or even in the downtown area, what that surge was expected to be? I know in the Shore Acres it was 5 to 8. I imagine that it's about that here.
Yeah, I mean, the storm kind of came, pretty sudden, so there wasn't, too much, forecast. I mean, it's just, happens pretty quickly, but yeah.
This is quite a sight to be seen, and I want to show you. I mean, there's some people around us here. If you don't want to be on camera, go ahead and find some safe space to be. But I mean, there's people who are now walking. They're walking down here, taking a look at this site because it is so unusual here in downtown St. Pete. I can tell you, I've never seen it like this, not even close to it. So this is all, of course, coming from the bay. The high tide is still a couple hours away, so this is likely expected to get much worse over the coming hours. And of course, we'll be out here, and monitoring the situation. That's the very latest from St. Pete. Guys, back to you.
Katie Legrone, live from St. Pete. Actual dumpsters floating in the water down there.
This is just unprecedented, everything that we're seeing tonight. We have our Chad Mills again live in Cross
I don't
City.
hear anything.
All right, he's in Dixie County, northeast of Taylor County.
IFB went out.
I know he can't hear us, but just Just tell him to take it away because he's about to get full landfall in about 30 minutes. Tell Chad just to start.
It doesn't sound like he can hear us at all. We know that this is going to happen, especially when he's right there, right when landfall is about to happen, and the winds are really rough, and
you can't hear because
it
it's
is
so
just
loud.
so loud out there. So we'll try to get back out to Chad, especially because we have landfall approaching quickly. So, all right, let's keep it up to our north, though, because our Eric Waxler is actually in Crystal River, downtown Crystal River. Eric, it seems like it has been somewhat calm for the last couple of hours for you guys, but they are expecting storm surge pretty dramatic there as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the storm surge is what everybody's been really concerned about. I mean, yes, we have had some downpours this evening, and we've had some wind. But that is not what the real concern is. It is that storm surge of 10 to 15 feet. We've actually moved from the town square in Crystal River over to the Hampton Inn, where so many people who really just live right around here have come to stay for the night because they know that their homes are going to flood and they wanted someplace safe to stay. And we've got Sarum here. He's the manager who's been dealing with. Good to see you. So tell us, I mean, the hotel is full. You've probably had to turn away a lot of people.
Unfortunately, yes, I've had to.
You've been through this before. Has this kind of been a place for refuge where people can feel safe a little bit while all the flooding and things are going on?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, we did a great job in helping people make people feel safe during Hurricane Helene last year, and so this time we're doing with Helen, and so we're doing the best as best as we can to make sure that the guests feel as safe as possible for Helen coming up right now.
And you can tell, I mean, people are here with their dogs too, so it's pet friendly. I mean, that's a big deal for people, is to be able to come somewhere where they can have their pets too.
Right, exactly, yeah.
And I guess we're all just waiting to see what's going to happen. What's your feeling as we head into the midnight hour here?
Yeah, no, right now, I'm hoping that we don't lose any power right now. That's the one thing that I'm focused on right now. But, I'm closely monitoring everything, making sure everything is functioning as they should. And then, hopefully this storm will pass by very quickly.
Okay. Sam, you can get back to work and take care of all these guests that you have here. We appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Here at the Hampton Inn in Crystal River, where, again, we've seen people, bringing their belongings. Some of these people just live a few blocks away. But again, they have gone through flooding before from Hurricane Helene last year, and they know their home is going to flood again. So they're staying in a hotel, but there's only so many hotels around here in Crystal River. So people have been turned away and have had to find other places to stay. But again, as the hour gets closer to midnight, that's when the storm surge concern really could come up. And we're talking about predictions of 10 to 15 feet, which, as people have said here, officials have said that would be catastrophic for the people here in this community. So we'll wait and see, and it might be one of those things where as everybody goes to sleep tonight, if they can even go to sleep tonight, they're not going to know what's going to be happening until tomorrow morning when the sun rises and you really get a look at what that flooding has done. We were over by Kings Bay, where the water is known to creep up and come up the street and then flood into the lower levels where a lot of homes are. Some homes have been built up higher over the years to protect themselves from the storm, but so many have not. So we really might not know the extent of the damage here until the sun rises tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Eric, it's 10:44 on Thursday night, so we definitely have a lot of time here. We're getting images out of Fort Myers, like Southwest Florida, and the water's still rising down there because that's from the storm surge. So though the storm is moving up, we're still seeing the impacts as the tides are still coming up as well. And that's probably what we're going to see here and what Eric's going to see up in Crystal River and what they're going to see even farther north.
And Dennis was saying that the fact that down south, the water is still rising means that this is really unprecedented. And the numbers that we thought would be on the high side actually might be what we see as far as surge goes.
Water levels still rising, but we've already surpassed records at several locations.
Wow.
Yeah.
So there you go. So we've already passed records, and the night is still young at 10:45. Of course, we are spread out all over the place. We want to go back to our Chad Mills. We lost him just a little bit ago. So I think our producer will toss to you, Chad. I don't know if you can hear me.
Helene is coming in pretty heavy here in Cross City right now. Definitely hurricane force winds that are sweeping across this lodge's parking lot look at the trees behind me. They are just blowing in the wind, and I don't know if you can see the Putnam Lodge sign in the background. It is swaying in the wind as well. We've already had a number of small branches coming down. As I mentioned before, we are without power at this lodge, so we are only limited to what we can see, but you have to imagine we have some trees down in the general vicinity of where I am right now. The wind has been that fierce, and we expect it'll only get worse over the next hour or so as the eye approaches landfall. This Category 4 storm kind of barreling into the coastline that we are near. We are inland. We're about 10 miles from Steinhatchee, where I stand right now, on Florida's Big Bend. The worry there is storm surge, but here, so far away from the coast, they were worried about wind and what it could do to some of the older structures. Wendy, you had mentioned the lodge that we are staying. Will it withstand hurricane force winds? I think the answer is yes. It's been here since 1927. Probably not built to modern day codes, but it has been here for a long time. A piece of old Florida built from the timber that was logged in this area. That's kind of what it's known for. They expect it'll do just fine, but really being tested right now. We're in a bit of a lull right now, but the wind has been fierce after we lost power just a short time ago. So many people in this lodge behind where you were looking from, hoping and praying about the coastline though, because they know there will be wind in a hurricane like this. Their main worry is what storm surge will do to some of these areas like Horseshoe Beach, Steinhatchee, and other small fishing villages up along the Big Bend of Florida. You know, they saw so much flooding, saltwater flooding from Idalia about a year ago. Now they're experiencing a storm that's even stronger than Idalia, where the National Hurricane Center is predicting even more storm surge. We have looked at some webcams that are still up in the Horseshoe Beach area. So far, storm surge hasn't reached those historic levels, but they expect that will happen after the eye moves past this area. That's when the water will be sucked up into some of the creeks that will then flood those areas of Horseshoe Beach and Steinhatchee. We are, again, in Cross City, about 10 miles from that. So we feel we are okay right here. But again, wind is a factor. We have lost power at our hotel, but we will continue to monitor the conditions here in Dixie County, Florida, where emergency responders, as you would imagine, probably not responding to calls at this point. They warned everyone for the better part of 3 or 4 days to get off of some of these small islands and seek shelter, perhaps in Gainesville or Tallahassee. They didn't really want them to evacuate to where we are right now, but as hours passed, they said even this, where we are, is so much better than being along the coast. Send things back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Chad, please stay safe out there as the wind intensifies. And as Helene nears landfall again within the next 20 to 30 minutes, we want to go to Tallahassee, where our Forrest Sanders is standing by live. But still, it's not too intense there, right? It doesn't look like it anyway.
You know what? The gusts have been coming and going, and if you can kind of hear what sounds like a semi idling in the background, that is not a giant truck. In fact, it's the giant generator that they have at the state EOC here in Tallahassee. That is because this area has lost power. And I can tell you, I've been through a lot of severe weather here in Tallahassee. The Southwood area very seldom loses power because of a lot of its utilities are underground. It usually takes a pretty sizable force to knock out energy here. So now you have the state EOC that is running off that generator. You can see behind me just an abyss of black. That is because the entire area outside of this state operations center has lost power. What I can tell you is that we've started feeling those gusts really start to kick up. In fact, just a little bit ago, it knocked over our light. We had to piece it back together. My photographer had to take it into the van and basically duct tape it together so we could get some light out here for you. Yeah, conditions are getting worse by the minute. In fact, here in about 10 to 15 minutes, we expect to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis to talk about the latest with this storm. We're going to get an update on where things stand, if there has been any emergency work or rescues up and down the peninsula, because obviously the coast of Florida has been dealing with storm surge as this storm has made its way up north. It is now getting ready to make landfall. Some really dangerous conditions potentially in the Taylor County area. That's Steinhatchee, that's Perry. There's a lot of concern out there. But here in Tallahassee, it sounds like we still could get some nasty winds as this thing crosses across our area. I think Dennis had mentioned the potential of 90 to 100 miles per hour on the western side of the eye wall. Not good. Nobody wants to have that here in Tallahassee because of the trees. The trees are a real risk. What I've been told from the governor's press secretary, what to expect from him here in the next few minutes when he does his press conference, is that the time to leave has passed. Now, if you are sheltering, you have to shelter in place. Stay safe as you can, because now is the time that the storm is going to get really intense. And if you did not heed an evacuation order, emergency personnel are not going to be able to come rescue you. That is the unfortunate reality of this storm. Things are getting too dangerous for emergency crews to come out and rescue you in the immediate area. So you're going to have to wait it out, right? And that is why emergency crews have warned people from the get-go to heed these evacuation warnings. But again, time is too late, so you're going to have to hunker down and stay safe. That is what we are going to do. Here in the next 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go inside the EOC. We will evaluate things after the governor's press conference to see whether or not the conditions warrant us coming back out here. But as I have said, we've seen a dramatic increase in the wind. We've seen the rain has now become more steady. Things are getting nasty here in Tallahassee, and we are very hopeful that we don't see them get any nastier. But hey, the storm is just getting started in our neck of the woods.
All right, stay safe out there for us. Thank you for your reporting.
All right, it is 10:51 on Thursday night as we are dangerously close to Hurricane Helene making landfall. This is why we are focusing our coverage right now in the Big Bend, Tallahassee area. Let's go out from where Forrest was at the EOC, at the state EOC, now to where Paul is, also in Tallahassee. Paul, how's it looking out there?
Yeah, we're closer to the FSU campus here along Tennessee Street. We're at the 4 Points Hotel here in Tallahassee. And as we approach that 11 o'clock hour, and as Helene approaches us, the wind definitely gusting right now. I just measured it around wind gusts 55 miles an hour as I take you through back here to where we still see cars out and about. The power is still very much on. And I think folks are perhaps getting off the late shift from work. There's still people driving around here. Tennessee Street, a main thoroughfare here. The traffic lights are still on. Off in the distance, we did see an orange boom earlier, which could indicate that the power went out in one sector of the city, perhaps a transformer or a substation. It looked like an orange explosion that filled up the sky. That was about 30 minutes ago. What happens is, guys, it gets, and this happens with these hurricanes that I've covered before. It's super intense wind, and then it, lulls down. And then all of a sudden, you get hit with another one coming through. And we're under this canopy here, and here's one coming right now, where it just funnels that wind coming out of the northeast direction, wrapping around this circular building here, and it shoots out into the street. And so, the big, concern that we've talked about all day, the trees, how much punishment can they take from Helene? And the question being, how many of those trees are going to come down? Where are they going to come down? And hopefully people heeded the warnings to get out. I know a lot of people here in this hotel in particular, that was really the main reason that they decided to evacuate. They're locals. They're not people from hours away. They're right up the road in the neighborhood here in Tallahassee. They said, look, we're under a canopy of trees. Much of the city is. It's what it's known for. It's a beautiful place. Those trees, some of these oak trees, decades old, if not 100 years old, they can come down with the ground being saturated and, of course, the wind. So the wind is going to be the story here in the next hour or so, and the volume of Helene is getting turned up by the minute right now. So I'll send it back to you, but we're definitely starting to feel it here.
Yeah, Paul, I was curious as to how strong that burst of wind was. We were talking to Chad. He felt like maybe it was a Cat 1, but I know you're expecting a Cat 4. Where are you at? Do you feel like that wind gust was a Cat 1? You've been through several of these.
No, I don't think we're there yet. And I think it's what's going to happen, Wendy, is it's going to be all of a sudden. It's going to be a 0 to 60, for lack of a better phrase, more like 0 to 100. It's going to come all of a sudden. I don't think it's going to be one of these gently phased in situations. You're going to be either not in it, and then you're going to be totally in it when it comes to the wind. That's kind of how this feels like it's going to go tonight. As for the rain, I mean, it's been pretty steady But right now, this feels more like the wind event at this moment, at least right now. That's how it feels.
Right.
we're now casting at this point.
Give it another 30 minutes, my friend, and I think you'll feel a little bit more than that. Thank you, Paul. Stay safe out there.
Right.
All right, let's go now back here in the Bay Area, a little bit further south to Pasco County. That's where our Julie Salomon is in Hudson.
Yeah, Julie, how are things now? You don't see, I don't see the flashing lights, so maybe the first responders have gone their way, or you're in a different area.
Oh no, we're in the same area, Wendy, and I don't know where they all took off to, but that can't be good, right? Because they all left this area, but they did shut down this road here. If we can walk, I'm gonna show you over here. Now, you saw the last time we had a bunch of first responders out here, and they all took off, but we're seeing a lot of flashing lights up and down US 19. We're near the intersection of US 19 and Clark Street. So if you take this street down, Clark Street down, you'll hit Hudson Beach. That's where we were earlier tonight, but the water was rising so quickly, so we moved out of that area. There are homes in that area. I just spoke with a couple that said that they got water in their house and they took the jet ski out of there. So they took it up to US 19. And locals tell me that this area floods all the time during tropical storms, hurricanes, no-name storms. The water just rises very quickly. So you can see this parking lot is now slowly starting to get underwater. The road here is shut down around US 19, and the first responders went further down on US 19. But I did run into Sheriff Chris Naco. He is out here tonight working, and he told me that they've responded to about 24 rescue calls, and they're receiving more as they come in. So it's going to be a busy night out here. But he said 24 was the last number they had. Obviously, that number is likely to increase as they work this area here. But you're looking at the Hudson area, not far from Hudson Beach. And this was a Zone A evacuation area. So they were urging people to, it was a mandatory evacuation over the last couple of days, and then a voluntary evacuation if you lived in B and C. So that is the latest live here in Hudson. I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. And we are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis to talk and speak to the public in just moments. So as soon as he begins that press conference, we'll bring it to you live.
Seems like a lot is happening right now, because not only are we waiting for a possible landfall here, we're waiting for the governor. We also know that high tide starts kicking in around 11 o'clock as well. So you're going to want to stick with us here on ABC Action News, because we're going to help you get through the night. And that includes getting you out live to all of our reporters out there. And let's head out to Tarpon Springs, where Mary O'Connell is live for us.
Hey guys, yeah, we're still monitoring this situation over at the sponge docks right now, because this area is just completely underwater. For perspective, we're at Dodecanese Boulevard and Pinellas Avenue. We're right parallel, standing next to the Aegean Bar and Grill, if you know where that is. The water has basically come up to where we're standing at this point. We've had to move back several times. So I'll step out so you can kind of see. Again, I know it's very dark back here, but you might be able to catch a shimmer of the water to kind of grasp the gravity of how much water we're talking about here. There was at one point a city car that was in the middle there with a flashing light and its headlights on. It's been submerged past the headlights. The blinking light died at one point, so it's no longer there at this point. We've had some folks who are coming out to check on their boats out here to see how those boats were doing. We actually had people who were walking in the floodwater, which is obviously not advised, but to give you an idea of how tall that is, it went up to a woman's waist. So it is very high water here we're dealing with. And I know that these business owners had been taking all the precautions that they could, and we won't know until tomorrow and when we have daylight to know exactly what we're dealing with here. Those precautions, some of the business owners, we had a wall, flood barriers across some businesses. We had foam sealing doors. We had sandbags. We had tarps out here. These folks out here at the sponge docks are no stranger to flooding from storms. They saw it with Idalia. They certainly saw it with Tropical Storm Debbie not too long ago. So they know what it's like and they know how to prepare, and they take these storms very seriously. It's just really unfortunate to see all the water out here right now. Before I send it back, there was a gentleman that we were talking to out here. We've had a lot of people come out here just to see the image of all this water. He said in 38 years he's never seen the water like this before. That's one person's perspective. Of course, tomorrow in daylight we'll be able to really get a grasp of the gravity of how much water is out here, guys.
Yeah, but Mary, we are hearing that a lot. We're hearing that this is unprecedented, that a lot of folks who say, hey, this area never floods, and guess what? It's already flooding, and it's only increasing now. So that gentleman is not alone in his perspective. A lot of folks are saying this has never happened before, and it is unprecedented.
Yeah, we had Katie Legrone that was out in St. Petersburg, and she had to move from Shore Acres to downtown St. Pete, and another guy had also said that he had never seen flooding that bad, and they're always known to do that. So Mary O'Connell live for us there in Tarpon Springs. All right, we have some video, I believe, coming in from across the Bay Area. We want to start here in Madeira Beach. This is footage from the All Seasons Vacation Resort inside the lobby here. It shows the floodwaters rushing through that lobby, blocking off the elevator entrances. The Gulf is inside the hotel at this point.
It really looks like that. Yeah, it's a full river inside, and it's only rising from there. That is just so concerning. So much damage to so many buildings and homes. We have more images of flooding, and this is in Town and Country, of course, in Hillsborough County. Streets completely underwater there as well. We saw several intersections blocked off by officers because the roads are unpassable. We also know many traffic lights are out due to all the power outages in Hillsborough, along with all the other counties in Pinellas and Pasco. And so it's very, very concerning. Do not drive anywhere. Don't try to check out your neighborhood, because in fact, it will often look like this, and it's just not a good time to be out in it.
Well, you mentioned power outages. It is 11:02. We are waiting, hopefully, for the governor to do a news conference here, as we're also waiting to see if Hurricane Helene is going to make landfall. So as we wait for the governor to see what he has to say at this point, I really want to touch base on power outages, because we had just talked about that. In Tico, 96,000 without power at Tampa Electric alone there. And then we were looking at Duke Energy,
yeah, 210,000, which, you know, in just an hour or two, it was half that, I feel like, around 9 or 10 o'clock. So more folks are out of electricity at this point. They have crews everywhere when conditions, you know, are much safer. Of course, they will get your power turned on, but please be patient, because it's not going to happen right away.
We also got a quick update from the city of St. Petersburg that they had to make a decision to turn off, I believe it was one of the utility stations. I need to pull this up here, because what's interesting is basically they're cutting off water because it has inundated the stormwater system. And so meaning you're not flushing your toilets, you're not taking showers, there's no laundry, and they're doing this to protect the stormwater system. That's in the city of St. Pete. I can try to pull that up for us. I know that that literally just came in a couple minutes
ago. And this happens often because it gets, you know, inundated and overloaded, and it can't keep up. And a storm like this, as we saw because of the size of this storm up and down our coastlines, you know, of course, it can't keep up. There's no way. And as we're seeing the flooding as of now, and it's only getting higher, obviously, because the surge now, high tide is now starting now at 11 p.m., goes all the way till 2, 3 in the morning. I know Jason even said, I believe, in the Citrus area, 4 a.m. maybe. So we're going to see this for several hours. Chief Meteorologist Dennis Phillips, is there something that you wanted to talk about? No. No. Okay. All right. Well, when I see him, I always think, oh, there must be a warning or something we need to know. But we should mention that we have this QR code right here. So if you take your phone and open your camera, it will take you to our Hurricane Center at abcactionnews.com. It has our website out there. Everything that you need to know when you scan this is on our website, including, of course, if you need help after the storm passes, it gives you all the emergency numbers that you need. So hopefully we can.
I think we're gonna go ahead and send it over as well to Dennis too, because Dennis, you are watching this really closely, because at this point, any moment now, Hurricane Helene can make landfall.
Yeah, we're going to get landfall literally any minute.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty much right there. Officially, you get it from the Hurricane Center, and it's going to be in Perry. It's going to be the second straight year that we are going to have a massive hurricane. Last year, I believe it was 130. I think it was Cat 4.
So it was, and then they downgraded it to Cat 3 in there.
They brought it back down, yeah. So, I mean, and this one will be Cat 4 with winds of 140 miles an hour. For us, the winds are obviously beginning to taper off from our central and southern counties. It's still windy, but the peak winds, the ones 75, 80 miles an hour, the gusts that we had are beginning, at least in the southern counties, to wind down, but still really nasty across Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. But there it is. We still have that extreme wind warning for the purple area. And I'll tell you, Tallahassee is right on the fringe of the western eye wall. And they may look out. I mean, they may be 3-4 miles away from that eye wall. They're still going to get winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. But within this western eye wall, it's certainly possible those winds could be 120, 130, even 140, because max sustained winds right now are still 140. And this purple area, that is the extreme wind warning with winds of at least 100 miles an hour. So overall, you can see how far this is away. No longer even close to hurricane winds, at least sustained winds. And we never did. We never had sustained hurricane winds. We did see gusts of 75, and even I think the highest I saw was 82 in one area, but still some very heavy rain. We're going to look back at this storm as a massive flood maker. I mean, I'm getting pictures, and folks, a buddy of mine who lives on the Alafaya, he said he's never, ever had water come into his house. Water is coming into his house. I've told you about my in-laws with water 3 feet in their first floor, and they have never flooded before, having lived here for 20 years. So, I mean, we are going to unfortunately see just a plethora of stories. And, you know, it's going to be a little interesting because typically after a hurricane, you know, you send out cameras and there's drones and they show you, you know, the outside damage, the wind damage. In this particular case, a lot of the damage is going to be on the inside. A lot of the damage is going to be homes that the water actually came in. And still, last check, Newport Richey with a gust of 79, Spring Hill a gust of 79. So closer to the storm, obviously, that's where it's going on. My guess is that Governor DeSantis, who we're about to go to in a little bit, maybe he's waiting to see when landfall. I mean, because it's going to be any minute, so maybe he just wants to wait and say, all right, well, this is when landfall occurred. But southern counties, you see, while it is still windy, it's improving. And as quickly as this storm is moving, and by the way, we do have the new advisory that just came out a couple of minutes ago. I'll show it to you in just a second, but there it is. And as this storm continues to move north, winds of 140 miles an hour, that has not changed. Moving north-northeast at 24, that has not changed. The pressure actually dropped a millibar. So literally, this storm was at its strongest as it made landfall. And that's always the last thing that you want to see. I mean, just look at it. And, you know, you look at the satellite picture, it almost makes me think that there's a little something off with the offset of the base map because, like I said, this looks like it made it inland maybe 20 minutes ago, and it just hasn't. I mean, we're looking at our live radar, and you can see any second. In fact, Jason, I bet if we go on Twitter, X, whatever, if you go on it, it'll say, NHC will probably come out and say, all right, you know, this made landfall because it looks like it really has happened right there. And again, that's between St. Mark's and Perry and very, very close to Perry. Moving north-northeast, there's the updated track. Moving, boy, that track is pretty much due north, isn't it? In fact, it might even be, no, it's pretty much due north. And because it's moving so fast, we expect tropical storm conditions well into northern Georgia, you know, and potentially even into Tennessee. So, as we said, this is going to be, unfortunately, Jason and I were just talking, like, well, I wonder if they're going to retire the name of this. There's no doubt they will. I mean, even if the wind was not extraordinary at 140, which it is, but when you see the kind of storm surge numbers that we have seen in the pictures that we keep getting, former Tampa Mayor Iorio texted me a few minutes ago and showed me some pictures of what's going on in Tampa. And my neighbors, some of my neighbors over closer to the water in Ozona is up above mailboxes. I mean, and it's going from Sarasota, Siesta Key, all the way up to Crystal River. And they haven't even really experienced a lot of that surge yet in Crystal River. They will shortly, and because they are closer to the eye, closer to the center, those numbers are going to be even higher. Crystal River scares me. I think we're going to start seeing some really A lot of times Crystal River to Cedar Key is just that zone that gets a lot of surge with these storms, and they're kind of used to it, but they're not used to this, because when you see numbers in excess of 10 feet and closer to 12 feet in some cases, that is extraordinary. That is something unprecedented we've never seen before. Power index, we're still getting power outages. I'm still hearing a lot of folks without power across the area. Don't have the exact number. I'm sure Nadine had it, yeah.
Yeah, Tico, 98,000 in Tampa, 210,000 in Pinellas County. And let me go down really quick. We got about 42,000 in Sarasota and another 40,000 in Manatee.
You're like 380,000, so you're over a third of a million folks.
You did that math so fast. You are a meteorologist.
Yeah, I'm a numbers guy. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely the thing. So, I mean, you know, you've got over a third of a million people still without power as things will slowly start to improve. So here they are. These are the forecast numbers from midnight through the overnight. You see, we see 20, 25 right through tomorrow. So things are finally, at least in terms of the weather for us, are going to improve dramatically. And we're going to need that help, because there's going to be a lot of cleaning up to do tomorrow. It isn't going to be the kind of cleanup I think a lot of folks are going to see from the outside, but with water going into so many places, it is going to be unprecedented. So again, we're going to toss to Governor DeSantis coming up in just a minute, but let's go on over to Jason real quick and let's see what you're showing, because it looks to me like it's making landfall right now.
Yeah, and I was just looking up exactly where Idalia made landfall, and this could be the exact same spot that Idalia made landfall. Not off by a mile or two, not off by 15 miles or 20 miles. It may be the exact same spot in Taylor County. Just incredible to see that is a possibility. Haven't gotten the update from the National Hurricane Center yet, but like Dennis said, at any point we are going to see a landfall over Taylor County. Watching Tallahassee very closely, because of course they could be very, very close to that western eye wall. And if they are lucky enough, they will avoid the 100+ mile/hour winds, because those would be confined, of course, within the eye wall. And right now that eye wall is going to be just to their southwest by about 15 miles. So it is extremely close to Tallahassee at this point. And those strongest winds are going to be confined basically into this zone right here. That's the closest to Tallahassee right now. Notice the red, yellow, and orange colors over top of them. Clearly, they're well within the hurricane force winds right now. But the strongest winds, if we can get this to jog a little more to the northeast, they may miss that landfall point, or at least the eye wall point, I should say. But there it is. And the spot that showed up as the landfall point from Idalia last year was right here. Right here, and that is potentially the exact same. It's right where the middle of the eye goes onshore is the official landfall point, and this is basically the exact same area that what we were looking at with Idalia last year. Now the difference for us with this system is, of course, Idalia did not produce record storm surge. It did in a couple of spots, but now we're looking at significant storm surge here across a lot of basically the entire coast is seeing record surge. So we got the 2-minute countdown, 2-minute warning to Governor DeSantis. So yeah, I'll hang out here for a little bit. As soon as I get the word, I'll send it over to Governor DeSantis, give you the latest with him. Like Dennis said, probably waiting to get the official on this making landfall, but yes, very, very likely that this will officially make landfall here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So while we're waiting on Governor DeSantis back here at home, we are significantly improved as far as these bands go that were producing 60 to 70, 80 mile/hour wind gusts. Unfortunately, we're still looking at some 50 mile/hour wind gusts over the last hour or so. And in the Nature Coast, this is where you could still see those hurricane force gusts, because of course you're closer to the center. That's now moving onshore here in Taylor County. So where you see the red, yellow, and orange colors, basically from Hernando and Beverly Hills southwest over to Weeki Wachee. Weeki Wachee, one of the spots that's seeing gusts over 60 miles/hour within the last hour. These bands where those orange colors are, especially along 19, this is where we're looking at some very, very heavy rainfall. Nadine?
I just want to mention something as we're waiting for the governor. We just got an update from Pinellas County Emergency Management. Hundreds of people have called for evacuation help in a flooded storm, which we knew, but that water's rising. And when you're hearing that the 911 call centers are being inundated right now for hundreds of
and they can't go rescue them.
No, not until it's safe.
Not anytime soon.
This is all as Helene's about to make landfall, as we're about to hear from the governor. It really is going to be a long night for many of us.
Absolutely, and the surge isn't going to wind down until after high tide and after these winds that are very strong on shore start to lower themselves as well. So yes, unfortunately, we're hearing about these situations where people are stuck. and they're hoping for some help, but unfortunately until the waters start to recede, rescuers cannot get to these places. They cannot get to them until it's safe for them. So a lot of these people unfortunately are going to be stuck waiting on potential rescue. So when do we start to see those winds coming down? I really think it's after midnight. Now that the storm is making landfall, it's closing in on Georgia. By the way, South Georgia also getting an extreme wind warning now, just like we saw in the Florida Panhandle a little while ago as it was making landfall. But now we have the governor, so let's go ahead and get it over to Governor DeSantis.
State Emergency Operations Center providing an update on Hurricane Helene. It is currently making landfall in Taylor County in the Big Bend section of Florida, Deckle Beach. It is a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is moving northeast at 24 mile per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway, car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now is not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down. But you have these 140 mile an hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County. And that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done, and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there. And just please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass, and when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so. To commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday, a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major, major gusts in Jefferson County, in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close to Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential down lines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead. You can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on.
You are listening into Emergency Management Director for the state of Florida, Kevin Guthrie, there for Governor's press conference there in Tallahassee, as we're watching very closely Hurricane Helene either just made or in the process of making landfall on Deco Beach and Steinhatchee right now. The governor saying, Wendy, treat this like a tornado. Go inside, find interior, protect yourself, especially up there in Tallahassee. Several roads are underwater. They don't want you going out until all of this has passed. But all of this right now really hitting Tallahassee and the Big Bend.
Yeah, and he also mentioned, we've talked about it before, Dennis talked about it a couple hours ago, generators. If you need to use one and you have one, please don't put it in your house, don't put it in your garage, don't put it near a window. Very, very dangerous. Make sure that generator is outside your home. And when the linemen they believe it's safe, they will be out to restore your power. So please be patient, because it won't happen until the sun is up and they know that the down power lines and everything else right now is just not safe in the dark to do anything. We have our Paul Agrone standing by in Tallahassee again, and I imagine that he has gotten a bit of what it feels like to go through a Cat 4 as we speak. Paul, the governor said, treat this like a tornado. Is that kind of what you're feeling right now?
Honestly, it comes and goes, guys. 2 minutes ago it was really intense. The wind was blowing right through this tunnel. Not as intense as Idalia when I was in Perry last year, but it seems like it's getting incrementally stronger. The wind, the rain now coming down. Here we go. And then there was a limb that came off the tree. I kind of tell myself, when the limbs start to drop, the BS stops, and you got to look out keep your eyes up and your head fixed on what you're doing, because you don't want to get whacked. But the wind, every now and then Helene throws a haymaker at you, and and then it goes away. So it's kind of coming and going. That seems to be the rhythm of the storm right now. I will say that the traffic is almost non-existent here on Tennessee Street. We were still seeing people driving around. And then the power did briefly go out, but it came right back on. So they're winning the power war right now here in Tallahassee. We did see some explosions lighting up in the distance, and I can only think that was probably a transformer, which is expected to happen. You know, we talked about the trees knocking over, interfering with power lines. So that's the story right now. And again, then you had this sort of calm lull. Relatively calm. I mean, we're still in a hurricane, but and then it'll pick right back up again, and the wind will it just whips right back around, coming in from the northeast right now. It sounds like we're about to get another one. You know, it's about like that, and then you just don't know how strong is it going to be, and you're sort of looking out for any kind of projectiles coming your way. But right now, steady as she goes. Guys.
All right, Paul, stay safe out there. We want to get to Chad Mills now. He's live in Cross City up in Dixie County, northeast of Taylor County, where the storm just made landfall. So how's it going out there, Chad? Has the wind intensified?
Like Paul was saying, we're going through some of those lulls as well here in Cross City, which is in Dixie County along Florida's Big Bend. You can feel, well, you can't feel it, but we sure can. It's picking up strength right now. We're in one of those strong periods of gusty wind. I want to show you, this is about the size of branches that we're seeing snap around this lodge. You can see that wood is green, so this wasn't a dead tree by any means, and that force from this storm snapped this like a toothpick off the bigger tree. And get this out of the way so it doesn't fly into any cars or anything like that. We'll set it there for now. But yeah, we are feeling this Cat 4 hurricane here in the city of Cross City. We are a good 10 to 15 miles from the coast where things are really hairy right now. So we are fortunate to be away from that life-threatening storm surge, but we are seeing a good amount of wind here at this historic lodge on Highway 98 in Cross City. You can see, again, we're in a bit of a lull right now. The wind not too sharp, but then all of a sudden it will pick up, and the raindrops kind of turn into like needles pricking your skin from this Cat 4 hurricane as it makes landfall not too far from where we're standing right now. We were in Steinhatchee earlier today, kind of talking to some of the people. Many of them got out of town, wanted nothing to do with Helene. Yesterday, in fact, we talked to a woman from Tennessee, a daughter, in fact, who was trying to convince her mother to leave because she was so close to the Steinhatchee River. In fact, her house was directly on it. It took 11 feet of storm surge during Idalia. Her mother, likely in her 80s, was being a bit stubborn, didn't want to leave, said she was afraid of looters, things like that. But when we drove by today, the house was essentially boarded up. There were sandbags at the door, no sign of life. It looks like they all did get out to safety, hopefully. But we are staying, again, well inland, and a lot of the evacuees are here as well. A lot of them sitting in the lobby of this hotel watching the webcams that are still active, seeing that storm surge rise up. Some of those webcams, of course, losing power. So in many ways, they are in the dark right now, kind of wondering what Mother Nature is doing to their homes that they, a lot of them anyway, spent the better part of a year repairing after Idalia. Talking to the mayor of another coastal city nearby, he said they were just getting to the point where they felt comfortable about having the city up and running again, ready for tourism. They bring in a lot of people looking to go charter fishing, things like that. Of course, this is slated to be another big setback for these coastal communities along Florida's Big Bend. They are hoping and praying that when they return to their homes tomorrow or whenever it's safe to do so, they will still see structures there. But let me tell you, some of those homes are so close to the water's edge, there's no guarantee homes will still be on foundations. Another important note from Taylor County, where this storm is making landfall. Public Information Officer for Taylor County saying today that they don't want people to return to these areas until they're told to do so. People in this Big Bend area of Florida, those who live in Taylor County anyway, are instructed to kind of monitor social media for Taylor County to know when it is safe to return to homes. Now we'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
reporter Chad Mills live for us in Dixie County, right next to Taylor County, where Helene is making landfall. This storm is huge. The governor said we're going to see impacts all along the coast. We're still seeing the water rise in southwest Florida. We're definitely seeing it here in the Bay Area. JJ Burton is out in Dunedin, and I want to mention before we get out to JJ, we had a viewer email us in saying that her home in Dunedin has flooded for the first time ever. So it's heartbreaking to hear that. Obviously, we're going to hear a lot more of that. So let's go out to JJ right now. JJ, how are things holding up?
And my IFB is outside. We can't hear you guys, but we are here in downtown Dunedin, and I want to real quick show you the water. This is at the marina. You can see the marina right there, and the water is just basically rising up to the downtown area. You can see this white car here. We've been out here for less than an hour or so, right, Matt? My photographer Matt is doing this, and that car, you can see the water. When we first got here, it wasn't even near the back of the car, but you can see that water is now rising still some more. We're also here with some people who came out earlier, Lania and Mike Berger. They're actually letting us use their light right here, just so you can see that. Our boss is going to love that. They're helping us because of these two. Thank you. What's it been like since you've been out here?
It's getting deeper and deeper. We went and kind of waded in it a little bit just because it was, I know there was probably some of it, but
Dennis
don't do that.
Dennis and Jason, our meteorologists, are going to tell you, do not do that. That is not safe. Don't do that.
Sorry. But I was amazed because the shoreline is moving up the street and closer to the shops that we're used to coming and, getting ice cream and shopping at, and now it's like we could kayak there.
Can't kayak. No kayaking either.
Sorry.
And now, seeing this, what are you thinking? Just your first reaction.
So my first reaction is, JJ, we've lived here for years, and I've eaten at that Old Bay Cafe so many times, and to see it in the underwater right now, I'm just hoping that it's not as bad as it looks. Is really what I'm hoping.
And we can see also the boats at the marina. They're like rocking back and forth. It looks like they're about to tip over.
Yeah, I can see that white one right there just swaying back and forth, and that's just the one that we can see. I can't imagine what the rest of the marina looks like. That's all in the dark right now.
Hopefully, when the sun comes up, things won't be too bad, but there's going to be a lot of flooding in this area. Now, we've been out here in Dunedin all day, and we were first on Douglas Ave talking to homeowners there who were dealing with, patching their house, getting their house ready for the storm because they deal with flooding normally. And then we went over to the Tower Marina condos, and we saw the water over there. And then also we went to San Jose Park off of Bayshore, and you could see, we were showing you how the seawall was under the water. And now we're here in downtown. You can see the water is coming up, and there's no electricity. I want to point out back to the electricity thing. Now, we saw some people who were on golf carts earlier down on the Pinellas Trail, but they had the light off. It's completely dark out there, and they ran into a tree branch and someone fell off. So if you're going to be outside, make sure you have a flashlight. If you're going to be on a golf cart or a bike, make sure your lights are on, because there are down tree branches, there's power lines, and also we heard that there might be a down circuit breaker or something like that over that way back there. So stay out of the water, and if you're going to go out, make sure you have your lights on and make sure you're being safe. Reporting live in Dunedin, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
All right, and JJ, I'm going to add to that, just make sure you don't go out, because really there's nothing good out there in the dark where you can't see in front of you, even if you have a flashlight or anything else. All right, let's go down to downtown St. Pete. Katie LaGrone is downtown, where apparently she's got some severe weather going on. Katie?
Yeah, Wendy, we just started getting pelted by gusts of wind and rain after quite a long time of sort of a lull where, quite frankly, I even said to my photographer, okay, at least the rain is done. But that's obviously clearly not the case here in downtown St. Pete. I do want to go ahead and sort of point you towards, this is towards the water. On the left-hand side is the parking garage of the St. Pete Yacht Club. The pier, the St. Pete Pier, is just beyond that to the right. This is what we're looking at here. I mean, you can see how much water has come up from the bay. Neighbors tell us essentially that this is historic. Take a listen.
This is the worst I've ever seen it. Typically there's water on a typical hurricane. The past few years we've had water kind of by the St. Pete Yacht Club on that street along the water, but it's never come up this high on Beach Drive. I mean, they were like almost knee deep in Beach Drive. So this is certainly the worst I've ever seen it.
And just for a little perspective, when we spoke to that gentleman, we were actually at the corner of the sidewalk over there by those 2 palm trees. And you can see that the water has even just come up quite a bit more in just the last 30 minutes or so. If you look down, Matt, if you can show them on the left-hand side, there are sort of these 2 white structures. They sort of look like kind of boxes, if you will, on the side. Those are dumpsters. They've been floating in the water here on Central Avenue, close to the bay, since we arrived here about an hour or so ago. In fact, we lost sight of a green dumpster that essentially, quite literally floated away. Don't know where that is, but you can see there are 2 sort of lighter dumpsters that are just kind of off to the side and are obviously toppled over. We've seen quite a few people out here, at least earlier, kind of taking pictures. It has definitely been a sight to be seen here in downtown St. Pete. We are not seeing many people out here now. It could be because of this band of weather that's coming through that, again, is really some of the strongest. I just heard a pop. I don't know if that's a transformer or what, but we are seeing, lights on in the area. But this is really some of the most dramatic rain that we've had throughout the evening. Of course, we escaped here to downtown St. Pete from Shore Acres, where we were essentially evacuated. We were sort of forced to evacuate because, quite frankly, the water was rising around us so furiously, so fast, that we went ahead and had to get out of the area, and then found our way down here in downtown St. Pete, and once again finding history being made down here as well. For now, that's the very latest. Back to you guys in the studio.
Katie, I know that you are really seeing the worst of it now. I did want to ask you, Pinellas County is saying they're getting hundreds of calls for rescues. Are you seeing anything like that out there? First responders out there yet, or?
So we have not seen anything here in downtown St. Pete. However, over at the Shore Acres area, we had seen trucks, big county stormwater trucks throughout the afternoon and into the early evening. At the last time that we saw one, it was actually as we were evacuating from the area about an hour and a half or so ago. There was nobody inside the trucks, but quite frankly, it's just a matter of time. They fully expect to have to rescue people. I've been staying in touch with a homeowner who lives right on the bay in the Shore Acre, off of Shore Acres Boulevard. And he actually has been texting me saying the water, he was pretty confident about staying there. He's been there since the 60s. He built the house high, and he really wasn't so concerned about it until really a little while ago when he texted me saying, hey, this water is really getting close to my front door. I've never seen it like this. So I fully expect that there will be water rescues throughout the evening and certainly into tomorrow morning, specifically in that area. Here in the downtown St. Pete area, we have not seen any kind of indication like that. But the night is young, and remember all of this, we're saying all of this, and high tide has not even made its way here.
Mm-hmm.
So all of these neighborhoods, they're going to get pounded a lot more before they start to get some kind of break from this.
Yeah, we definitely have a couple more hours to go. Katie, thank you. Stay safe out there in the wind and the rain. We want to go to ABC Action News reporter Adam Walser live in downtown Gulfport. Adam, I know you had some severe conditions. It looks like some of it has dissipated.
Well, it kind of comes and goes. We're getting quite a bit of rain and wind right now. One of the big things that's happened out here is all the power's gone out, so you can't really see very much. So we're just showing you what we can here. But literally, I'm just a few feet from where all this water is poured in from the bay. That's Boca Ciega Bay behind us. And we're actually about 3 blocks up on the main drag here. And that big white object behind us, that is actually a piece of pier that broke off from someone's pier. They're actually some of those cleats to tie a boat onto, and it broke loose and floated right into the middle of the street here. Now, the street signs are, some of them showing about 4 or 5 feet of water coming up to them. Some of these stores all the way up to the front doors, you can see that it's several feet inside. It's going to be a real mess tomorrow. We've seen all kinds of debris here, and the water just kept on coming. It's finally stopped rapidly coming inward. But a lot of the people who've lived here for 15, 20 years, they've told me this is the highest they've ever seen it. And of course, this is a flood-prone area. They've had about 3 or 4 major flood events in the past 2 or 3 years. So they say, when they say that this storm surge was a big one, they know what they're talking about, because this was really the biggest one most of them could remember. And it really got a lot of the people who were thinking about staying to move out to higher land, because it kept pouring in for 2 and 3, 4 hours. And it finally looks like it's a little bit dissipated as far as the water coming in, but it's still not even high tide yet. So it's probably not going to get much better until tomorrow. And then when tomorrow comes, we're going to find out that a lot of these businesses have been badly damaged. There was a restaurant that just opened earlier this week, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be damaged pretty significantly as well. So reporting live from Gulfport, I'm Adam Walser, ABC Action News.
Don't let the darkness deceive you, because right before the sunset today, it was at least several feet of water, underwater in Gulfport today. All right, Adam, thank you so much.
All right, we want to go to ABC Action News reporter Mary O'Connell. She's live in Tarpon Springs. Mary, what's the latest where you are?
Hey guys, it's gotten pretty dark out here, even in the last 30 minutes or so. I'm not sure if all the lights down there are just completely out. We're at the sponge dock still. We've been here since about 1 in the afternoon, and honestly, it's pretty drastic how jarring this change has been since we've been here and to what it is now. I'll step out so you can see here. It is very dark, but it's quite literally like a lake here, how much water there is. Hopefully we've got some video that we shot here earlier when we had some light that you can see just how much water there is. We had people coming out here to check on the boats out here. The water has since spilled over. Business owners had been preparing for something like this. But as one man told me, we have lights going in and out. As one man told me earlier when he stopped by, he's like, in the 38 years I've been here, I've never seen flooding like this. They've seen flooding after Hurricane Idalia, after Tropical Storm Debbie. Folks had sandbags out here. They had the tarps. They foamed sealed their doors. That they know how to prep for a storm. But something like this is possibly unprecedented that we're seeing right now. We've had a lot of people come out here just to take a look, but Tarpon Springs police want folks to stay back because they have reported down power lines, live wires down. Obviously, that is extremely dangerous. They also at one point were reporting debris out and about, but this is the story here in Tarpon Springs. You see just how devastating this water is. We even saw people who were walking in the water, which obviously is not advised, but just so you know how deep that water is, it was up to her waist, a woman who was walking in it. So that goes to show you just how much water is here. And when we were able to get back out here in daylight tomorrow, of course, we'll be able to get a better grasp on how much damage there is here.
Yeah, Mary, actually, just as you were talking, we were watching that video of that man and woman walking, and it was literally up to their waist through that flood. And of course, as we know, it's only going to rise from there because we're not at high tide yet. So it's quite concerning that the water was that high outside already. Mary, thank you for your reporting. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. We want to go now to South Tampa, Bayshore Boulevard. Looking definitely surreal earlier this evening, literally waves in the street. They looked more like rivers.
We know that Bayshore floods, right? So you can imagine what it typically looks like. Now imagine it twice as bad. So let's go out to Rebecca Petit, who is live for us. And Rebecca, earlier when your photographer had zoomed in, it looked like an illusion. It looked like a literal beach out there. Tell us, what are you seeing?
And the same is the case right now, and it's raining again. The winds are picking up, lots of debris on the road. And as you can see behind me, Bayshore Boulevard continues to creep into the neighborhood here. The water has been rising all day. It's inching and inching closer into the residential area. We're right here off of the intersection of Swan and Fielding, and there's actually a police cruiser out here that has come to block.
All right, obviously we lost Rebecca Petit there live in South Tampa, but I can tell you, because that's the area that I live, it is often Bayshore floods, as we know, but I live much closer to the base, and my husband and neighbors have been sending me video all night long that Bayshore is flooded all the way up to the base, areas that don't normally flood. So trust me when I say—
Ever seen it like that before?
Never. I've never seen it where it's impassable, and I wouldn't be able to get home tonight, which is okay, because I'm not going home. I'm going to stay here at the station, because as we know, high tide is hitting now, and it's going to be for a couple hours, so we're going to still see that water rise from the Hillsborough Bay. So definitely don't go outside. Don't try to drive anywhere, especially until the light comes and, it's morning time and you can safely get where you need to go.
We have seen that Pinellas County says that they've had literal hundreds of people calling in for evacuations. Let's go to Pasco County now, because last time we checked in with Julie Salomon, we did see a lot of first responders out there. She said they were kind of on standby. Julie, what are you seeing now in Pasco County?
Well, I spoke to Sheriff Chris Nacco probably about an hour ago, might have been maybe 90 minutes ago, and he said that they already had about 24 rescue calls. They had their high water rescue vehicles out here along US 19 and Clark Street, so they were getting calls, and I have to imagine that number has since climbed. So if you can take a look over here, I'm gonna show you this parking lot. This is along US 19, right by Tri-County Locksmith. I've been speaking to the owner here, a very nice gentleman, and obviously he's worried that the water is going to reach his business. They said they've never seen it in the couple of years that they've been here ever reach their business here. And you can just see it's like flowing like a river through this parking lot. We were down by Hudson Beach earlier today, and we could see how quickly the water was rising, and we had to move out of that area. That was an evacuation zone A, so it was a mandatory evacuation area. They were asking people to leave in the previous days. I'm hearing, I actually spoke to one homeowner that told me that they had to pack everything up. I think they had 3 cats, and they took a jet ski out of there, and another one was rescued by a boat from the sheriff's office. So this is along US 19. Probably about 30 minutes ago, I heard another high water rescue vehicle along US 19 make their way further down. They had their lights and sirens on, so I have to imagine those calls are climbing. But that's the latest live here. This is US 19 and Clark Street, and the water is reaching this area. I'm going to toss it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. I do want to mention HCSO just put out a tweet about 30 minutes ago saying that they had to rescue 4 stranded residents and a dog off of Hillsborough Avenue. So, even though I didn't think they'd go and rescue folks just yet, because it's still dark and it's still flooded and it's still very concerning out there, they did, in fact, rescue 4 residents and a dog. So, but if you do need to be rescued, of course, better to stay in place until maybe the sun comes up if you can get to higher ground and stay safe.
That's a road I take to get home, so I might be spending the night here with you too, Wendy. All right, let's go back out to Rebecca Petit, who is along Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah, so just within the last couple of minutes since we last spoke, you can see how badly the rain has started to pick up, and as far as the wind, it's still pretty howling out here. And I wanted to give you a look at the police cruiser that has now shown up to block off Bayshore Boulevard, because a lot of people were still trying to get on this road. We're right off of Swan and Fielding Avenue, and so a lot of people are realizing that they can't access Bayshore Boulevard, and so they're having to turn around. So police cruiser is out here. But just take a look at how high the water has gotten here on Bayshore Boulevard. It essentially looks like it's a river. The street is completely inundated right now. Long-term residents have told me they've never seen it look like this before, where the water has risen so quickly. And we've been here all day. We've seen people come out just curious to see the water. A lot of people are walking through the water, driving, and even wakeboarding. Obviously, we don't advise to do that. That's very dangerous. You don't know what's in the water. So right now, a lot of people have gone indoors as the sun has gotten down. Not a lot of activity out here anymore, but we do want to reiterate that between now and sunrise, that storm surge is just going to increase. And so if you don't have to be outside, don't come out here wondering and looking to be adventurous, stay inside, heed all those safety measures that officials have told you. For now, I'm live in Tampa. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
All right, Rebecca, live for us outside of Bayshore. Let's go back to Tallahassee. I do believe, are we saying it officially has made landfall at this point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's about 30 minutes ago. Paula Grown for us live in Tallahassee. Paul, I know it was spurts of wind, and I know they came in waves. How's it now?
Yeah. It's still the same. It depends on where you're standing. I mean, there are literally these sort of channels of wind that if you're standing in a particular spot, you're going to get it. And then you see people behind me that are just walking. You can literally walk into the wind in your particular area, and you're going to feel it more. And we're under this canopy, so it sort of channels the wind. And as I walk you this way, just give you a sense of where we are. It's sending the rain across the street here at Tennessee Street. We've seen some cop cars making the rounds out here. Emergency crews checking on folks. The power is still on, though. We're not seeing a lot of traffic. That's a good thing. People are taking the warning and staying inside right now. The power is still on. It's still on here at where we're staying. It's still on in the city. The traffic lights appear to be working, but the wind is starting to pick up, and you just have to wonder how much longer could the power hold on. The trees so far look good. I think that the wind, the strongest part of the wind, appears to be to the east of us. But you just never know, because as that eye continues to wrap around, the gusts are going to pick back up where I'm at right now, and every now and then Helene throws a punch. And you're like, wow, okay, it's really picking back up, and then it will lull back down. And so that's been sort of the rhythm of what we've been dealing with here. The rain has been steady, and it's starting to pool in this parking lot. The topography of Tallahassee much different than Tampa in the sense that you do have hills here, steep hills, much steeper than this. As we were driving around today, we saw that. Not only do you have the hills, you have the huge oak trees, which of course is still a concern. So could it perhaps trap some of that water here? There's plus and minuses to living in an area like this, and we contrast these images to what we're seeing back home along our coast in Tampa and St. Petersburg and Pinellas and Pasco counties, and how that water, obviously, as you guys have been reporting, is inundating that area as the storm continues to wrap cells around Tampa Bay. You look at the radar right now, and this storm is extending, from Florida all the way up into the Carolinas at this point. It's amazing how many states this storm is touching simultaneously at this hour right now. Here in the capital city of Tallahassee, you have the governor here, you have the Emergency Operation Command Center here, you have power crews on standby ready to be dispatched, the National Guard. We know a troop of National Guardsmen staying here inside this hotel. Everyone's ready to go. I talked with some folks who are actually from Texas who inflate those huge water barriers, kind of fighting water with water. They're going to be dispatched as soon as they get the word go to go help people. So as the governor was making his point earlier, look, we're ready to go. We pushed the go button. We will be out there helping folks who need help. Unfortunately, that time has passed where everyone's hunkered down, and if you find yourself in a sideways situation, you're not going to be able to call 911 right now for them to come out and help you. But it does seem that all the pieces are in place for a pretty quick response once Helene passes through here. And it's just amazing, I have to say, how calm it will get. Like right now, it's almost silence, and the wind will completely die down before it picks back up again. So that's kind of the steadiness right now that we're seeing with Helene at this moment in Tallahassee. And what time is it right now, guys?
It's midnight. You got 2 minutes to midnight.
About the midnight hour. So 2 minutes to midnight to Friday morning. And as every storm has a story. And I think when you compare this to Idalia, which hit on almost exactly the same spot, that storm was much smaller, much more compact, much more of a wind event. And even though this storm is moving at a pretty good clip, pretty fast, it's much bigger and the wind field is much wider, 300 miles for the tropical storm wind. It's having a bigger impact than Idalia did. So it just goes to show you that size matters when it comes to these storms, and the wind's starting to pick back up, and there it goes again. It's like the volume that you turn up on a stereo and it comes at you. And there comes the rain as well. So you'll see how long this one lasts. It's sending rain everywhere. And it's just your perspective changes when this happens, because you're thinking, okay, oh, we're going to be in it right now. But no, it dies right back down again. But it's over time, this steady, and that was a flash, by the way. We've been seeing that too. So transformers have been going out. Where we are right now, the power's holding. But it's just that up and down, and that steadiness of Helene. And you know that there's going to be damage. You know that, it's going to leave a mark, but it's not going to do it perhaps all at once the way Idalia did. It seemingly did last year when we were in it. So that's the latest, guys. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Paul, stay safe out there. I do want to mention that Pasco County Sheriff Chris Nacco just tweeted just moments ago that he's seeing a lot of intersections, obviously, where the lights are out, traffic lights, because we've seen so many power outages. And he's just reminding citizens really everywhere to treat those, if you do have to drive somewhere, especially in the overnight hours or in the morning, as a four-way stop, just like you would as if, it was stop signs on all sides. So just be careful out there. I know we want to go to Pinellas County. I did want to mention, you talked about the hundreds of calls coming in to be rescued, but I was also looking that they have thousands of 911 calls too, for all different reasons. So it just goes to show you they are really, the first responders are overburdened, and they can't even get to most people right now because it's still too dangerous.
You can track the calls that come in, and I actually have it pulled up. A lot of these non-emergency evacuations, unconfirmed fires, a lot of structure fires that we're seeing out of here, and a lot of non-emergency evacuations. Those are the phone calls coming in that you were just talking about.
Right, and Arcadia Legrone, speaking of Pinellas County, she's actually in downtown St. Pete, where it still looks like you're facing some severe weather.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this swell, we don't know quite what's happening here, but this is some of the most dramatic weather we've had all evening. We were over at the Shore Acres area earlier. We ended up having to sort of force, ourselves to evacuate from that area because the water was rising so fast around us. So we came down here to downtown St. Pete, and quite frankly, I thought sort of the worst of the weather was done, and then all of a sudden we just kind of got knocked with these swells of gusts of wind and rain, and it's really starting to pelt us. But I want to show you what we're looking at here. This is downtown St. Pete, Central Avenue, near First Street. To the left of us is the St. Pete Yacht Club. The pier is just beyond that, and this whole area is just covered in water. And you can see there are a couple people who are making their way through the water, walking through it. Of course, we know that that is not a safe thing to do for a variety of reasons, but we've seen quite a few people doing that. You can see, just it gives you a little bit of perspective as to how high the water is here in downtown St. Pete. These folks over here, it's knee length. I know I spoke to a resident who lives in the area. He talked about how he's never seen water come up this far from the pier area, from the bay there, and it continues to move even closer to where we are. I mean, we're moving away and it keeps following us essentially, and that's kind of the situation here. We have not seen any power outages, although I did see a power truck sort of wade through the water here just a few moments before our live shot. You mentioned about the water, the urban search and rescue teams. Certainly something that we are expecting to hear about and to see around Pinellas County, because there are so many parts of this community that are being just pelted by, the storm surge. I mean, all day long we've been talking about the storm surge being the biggest threat from Hurricane Helene, at least in our area here in Tampa Bay and certainly Pinellas County, and that is proving to be true. In the Shore Acres area, I reported earlier how they were looking at anywhere from 5 to 8 feet of storm surge, and by the time we left a couple hours ago, it looked like it was going to come to that fruition. I've heard from homeowners there that I've stayed in touch with throughout the evening who have continued to tell me, yeah, this has never happened before. I thought I was going to be okay staying put. Quite a few people left in the Shore Acres area, but quite a few people stayed thinking that they were going to be okay. And so we will certainly continue to follow any kind of developments on that front, because we fully expect people having to be rescued from their homes, at least even just from what we saw. I mean, even just leaving that area was pretty harrowing. At one point, we didn't think we were going to make it. We really thought we were just going to get stuck in our van in the middle of the street there. But that's pretty much the latest here in Pinellas County, in downtown St. Pete, where we really came here for higher ground, not quite expecting to once again see another history-making move here with this area here by the bay. And I know I showed you guys the video earlier, and we lost them, but there were some floating dumpsters. We saw a couple dumpsters that were just floating in the water here earlier this evening. It just kind of gives you an indication as to the sheer wind, the strength of the wind, and of course the water and how this area has filled up with that water here in downtown St. Pete. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, Katie, thank you. And of course, we're nowhere near the end of high tide as well. You still have a couple more hours to go. That water will continue to rise, which is certainly concerning for sure. Continuing conditions in Tallahassee we've been looking at since, of course, the hurricane made landfall. And we've got our Forrest Saunders standing by there live for us. Forrest?
Hey guys, yeah, we just heard from the governor here about 30 minutes or so ago, and basically he gave us a rundown of where things stand with the state, right? Landfall was happening literally as he was speaking, and he told us a couple of things. Number one is we do have one storm-related fatality to pass along. This happened in the Ybor City area. Sounds like there was a car on the roadway that was hit by some falling debris. It sounded like it was a road sign of some kind. That is one confirmed fatality. But the other thing that DeSantis said was to realize that there were going to be more. It's very likely that there were going to be more fatalities given the size and the strength of this storm, given how big it is, and how many different counties were impacted, not just by the storm surge, but by the weather with the rain and the flash flooding, all of that coming together. Basically telling us this just a little bit ago. I want you to take a listen to what he had to say.
We are going to have trees falling. We're going to potentially have people, maybe against advice, go out on the roadways. We may have some more road, and you may have had folks get caught up in storm surge. I mean, we don't know, but I think it's likely that one or some of those things will have happened by tomorrow. But no, we don't have any reports of any fatalities other than the one traffic fatality. But I would imagine that will likely change as we get more and more reports through the wee hours of the night and into tomorrow morning.
That's the unfortunate reality of major storms like this, is that we often do see fatalities, whether that is because people got caught up in the storm or they had some kind of tragic accident. It is just an unfortunate possibility, and we will continue watching and waiting to see what happens. We also asked about infrastructure, vital infrastructure, if roads, bridges are still intact, and basically what we heard from the governor was, we just don't know yet. If you remember, after Hurricane Ian, the bridge over to Sanibel Island, that went out. We knew about that pretty quickly. It was only about an hour after the storm that we heard about those reports, but right now it's nighttime. And we just don't have eyes on a lot of these vital infrastructure facilities as well as roadways. So we're going to have to wait and see about that. We're going to learn a lot more once the sun rises and we get a chance to survey some of the damage. We are getting some early reports right here in Tallahassee of trees down. There's obviously the power is still out. I don't know if you can hear the generator still rumbling behind me. But at this point, it seems like the wind has not been as severe. Really what we're seeing on the ground here is a lot of stuff like this, just branches about this size. They are all over the place. Doesn't mean that that is true of all parts of town. Southwood here on sort of the southern side of Tallahassee, a little bit different than some of the other parts of town. But there are trees everywhere, and like I said, we are hearing about some trees down in different areas, one that may have fallen on an apartment complex. We're still working to get more information there. But fortunately, right now, we really haven't seen some of that extreme stuff. It sounds like it's happened in the Taylor County area, whether that was storm surge or the severe winds. They had a real rough go of it, and we're not going to know the full impacts, of course, again, until the sun rises. But that's the latest out here at the state EOC.
All right, Forrest Saunders live for us in Tallahassee. It's going to be a long night for all of us, all up and down the Gulf Coast. Let's go ahead and get out to reporter Chad Mills, who's joining us live from Cross City up in Dixie County. That's just northeast of Taylor County, where Helene has made landfall now. Chad, how is it feeling? We know last time we checked in.
Probably safe to say that storm surge will be the story of Helene, especially along Florida's Big Bend. That's where I am. We are getting a taste, though, of what Cat 4 wind can do inland from the coast. Take a look at this. This is actually the globe from a lamp behind me. This one right here, I'm going to walk over to it. And just a few minutes ago, we heard a loud, almost like an explosion. And you see, this thing was just obliterated by the wind, ended up on the ground. At first, we didn't even know what that loud noise was. That's kind of the story where we are in Cross City. Power was lost a good hour and a half ago, so kind of darkness all around us, but we have the camera lights here, and as we look around, we can see a fair number of small to medium-sized branches just about everywhere we look. So you have to imagine that when the sun comes up and when we start getting a better view of Cross City, there's going to be a substantial amount of damage in terms of big limbs down, trees down, and it could make it slow going to get to some of those coastal areas for people to survey their homes and see what's left. But yeah, back to that storm surge, we've been talking to people who are in the lobby of the lodge where we're staying here in Cross City. They have been monitoring what webcams they can of Steinhatchee, which is near where Helene made landfall, and another place as well, Horseshoe Beach, lesser known, but kind of like Cedar Key, and it's about 10 miles to the west behind me. It's a fishing village, a very quiet little fishing village that not a lot of people know about. But there are a substantial number of people who live there. They are right on the Gulf's edge, and they feel that their island is going to be wiped off the map potentially by Helene. They've been watching those live feeds. They have seen some of the surge coming in. The cameras are only so reliable as the storm really hits this area, but they say that they believe that surge is coming true. They're not sure it'll be quite to the historic level that was predicted. We will have to wait and see if that is the case, but from what they've seen so far, they are worried about their homes. But yeah, here in Cross City, I have to say, we were getting some pretty sustained heavy gusts of wind. Now it seems to be calming down a little bit as this Hurricane Helene moves north. But if you look down here, you can see in the car lights there are a number of palm fronds, branches down, things like that. So you have to imagine, kind of eerie to be in the darkness, just not knowing what surrounds us. Chances are a lot of wind damage in this part of the Big Bend of Florida. The mayor of Horseshoe Beach, staying at this hotel, he prides himself on being one of the last people off of that island during storms like the one we're in right now. Of course, they've dealt with 3 just in the past 14 months or so. He was able to convince most people to leave the island, but we understand that the couple that we referenced earlier today did stay on the island. They felt their house was elevated. These were shrimpers. They felt like they were okay to stay. Hopefully that remains to be the case. But the good news is, by and large, most people did evacuate from these areas like Steinhatchee and Horseshoe Beach as well, staying in safety as this storm really ravaged this Big Bend region of Florida. Another important message that we've relayed a couple of times, and we'll relay again because it's an important one. Taylor County's public information officer really wants people to know that, when the storm passes, that isn't the green light to go out and start surveying some of these areas for damage, even if it is your home, even if you want to get back so immediately. There could be standing water, and in fact, it's probably a safe bet to say there is standing water on many of the roads. Hard to see until you approach. Obviously, you could deal with limbs down, trees down, things like that. There are National Guardsmen stationed nearby, other first responders as well. They will be working their way to those areas first, making sure they are safe for people to return to those coastal villages before opening them up to the public. They really want people to heed that warning that even though this storm is passing now, that is not the green light to start heading back to those areas that we anticipate to be so heavily impacted by Helene. We're going to stay here in Cross City where the storm seems to be dying down, but every now and then we still get a good gust of wind as Helene works its way north. But we'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Chad Mills live for us in Dixie County, and absolutely the water is the story of this storm. This is a look at the aquafence at Tampa General Hospital standing firm tonight. The barrier is designed to withstand storm surge of up to 15 feet. And Wendy, it's an actual wall holding back that water. Look at that.
Yeah, I've seen it in person. It's pretty impressive, and it does its job. I'll give it that, because of course TGH is surrounded by water, and there it is.
Wild.
Which, you know, I think every home needs one of these, because it will all be protected, right? We also want to look at our QR code, so you can stay up to date with everything storm related over on our website. So take out your phone right now if you can, scan that QR code on your screen. It will take you to abcactionnews.com/hurricane, and there you will see the very latest on this storm. Of course, evacuations, closings, and any other emergency alerts that come in. Again, abcactionnews.com/hurricane. That will always have the very latest information as we get you through this storm.
And the way we get you through this storm is by having crews all up and down the Gulf Coast, from where, you know, it first started feeling the opening acts here in southern, like Sarasota County, all the way to right where Hurricane Helene is making an impact now after making landfall in Tallahassee, where our anchor Paula Groen is live for us.
Yeah, that's right, guys. You know, we're here in Tallahassee, of course, the capital city. The wind was picking up, and every time it does, it just sends the rain this way in sheets here to Tennessee Street, which is one of the main east-west thoroughfares that runs right through Tallahassee. And traffic, as you might expect after midnight, is light here, but we have seen police cruisers come by either responding to a situation or just making rounds. The traffic lights, they're on. The power, as you can see, is on. There's still lights in the capital city tonight. Traffic lights are working. We do see them shaking every now and then. And if you just, you know, it's one of those things where every time you guys come to me, it lulls down. And then as soon as I toss it back, it picks back up. And these bursts of wind last maybe 10 seconds, and then it dies back down again. And then it's like a minute or so, and then you have another burst of wind. So Helene throwing punches in that kind of space of time. And it honestly depends on where you're standing. I could be standing here and be feeling the wind much stronger than if I go 20 feet over here. It's like little mini rivers of wind that will come through here. You know, so far, you know, fingers crossed, we have not seen visible signs of damage. That doesn't mean that that's not happening in parts under those trees. That's FSU's campus in the background there, and in the neighborhoods that we drove around today, talking to folks who live here, who evacuated, many of them, to hotels, including the one that we're at here, because they were worried about, you know, living under these trees, these beautiful neighborhoods here, but they can become quite menacing when you have 100+ mile-an-hour winds with these oak trees that are gigantic, you know, hopefully not, but potentially falling on property. So they didn't want anything to do with that. I don't blame them, and they were smart to make that decision. So the wind, I think, has been a little, you know, it's all relative, right? I mean, you know, as we were saying earlier, 10, 15 miles makes all the difference in how you are feeling this storm and what you're experiencing. Are you experiencing the rain? Are you experiencing the storm surge? Are you experiencing the wind? Are you experiencing a little bit of everything? And right now, at least, it seems like the edge has, you know, of the most intense part of the wind perhaps has missed us here. But every now and then, again, you get this big burst that comes through, and it gives you this sense of, okay, what exactly are we in for? Is this going to last, sustain for a while, and then it goes back down? So. And the second I go back to you, 20 seconds from now, and when your guys are talking to somebody else, there'll be a huge burst, and limbs will be flying, and then, you know, it'll die back down again. But that's, you kind of have to hit the window just right. You just never know when that's going to happen.
Thank you, Paul. Stay safe out there, my friend. Here's what it looks like just about an hour and a half ago. That's when we were looking at a landfall, and it is incredible to see where this landfall location was because it is almost the identical spot that Hurricane Idalia hit last year, initially as a Category 4 like this one, but after the National Hurricane Center did their end-of-year review, it was downgraded to a Category 3. Regardless, we had a 115-mile-per-hour hurricane here just last year. This year, we've got a 140-mile-per-hour hurricane. Also, this same spot was where Hurricane Debbie made landfall as a Category 1. So 3 storms in less than 2 years. Absolutely incredible to see that happen. And thankfully, what we're watching now is the system beginning to lift north. It's crossing I-10 just to the west of I-75, so west of Lake City, getting over toward Madison. This is where we're seeing the storm beginning to move north and about to move into South Georgia. So that's kind of the very latest. Do you have anything off the top?
No, I mean, we were just talking. I think the big question now is it's no longer really a weather situation for us. Yes, we've got some wind and we've got some rain, but the big question, Jason, we were just talking about this, everybody wants to know when this water is going to recede. I mean, that is the ultimate question. And you know, it really depends on which area you're talking about. You said Clearwater is beginning to recede, yes?
So they are down from major flood stage, which is over 6 foot. They're now back to around almost 5 feet. So they've come down a little, almost about a foot now just within the last hour. So I think we've peaked at Clearwater. However, we're still seeing rising water in Tampa Bay. So over toward Port Tampa Bay and also Picnic Island, South Tampa, this is where we're still seeing those water levels on the rise.
Well, and we were looking at the tides, and I think high tide for Tampa, for the bay itself, is like 3 a.m. or something, I seem to remember. So, I mean, that makes sense. And Clearwater has already passed their high tide. Their high tide was around 11 o'clock, 11:10. So they're an hour past high tide. It would make sense that the water is going to be receding. But unfortunately, in Tampa Bay itself, probably still going to be rising for a couple of more hours. Now, the storm itself is obviously pulling away, and it's going to be in Georgia shortly. So its reach, its stretch, will not extend nearly as far. So I do think the waters will recede once the winds begin to veer a bit, but because it is such a large system, and I mean, that's the thing that's really unbelievable about this. This storm was still well over 100 miles from our area. We never had sustained hurricane force winds. We had gusts, and that's exactly what we were expecting. But because it was so large, again, remember Irma? I'll never forget, as Irma was approaching, the bay emptied because the flow was so strong and so spacious away from where that storm was. And this same kind of setup, we didn't have that type of a scenario where the bay emptied, but that onshore flow just has continued. And right now we've still got some decent bands out there, gusts 40 to 50 miles an hour. So you're still going to have some power outages. You're still going to have the lights flicker. I know there's still a lot of people who are still without power, not even mentioning about all the water situation that's going on. But as it continues, and right there is your center. So pretty shortly, it's going to be in Georgia and going through Valdosta. So the winds right now, are these the latest? Are these current? Because, wow, still looking at winds of 70. I mean, that's the last I've seen.
I think they might be stuck.
Yeah, maybe that is, because that seems a little high. These look similar to what we had before. And obviously, we're not getting any reports from Clearwater or St. Pete at this point because, well, there's probably some issues with communication. But either way, we continue to see this rain. And by the way, we're still under a tornado watch for part of the area. I mean, I think the northern half, that's where it looks like the bottom of the red box is cutting across southern Pinellas and Hillsborough and Polk County. But overall, the worst of the weather part of this equation is over. Now we're talking more in terms of water rise. We're talking more in terms of cleanup. And boy, Dia and Wendy are here. And I think what's just, I have no words for it, is so many people decided not to go anywhere because I think for years and decades and a lifetime, I mean, there's a lot of folks that live, I'm sure, in an evacuation zone A that were here their entire life and they never had to leave. So they're like, why now? Why do we start now? And yet, we had a mandatory evacuation in zone A, and this played out kind of closer. We don't have the numbers yet, and I think it'll be a little while till we get them. So I'll be curious to see how close we were to that worst case scenario that, by definition, that's when you see those storm surge. Again, we've said this so many times. When you see those numbers, the ones that were posted on there, that is literally, by definition, the most reasonable worst case scenario. That's what the NHC says when they issue these numbers. And I am going to be very curious, and Katie mentioned it a few minutes ago as well, how many of these actually got to the worst case scenario. But even if they didn't, these are still unprecedented numbers, and numbers that we've never seen before, just breaking records left and right with this. Jason, I mean, you agree with that? I mean,
the assessment and based off of all the pictures that we've seen, I just saw some recent pictures from up toward the Bean Point area of Anna Maria Island, and same thing. We're talking about feet of water inside of houses at Bean Point, where some of these spots had maybe a couple of inches of water in their house from Idalia. And that's what a lot of people were saying, including some people that we've talked to directly from our station here, where Idalia, they've never flooded. They didn't flood in Idalia. They didn't flood here. They didn't do this one. We recently had JJ talking to somebody out in Dunedin, said the same thing. Been there for 30 years and they've never had flooding in Dunedin, and they've got feet of water in their house now. So it only makes sense that the 5 to 8 foot surge forecast at a minimum was 5 feet, if not exceeding that 5 foot point. And like you said, this will be a record breaking storm. And I was also talking to our news director about this because it's hitting as a category 4 in one of the least populated areas. There could be more damage done along our west coast from Naples all the way up than what we actually see where the center made landfall because of how unprecedented this storm surge turned out to be.
Certainly costlier. Certainly costlier.
And you know, Den, I wanted to mention too, is you know, I've lived in Tampa now for almost 22 years, and my neighborhood and the surrounding areas, even the small cross streets, are flooded right now. I'm getting all kinds of pictures from all my neighbors in different parts of South Tampa that don't normally, like we've been hearing, never floods in this area, and guess what? It's underwater. Like even some restaurants on Howard are underwater now, and it's just, this hasn't happened before.
Well, and I told you the story too. I mean, this is frightening. So my in-laws live in Siesta Key, and they've been there 20 years, and the water made it up as close to the garage in the worst storm that they've had in 20 years. A few hours ago, they let us know that they have 3 feet of water in their home, and they're stuck on the second floor of their house because they cannot get down into the water. So what has never even approached the actual house before is now 3 feet deep on the first floor. So, you know, I know a lot of people did evacuate. A lot of people did. And I'm getting text messages galore from people who did. And the message that I continue to hear is they just can't believe what they're going to have to come back to when they come back home tomorrow. And I mean, think of all the stories that we did with all the flooding that happened in Debbie and all the homes that did not have flood insurance. We're hoping that these homes, this is different from Debbie, because remember, Debbie flooded from rainwater. Debbie flooded from almost 2 feet of rain in areas that were not flood zones. Anything that's flooding today, I would say the majority, do you not agree, Jason? They were obviously in flood zones, and probably flood zone A. So you would think at the very least, the majority of these people have flood insurance.
Yeah, that would definitely be the hope. And so many stories that Nadine was covering, and if she was still here, she would be talking about this, about how after they redid the flood zone maps or the flood plain areas, some people were no longer in flood zones, and then they ended up flooding from Debbie. So I would hope that would be the cause. And again, we're talking about freshwater flooding, saltwater flooding. So if you did not flood, if you're one of the fortunate ones that did not flood, but you've been on the fence about, do I get flood insurance? What do I do? This would be another prime example that things are changing, and things that didn't used to happen here in Tampa Bay are happening now in successive years. It's not just once every 10, 20 years that something like this is happening now. This is 2 years in a row that we have had storms that have brought record surge. Both of these storms, including the one tonight, were 100+ miles west of our area as far as the center goes, and we're seeing things that we've never seen before. So I think this is going to be a years-long discussion moving forward, because now the questions, other discussions that we can have too, is what happens if this makes direct landfall here? If we're seeing this from 100 miles away, what if this comes into Tampa Bay as a category 3 or 4? Yeah, I mean, it would just be unprecedented. As unprecedented as tonight has turned out to be, I just can't imagine a direct.
And then down the road, we're going to have the conversations as well as how is this going to impact getting flood insurance or getting insurance whatsoever in the state. I mean, that is clearly going to be something that's going to be having to talk about after this. So, by the way, we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, Katie LeGros, and I believe she was over in Shore Acres.
Yeah, now she's in downtown St. Pete.
Oh, she moved to St. Pete? Okay, now we want to go to Hudson, because I'll tell you, I've seen many times where Hudson has had waist-deep water even on US 19, which is a good bit away from the Gulf. And I believe Julie Salamone is live in Hudson with an update. Julie, just how deep is the water there in Hudson now?
Oh, Dennis, well, I'm a native Floridian, and I've never seen water move so quickly here. I literally watched it as it moved through the parking lots, and now it is almost to US Highway 19 here in Hudson. So we started in Hudson Beach, and that's where we were earlier today, and then we could see the water moving through. And right now we're located right at Pelican Marine Center, and you can see the water has reached some of the boats here. The nearest intersection is Puffin Lane and US 19, and street by street by street, it's all flooded. And then we found first responders further down. They had the high water rescue vehicles out. FWC, which is the state law enforcement agency, they're out here. A lot of them are parked along US Highway 19 trying to get into some of these neighborhoods. I ran into Sheriff Chris Nacco. He said that they've made dozens of rescues. I spoke to one couple who said that they got water into their home to the point where they had to go. They took a jet ski out of there. Another one was rescued by boats, and they rescued their 3 cats with them. And the water just keeps creeping up. I mean, you can really see it. It's just moving towards US 19 here. And like I said, we started off in Hudson Beach, and we're really seeing, it develop as these conditions just go downhill. So I'm going to send it back to you.
All right, Julie, thank you. And meanwhile, I want to just update that we have a shift change. Dear
Yes.
Riley is in now for Nadine. So welcome. I know it's going to be a long day for you, long night as we 12:30. You got 12 some hours ahead of you, so hang in there.
I'm hanging. I'm right here with you all throughout the night, all throughout the morning. We're not going anywhere.
And let's go over down to downtown St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that's where Katie Lagrone is live. Katie, we understand that water behind you is pretty deep.
Yeah, it really is, Dia. It's been sort of an interesting evening for us. We started off in Shore. Oh, there we go. My hat's come off quite a few times. Shore Acres, and then we sort of were forced to evacuate because the water was rising so rapidly around us. So we came down here to downtown St. Pete. And you can see, there's quite a bit of water. We're right here on Central Avenue, not too far from First Street, of course. On the left-hand side is the St. Pete Yacht Club. The pier is just beyond that. And this whole area is flooded. And even in the time that we've been here for probably about an hour and a half or so, the water continues to rise to get closer to where we are. We're sort of making our way back. It kind of continues to follow. We have noticed, you can see this car here. What happens is a lot of times people are coming up here to check it out, and then they realize, oh wow, look at all that water, and then they turn around. Residents in the area tell us they've never seen the water get this high, this inland. And so, we talk about, I've heard both of you guys talk about sort of the history making, part of this, part of the storm surge and the flooding and all the water, and downtown St. Pete is no exception to that sort of, history making story that's coming out of Hurricane Helene in the Tampa Bay area. But this is the scene out here. Quite a few people have come out here to take pictures. We've seen some folks taking walks in the water. Obviously not a very safe thing to do for a variety of reasons, but when you see them walk in that water, it's, these are adults and that water is up to their knees. And so it is, it is certainly a harrowing situation out here. I mentioned, I know, Wendy, you've seen my live shots the last couple, times I've been on. We had a couple dumpsters that sort of, were just kind of floating around, and we found a few of them, and now it's a little hard to see, but they are literally just floating in that water. We've got 3 dumpsters that are just floating in that water, and on any given moment that I look, there's one right in the middle of the street, and then there's one kind of off to the side, and sort of almost kind of toppled over, which I can see from my vantage point. It looks like I've got my sights set on one that's pretty much toppled over. But that's kind of the situation here in downtown St. Pete. I have not seen lights out. It seems like the electricity, at least down here, is in pretty good shape. I understand some of the residents said that their condominium is on the hospital grid, so they feel pretty good about keeping their power through the evening. But for the most part, the big story here, as it's been across Tampa Bay, is that storm surge. And of course, remember, we're still not at high tide here, and so there is still room for this water to grow both here in downtown St. Pete and around Pinellas County, and specifically those coastal communities, that Shore Acres. I'm really concerned about, just given what we witnessed a couple hours ago. I mean, we spent the entire afternoon there and early evening, and to really find ourselves being forced to evacuate because the water was rising so rapidly around us. There goes my hat. And we lost it in the water. I knew that was going to happen. Went the entire night holding on to that hat, and at the end of it, I lost it. So on that note, I'll send it back to you guys.
You don't want that hat back.
Yeah.
She talked about the dumpster floating around. That's another reason why you don't want to walk in that water. It's dirty. You don't know what you're going to find, what you're going to encounter, especially if you're out there barefoot too.
Oh, no doubt. They're like we've been talking about, there are bugs, there are snakes, there's fecal matter.
Bacteria.
And if you have a cut on your foot and that junk gets into your system, it's infected and not good.
Also sharp items. You don't know if they're curbs too. You don't know if you're going to hit something and then fall. So it's very dangerous. So I know you have a tendency, people have a tendency to want to go out and take pictures, but just wait until the water recedes. Again, Katie talked about power outages, not seeing as many as we expected. Of course, there are power outages, but not like what we expected. The water is the big story here. Yesterday, when I left around 1 o'clock, Bayshore was already flooding. I went to sleep as soon as I left here, so I'm anxious to see what it looks like now.
Oh, wait till you see these pictures.
Petite is on Bayshore Boulevard.
Well, to no surprise, Dia, Bayshore is still flooded, probably just as you saw it earlier. So I am on Bayshore Boulevard, and if you can look closely behind me, there is a trash can floating on the water right now. So just another reminder why you don't want to be in this water. As you guys mentioned, it's dirty, full of debris, fallen branches, and even trash and things of that nature. So I'm near the intersection of Swan and Fielding right now. There is a Tampa police cruiser out here that's blocking off this street. A lot of people are being turned away. A lot of drivers trying to get on this road are realizing that they don't have access to it. Earlier this morning, we noticed a lot of people in the water, biking, walking, even wakeboarding. Obviously, that's something you don't want to do. Very dangerous. Also, I want to mention that, as we all have been saying, this storm surge is really what is the major concern here. A lot of people who live in this area tell me they've never seen the water rise as quickly as it has. So between now and sunrise, we can expect the peak of this storm surge. So again, you don't want to be here on Bayshore Boulevard. You want to heed all the advice from law enforcement to stay off of the roads if you can. For now, I'm live in Tampa. Rebecca Petite, ABC Action News.
Some good advice. Thank you, Rebecca. And now we want to go up north. Of course, this is where Hurricane Helene made landfall. Chad Mills has been standing by live in Cross City, up in Dixie County, northeast of Taylor County. That was ground zero, Chad. I know you've had many wind gusts and lots of rain out there. It looks like
standing here in Florida's Big Bend, you can start to tell that the storm is on its way north to Georgia. The wind has tapered off, but every now and then we still catch a little bit like we are right now. Trees up there, these sable palms kind of dancing in the wind. And I want to show you, we have been seeing a number of small to medium-sized branches and palm fronds coming down as Helene continues to whip this part of the state of Florida. Throw that down real quick. But the big story with this hurricane, of course, is going to be storm surge. We can only guess, for the most part, what areas like Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach are really seeing right now. There are some videos, some pictures on social media. There's any amount of chatter from the people staying at this lodge where we are a little bit inland from those areas of mobile homes floating in storm surge, of storm surge being at levels.
I think we lost his audio, yeah.
That's going to happen quite a bit today. Of course, the wind is still blowing, and then we've got rain out there, so we're going to have some technical difficulties. So just bear with us. We'll try to get back to Chad when we can. But we want to continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene. We want to check on the conditions in Tallahassee. Let's go to Forrest Saunders live there now. Good morning, Forrest. What's it look like?
Good morning. morning, ladies. Yeah, crazy to think it is morning. I feel like I've been doing this job now for 24 hours, so I'm not even sure what day it is anymore. But I will tell you, I think the story of Tallahassee will be, whew, that was a close one, right? We aren't hearing about any major widespread damage. That's not to say that there isn't any, because we are still trying to find out just how bad this storm has been to the capital city. We have heard about some trees down in some parts of town. There is power out in some places. Here we have the generator going, as I'm sure you can hear it rumbling in the background here at the state EOC. But a lot of what I'm seeing is branches like this, right? This is about as thin as I am. So that's some good news, I think, for the capital city, because there were predictions that we got a direct hit from a Cat 3. It was going to be, potentially the worst hurricane on record hitting Tallahassee. And this, of course, was a Cat 4. So it sounds like maybe we got lucky. I don't want to say anything until this rain stops, because my house is just around the corner. I would love for this thing to stay out of here. But at this point, things seem okay. I can give you a brief recap of what we heard from the governor just a little bit ago. He spoke around 11:15, so something like 45 minutes ago now. He was speaking when landfall was happening. Basically what he said was, we know of one confirmed fatality that was related to Helene. That was down in the Ybor City area. This was a traffic incident. This was a person driving on the road. It sounds like that car was hit by some falling debris, a road sign. It sounds like unfortunate situation there. He expected there would be more fatalities. This is a massive storm. It brought devastating winds, lots of rain, that crazy wall of water up to 20 feet of storm surge, which is just nuts. And so they expect there will be more fatalities in the future, but we just don't have those yet. He also talked a little bit about infrastructure and where we're at right now with roads and bridges. As far as state officials know, as far as they know, they haven't had any major disasters there. Not like what we saw with Ian, right? If you remember, only about an hour after Ian, we saw this bridge going to Sanibel Island that was wiped out. We knew about that, but we haven't had any of those reports yet. So there's some maybe potential good news there. We just haven't had enough time to really figure it out, because it's dark. It's dark out, and we need to wait for city, state, local officials to really assess the damage. And with that, we will probably get a better idea of fatalities as well, the unfortunate part of this whole thing. But I will say, this is the latest out here at the state EOC. We're going to keep it monitored. But again, Tallahassee right now, I think maybe starting to breathe a sigh of relief.
Starting to breathe a sigh of relief. Of
Yeah.
course, we think our thoughts are with everybody who was actually in the eye of the storm and then getting the worst of it. But you think about how bad it could have been in Tallahassee.
Yeah, no doubt.
Very populated city, all those big Spanish oaks there, it could have been horrible.
And as we know, FSU is so filled with students. A lot of kids didn't go home. They stayed and they hunkered down. And luckily, it looks like, based on what forest shots, now that the storm has passed and gone into Georgia, maybe that is the worst. And let's certainly hope so.
We'll have to wait and see. I think we're going to Pinellas County now. Do we know? No?
Okay, Jason Adams.
Yes, walking in.
Standing by. He's always good. You know what?
Across the other side of the building, but I am here.
He jumps in whenever he needs to, right?
He's got his sneakers on.
Yes, I got my gym shoes on. I need my comfy clothes when we do hurricane coverage. So yes, here's where we're at. Let's talk about it. And a lot of you are saying, even our coworkers that I was just talking to that have just come in to pick up their shift, for all of us that have been here for the last 12 hours, when is it going to end? When are we going to see the worst of this over? I think we have hit the peak of our surge in some spots, not all spots, but in some spots. And in Clearwater Beach, we're down about a foot now from our peak surge, which was over 6 feet here on Clearwater Beach. In Tampa, we're seeing surge heights maybe over 7 feet. And we've maybe hit the peak here in Tampa. It's leveled off. It hasn't dropped, but it has leveled off with the tide gauges that I've been looking at. So I'm hopeful that within the next hour, we'll start to see that dropping here in Tampa. Significant flooding across Tampa Bay, not just in downtown Tampa, but in St. Pete, places like Coffee Pot Bayou, all these other spots here along the other side of the bay over toward Apollo Beach. I saw some people commenting on my Facebook page saying that they left their home at around 10 in Apollo Beach because the surge got that high in the Apollo Beach area. So So any waterfront place, or if you lived in one of those spots where water goes into the bay or it goes into the Gulf of Mexico, we talked about the record surge potentially on the Alafaya River exceeding 8 feet. That would be a record if we do hit that height on the Alafaya here at 301 in the Riverview area. That's what we're looking at with the heights in Tampa Bay. Now north, we haven't gotten reports yet from Crystal River. We have seen Cedar Key, though, a little north of Crystal River. That's nearing 10 feet for a surge there. And the forecast was 10 to 15 feet from Crystal River north. So that's kind of what we're looking at with the surge and the surge heights. So when does it end? Well, notice the general movement of the leftover showers that are coming on shore here. They're still moving from southwest to northeast. That's the wind direction as well. So until we start to see the winds either turning back around coming offshore, or we begin to see them lighten up, as the tide lowers and it's starting to recede some of that storm surge, now we're seeing the winds from the hurricane that's now moving into Georgia working against our tide that's coming out. So that's the problem that we have right now, is that while we're seeing some spots dropping on these tide gauges, they're doing so very, very slowly because all these winds are working against it to hold the water here onshore and onto the beaches. As far as significant wind goes, we're still looking at gusts over 50 miles per hour here in Citrus and Hernando counties, especially in these spots that are seeing some of the red on the map. Power outages significant here across most of the Bay Area. Let me find my power outage map and take a look at that. Not sure if the ladies have been informing you on that, but in Citrus County, nearly 30,000 people are without power now in Citrus County. In Pasco County, we're at 70,000 people. Hernando County, 20,000. And in Hillsborough County, 87,000. In Pinellas County, this is the one that's the bad one here in Tampa Bay. Almost 250,000 people in Pinellas County are reporting power outages at this point. Once you get up to the Tallahassee metro area and then east, they're reporting county-wide outages now in some of the more rural counties there. Lafayette, over toward Madison County, getting over to the Live Oak and Lake City areas, now reporting 100% of the county without power. So of course that's where the 140-mile-per-hour winds were at that point. So we're still looking for more sporadic power outages. Hopefully we're not going to add to these numbers here in Tampa Bay, because of course the winds over the next 6 hours are going to start to lighten up significantly. Now let's go a little farther south down toward Tampa Metro, where we're still looking at some moderate to heavy rainfall here coming in across the McKay Bay and getting into the Hillsborough Bay. Across South Tampa, MacDill Air Force Base, seeing some rain. We've got some pockets of heavy rain back over Brandon and Valrico, Seffner, over toward Mango, across I-4, I should say, heading over to Plant City. Pockets of moderate rain. Any of these showers can still give you some gusts over tropical storm force, but we haven't seen too many hurricane force gusts as of late, as the center has really pulled away from the area. So hopefully we're done with the 74+ mile-per-hour winds that we have been seeing here over the last 6 hours. Let me actually get to the National Weather Service and see what they're saying as of late. And yeah, I'm not seeing any significant wind reports here over the last hour to hour and a half. So it looks like we're really starting to see the winds coming down, and hopefully again that will work to diminish any more of the lingering power interruptions that we could be seeing. Trying to scroll because they've gone about an hour ago. We still had 62-mile-per-hour gust in Brooksville. Over an hour ago, 58-mile-per-hour wind gust at MacDill Air Force Base here in South Tampa. And in St. Pete, an hour ago, 65-mile-per-hour winds. So at that point, we were still looking at some of these winds on the stronger tropical storm force side. But again, those 82, 76, 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts at Clearwater Beach, Sarasota, St. Pete, as well. Tampa got to 68-mile-per-hour gusts. We're not seeing those as numerous at this point. Down south, I have been seeing some pictures coming in from Anna Maria on social media, and it looks like significant surge affected Anna Maria Island as well. I know it affected Siesta Key because of Dennis's family that he's been talking about that lives on Siesta Key that's been dealing with the surge there. Longboat Key around New Pass and then up toward Coquina Beach, we've been seeing surge potential as high as 4 to 7 feet in these areas. Of course, we're going to have to wait a little while for the National Weather Service. They're going to go out and do all the surveys here on all these specific beaches and also not the beach towns, but the inland towns that have seen flooding on places like the Alafaya or the Manatee River. And they're going to give us those numbers over the next few weeks to see exactly how we know this was record breaking. We just don't know what that number is yet. We have estimates that are showing 6 to 8 feet in some of the higher zones here through Tampa and then getting south of Tampa Bay, but we won't get those official numbers for a few more weeks until the National Weather Service goes out and does their surveys. But thankfully, I'm not seeing any tornado warnings. It's been a while since we've had. Hopefully I just didn't jinx us with that. But we have seen our southern spots. The tornado watch has been dropped for those of you here south of I-4. So we're no longer in a tornado watch for Sebring over to Bradenton, Sarasota, Arcadia as well. So we are beginning to see things slow improvements. It's going to take several more hours for us to be like, okay, I think the worst is done, because again, unfortunately, the surge just keeps going. So let me just triple check one more time that tornado watch. I want to make sure I gave you the right information. Yeah, so still seeing the watch for Pinellas, Hillsborough, and Polk County, Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco, but we're not seeing any signs of rotation at this point. One less thing you need to worry about on top of everything else tonight. And here's a look at some of those peak winds that we had earlier today. St. Pete, 82-mile-per-hour winds at Albert Whitted Airport, 74 at Sarasota International Airport, Sarasota Bradenton International, Clearwater Beach, 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Several spots seeing wind gusting over that Category 1 hurricane threshold. No sustained winds of hurricane strength, but we certainly had some gusts out there. All right, I believe we have a couple of live reporters out there that we're going to send it over to. Would you like me to send it to the reporters, or you want me to get it over to Thea? All right, we're going to get out to Paul. Paul is, all right, back over to you, ladies, and then we'll get it over to Paul.
Right.
One of us will show up, I promise you, Jason.
We do want to check in with Paul LaGrone. He's live in Tallahassee right now, a little bit closer to FSU.
That's right. And Paul, I know you've had some severe weather out there with the wind gusts. It looks like you're still going through it, aren't you?
Yeah, you know, the rain is really starting to come down now too, guys. And every now and then that burst of wind will send the rain sort of sideways and in sheets. It's almost like a slip and slide out here on Tennessee Street right now. All that rain spraying on as the wind drives it uphill right here on Tennessee Street. And the wind is still coming, not as quite as intense as what it was maybe an hour ago, 30 minutes ago or so. But the rain still coming down in pretty impressive sheets. And the question is, how are those trees holding up? You mentioned where we are. That's FSU off in the distance. And, you know, not to get too personal, but my father-in-law passed away over the weekend. And he was a Jewish kid from the Bronx, Bernie from the Bronx. And he had this great saying, and Katie will echo this, this Yiddish term saying, I don't want to Kanahura, meaning basically you don't want to jinx. And I don't want to jinx, I don't want to Kanahura, but I think that, you know, from what we see from our vantage point, so when it comes to the wind and what we, you know, sort of feared most about the driving force of the wind and these trees and the oak trees being on top of homes, there was a flash that we just saw. You know, we're not seeing the kind of, you know, damaging winds that could knock over these trees. Now, what we will see tomorrow once daylight comes, I don't know. That to honor my father-in-law, I don't want to Kanahura, because you never know what you might find once you go into those neighborhoods. But right now, it does seem that the intervals between those gusts of wind are starting to get a little bit longer, ever so slightly, and perhaps a little dimmer. And as this storm is moving north, I'm not the meteorologist, but I think it is fascinating, to be honest with you, that this storm, when you look at the radar right now, is touching, I counted, 12 states, maybe more, simultaneously right now, from Florida all the way up into Ohio. When you look at the expanse of this hurricane, to me, that's incredible, how this storm expanded in size. I mean, 12, 13 states, that's almost a fourth of the entire country. It's pretty massive in scale, and it shows you how, you know, I've said before, every storm has its story. And when you compare this to Idalia last year, which hit almost in the exact same spot, the eye wall, and we were there when it happened, that storm was small, compact, and it punched, you know, the Big Bend area, and it went through quickly. The wind, very damaging. But not as big. Didn't expand out as much as this storm has. This storm has all the elements, from the storm surge back home in Tampa Bay to the wind to the rain here in Tallahassee and in the Big Bend area. And I talked to a lot of people today who live here, and they're storm weary, and they have every right to be. I mean, you're talking about Debbie last month, Idalia last year in August, and now Helene in that Big Bend area and extending into the Panhandle. So they've really been through it. And then, you know, you count us and the discussion you guys have been having back there about this storm didn't even make landfall on Tampa Bay, and look at the story back home with storm surge and the reality that we have to face with that, the discussion, the challenges, the infrastructure that's involved with that. Right now, I can just tell you, it seems to almost be raining harder now. in this late hour than it was before. It's almost like I don't know how to describe it other than say it's a wetter kind of rain. The density of the rain seems to be picking up. Maybe perhaps because the wind has died down, you're feeling the rain more. It's almost falling in more dense buckets, for lack of a better way to put it. But this, the storm changes minute by minute and hour by hour. I'll send it back to you guys if you have any questions.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. Our condolences on the loss of your father-in-law. I tell you, Paul always has the best stories.
Yeah, he does. And it was interesting when he was talking about the massive amount of, rain and the wind and just how big this storm is. As he was talking about it, we see in the corner the actual, picture of the storm making its way up, the other states, Georgia and up north. And it's true. It's massive. And all those states will be affected for hours to come. It's crazy.
We have a trip to Tallahassee to tour FSU and FAMU. I've got a senior this year. So we've been trying to sell our daughter Riley on Tallahassee with all the big Spanish oaks and, and how wonderful it is. I hope
and you
they're
were
still
hoping
standing.
they were going to still stay. Yes,
I
think
they're still standing.
From the looks of it, hopefully he said, like he said, I don't remember the Yiddish term, but you don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, don't want to.
But as of right now, it looks like, those beautiful oaks are still standing. We want to go back to Chad Mills. He is in Cross City in Dixie County, and I know we lost your audio, but take it away. You're northeast of Taylor. I imagine the wind is still picking up there as well.
Here in Cross City on Florida's Big Bend, the wind, the rain kind of dying down, though we did just get a big gust of wind. But now is the time you wonder about the people who decided not to evacuate, who stayed in these coastal fishing villages against the warning of just about everyone. It's nightfall right now, so as the surge comes up in places like Steinhatchee, can you imagine how difficult it would be to find higher ground if you find yourself in that position? And certainly we hope that no one does. But we were there, about the better part of 6-7 hours ago, and a number of people, a lot of stubborn people who've lived there their whole lives. They didn't evacuate for Idalia, didn't evacuate for Debbie, saw no reason to evacuate for Helene. They figured their houses were elevated enough, and let's hope and pray that is the case and that they are all right now. We're standing at the lodge inland, though, from that area, and so many people, another thing to try to imagine, people inside this lodge trying to get some sleep, knowing they're going to need some sleep tomorrow when they eventually return to their homes. But think of how hard that would be to do. When you're thinking about your home, you're thinking about all of the money you put into it, all of the time you put into it, especially repairing it after previous storms like Idalia, wondering if it's okay, trying to text people, trying to look on social media at webcams, things like that, just wondering what this storm, Helene, will leave behind. We were talking to the police chief of Cross City a little while ago. He just told us some stories you wouldn't believe from Idalia a year ago, a storm lesser than the one we're in right now. He told us a story of two men driving down a road near a city just right across from Steinhatchee. They were in a pickup truck. They waited until Idalia hit. They did not evacuate. But then the water got high at where they were staying, so they got in that pickup truck, tried to leave. They hit a road with water on it, couldn't get through. Their truck stalled out. The water went into the cab of their truck, so they went into the bed of the truck. Well, water eventually went into the bed of the truck, so they went onto the roof of the truck. And then water consumed the entire truck. One swam to a nearby mobile home. The other, believe it or not, grabbed onto a tire and somehow floated about a quarter of a mile away before he was able to get to safety. Just remarkable to think that they somehow survived. That was last year during Idalia. We hope and pray that no one is in that situation right now. But as we've been saying all along, that is likely going to be the story here along Florida's Big Bend during Helene. Is this potentially record-breaking storm surge? We are seeing reports on social media of mobile homes floating, some amount of feet as the storm surge rises in places like Steinhatchee. Another place we spent time even closer to where we are right now, a little coastal fishing village by the name of Horseshoe Beach. A lot of people don't know it exists, but it's similar to Cedar Key in that it is surrounded by the Gulf of Mexico, and it is so close to the Gulf of Mexico. Some of the homes you could literally cast a rod right off the balcony. It is that close to the water. A lot of those people did heed the warning. They knew that, hey, even though Idalia was what it was, and many of the homes were okay to a certain extent, with this one, it just wasn't worth risking it, riding it out and seeing what Mother Nature brought to Florida's Big Bend. A lot of those people are in this hotel right now. The people I described, kind of scrolling social media, seeing if they can get any reports at all if their home is still standing or not. So many have been monitoring webcams, and they're only so good. Eventually the webcams go out when power is lost or when storm surge literally submerges some of these cameras that are set up along the Big Bend area. So time will tell if many of these homes survive. I'll tell you, during Idalia, in that coastal community, Horseshoe Beach, they lost 20% of their homes. That's some 75 odd homes. You can only imagine that during Helene, similar destruction there, but it is a wait and see game right now. It is dark. We can only see what is around us right here. We have a lot of down tree limbs, some small, some medium. We lost power several hours ago, so again, we're very limited in what we can see. But the wind has been pretty steady. Though it is calm now, we'd get big gusts of hurricane strength wind. You can still see some of these sable palms whipping in the wind. We haven't seen any obliterate like you see sometimes during hurricanes. They've been holding their own for the most part, but certainly a good number of branches down. Another reason why people shouldn't venture out and do any sightseeing or start to try to survey their properties, because you really don't know what's out there right now. If we didn't have the TV lights on right now, obviously you wouldn't see me. It'd be pitch black right here. It seems like this entire area lost power. You wouldn't be able to see your hand in front of your face if not for these lights. It's so dark and so dangerous to go out right now, or even in the morning when the sun rises. There will still be standing water in places. There could be down power lines that have energized some of that water. Just any number of pitfalls or hazards you could run into. Taylor County, which is the county just up the road there where Steinhatchee is, where this thing made landfall, urging people to wait for their signal on social media and other platforms before they start returning to their homes, be them in Steinhatchee or other areas there in Taylor County. Probably similar advice from the folks here in Dixon County, but you can see we're in one of these gusts right now. Look at over there at that tree. It's taking some damage, holding up for the most part, but already several limbs down that I can see from that tree. This is Highway 98, the main thoroughfare that the lodge faces. We haven't seen much traffic on it. We don't know what kind of shape it's in. We understand that they have been receiving a lot of rain up here as well, like we have in the Bay Area. So the ground was already so saturated. There was a concern that there could be some freshwater flooding, some ponding along the roadways as well, just from the rain. The good news is this thing moved pretty quickly through here, and we didn't get a ton of rain. I don't have any numbers in front of me, just saying that from what we experienced here at the Putnam Lodge. We didn't get a ton of rain, so hopefully freshwater flooding won't be an issue. Saltwater flooding, of course, will be a big issue in Steinhatchee and some of these other low-lying coastal areas that got beaten down by Idalia just 1 year ago, and now just 1 year later they're dealing with it all over again. Some of them still can't get over the fact that it seems like Mother Nature just keeps picking on the Big Bend. They are hoping they will be returning to homes tomorrow, but at this point they can't say for sure. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Our thoughts are, of course, with everybody who's anxious to get back home. You just have to wait it out. Of course, it's so dangerous to go out right now. People seem to think that maybe the storm is passing, that wind is still picking up. It's still pretty strong here in the Bay Area, still raining out there in some parts. Just wait until daylight. You never know what you're going to encounter on the road. Lots of debris out there, lots of ponding.
Right.
Especially on the MLK Bridge. At the foot of the bridge on the west side, I saw a car stalled.
Oh yeah, we've seen several. That people have just abandoned.
Just abandoned
because
exactly.
they're in literally the middle of floods. I was going to say too that that water is going to continue to rise as well because we still have high tide, which for some areas goes till 3 or 4 in the morning.
Exactly.
So we've got 3 or 4 hours from here till the that surge continues.
A long night.
Yeah, and we did want to mention we just heard that there were 2 fatalities in Georgia that apparently were from a tornado. So still there are a lot of folks who are in the path of this storm, and you just pray that they stay safe.
Exactly. Want to go back to Tallahassee now. We just heard from Paula Groen, of course, a little bit closer to FSU. Forrest Saunders is also in Tallahassee. Want to check on how conditions are there now. Good morning to you, Forrest.
Good
morning. I may look like a sad, wet rat, but I'm actually a happy wet rat, because I think the story of Tallahassee is going to be, that was a close one. There is a little bit of Tallahassee folklore I want to clue you in on. We have what's called the Florida State University Mag Lab here. Basically, it's a big magnet that they use to study magnets. And there is this ongoing belief among some that the Mag Lab prevents severe weather from hitting Tallahassee. And I got to tell you, after the close call that it looks like we had with this hurricane, maybe I'm a believer now. It's absolutely a bunch of baloney, but it was a very close call. What we were hearing from the mayor, the city officials, just yesterday is that we were expecting unprecedented damage here in Tallahassee, that a hurricane at a Cat 3 or 4 was going to be the strongest hurricane to ever have hit the town of Tallahassee directly. And it fortunately looks like this storm, Helene, skirted off a little bit to the east and spared the capital city. I think there are a lot of people that are really breathing a sigh of relief this evening. The damage that we have seen here outside the state EOC has been minimal, right? It's been some limbs that are medium in length, pretty small. We haven't seen any major tree damage here, at least. Yes, power is out to some portions of town. Yes, there are some trees down, but the catastrophic damage that we thought we might see did not materialize, which is very, very good news. There are some things to pass along, however. We did hear from the governor at around 11:15. Just as the storm was making landfall, he gave a press briefing about what the latest information was. Basically what he said was, if you are sheltering, you need to stay there until this storm passes. But what he also told us was there was one confirmed storm fatality. That was in the Ybor City area. We've told you about this, but just to recap, it was a vehicle driving on the road that was hit by some flying debris. Sounds like a road sign of some kind may have come in contact with that vehicle. And that is the one storm-confirmed fatality, at least on the state side at this moment. You know, local governments, they may have more fatalities, and we will get a number as we move into the morning hours here. I want to play for you a soundbite from the governor, because he said that that was basically likely to happen here in the coming hours. Take a listen.
You know, we are going to have trees falling. We're going to potentially have people, maybe against advice, go out on the roadways. We may have some more road, and you may have had folks get caught up in storm surge. I mean, we don't know, but I think it's likely that one or some of those things will have happened by tomorrow. But no, we don't have any reports of any fatalities other than the one traffic fatality. But I would imagine that will likely change as we get more and more reports through the wee hours of the night and into tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and so what we've been saying here is that while this is somewhat good news here for Tallahassee, the problem is that it's bad news for another part of the state. And it sounds like Taylor County, some of those coastal communities that had that huge storm surge, they're the ones that are suffering right now. And as soon as this storm moves out of the area, and as soon as we start getting some daylight, we're going to get a better assessment of what kind of damage we have across the state. Another thing the state officials said, they don't really have a great assessment of infrastructure damage. If we have damage to major roadways, if we have damage to bridges or major power stations, that's all the things that we're going to learn about as things get brighter, as the sun starts to come up. And it's also a good reminder that there is always another day on the horizon, a new day, a new path forward, a hope, opportunity to recover. That's what we're all striving for now. That, and me personally, I'm striving for a towel. I'm going to be looking for that very, very soon. Guys, that's the latest out here at the state EOC.
All right, thank you so much, Forrest. I don't think a towel is going to do any good at this point. It's got to wait until actually the storm is past and the rain stops. I want to go back to what Forrest said. Good news for Tallahassee, of course, bad news for Taylor County. Steinhatchee was hit last year very hard by Idalia. We saw just water that just inundated that whole city. So, of course, we're waiting to see how bad the damage is this time at daylight.
And you know, yesterday we were talking about people are going to ask the question, how many times is too many times to have to deal with a storm of this magnitude? So tough for the people living up in the Big Bend area.
Absolutely. Want to check in now in Pinellas County. That's where ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton is. He's in Dunedin.
So JJ, how are things holding up out there?
Pretty good for the most part, and good morning. We've been out here all day, and now in the morning time. We're here on Douglas Avenue, back on Douglas Avenue, where we started yesterday, and we're talking about flooding areas, and this is what we're talking about. This area right here is flooding on this road, but believe it or not, the people who live here say this is pretty normal because it always floods because of the sewer issues as well as the park. But now we have the storm that passed through, and that is what we're dealing with also, but on top of everything else. And you see some tree branches down here in the middle of the road. The good thing about, again, here in Dunedin, we have some areas that don't have electricity, but it's not flooded. Some areas that do have electricity, and they're dealing with flood. And then, of course, mostly everywhere, you got the tree branches down, the debris down, but nobody injured or hurt right now. Of course, when the sun comes up, we might have some more damage, but we're waiting for the sun to come up on that. We were over in downtown Dunedin where there's no electricity and the water was coming up from the arena. There were people going in the water. There were people kayaking and stuff like that. And I was telling them, you don't want to do that because that definitely is not safe. And want to show up and you can see some of the trees and the wind is blowing. But the good thing is that wind has died down and it's pretty calm out here. Just no power, or you got flooded roads like right here. But again, for the most part, we got pretty much unscathed. Reporting live in Dunedin, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
Thank you. And we do want to move now to Tampa, Bayshore Boulevard. I mean, you and I were watching it in the morning. It was incredible to see how it was flooding at, 8 a.m.?
Yeah,
and then to
by
see
the time we left at noon, it was flooding already.
Right, and to see how it has just increased over the past few hours.
There are waves in the street. The last time we checked in with Rebecca Petit, there was a garbage can floating. You could see some of the white caps basically on Bayshore Boulevard. Rebecca, will you kind of set the scene for us? Talk about what you're seeing out there now.
That's right. So the water continues to rise here on Bayshore Boulevard. It's creeping into this residential neighborhood where we're at. We're having to move further and further down. But if you take a look, it's just incredible with how much water and how high it has gotten. Right now, we're near the intersection of Swan and Fielding. There's a police cruiser out here that has the road blocked off, making sure that no one comes into this neighborhood. Storm surge is expected to peak just before 3 a.m. So between now and sunrise is not the time to be out here on Bayshore Boulevard. We've seen people earlier in the day just curious, trying to take pictures and just get a look at how much the water has risen. So again, you want to stay clear of Bayshore Boulevard. It's not a good idea to get in the water. We've seen people walking through, riding their bikes, wakeboarding. Obviously, that's very dangerous and not a good idea. So we can't reiterate enough to stay inside, heed all of the warnings that law enforcement have advised you. Stay off of the roads and inside if you can. For now, live in Tampa, Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
And take a look at this video right here. This was sent to us from the Clearwater Police Department. Just incredible video there. It looks like it may be downtown Clearwater. It's hard to distinguish, but I would imagine it's downtown Clearwater. The water there looks like it came, it's right in the ocean. I mean, you've got white caps, it's flowing. It's incredible. That's one of the reasons why you should not drive. You shouldn't be on the road right now.
And that's exactly the reason why those mandatory evacuation zones, evacuation orders for Zone A were put in place, because this is what we're dealing with now. If you look at those buildings, you look at the sidewalk, the water is just completely over the sidewalk, and it's clearly water from the Gulf right there. I mean,
it's incredible. And what we were hearing from Dennis and also Jason, it's not over yet. The water's going to continue to rise. We talked about high tide in some areas at 2 this morning, Jason.
Yeah, coming up on high tide, so in the next couple of hours, hopefully.
Yeah.
I get to the top of the peak, or so to speak, the crest.
Yeah, your mic was off at the beginning. You said coming up in about 2 hours.
Coming up over the next 2 hours. The latest high tide is in Crystal River. That's about 4 a.m. But the rest of them are sitting at about 1 to 2 a.m. Some of them have already happened, and at Clearwater Beach specifically, since we're rolling on this video here, we have peaked our high tide here. We're already down almost a foot from where we were just before midnight. So we are starting to see some improvements here at Clearwater Beach. Unfortunately, though, we're working. The tides are trying to go out, but the southwest and west wind, the onshore wind coming in off the Gulf, is still trying to keep the water where it's at. So it's going to be a much slower process than if we didn't have these strong winds coming in behind the storm.
And Jason, staying in Clearwater Beach right now while we have this video up, Clearwater Fire and Rescue just posted on Instagram. They're working high water rescues in this area right now. You can see their high water rescue vehicle is able to travel through these waters to get to people. Apparently someone's having a medical issue on Clearwater Beach, but Obviously, that takes a lot in order to get those rescue crews out there. We do want to go to another video now. This one is from Dunedin, I believe. And wow, this is the Dunedin Marina area. So this is in the downtown Dunedin area, you know, right on the water, if you're familiar with this area. You can see the water levels. If you look at that sign, look how high up the water is, that stop sign. I mean, you cannot see any road, you cannot see any grass. It just looks like the Gulf just extended, and it's just there.
And again, that's another reason why those mandatory evacuation orders were issued. That water is going to continue to rise, and you never know what to expect. So it was just safest just to get out. We hope everybody in that area, in that evacuation zone, actually got out. I want to show you some more video now. Do we have video? This is from Perry. Wow. Just incredible video there of the wind and the rain. The good thing is you don't see very many people on the roads. So that's the best thing there. But the lightning there, we don't know if those are transformers that blew, but just incredible video of the power of the storm.
I mean, truly, I don't even know how you can drive in this. You can't. So it's good to see. Yeah.
For Tampa Bay, the tide gauges all have showed that we've hit our peak in Tampa. So we are at the worst of it. The worst of it is over. Now we just have the slow process of getting it to kind of recede back into the Gulf of Mexico, because again, it's working against onshore winds.
And Jason, let me ask you this, not that you know scientifically, but about how long can we expect before the water begins to recede?
Yeah, I think it's going to be another 4 or 5 hours at a minimum. And like I said, unless you're in those northern spots where Crystal River's high tide isn't until 4 a.m., it's going to take a while, because we've seen some of the highest tides that some spots have in recorded history. Like we're talking about this being an unprecedented event for our area, and that's unfortunately why the damage is already so bad. So again, we're talking about a 6-7 foot surge for some spots, and working against 30-40 mile per hour winds. It's going to take a good 4 or 5 hours, I would imagine. By sunrise, we should start to see most of this water back down.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I had so many people who, of course, because Lauren, you and I switched out yesterday afternoon, and then getting a lot of messages from family and friends, you know, saying, "Oh, you guys dodged a bullet." It's like, no, this is what we're beginning to see now. It's the water that's rising. That's what we're concerned about. But good thing, as Jason said, we've hit the peak in terms of tide. So we're going to start to watch the waters begin to recede. So that's good news. It's going to take a while, though, but that's at least good news.
Yes, a little positive note there. And we do want to mention the city of St. Pete is shutting down right now its northeastern sewer treatment facility. That's because of the high levels of storm surge. Water shut off for residents and businesses north of 30th Avenue and east of I-275. It's important to not drain water from sinks or tubs. Do not flush toilet water. It's going to be off for the next 48 hours. You can still access running water, but do not let it go down the drain. Of course, we'll keep you updated if anything changes with that, but that's an important note there from St. Pete.
Especially since we were telling people to fill your tubs right now. We were telling them yesterday to fill the tubs with water so that you could use it just in case you lost water and you needed to wash things. But right now, don't drain it. Just let it sit for a while. Leave it there until you're told otherwise. We want to go back now to Tallahassee. That's where our Paul LaGrone is stationed this morning. Paul, you've been talking to people out there who decided to evacuate. They live in Tallahassee. I heard you talk to one family early yesterday. They live in an area with a lot of those old Spanish oaks. They decided it was just safest to get to a hotel.
Yeah, that's right, Dia. In fact, they evacuated to the hotel that we're at. A lot of people. That hotel sold out, packed with people, storm refugees, if you will, but refugees in their own hometown because they evacuated 15, 10, 20, 30 minutes down the road and said, yeah, just, we live in an area where there's these big, huge oak trees, beautiful, but dangerous in a hurricane that can knock those trees down. I can tell you the conditions right now have changed. Just within the last time that you guys came to me, the rain has died down a little bit. The wind has really died down. Could we see more, drenching here? We could, but about 30, 40 minutes ago, the rain was just, it was a drenching bucket kind of rain. It was sort of the wettest that this storm has been since we've been out here covering it. And then before that, it was the wind. So it does feel like we're in a major lull moment. I've been looking and monitoring the radar and, will we get the wraparound squall lines that come back around as the storm moves north? Perhaps. But we could certainly use this break. And by we, I mean not us, but the people who live here, who are living in those neighborhoods surrounded by those trees that you got to hope that maybe, just maybe, the position of this storm spared Tallahassee the worst of the wind and maybe did not knock down trees. I can't verify that, obviously. We'll be out there first thing in the morning. We're not going to be the only ones out there. Emergency crews, the National Guard, a troop of them were posted here earlier. They're here at this hotel. Everyone's on standby, ready to go as soon as they say when. They will be out here probably first thing in the morning, if not even sooner. We've already seen ambulances every now and then come by, lights on. We saw a full fire truck come by with lights on. I've seen police cruisers come by. So the rescue crews, at least first responders, they are out and about, which is good because, you know, they said, look, we're not going to go out if this thing is full blast. We can't help you. But clearly, they're out making some kind of rounds and responding to something, so perhaps already getting a head start on the work that no doubt will be a pretty steep hill to climb tomorrow. And of course, we'll be out there walking you through the cleanup process as we start our journey tomorrow. But you know, right now, it just seems like this thing got turned down. The volume got turned down within the last 30, 40 minutes, and it could get turned back up again, no doubt. Because, you know, the storm is still churning, Helene's still moving north, and there's that circulation. But it does feel like right now, at least, we're getting a break, and, you know, that could be a good thing, especially for an area in the Big Bend and Panhandle here that has just been hit by these major storms back to back to back in the last year. So it's, you know, you talk to these folks here, they've been through it. To a person, I said, you know, are you getting tired of this? They're like, yeah, we're getting tired of it. I mean, they're resilient. They're a sturdy bunch. They know how to handle it, but they could use a break from major hurricanes. So we'll be here tomorrow walking you through the cleanup process that everyone enjoys, right? That's the best part. We got to put this thing to bed. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, need to put Paul to bed. It's today already.
Yeah, and
said we'll be here tomorrow.
At least the storm is a quick mover. That is the one positive thing.
Exactly.
And we do want to stay up in the North Florida area. Our reporter Chad Mills joins us now live in Cross City up in Dixie County. That's northeast of Taylor County.
That's right. He is northeast of where the storm made landfall in Steinhatchee. Chad, what kind of conditions did you see there?
So many people worried about what storm surge is doing in places like Horseshoe Beach and Steinhatchee, two of the small fishing villages here on Florida's Big Bend. It's wait and see until we can get out there safe, but we can't look around the hotel grounds now because the wind has died down to the level we can venture out a little bit, and so we can walk and see what we find. And already we have seen a number of limbs down, palm fronds, and it looks like we have a pretty decent sized tree right here. It looks like a cedar tree. Big tree right here and hit a power line, as you can see. This is probably a sight you're going to see all over this area of the Big Bend of Florida, just because it was a Category 4 hurricane that passed through here. Not directly. We were not within the eye or anything like that, but we were so close to it that the wind was just fierce for prolonged periods of time. We figured we would see trees down. There's our first one, and it's right around the corner at the hotel. We'll walk over here too. I don't know what we're going to see, but we'll just kind of walk and let you know what we see. It looks like we have some freshwater flooding over here. That was a concern after all of the rain this area has gotten over the past month or so, ever since Debbie. It wasn't a huge concern like the storm surge, the saltwater flooding, but you can see it looks like a little outbuilding or shed right here might have some water in it. Maybe not much, and doesn't look like the most important building in the world, but there's a little bit of flooding right there, and it looks like it goes back a good little ways to the property line. Venture back over here toward Highway 98. That's the main artery through much of the Big Bend and right in front of our hotel. We try to see if we see any big trees down or limbs down on it. Front of the hotel grounds, pretty good. We had that bulb smash. We had a couple big limbs come down at the front of the hotel, but for the most part, it held up pretty well. And yeah, here is Highway 98 right now. Power was knocked out, so it's pretty hard to see, but shining the spotlight here, yeah, it looks like it's pretty clear right here, just in this general vicinity. But don't let that fool you, because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to assume that there are probably some sizable trees down, at least limbs down, getting to some of these places like Steenhatchee and Horseshoe Beach. National Guard in the area, local officials in the area as well. You can only assume that as soon as the sun rises, they will start going out, assessing the damage, starting to clear some of those roads so people can get to their homes to see what's left. Again, we've said this all along, and it's important to repeat. They just don't want anyone to go out sightseeing or surveying until they give the all clear to do so, just because simply they don't know what's out there right now. It's so dark. So many of these roads are flooded. The professionals need to go out first, start clearing the way, make sure it's safe before everyone starts to return to their homes. But, you can just imagine, we've talked about it, the anxiety that people are feeling right now, and the people who evacuated just hoping, praying that their homes are still there. They know it's a very real possibility that they're not. In fact, a lot of the people we talked to today said they were going into this storm with the mindset that they were going to lose their homes. So if they go to their homes tomorrow and they are still there or are still in decent enough shape, then it'll be a surprise, a happy surprise. But they are going into the assumption that the homes will be lost to the storm surge. So many of these homes so close to the Gulf of Mexico. But things here, it will be a cleanup as well from just the wind of Hurricane Helene in this Cross City area and other areas that are more inland that still felt pretty strong winds as Helene passed through this area. We'll send things back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Chad. Thanks, Chad. It's a double-edged sword. A lot of people, of course, are anxious for daylight to see what they'll find, but then they're also very nervous about daylight to see what they're going to find. So we just have to pray that, it's not as bad as what we are expecting.
And it's so important to just kind of stay put until, the storm totally moves through, the floodwaters recede, to figure out what actually happened.
Until it's safest to go out. We do want to go back to Pinellas County now. We checked in on ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton earlier. He was in downtown Dunedin.
And JJ, it was looking pretty good last we spoke with you. How are things holding up now?
Pretty good. The wind is coming up again, but pretty good for the most part. It stopped raining, and there's some debris down here, some trees and stuff like this, like small branches and stuff like that down here, but also some bigger branches right over that way. Now, we're on Douglas Avenue. We tell you it floods here often, but even with this storm, it's coming up even more. We're not going to go all the way down there because we want to stay out of the flooded waters, but you can see right there, we can't even get back to Douglas Ave where the Cornell family was. I've been talking to them all day, and they were putting up the stop flows or the flow stops, as well as boarding up their windows. And a lot of folks in this area left because they were just nervous. But when they come back, pretty much it looks like it's going to be pretty good out here, but we're going to have to wait to sunlight or daylight to see that. We also went over to San Jose Park right off of Bayshore Boulevard. You probably hear that car going. I'm not sure why, but it'll be coming up soon. But you can hear that car going over there. But we went over there, and the seawall was underwater because of the rising there. Then we went downtown to downtown Dunedin. No electricity. The water coming up from the marina. There were some people in the water there. We told them they can't go in, so don't go in. But for the most part, things are good here. We've been all over Dunedin, rocking and rolling. And I want to say the best person to work with through all this is my photographer, Matt Lathan. He has been on it. My earpiece dying, my phone dying, my computer dying. He has all the charges and everything I needed. He made this day happen, and we are still here, and we are still glad to say that not too bad out here in Dunedin, but when the sun comes up and we look, we'll see, and hopefully still the same. For the most part, though, people did heed the warnings. No one left unless they were already going to leave. People stayed home while this was coming through, and in the morning when they wake up, hopefully they won't have too much damage. Reporting live in Dunedin, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
Thank you, JJ. You're celebrating the little wins. We got to always, keep an optimistic view. It's the little wins that we like to celebrate.
And our crews out there are rock stars. It is hard to do this coverage without power, like JJ was talking about, all the chargers and all the equipment that we need to keep charged. So glad everyone's staying safe out there. All right, let's move a little bit further south now. We want to go to the Sarasota area.
Yeah, speaking of rock stars, let's check in now with Keely McCormick. She is up this morning, starting her day in Sarasota. Keely, we last checked in with you around noon yesterday as well. What are you seeing out there now?
Well, good morning, guys. Good evening. Not really sure what time of day it is, what we should be saying right now, but we're reporting live from our balcony this morning. Our hotel actually is flooded. The surrounding streets are flooded. So this is where we'll be until the sun starts to come up and still until those roadways start to clear. We're also dealing with power outage, which I think both of these issues are something a lot of people in the area are dealing with. I want to take a quick look out my window here. This is just a look at the water. It's really receded up onto the sidewalks. I did just speak to the emergency operations office. They tell me right now they're in life-saving operations while also balancing a transition into recovery. They've called in additional resources to help, and the EOC tells me right now they're doing what they can to get where they can to help. With that being said, they're begging people to stay home, stay off the roads for now until the sun can start to come up and until they can get out, kind of assess the damage. I'm with you. I also want to leave our hotel. I want to go drive around and see what's going on, but it's just not safe. We're going to stay put. You guys stay put. And I'm going to continue to stay in contact with the EOC and get updates and bring that to you guys right here on ABC Action News. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Keely. We've been continuing to check conditions all around our state. Keely, of course, was just in Sarasota. We had JJ in Dunedin. And now we want to go back to Forrest Saunders in Tallahassee. He's a little bit closer to the EOC there.
Yeah, Forrest, have things changed much since we last heard from you about a hour ago?
Yeah, actually, things have changed quite dramatically. I got a towel, which is good, and the rain has stopped. The wind has come down. Here in Tallahassee, things seem to be getting back to normal, which, hey, thankfully, that is everything to these people here in the capital city, because this was a real brush with death, right? It really was. I mean, we had the city mayor saying just yesterday that they were expecting unprecedented damage, that this could have been the strongest storm to ever make a direct hit here in Tallahassee. So a lot of people are feeling really, really lucky that they don't have to go out into their yards and just see an obliterated mass of trees and property. And that's not happening. At least that's not what we can tell so far, right? There are obviously some trees down. There is some damage here in Tallahassee, but it's nowhere near the unprecedented damage that we were expecting there for a little bit when Tallahassee was squarely in the sights of Helene. It does look like it veered off to the right a little bit, right? It moved further to the east. Taylor County is where a lot of people are going to be focusing their attention and efforts in the cleanup operations that are underway. We did find out about one fatality when we heard from the governor at around 11:15 yesterday. That's 11:15 p.m. Basically, one fatality down in Ybor City. Sounds like there was a person on the road that was driving. The vehicle was hit by some flying debris. Sounds like it was a road sign. That is the only state-confirmed fatality. Obviously, local officials may have their own count going, but that's the only one the state knows about. We also asked about infrastructure, whether or not we knew of any major roadways or bridges that had been damaged. Here's what the governor told us.
When we wake up in the morning, the storm will have moved through the state. I think some of the storm surge that we've seen on the Florida Peninsula on the West Coast, some of that may have dissipated by then. And so, we're not necessarily capturing in real time the full extent of that just because it's late and it's dark out and people aren't about that. But I would imagine that, you're going to see a lot of wind damage probably in the northern part of the state. I think most of the damage in the rest of the state, I do think there'll be some wind damage because the gusts were out, but I don't think it's going to be like we saw with Ian or Michael.
So basically what I'm standing in right now, this black hole of uncertainty behind me, that's essentially what we're all dealing with right now. Everybody wants to know just how bad this storm was, but we just don't know yet, and we're going to have to wait for the sun to rise in order to find out. But that is the latest out here at the state EOC. Again, Tallahassee breathing a sigh of relief tonight.
Thank you, Forrest. Forrest mentioned that one state-confirmed fatality in Ybor City. The Associated Press has also confirmed 2 deaths in Georgia from a possible tornado, Dennis.
I just popped up out of the blue. That was interesting. Yeah, so, Dia and LSG, for the last 6 hours, we've been watching this build. And the water, we're now seeing videos on social media. We're now just really starting to get a lot of the pictures, and it's going to be, of course, it's going to be sunrise before we really see the stuff. But a lot of the local law enforcement agencies, Pasco County, Hillsborough County, Clearwater Police, we showed that video a few minutes ago. It's something, I've been here 30 years, have not seen anything close to it. I've been talking to people who have lost their home in the last 6 hours. I've literally had messages on Facebook from at least a dozen people who said that their home is a total loss and they had to be rescued by John boats in Newport Richey. And a buddy of mine who lives off the Alafaya, that the water is completely enveloped in their house. And I mentioned earlier on, my in-laws, literally water 3 feet in their home in Siesta Key, and they have never flooded before, ever. So what we're experiencing tonight in the overnight, and I know there's a lot of people out there who are watching us on streaming who evacuated and don't know whether or not they're going to have a home to come home to tomorrow. And of course, the question we continue to get from a lot of folks, when is this water going to recede where I can get back? And, you know, as Jason mentioned a couple of minutes ago, it's going to be a little while because we're still coming up on high tide in the bay itself, coming up over the next hour and a half to 2 hours. I believe it was around 3 o'clock. But we are beginning to get some numbers in from the Weather Service on just how high these levels were. And yes, the majority of them are record-breaking. We're starting to see some of the numbers between 6.5 feet of a surge, where the forecast was 5 to 8. And what's mind-boggling about this, guys, is the storm was over 100 miles away from us. And we've said this many times in the past. How many times have we watched a storm go to well, last year with Idalia? Because, I mean, we watched a storm go past us, it brings in flooding, and then makes landfall up in the Panhandle. And what was insane with this one, and Jason and I were talking about this, landfall was literally within how many miles of Idalia, Jason? I mean, was it like
almost the exact same spot?
Yeah. I mean, now, granted, the eye size is different and whatnot, but overall, we are looking at a storm that made landfall in almost the exact same spot between Perry and St. Mark's that Idalia did last year. And remember, Paul Lagrone was live in Perry as that eye wall came right on through. And boy, what a difference a few hours make, because we were interviewing and talking to Forrest. He was giving us an update before the storm came, when it was a real close call whether that eye wall was actually going to make it into Tallahassee. And our area, we never had sustained hurricane force winds. Never did. We had gusts as high as about 82. I think that was the highest that we had. But it was always about the water. And this is now how many storms in a row, or maybe not in a row, but how many storms in the last 5 years that we've continued to see this happen. Storms that stay west of us, don't make landfall. I think in our mind, we always think worst case scenario. We always think, what happens if this actually makes landfall right where we are? Nowadays, the way storms have been going through and how much water they bring, they no longer have to be a direct hit. And yeah, Jason, these sensors are bad because they've been 79 now for a while. But we're still seeing winds, 30 to 40. We're still getting some power outages, reports of power outages, but paling in comparison to what they were about 4 or 5 hours ago, when we did have 70, 80 mile an hour wind gusts. And we did have about 400,000 people without power across the area as the storm passed to our west and started to really crank up, peaking at 140 mile an hour winds, which was higher than the Weather Service of the Hurricane Center actually ever forecast. I think the highest forecast we had seen was 130 at Cat 4, but it went through an explosion. You could see that lightning building with that throughout the evening hours, and the pressure dropped, the winds rose, but fortunately for Tallahassee, it made a little bit of a veer, and it might have only missed it by 15, 20 miles, but that was enough. And very, very similar location to what we had last year with Idalia. So the rest of the area, still looking at some squalls, nothing much, really very little issues now for anything other than we need to get that water to recede. And it's going to be a while because it's such a big storm. I mean, yes, it is weakening now down to 110, and that's going to continue. But the problem with this all along is that it was such a large storm that even a storm that was over 100 miles out, and even a storm that hurricane force winds only extended 60, 70 miles out, and it was 100. So we were never even in the mix for sustained hurricane winds. But because it had such a large reach and such a strong push, that it just continued to bring that water in. And the EOC folks, they need to be applauded. They did their job. Yesterday morning, almost 48 hours ago, we got notification for mandatory evacuations. So The notice was there. And I will tell you, Jason, I don't remember who the interview was, but it was an hour or two ago. And I think it was Katie interviewing somebody in St. Pete. And the guy's like, oh, we didn't know it was coming.
Yeah.
Like, really? How do you not know it's coming?
Yeah.
Because for 2 days, everybody has been talking about this. It's been all over the TV. It's been all over social media. So I really do think we've got a very long night ahead, a very long day tomorrow, obviously, as well. And we're going to be seeing some stuff that I don't think we're going to want to see, and I think a lot of folks aren't prepared for. But it wasn't a matter of not knowing that it was coming, because EOC, they did their job with those evacuations and then reiterating them today. I mean, you get those big alarms on your phone. I mean, you can't miss it. I mean, everybody, I think, immediately thinks it's an Amber Alert. And then you look at it, and yesterday it was evacuation zone A and mobile homes. And today it was evacuate now. I mean, and I remember seeing it. I mean, there's no way you're not going to see that or know that that's not coming. So there are the storm. These are the totals. I suspect, based on the early looking that I was seeing, believe it or not, we were probably on the left side of these numbers with some of the numbers that the Weather Service just released. And Jason's actually making a graphic, or we will soon.
Yeah.
But at this point in time, you know, that 5 to 8, even that 5 would have been a record. So, you know, whether or not we got 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, we are still looking at numbers unlike we have ever seen before, with a storm that was over 100 miles away. That's the one that I think really needs to hit home, because imagine if it wasn't. Imagine if it actually had made landfall when you got the wind and the surge. I don't think any of us can, at least if you haven't been through a storm like an Andrew, you know, because it's been over 100 years since we have been hit here directly with a major hurricane. But this go around, we got the impacts from the water, that's for sure. Futurecast by tomorrow morning, it's gone. We're actually going to have a pretty sunny, nice day, mostly dry, just some isolated showers, and kind of the same setup again on Saturday. Now, Jason's going to talk a little bit about the high tides, which we have gone through some of them. But not all of them, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, Crystal River, we still got a couple of more hours before we get to our high tide peak here. And just reiterating some of the numbers that Dennis was talking about that we got in from the National Weather Service, I'm going to be making a graphic and posting these out to our social media pages. But as of 12:30, a couple of these observation sites have not peaked yet, but the biggest one, the highest surge so far, is 7.18 feet. That was in Old Tampa Bay. That actually not Old Tampa Bay, Hillsborough Bay, over toward the port. 7.18 feet. The record set just last year from Hurricane Idalia, that was 4.56 feet. So we nearly went 3 feet above what the record was set last year here on the east side of Tampa Bay. Port Manatee, so far, 6.04 feet of surge. The record, 3.69. Nearly doubling what we were looking at from Idalia last year that set the record. In downtown St. Pete, a record surge of 6.29 feet so far. That beat the record set back in 1985 of 3.97 feet. So again, almost doubling, about 75% more of what we've had with our records before. And at Clearwater Beach, we have peaked. That's gone down significantly, now back to minor flood stage after being a major flood stage for a couple of hours. 6.67 feet was the surge here. That beats the record from the 1993 superstorm. That was a massive blizzard up the East Coast and brought a significant surge to us here in Tampa Bay. That broke the record of 4.02 feet at Clearwater Beach. So imagine what Dennis was saying. All the hurricanes and storm threats that we have had over the last 50, 60, 70 years, even going back 100 years to the Tarpon Springs hurricane in 1921, we have not seen surge values this high in any of these systems that have given us such problems and headaches in our past until today, until tonight. And like Dennis said, this was 100 miles out. The center of the circulation with the 120 mile per hour winds was 100 miles away. If it was 40 or 50 miles away, or heaven forbid we see a direct landfall, just think of how bad it could have been or how much worse it could be. So we really hope that you were not impacted, but we know that so many, I mean, hundreds of thousands of people that live along our coastline are going to have to wake up tomorrow with something they've never had to do before. So many people we've interviewed tonight, so many people on social media saying, I've never had flooding in my house before, and I've been here for 20, 30, 10, 15 years. It doesn't matter. Everybody's been saying nobody's seen the surge and the flooding that they've had before, hence the records being broken that we just got the numbers in from the National Weather Service so far. And again, in Tampa Bay, we're just now peaking. and starting to see the tide gauge come down. So we'll get the official numbers from them, but it actually could even be a couple of inches higher than what we're having right now. So here's your high tide times. Most of us are there now. If not, we've already passed. We passed high tide in Clearwater. We are about to pass it here at Davis Islands. Give it another 30 minutes or so, and we'll start to see high tide being reached here in Tampa Bay, so the numbers will start to come down here. We passed passing it in St. Pete coming up just before 2 a.m. Sarasota, high tide was at 12:20. Crystal River, that's the one that's going to take a little while longer for us to get to, and that one's coming up at 4 a.m. Here's a look at some of the winds out there. These are the peak winds. Now, while we're not seeing these 60, 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts any longer, we are still seeing the wind direction coming in off of the Gulf, so it's going to take several hours for the waters to totally recede because they're working against these winds that are pushing them in the opposite direction. The tide's going this way, 30, 40 mile per hour winds are going this way, and that's going to keep the surge up for several more hours. I was just talking to a friend in St. Pete saying that their street is flooded. It came out of 4th Street, I think is where they're at, and they're flooded, so they're asking, when is it going to come down? It's going to take a few more hours. I think by sunrise, we'll really start to see these waters coming down, ladies.
And Jason, you said between 4 and 5 hours, so it's going to be a long night. We also, again, have been checking in with our crews that are positioned all around the state of Florida, not just in the Bay Area, but all around the state of Florida. We've gone back and forth to both Forrest Saunders and Paul LaGrone, both in Tallahassee. We do want to check back in with Paul LaGrone now. He's near FSU.
Yeah, we're near FSU, off in the distance here. Things are calming down quite a bit, actually. The rain has stopped. You know, we still have sort of this mist in the air, but the wind has died down pretty considerably. That's not to say it might not pick back up every now and then, and there might not be a little bit of rain, but it's starting to feel like things are starting to turn down a little bit. We have seen first responders coming down here on Tennessee Street. They're out and about. That's a good sign. They're probably already assessing damage, getting an early start. We see cars already out. There's been some steady traffic. So, you know, and I've been monitoring videos on social media, and what I can tell so far is, at least downtown, not a lot of debris, not a lot of damage. So, you know, we'll see it and verify it with our own eyes once we get out. There's a couple of Tallahassee police cruisers going by. It's been very active here. So they're getting a head start. National Guard already in position, power crews in position outside of Tallahassee, ready to go. The power has stayed on throughout the entire storm tonight. So we have seen some transformers blow in the distance and they light up the sky, but the traffic lights here, at least in Tallahassee proper, are working and the power has stayed on. That's a good sign. The question about the trees were the big topic of the day leading up to Hurricane Helene making landfall. Would those trees survive? You know, there's no evidence to say that the trees haven't toppled down, but we're not hearing that they have. We'll have to get out and get into those neighborhoods to see what the deal is. That was a big vulnerability here in Tallahassee. But with the wind being the way it played out here tonight, there were times where it felt like the intensity was perhaps a little to the right of us, in the sense that to the east of us, and that could Tallahassee have been spared the most intense part of this? Perhaps. That's not to say that there might not have still been wind damage, because there were times where the wind was intense, and every now and then you'll still get that gust that comes back, but nothing like what we saw before. It was much, you saw how it was. I mean, it was like a river of wind and rain falling all over the place. So, you know, here we are. It's closing in on 2 a.m. The timing kind of tracks. This is what they thought it would do as it's now moving north. And, you know, even though it was a nighttime storm, and those can be kind of scary in the sense that you can't see what you can't see, when daylight does come and the sun does come up, the timing could be just right where, okay, you get a fresh start. These crews are going to be out from minute one. They'll have an entire day to start working on cleanup and getting folks what they need, you know, the power back on where it needs to get back on. And, you know, if there are trees that are sideways or whatever, they'll be out there with the chainsaws and they'll have the entire day uninterrupted to do it. So in a way, the timing could be good for the Panhandle and the Big Bend and even Perry, that I know took a punch. At least tomorrow, first things first, they're going to be out there. And I know the governor talked about how they felt like they had all the pieces in place to start helping people really right now. And as soon as there's daylight, they're really going to be in a position to get started. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Paul. We're getting ready for another shift change. Paul has been with us reporting since yesterday at 2. We're going to send Paul in now to try to get some sleep. He'll be back again this afternoon, though, to give us more live reports from Tallahassee.
And what he was talking about, the governor saying all those forces were ready to help, all those linemen, which is super important. We've been looking at the power outage maps. We're going to get some more concrete numbers for you. But if you are in the Clearwater, Pinellas County coast area and you have power, honestly consider yourself lucky at this point, because the Duke Energy map, like more than 200,000 people without power. So
yeah, TECO has more than 100,000 customers without power right now. We're going to try to get you some county breakdowns of those power outages coming up momentarily. We're working on that.
But we do want to let you know, Pasco County government is also reporting their 911 center is receiving a lot of calls about flooding. And first responders are rescuing people right now from flooded homes and cars that are trapped in the flooded streets. So officials are talking about if your life is in danger, you really should call or text 911.
If your home is flooding, they want you to turn off the power and then call 911. Emergency crews, of course, will respond as quickly as they can when it's safe for them to do so. But they're asking you right now to stay off the roads, avoid traveling unless absolutely necessary. The roads might be flooded. They might be blocked by downed trees, debris, or of course, power lines.
And downed power lines we know are extremely dangerous. So please just stay put, call 911, and they will get to you when they can. And we do want to now get another look at Bayshore Boulevard in South Tampa. It was truly looking surreal, really all night. We know this area floods a lot, but it was just incredible to see.
Yeah, we've never seen waves in the street on Bayshore. We want to go back in and check in now with Rebecca Petit. She's been out there all night. Rebecca, we were talking about how shocking it is to see whitecaps on Bayshore Boulevard.
Yeah, definitely surreal, and the water continues to inch closer and closer into the residential neighborhood. Just a trash can was knocked over behind me. You can see it floating in the water, and it's sort of what we've been seeing all day. Lots of debris and trash inside this water, so it's not something that you want to be inside. But we've seen people just so curious and wanting to get a closer look of all the water that has risen, and so they get to biking and walking inside of the water. Obviously very dangerous, and we don't suggest that you do that. The storm surge is expected to peak soon, and so between now and sunrise, try to avoid Bayshore Boulevard. There are police cruisers out here that have the roads blocked off, making sure people are turned around and finding another route. A lot of people tell me this is something they've never seen in the years that they've lived here. 20, 30 years. They've never seen the storm surge so high like it is right now. Again, if you don't have to be outside when the sun does rise, stay home, stay off of the roads, wait until conditions get better. And that's the advice from officials this morning. For now, we're live in Tampa. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
The best advice.
Yeah, truly. And we just want to give an update on those power outages that we're talking about right now. We just got a map that really shows basically the heat of where the most outages are. And it looks like in the state of Florida, the number of reported outages, 1.2 million, 11% of people don't have power. And truly we were talking about the Pinellas County area and how bad it looked from the Duke map, but if you go up to North Florida, that's where it's all concentrated, where Paul is, where Forest is, and where Chad is. That really not a lot of power up there.
In Taylor County, that's where the storm made landfall in Steinhatchee. Of course, Paul and Forest are on the east side of the storm. They're also seeing power outages. We're waiting until daylight to see how bad the damage is there, but no surprise that Taylor County, near where Chad Mills has been positioned, is seeing a lot of those power outages in the area. But again, TECO reporting 103,000 power outages just in our local area alone. Also, Duke Energy, 241,000 power outages in Pinellas County.
And speaking of Pinellas County, are we going to go to our Pinellas County? Our JJ Burton, he's been in downtown Dunedin. We were showing you pictures of the marina area. There was water up to the street signs. Yeah.
We do want to check in with him now. JJ, you talked about some tree limbs down where you are. Are you seeing any flooding?
we're seeing some flooding. We actually changed directions or changed locations. We are now on San Jose, right across from the San Jose Park. And I want to show you real quick, though. They were talking about flooding and people waking up in their houses underwater somewhat. This is, again, a smaller house or one-story house, and you can see the water right there and right up to their garage. And there's definitely water in their garage. So those folks are going to wake up in the morning and probably have some water damage. We were out here earlier. Across the street from here, that's Bayshore Boulevard, then over there is San Jose Park. We were out there. We can't even get to the park now because the water is still up this way. And it's basically one with the intercoastal. It basically looks like it's just all coming up this way, and that is definitely what they're going to wake up to this morning. And again, downtown Dunedin, there was some flooded roads. The marina went up. The water receded somewhat, but it was still flooded over there. No power out over there, but these folks have power. But again, flooded roads and some tree limbs that are down. You come right over here, you can see, I'm going a bit too fast, but you can see right over here that there are some tree limbs here in the water and here in the road. When these folks wake up, going to have to see what the damage is like. But of course, the water's up here, and even in this house right here, it looks like the water has reached somewhat of their carport over there. So this is what folks are dealing with here in Dunedin. We've been here. We've also over on Douglas Ave where they were dealing with some flooding, and also downtown and back around. So for the most part, flooding, no power, strong winds, but most people are okay. 411 Dunedin, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
Thank you, JJ. Talking about power outages, we want to stay on that now because JJ talked about power outages in Pinellas County. I'm looking right now, more than a third of Pinellas County is without power right now. That's the new report. Just incredible, incredible power outages. And you also saw in the Big Bend area, 100%
truly,
of that area out.
So this map, it's kind of like a color scale, and there's like a darker red black color that shows up to 100%. And truly the Big Bend area, I mean, it is all that dark red and black. So nearly 100% of people don't have power. I would say based on this is probably 85–90% of people don't have power in those counties, and that's all from that wind that we were experiencing.
That's incredible.
So we do want to keep checking conditions in the Tampa Bay region. We want to go now a little bit further south than where JJ was.
We want to go back to ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick in Sarasota. Keely, what are you seeing there? What have you heard the conditions are like there?
Well, it's still pretty windy. I mean, it has died down from later last night when we were trying to get some sleep. That wind was whistling. It was hard to fall asleep. It was so loud. We could hear the rain pelting into our windows here. But the roadways surrounding our hotel right now are flooded and the power's out. I think it's something that a lot of people across the region are dealing with right now. I do want to show you just right outside our window here. This is all flooded. There's a few boats that are parked in the water right there, right outside our window. One of the boats actually parked up now on the sidewalk. How high that water really came up. I just spoke to the emergency operations office. They tell me right now they're in life-saving operations while balancing a transition into recovery. They've called in some additional resources to help out throughout the night. And the AOC tells me right now they're doing what they can to get where they can to help. But that being said, they are begging you to stay home. They tell me that Sarasota PD has barricaded off several roadways, a lot of flooding out there. They're also helping right now to rescue people, getting them out of their vehicles, out of their cars, and really trying to get people away from that water. That's why right now is not the time to go out. It's not the time to assess damage. I understand why everyone wants to head out. I get it. We're stuck in our hotel too. All the roadways surrounding our hotel are flooded. But for now, we just got to stay put and wait for the authorities to get out and do their thing before we can all get out and assess our damage or check in on your home. So biggest thing, stay safe out there. Reporting live from Sarasota County, Keely McCormick. We'll go back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Keely. It looks like Keely has power where she is. She's in Sarasota County, but we're checking right now, more than 55,000 customers in Sarasota County are without power right now. I'm checking Hillsborough County, 20% of Hillsborough County, 89,000 people, 89,000 customers are without power in Hillsborough County. Here's the power outages based on counties in our area.
So you can see, I mean, again, that Pinellas County number, you said that was a third. Pasco County is really climbing. Citrus, Hernando, obviously Polk and Highlands doing pretty good. I mean, majority of them have power. We do want to take up that map again that I was talking about earlier. So basically, the scale's not up there, but essentially the lighter colors, the more people have power. So the dark red you see up at top, the dark red, the magenta, the brown, the black color, those are the counties that lost the most power. So those people are close to 100% without power. And if you look at the orange color, you see Pinellas County, where that's about a third of people have power there. Obviously, the blues and the greens are more central counties, which is, Polk only like 700 people lost power. So you can see how this storm is really impacting the power outages. But we do know thousands of linemen are ready to go. So they will be able to get into these neighborhoods once the flooding waters recede. They can't do it right now.
Right. We saw a video of those linemen stationed at Tropicana Field and also other areas in the state of Florida ready to roll as soon as it's safe. They're going to go out and try to restore power. But no surprise there, the darker colors in the Big Bend area, that's where you're seeing the majority of the power outages because, of course, that's where Hurricane Helene made landfall in Taylor County. So no surprise there. Almost 100% of customers in that Big Bend area are without power right now. We want to go to some video that we just got in from the Bradenton Police Department. It shows the storm surge from the Manatee River along, is that Barracuda Boulevard and First Avenue? That's 1 block west of Pier 22 in downtown Bradenton. It's hard to even tell that that's actually a residential street.
Truly, if you look at the shrubbery and see how high the water is on the shrubs, and I believe that's a fence there, you can only see the top part of the fence, and actually that's a bench, so it looks like it's covering the seat of the bench. Can barely see that that's a sidewalk there, I believe, but again, this is from Bradenton Police, seeing how much flooding is happening there. And we do want to take a look at another piece of video. This is the Legacy Apartments in the Wellswood neighborhood of Tampa. You can see the water there up to about the tires. People kind of looking at their cars, probably trying to figure out what to do. I believe this is in the Seminole Heights area. But again, this is what people are dealing with all across our viewing area right now. I mean, waking up at 2 a.m. to see this.
Yeah, we tell you not to drive in water like this. They're not going anywhere. They're not going to be able to go anywhere. I would imagine that a lot of those cars might be lost in terms of insurance, especially that one right there. Once you get water damage, not much you can do when it comes to those cars.
And we're also getting word there are structure fires in Hillsborough County that fire rescue crews cannot get to because of situations where the water is just too high. There are actually 6. They're reporting 6 structure fires that at this point they cannot get to. We're not sure exactly where these fires are, how they started and whatnot, but unfortunately, this is what emergency responders are dealing with right now because, like we told you yesterday, there gets a point where even they cannot get through the floodwater. It has to recede a little bit before they can get to these emergency situations, and unfortunately, we're seeing that playing out in Hillsborough County right now.
We'll have to continue to monitor that, and we'll keep you up to date, but again, they can't get to it right now because the floodwater is just such a dangerous situation for them. But Jason, we've been talking about how long it's going to take before we begin to see some of that floodwater recede.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be a while.
Unfortunately, until about sunrise for some of us to really get this water to recede because we've had record-breaking surge. No surprise, we got some numbers in from the National Weather Service. Dennis and I have been talking about this all night. Our team has been talking about this for the last 3 to 4 days, that if the surge values verify, the ones that the National Hurricane Center put out 2 days ago, 5 to 8 feet, then we would see record surge here in Tampa Bay. And here's some of the preliminary numbers. At Clearwater Beach, topped out at 6.67 feet. The old record in Clearwater Beach was actually from the superstorm back in 1993. So we're talking about decades old surge records, and it wasn't anywhere near 6.7 feet like we saw last night into this morning. The record was just barely under 4 feet for a surge here in Clearwater Beach. So think about that. Put this into perspective. The dozens and dozens of hurricane threats that we have had over the last several years, several decades, even going back to the no-name storm and the superstorm, of course, of '93, all the other major blizzards that have affected the Northeast and Southeast, and we've been seeing squall lines from them that have produced surge. We've never had values these high recorded in some of these areas. Very impressive number right here. This is East Bay over in Tampa. Now this is where the McKay Bay and the Hillsborough Bay come together, so right around Port Tampa. 7.18 feet. Now that number is preliminary because that was as of 12:30, and at 12:30 the water was still rising here. So we could add a couple of inches to that. It won't be anything dramatic, but we could even go up to 7.2 potentially for a surge here. Same deal. The old record is about 4.5 feet that was just set last year when Hurricane Idalia rolled by. And that one was about as far off of the coast as what we were looking with Helene, but it didn't have the wind field, what we've been talking about. And hopefully we were driving that message home to you guys over the last 3 to 5 day period that no two storms are ever alike. Every single one of them is different. So you can't say that, well, Ada didn't do this, or Nicole didn't do this, or Ian didn't do this, so it's probably not going to do this. You can't do that with storms, and tonight was a prime example of it, because compared to Idalia, that was a category 1 or 2 off of our coast, this one was a category 2, 3 off of our coast. Same distance, but the wind field was so much larger with this one in terms of how far out the tropical storm force winds extended from the center of the storm, that more basically bigger wingspan of this storm was what contributed to record surge that we saw here that nearly doubled the previous records that were set by Hurricane Idalia just last year. So that's where we're at right now. Of course, we don't have all the numbers. We don't have numbers for Crystal River, Pine Island, Sarasota, Siesta Key, down to Nokomis and Venice. The National Weather Service office is going to have to go out and do a lot of surveying. They do damage surveys after hurricanes, just like tornadoes, and they'll give us those surge heights based off of water lines and some of the towns that they're going to go to. But this was the forecast. In orange here in Tampa Bay, 5 to 8 feet was the last 2-day message that we have been trying to get across from the National Hurricane Center, from emergency managers, and from the National Weather Service, saying this is our most reasonable worst case scenario. And unfortunately, it verified here in Tampa Bay. Now, did we get the 8 to 12 or 10 to 15 foot surge here at the Nature Coast? We don't know. We probably did, considering that we did see the numbers fall in line here in Tampa, but topography, bathymetry, storm setup, onshore wind, tide times, all of that, of course, will confirm if it all came together to give us those surge values here up north. Down south, I'm pretty confident that we verified the surge here 3 to 5 feet because of the flooding that's happening in Siesta Key, the flooding that happened already early this morning in Fort Myers, where at the high tide this morning, they saw street flooding, and then with the surge tonight in Fort Myers Beach, they had overwash from Gulf to Bay. The entire island had water going across it. So we know that that was a minimum of a 3 to 5 foot surge there in Fort Myers. And again, same deal in Siesta Key. Unfortunately, Anna Maria Island, my favorite spot here in Tampa Bay, likely seeing significant surge here as well. So these numbers are going to come in from the National Weather Service office in the coming days, weeks, and months. As we get that information, we're going to relay it to you guys. But yeah, this unfortunately did verify to be one of our worst case scenarios. And I can't stress this enough, from a storm that was 100 miles away. Heaven forbid we ever see one that makes a direct landfall here in our part of Florida, because we're one of the most populated parts of Florida. There is not much coast that doesn't have housing, businesses, hotels, local shops. There's not much of our coast that doesn't have that. So that's why we are extremely susceptible, because our population density. Also, we're extremely susceptible to it because of the shape of our coast. We are a north-south facing coast, and when you have a north-south, south-north moving hurricane that parallels the coast and funnels water hours and hours in, rather than it just coming from one direction, and the surge will be higher down south, or if it's coming in from the east coast, the surge will be higher to the north. The entire coast is vulnerable to that storm surge. Also, when you look at our continental shelf, the shelf that goes out into the Gulf of Mexico, it is extremely shallow for about 150 miles out. So that's the bathymetry of our coast, the shape of our seafloor, I should say, here for the Gulf of Mexico. All of this working together to not just make us one of the most susceptible storm surge spots in the United States, but in the world. We truly are one of the most susceptible and vulnerable spots, especially up to the Appalachee Bay, when it comes to storm surge. And the forecast where at landfall was up for a surge of 15 to 20 feet. We'll have to wait and see, of course, if that actually happens. So now we're looking at what's left of this system for us, and it's very spotty showers, leftover bands of showers and thunderstorms. Remember, until 6 a.m. for another 4 hours, we have a tornado watch from I-4 north, but thankfully all of these are much weaker and not rotating the way that we did see that rotation from earlier showers and thunderstorms that provided significant tornadoes warnings. We had dozen, at least, I would say, across southern spots today, and then a couple that made it into Polk and Hillsborough County. So that's where we're at right now. We're not concerned about freshwater flooding. That's not going to be an issue for us. We did see some spots up to 3 inches of rain, maybe an isolated 4-inch total, but our general 3 to 6 inches of rainfall that was in the forecast, certainly the lower end of that is what we saw. Great news there because, of course, we're so saturated. We don't need any more rain, and we certainly didn't want this to turn into a Debbie situation with 20 inches of rain. It's now down to 90-mile-per-hour winds moving into South Georgia at this point. Can you believe they have hurricane warnings all the way up into South Georgia, and we have a Category 1 storm moving through central Georgia right now? That's how fast this thing is moving to where it's not weakening rapidly. It's going to take a while longer for those winds to lighten up as the storm is moving so fast. So yes, we have hurricane warnings up for central Georgia. We have tropical storm warnings up all the way into the mountains of North Carolina. That is how impressively fast this system is moving, and they could see a significant flood threat. Freshwater flooding for them, of course, our concerns here with saltwater flooding. Freshwater flooding for the mountains of North Carolina, also North Georgia, getting into East Tennessee, the mountains of South Carolina. They could see catastrophic flooding from this storm system because it's not just the hurricane rains. They've had rains for 2 to 3 days now that have saturated Asheville, North Carolina. My niece lives there. Already 7 inches of rain, and they still have this 9 to 10 inches of rain coming from Helene in the Asheville, North Carolina area. So we're not done talking about this storm yet. It's going to be a big problem for a lot of the southeast, and it could even provide some rain all the way back as far west as Memphis, Paducah, Kentucky, maybe getting into some of the drought-stricken Midwest areas in and around Cincinnati and Louisville as well. So that's where we're at right now. Let's fast forward to where we're going to be here over the next couple of hours. Dennis showed you this a second ago, but if you missed it, here's what I've got with Futurecast. 2 a.m., temperature staying very warm because we're seeing all this tropical air coming in off of the Gulf. Fast forward to around 3:30 into the morning, still looking at these lingering bands across the area, but nothing that's too problematic for us. And then check it out as we go tomorrow afternoon by 1:30. Pretty quiet. The winds are going to be significantly more calm too. We're not looking at 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds. Winds by about sunrise will be back below 30 miles per hour for most of us. And then tomorrow afternoon, rain chances staying pretty low. So some good news as we kind of assess what happened. We get the cleanup already started for a lot of communities and friends that are going to need it. The weather's not going to create more problems for you. The issue without power, though, if you're not going to get your power back on throughout the day tomorrow, heat index values will be into the upper 90s and low 100s because of the air being a lot more humid than it was last weekend. If you were with me on Good Morning Tampa Bay, I was talking about how the heat index would only be 98 degrees. This could be 105 to 110 degrees because it is going to be extremely humid with all this tropical air coming in off of the Gulf of Mexico. So let's talk about your weekend. Saturday into Sunday, looks like we could get a little bit more moisture sneaking back into the area. Rain chances will start to creep up quite a bit as we go through the day Saturday. Just scattered stuff. I'm not looking for anything that's going to create some flash flooding or anything like that, but it does look like we're going to get a little more tropical moisture to work with for the weekend, so rain chances will start to go back up pretty high once we get into your Saturday outlook. Sunday probably about the same, maybe a little less on your Sunday time frame. So conditions improving as we go through the next couple of days. Here's a look at what the rain chances look like. Again, Saturday and Sunday, ignore the numbers. These obviously aren't updated. I haven't updated any graphics here tonight because we've been focusing on what's happening now. But yes, a good 50-60% chance of rain for Saturday and Sunday. Monday and Tuesday, those rain chances drop back down. I know some of you are saying, do we have any cold fronts on the way? Give me some good news. We're almost there. Once we get to October, we start to get the cold fronts, but unfortunately I do not see a cold front, at least right now, unless something has changed. Has anything changed over the last 24 hours? Because I haven't looked at the extended.
The GFS tries to spin up another storm in about a week.
Well, we're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, we won't.
We're just going to take that out right now.
Ignore that.
Hey guys, I've got a request.
Yes,
a viewer just messaged and said, can you please have Dr. Dennis or Dr. Jason explain exactly what high tide means? The viewer lives in Seminole Heights, has lots of flooding on his strait.
Take it away.
Well, I mean, you know, you have a mean tide. You have what happens. It's really a lunar thing. It's a moon thing, and the tide rises and falls based on the moon. And honestly, it's something that it's very predictable. I mean, to the minute, and you know exactly how high that tide is going to go each and every cycle. Again, there's a 6-hour difference from high to low tide. Am I supposed to walk over into the? No, Jason's got that up there. Good.
Yeah,
okay.
there you go.
Yeah, I mean, there's a 6-hour, give or take, there's a 6-hour difference between high and low tide. And so when you go through the tide cycles, that's something that we always concern ourselves with when we're talking about a tropical storm or hurricane, because unfortunately, it seems as though of late we seem to catch a storm when we have a higher tide for that month, because it varies. You know, it's very predictable, but it does vary. And sometimes you might get a tide as high as 3 feet. Forget any kind of a tropical system. That's just the a value that comes up for that time of the month. Whereas other times, if you hit a low tide, you could actually be below zero. You could be like a negative 0.3 tide. And for whatever reason, bad luck, so be it. We've seemed to have a lot of storms come in as we've hit high tide. This particular one, not quite as bad, right, Jason? Because we actually had this come in kind of at low tide this afternoon when the levels were pretty low. But then as we got through the latter half of the evening and we got our second tide, because again, you get two, well, not always, but usually you get 2 high tides and 2 low tides in a 24-hour period. Sometimes you don't, just based on the timing of the clock and whatnot. But yeah, we had another one and we still do. And the reason the times vary is because you're talking about different spots. You know, the water comes in from the south or the north, depending on the situation. And this, I'm looking at that chart right there. You had a high tide that was just after midnight in Sarasota, but yet Crystal River, you had one after 4 a.m. So there's a huge spread. So you can't just go on and say, well, our high tide's at 1 o'clock. Because we have a massive area that we cover from Citrus County all the way down to Sarasota.
Yeah, and so basically, like you're saying, it's all about the moon and the earth, the way that they rotate around each other. And at certain times, you get a gravitational pull that will give you a little bit more of a tug on the water, and that's your high tide. And when the moon is farther away from the Earth's surface, based on whatever side that it's going to be on, that's where your low tide comes in because you get less gravitational pull. So yes, like Dennis said, very predictable. These are predictable out days, weeks, months, years in advance. This is something that doesn't change. And but yeah, just you hope that if you are going to see a hurricane, you don't want to see it coming in at a high tide. And remember back in Eta, if you guys were here for Eta, that was what the problem was with Eta. Eta was a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. That was it. And we had record surge back then from Eta in some spots of the bay. And I think a lot of people were just like shocked because it was only a tropical storm, but it came in at one of those abnormally high king tides. So fortunately, we had a king tide, last week, a couple days ago?
It was 2.8, yeah.
Yeah, so thankfully, this did not coincide with the arrival of the king tide that we had a few days ago. But it was bad enough as it was.
And we often say just a tropical storm. I don't think we say it as much anymore.
Yeah.
The last 5, 6, 7 years, I think many of us, myself included, have learned our lesson. I'll never forget this. This was back when we were just starting out here in the station back in the mid-90s. And we had a tropical storm. Its name was Josephine, and I think it was like 95. And I'll never forget, this was just a tropical storm, and I expected nothing of it. And I went up US 19, and probably similar to what we had tonight, I remember knee-deep, thigh-deep water on US 19 in Hudson.
Wow.
And I'll never forget, there was fish swimming around me as I'm walking out in there, and that was Gulf of Mexico water that moved in, and that was, again, just a tropical storm. And we've learned our lesson because Eta, same thing, just a tropical storm, and quite often they bring every bit as much water as any other storm.
And that's what we were saying. You can't say one storm did this or one storm didn't do this and think that that's what you're going to get with the next storm. Debbie 2012, not Debbie that we just had a couple of months ago. I think it was 2012, a foot of rain in parts of the Bay Area. And this one dropped this Hurricane Debbie that rolled by did 1 to 2 feet of rain. That one also produced, I believe, like 6 or 7 tornadoes, and a couple of them were pretty strong as well. So yeah, each storm is different, and I think what we're learning as we continue with our tropical seasons here, and if you've been a long-time person here, if you are a transplant or you're brand new to the area, whatever the case may be, things aren't what they used to be, and I think that we just have to prepare for that, yeah, we have to look at every individual storm as an individual storm and not think about, well, this happened during this storm or this happened during this storm, and really take the advice of emergency managers, the National Hurricane Center, because everybody did a fantastic job with getting as much notice out about the severity of this potential flood situation, and unfortunately it verified.
I can say the modeling was the most accurate I think I've ever seen in a hurricane 3, 4, 5 days out. I mean, honestly, I mean, they never skewed. You never had one switching back and forth. I mean, once this thing started, and even more than that, we were getting model predictions before this even existed.
Yep.
I mean, this was being forecast a week before we ever even had a formation of anything. So, yeah, I mean, the models did a great job.
National Hurricane Center, when they did the potential tropical cyclone for the very first advisory, it had the landfall point where it made landfall tonight. And that was even before it was a named system. It was a potential tropical cyclone at that point.
And yet what's kind of depressing about it is even though the forecast was probably as perfect as it will ever be, you still had a lot of people, human nature, I guess, you know, who just, well, it's not going to hit us. I've lived here all my life.
Yeah.
We're going to hear that a lot tomorrow. I've lived here all my life. We've never had it before. I just didn't think it was going to happen again. And I understand that, because if you've lived here 40, 50, 60 years and you've never seen that, you're going to figure, hey, we're blessed. Yeah. The Indian burial grounds did their job. Right. You know, what a lot of folks talk about.
Exactly.
And in reality, like you said a few minutes ago, I mean, this was over 100 miles away.
Yeah.
So it's just hard to imagine what it would be like. Well, I guess we'll see what happens in Perry and, you know, in areas up north. But that's such a rural area that you don't see the kind of damage in that because there's not much there anyway.
Yeah, and you've got small beach towns like Keaton Beach up towards St. Mark's. So those will kind of give us a little bit of a staple. But yeah, where this went in, I don't think there's really any like commercial beaches there like we see on our coast, so we can really assess. But again, National Hurricane Center filled with very, very smart people, way more smart than I am. So I'm sure that they'll get it down there. They'll do their surveys. They'll find out how high the water got, and we'll see if this 15 to 20 foot surge verified in that area. But yeah, and another thing, we talk about how we haven't seen this in our area. Imagine being up in the Appalachian Bay where for decades, 100 years, since records have been kept in this part of the world, there has never been a Category 3, 4, 5 hurricane that's made landfall in the Forgotten Coast or the northern part of the Nature Coast in the Appalachian Bay. And then all of a sudden you had Category 4 that was initially a Cat 4 Idalia, but after they kind of reassessed everything, it was a Cat 3 at landfall. So you finally had one, and then not even a year, you're about a year, about 3 or 4 days out from the 1 year point of Idalia going by. And now we have a Category 4 in the same spot. So within 1 year, 2 storms that have never happened in the history of this part of Florida have now happened, back to back.
And you know, the fact that we were talking to Forrest and Paul for most of the evening, and Tallahassee was right there on the fringe of getting the western eye wall, and they didn't get it. So, you know, you have the Bay Area, you know, we're going up to the reporters who are up there because they were supposed to be ground zero in a sense, or very close to it, and they just didn't get that much out of it. Whereas us, while we had 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 82 I think was the tops,
82,
right?
Correct.
So we had several spots with hurricane force gusts, and we had what I think will be looked back at as the worst flooding surge, at least, that we've ever had in recorded history. Have we ever had anything higher other than the 21 hurricane, the last major hurricane? Not that I know of.
Yep, and most people weren't around in 1921 to see
what
I
was out there. I remember
Dennis,
but
he's been here forever.
but yeah, I mean, and that was a direct hit.
Yeah.
That was a direct landfall, Cat 3 or 4 hurricane into Tarpon Springs. And you can argue that the water damage that we had today will rival anything that they had back then. I mean, you don't know. You never know for sure. And I do remember there's been some pictures in Ybor, I believe. There's been some pictures back in the early 20s of just complete devastation with that same hurricane, even though it hit Tarpon. I remember seeing pictures in Ybor City. But yeah, I think tomorrow, you know, when we look at our pictures, I wonder what we're going to see, because I think a lot of the damage that we will have seen is going to be inside houses. It isn't going to be the typical hurricane damage where you see trees down and you see houses and roofs blown off. Everything's going to look okay from the outside, I think. It's when you go inside. We've both been getting pictures and video of people inside their houses where there's water 2-3 feet high.
Maybe Gulf front, if you're right there where the waves were hitting along with the surge, maybe we'll get some of that typical hurricane damage on the Gulf front. But yeah, I mean, it's calm water sitting in their house. And you just showed a video from even on the Alafaya River. Way inland, of course, connected to Tampa Bay, but way inland from the Gulf of Mexico. And one of your buddies had a foot of water in his house from the Alafaya River. Same thing, never seen flooding in that part of the Alafaya River. But that was one of the concerns, was that we'd get all this push into the Alafaya, the Little Manatee, the Manatee, and the Hillsborough River, which we did see in downtown Tampa, where, of course, the Riverwalk was all underwater too.
Yeah, well, for folks who follow on Dennis Phillips Live on DPL, it was Mike Broussard who brought us just a ton of crawfish yesterday to Faye. He brought it over, and his mom, Bonnie, lives in Louisiana, and anytime there's ever a hurricane that comes, we always talk to Bonnie, and she gives us updates on how the storms are.
I've heard Bonnie, yeah.
So,
okay.
That's Mike, and I know Mike knows LSG as well, because I noticed on your Facebook page, he had commented saying, hey, we got some water. And did you see the video?
Yeah, it truly looked like about a foot of water inside his house. So, I mean, that's what we're waking up to this morning. It's just awful to see these people in their homes. They're going to have a lot of cleanup to do this morning.
And there's people who evacuated who don't know. I know a lot of people who live over near me who evacuated, and they haven't been able to get back in their house, and they have no idea how much water is or isn't there. And unfortunately, I think there's going to be a lot of people who are going to come home to a lot of work to be done.
And it's going to take a while to actually be able to get to their home this morning, because it's going to take a while for this water to go down.
Yeah, we keep wondering that ourselves as we're still standing here.
Still here.
Yeah. Greg should be in soon. I've been texting Greg. I'm like, Greg, are you going to be able to make it in? And I haven't heard back yet. So it's making me a little, oh, wait a minute. He just texted back. Okay. Yes, up and getting ready.
There we go.
His route to work, he's got to travel over the MLK Bridge.
Well, that's what we wondered.
Of course, at the foot of the bridge,
right at the very bottom.
On the west side, there is a huge ponding. There's officers out there. There was a car that was stranded in that water. So he's going to have to find another route in.
Can he ride his bike? Because I know he's big about riding his bike.
Probably not the best day to ride the bike
Is that
today.
an electric bike? Because that probably wouldn't be a good thing.
Yeah, not the best day to ride that bike today. Okay, I think we want to show you some video that we just received from Pasco County, but not yet.
Actually, we're going to go to Keeley first. So Keeley's in Sarasota County. Keeley, you were in that hotel room because you actually can't get out right now because it's too flooded. So what are you learning right now?
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, the roadways surrounding our entire hotel are completely flooded right now, and you can see it from our hotel balcony. If you just look out right here, all of this is just covered in water. There's some boats parked right outside our hotel. Those boats are actually pulled up and parked now on the sidewalk just because of how high this water really came up. I've seen several palm trees on their sides and really just water that's kind of taken over this entire area downtown and on Bayfront Drive. I did speak to the emergency operations office. They're telling me they're still in life-saving operations while balancing a transition into recovery, and they're still continuing with search and rescue efforts. They've called in additional resources, and they tell me they want people to just stay home for now as they work to get to where they can. It's kind of difficult with all the water that they do have and that they're dealing with, but they're working to help the people that they can. They have a lot of people. We got an inside look at the EOC yesterday as they were working and sending people out to help where they can. So we definitely just want to keep that in mind as you, I'm sure, are curious about what's going on outside right now. Just stay home. Do not go on those roadways. Sarasota PD has barricaded off several roadways just because they're completely underwater. Again, we always say turn around, don't drown. Right now, just stay home. We're going to stay put here too. All these roadways surrounding us are flooded. So just not a safe time to drive, not a safe time to walk around and assess damage. We'll just wait for the authorities to do that and for the sun to come up. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Keeley. Of course, Keeley has power out there. I wanted to ask her if they ever lost power at one point. Of course, there are more than 50,000 customers that are without power in that Sarasota County area. So the next time we go to Keeley, we'll ask her what the conditions were like at the height of the storm.
And this video is actually from Pasco County Sheriff's Office. They posted it on X about an hour ago. This is them starting to get ready to perform high water rescues. We learned via X that 40 people have been removed from rising water along the US 19 corridor. That seems to be where they're doing a lot of these high water rescues right now. Pasco Sheriff, Pasco County Fire Rescue. They're using these rescue boats. They're putting them in the water and then going to the people's homes. And earlier we were also talking about Pasco County telling you to call or text 911. They'll get to you, but do not get on the road because that will just make the situation so much more dangerous. But if you're in an emergency, you can call 911 and they will get to you as soon as they can.
Pasco Fire Rescue saying the best way to stay out of harm's way and to protect your community is just to stay put unless you absolutely have to get out on the streets. Again, the 911 center says it's been receiving numerous calls about flooding. First responders have been rescuing people from flooded homes and of course those cars that have been trapped in flooded streets. You just saw that video. Again, if you don't have to go out today, just stay put until at least sunrise, and then at least you know what you're going to deal with on the road. You might see down debris, there might be down power lines, there's going to be flooded roads, and you never know how deep that water is.
Right, truly, it could make a bad situation even worse. We do want to check in on conditions now in the western Hillsborough County area.
We want to check in with ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott, just starting her shift this morning. She's in Town and Country. Larissa, as you made your way out there this morning, what did you see?
Hey, Dia, we are here in the Town and Country area off of Memorial Highway near Independence Parkway. And it's really tough to see, but about half a mile down, we can see there is water. We've got a deputy here blocking off the road to keep people from going in this area. But as we traveled trying to get to this spot, we heard some reports that there were some water rescues in the Dana Shores community. We just had a hard time getting around. We had to take so many detours turning around so that we weren't driving through water. Definitely many parts of Hillsborough are flooded, not safe to drive down, and we had a tough time trying to figure out how to get there. It took us quite a while to get over here. So just echoing that sentiment for people to not get on the roads. As we were driving, we saw so many stranded cars, and just it seems like a lot of this maybe caught some people by surprise. We just talked to someone who said he was trying to get to his mom who lives down the street here, and he was stopped at a red light, and that the tide suddenly came in, and he had to quickly turn around. He did tell us that his mom has about a couple inches of water in her home right now, and that officials are working to rescue her. So a busy night out here for everyone, and we're hoping, of course, once we get some daylight that we'll be able to see more of what's going on out here. But that's the latest here in Hillsborough County. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Larissa. Very scary scene, and we've heard that multiple times from our crews who are out in the field talking about, encountering roads that are flooded or there's debris that's crossing the road and you can't get through. But again, it's dark out there right now. You're not going to be able to see. I know there's a tendency to want to go out because you think the storm is past and to go out and maybe assess damage, but you really can't see anything right now. It's best to just wait until sunrise. And then when you get the all clear, maybe you can go out and venture.
I mean, nothing is worse than driving up on a road and then, or even driving into a floodwater a little bit and then realizing how deep it actually is. Now, earlier, about a half hour ago, we were telling you Hillsborough County Fire Rescue was dealing with some structure fires that they could not get to because of the high waters. And we actually talked with them about the problems they're facing. So take a listen.
We've, I'd say about an hour ago, we had 6 structure fires, all working simultaneously, and about 2 or 3 of them we were not able to access them, and we were working, trying to work hand in hand with TICO to secure some areas to make access to these fires, but due to the flooding, due to the electrical hazard component, we weren't able to make access at that time.
Again, you were listening to Hillsborough County Fire Rescue talking about those structural fires that they were dealing with. Really couldn't deal with them because of the high water. They wanted to make sure that it was safe for their crews to go out, so they had to wait for the water to recede. We'll continue to check back in and let you know how that situation is going.
And truly, that's not an issue just in Hillsborough County. We don't know the exact number of fires or situations happening in all the other counties, but we're hearing the same thing from rescue crews that they just can't get to these places. Because the floodwaters are too high.
And that's what they were saying yesterday.
Yeah.
They wanted everybody to get to a safe place, a shelter possibly, if you were in an area where you felt unsafe or had been asked to evacuate, because they would not be able to get out until it was safe for their crews to do so. And now we're getting lots of 911 calls from people who are trapped in their homes that are flooded or on streets that are flooded. So again, law enforcement all across the Bay Area asking, when it comes to getting on the road, just don't do it. And if you are seeing water in your home, to call 911, but just to know that it might take them a little while before they can get to you.
All right, we do want to now check back in Pinellas County. We know this is an area that saw really high levels of storm surge. We've been showing it to you all morning.
Want to go check in now with ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton. She joins us live now from that area. Good morning, Casey. What are you seeing? Looks like the road behind you, at least, is dry.
Yeah, good morning, guys. We've got Clearwater Police behind me on Court Street, and they are currently blocking off the bridge to Clearwater Beach. We do know from past storms that Clearwater Beach tends to flood a lot when these storms come through. It floods very easily. I did a story a few months back when there was a big storm and there was a lot of flooding back there, and even neighbors were actually putting together a petition to try to get some more stormwater improvements in the area to try to help with that. But we are currently seeing that it is blocked off at the moment. This is for your safety. No one is allowed over on Clearwater Beach at the moment. So we tried to, kind of get a little bit closer, but we weren't even allowed in there. But we're just kind of checking in with communications department and trying to get some updates right now. Clearwater Police did post on their social media some video that we saw. If you want to go check it out, it's pretty impressive to see how much water is over there and just flowing through the Clearwater area. And you guys keep re-emphasizing over and over, stay at home today. I was driving over here. We saw a lot of branches. We saw a lot of signs that were fallen over, crosswalk signs, a few traffic lights that were out as well. And as we were driving through this area, I ended up not seeing a branch, and I drove over it. That dragging noise was a little concerning, but that branch eventually came out from under my car. But those are the kinds of things that you're probably going to run into if you do end up driving today. But again, the best thing is to really avoid it. When it comes to driving on these roads, I'm a native Floridian, and a lot of the time you can become used to these storms and you can become used to the flooding and say, you know what, it's just another day of that. But that's not how we want to think through this. We want to make sure that we are taking precaution, because even the smallest amount of water that you drive through can impact your car, damage it, and become dangerous at some point. So keep that in mind today. Try to stay home, and if you do drive, just be very, very aware of your surroundings. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Casey. Want to go back to Pinellas County now. We sent ABC Action News reporter JJ Burton to downtown Dunedin this morning.
Yeah, JJ was kind of shifting around areas. At one point, he was on Douglas Avenue looking in the downtown Dunedin area. JJ, where are you now and how are things looking?
We shifted around areas before because we wanted to show everything, but now we have to move again because there's no electricity in downtown Dunedin, and you can't even use the internet signal. We can't even go live, so we have to come back over here to San Jose Park or right off of Bayshore, and I'm going to step out the way so we can walk closer. I want to show you this because about 30 or so minutes ago we were out here and the water was all the way up to about this point, but now you can see it has receded, but there's still a lot of water in the road, and a lot of that is coming from the intercoastal right there. Now across the street, we have Bayshore Boulevard right in front of us, and across there is San Jose Park that you can't even see because it's basically underwater, but that's why we're back out this way. And again, the electricity out in downtown, there's no lights at all out. And I want to remind people that because of that, if you are going to be out and you're walking around downtown right now this morning, you want to have a flashlight. There are some people out there who were on a golf cart earlier. I saw them and they had the lights off on the golf cart, and they ran into a tree branch that was a little bit bigger than this right here in front of us, but they ran into that branch and someone fell off and got hurt. So you don't want to do that. There's a lot of people who are just out walking. You want to have a flashlight and you want to make sure that you are just paying attention, because also the water that's in the road and the water on the sidewalks, you don't know what's in that either. But that's what we're seeing here in Dunedin. Again, water receding, but still a lot of water still in the road. And there, again, electricity is out as well as just damage. And when people wake up, we'll see exactly the extent of damage to their home. Real quick, though, also, earlier we showed you this house over here. There's still some water in the driveway there and up to that garage. Hopefully not too much damage, but that water, again, we're seeing it has receded. But that's what we're seeing here in Dunedin. We've been out here all day, different locations, and now we're switching locations because the electricity, we can't get signal. We have to go somewhere where there is electricity. Reporting live in Dunedin, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
All right, thank you, JJ. Stay safe. We want to get you now some information from the Citrus County Sheriff's Office. The Citrus County Sheriff's Office says the storm surge is coming in fast, and they're still expecting more through the night. There is a detour now in place for Crystal River for US 19, and deputies say avoid driving on roadways with any standing water. Flooded areas, of course, can be unpredictable, the depth not always obvious. So from the Citrus County Sheriff's Office, if you can't see the fog and safety lines, the water is too deep, don't drive into it.
And remember, we were talking about, Jason was giving us the tides earlier. The Crystal River high tide wasn't supposed to be until the 4 o'clock hour. So clearly, as we move up north, that's what they're dealing with. And Pasco was dealing with those water rescues along US 19, so it just is kind of continuing north.
And again, it's going to take a while for that water to recede, so they're going to be dealing with this for the next couple of hours.
So we do want to now go back to the Tampa area, Bayshore Boulevard, South Tampa. We were seeing those waves in the streets earlier, and our Rebecca Petit has been there for hours now.
It's surreal, actually. Let's check back in with Rebecca. Rebecca, is it starting to get any better? We can hear the wind picking up out there, but does it look like it's getting any better?
No, it's pretty much still the same. The water continues to creep into this residential area next to the doorsteps of many of these homes here. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see trash cans have been knocked over, a lot of debris. We can see a piece of plywood here. So again, this is not water that you want to be in. Lots of debris, lots of trash in this water. We're told that the intersection of Swan and Fielding is blocked off right now. We can see a Tampa police officer here blocking off the road to make sure that people don't come on this road. So if you're planning on trying to make your way here, just stay home. You don't want to be on this road. A lot of people are interested in seeing the storm surge and how high the water has gotten, but again, as it might be interesting to see, this is not the time to come out and take pictures or take videos. You want to stay inside because we don't know the dangers of the storm surge yet until the sunrise does come up, and so we are expecting the storm surge to peak soon. So between now and sunrise, again, we have to reiterate that you want to stay off of Bayshore Boulevard. For now, I'm live in Tampa. Rebecca Petit, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. We want to get you now an update on some of those power outages. We just got numbers in of customers who have lost power by county across the state. I'm looking at Pinellas County right now. More than a third of the county is out of power, more than 240,000 customers in Pinellas County.
And if we're looking at the state on a whole, we're 1.3 million customers or people without power right now. That's the number of households, businesses, whatnot without power. That's increased about an hour ago when we were looking at this map. It was more like 1.2, and now it's about nearly 12% of the state does not have power right now. That's a crazy number.
That is crazy. And then if you look at this map here, the darker color right there, the darker color, sort of red and burgundy in the center of the state in the Big Bend area, that's where the most power outages are concentrated. Of course, that's where Hurricane Helene came ashore in Taylor County and Steinhatchee. We're hearing almost 100% of customers in that area are without power. But again, that's no surprise because when the storm made landfall, that is to be expected. Category, very strong, what, Category 4 when it made landfall.
And then if you look at, you can see the Pinellas County in that orange color. And then most of our other counties like a shade of orange or yellow, but that's still a significant number of people without power. So frankly, if you live on the coast right now and you have power, honestly consider yourself lucky. But we do know that, yesterday we were reporting Tico and Duke, they had linemen staged across the state. We know they're somewhere at the Trop. I think Duke had 8,000 linemen ready. So once the floodwaters start to recede, they will be out working to restore power. But as we know, that's going to take some time because clearly they cannot do their work when the floodwaters. That is extremely dangerous and not going to happen.
And also with this wind too, they want to wait for this wind to die down a little bit because of course, sometimes those tree limbs are what causes those downed power lines. So they want to make sure that the wind dies down before they get out on the roads. But again, the cavalry is stationed, they're positioned, they're ready to come out as soon as it's safe for them to do so.
And we do want to just pop up a QR code on your screen right now because we know we're going to be here for you throughout this storm. You know we were here before, during, and we are going to stay here after. So take out your phone and scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to our website, abcactionnews.com/hurricane. There we have everything you need. We have a live blog from our reporters, videos showing you what they're seeing. So if you evacuated and you're wondering what your neighborhood is looking like, hopefully we have a team close enough to you so you can see it. We have information from first responders. We have everything there. It's right on the homepage. So definitely a good resource to have. Again, abcactionnews.com/hurricane. It'll always had the latest information to help you get through this storm.
We also want to remind you to download our ABC Action News app. Scan this QR code on your screen. This will take you to a link where you can learn how to download both and our mobile app, as well as how to download ABC Action News Plus on your favorite connected device. Really, these are really good tools to have, especially if you lose power. That way, you don't have to miss any of the coverage from our team of meteorologists who are constantly keeping you up to date, and also our crews in the field who may be in your neighborhood letting you know what conditions look like. That's especially important for people who've evacuated or for people who decided to stay in their homes so that you know what it looks like before you decide to come out.
Yes.
Things out.
Stay inside. It's 2:41 in the morning.
Yes.
No reason to go outside right now. Just stay inside and hopefully our team can help you out. We do want to now help out our southern counties, our Keeler, McCormick, and Sarasota County.
Kaylee, did you ever lose power at any point throughout the night?
Hi guys, yes, we did lose power. We still don't have power. I'm not exactly sure what time the power went out last night, but I'm assuming it was around 9 o'clock that my phone stopped charging. But yeah, we're still out of power right now. And, we've been telling you guys all morning, all the roadways surrounding our hotel right now are flooded. I want to give you just a look from our balcony. You can see the water's just kind of taken over the sidewalks, the parking lots, and it's actually one of the boats up there, up and over and parked it on the sidewalk. There's several down trees back there in the area. It was a loud storm that we heard last night when we were trying to get some rest. The wind was really hitting into our big glass doors here at the hotel. We heard the rain hitting it as well. A lot of loud booms. Then now, after looking outside, I think what that was the boat actually hitting into that seawall and then eventually coming up and over it. And there are several downed palm trees out there as well. Like I mentioned, we are right downtown Sarasota, right off Bayfront Drive, which is absolutely flooded as we speak. The Emergency Operations Center tells me they have search and rescue efforts underway now as they work to try to help get some people out of flooded homes, out of their flooded cars. As far as what we can expect once the sun comes up today, the county will assess the damage and they'll then decide if they need to send out storm debris collection contractors. That'll be decided today kind of once we can kind of get out there and see what's going on. Sarasota County offices, those will remain closed today so staff can get out and help where they're needed. Solid waste collection is expected to return today. And then the Sarasota Breeze Transit, that's also expected to operate on a modified schedule today. Back to you.
Keely, don't go anywhere. I guess she did leave us. we were. Oh, she's there. Okay, great.
She's there.
We assumed because Keely lost power, that was a battery-powered light. But Keely, I did want to ask you, you're in a hotel right now. You said it's surrounded by water. Before you were unable to get out, did you notice there were a lot of people who evacuated to that hotel?
No, when we checked in, I mean, it was pretty empty. There were definitely some people in the lobby and still people around. When we first got here, there were a lot of people out at the park just across the street from where we were. So it's quiet right now. It isn't the middle of the night. We've talked to a few guards who are just kind of walking around trying to make sure things are under wraps. We're in my photographer's hotel room right now so we can look out of his balcony. But in my hotel room, this kind of edge right where you come in from the outdoors, this was all flooded. I mean, it was soaking wet when I walked out of my hotel room this morning. Not sure what time that happened. I mean, like I mentioned, it was loud all night long with the wind whipping and obviously the rain as well. So not sure if this is an evacuation place that many people have gone to. I think once the sun comes up, we'll be able to assess that more and talk to the other people who are in this hotel.
Keely, do you think that water was from the rain? Because you guys are up high, so that wasn't from surge, was it?
Right. I think the water in my hotel room was from the rain, but I think the water out on the street is from the surge because we are right. I mean, like I had showed you guys, we are right on the water.
Got it.
And Keely not able, thank you, Keely. Keely not able to get out of her hotel because they are surrounded by water right now. They don't have power. Keely, we assume that that's a battery-powered light that you're using.
Yep, it's our battery-powered lights.
There we go.
All right. Okay, thank you, Keely. We'll check back in with you a little bit later on. Again, it's going to take a while before that water recedes. And take a look at this video. Is this from Hillsborough County Fire
No,
Rescue?
so this is actually South Pasadena. So the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, South Pasadena, they're responding to obviously a lot of emergency calls. And this was a fire. It was a residence fire. They actually came across it. So that leads me to wonder if potentially these people had evacuated, but they were doing some water rescue. They came across this house fire. There were several large objects moving through the floodwater as well. They were reporting dumpsters moving through the floodwater, but clearly it looks like they were, trying to figure out what to do. It almost looks like, I can't tell if that's, I'm trying to look at the house in particular, see if that was a mobile home or not. I can't really tell. But if you look closely, that's a huge fire in South Pasadena area.
It's a huge fire, and you see the firefighters there trying to get there as quickly as they possibly can. But they've said multiple times it's difficult for them to try to help when the conditions are unsafe for them as well. That whole area where that's happening, it looks to be flooded.
Yeah.
And you got the fire crew and a boat trying to get to that area. Again, this is in South Pasadena. Very scary scene there for, of course, hopefully people who live there have evacuated. Anybody in that surrounding area, we're hoping that they evacuated.
And truly, there was another video, again, from South Pasadena of crews just doing water rescues. And the typical street signs that have the wording on the square, the water is legitimately probably 5 inches below the label on the street sign. So that shows you just how high the water is in this area, and clearly making emergency response very difficult for our crews out there.
Right, even with those high water rescue vehicles, when water is that deep, it's difficult for them to get those vehicles in as well. We've been talking about high tide and when the water is expected to recede. Both Jason and Dennis have told us that it's going to take a while. In Crystal River, the high tide wasn't until after 4 o'clock. So again, Jason, have they seen the worst of it in the Crystal River area?
Well, the high tide is coming up at 4:02. That's when our high tide is here in Crystal River. The good news is that the storm is rapidly racing inland, so we're losing that grip, that southwest wind. As it continues to move farther and farther away from us, we're going to get less and less wind kind of pushing the onshore flow here, but I don't think it's over yet in Crystal River, but we have seen significant drops here over the last couple of hours for places down south. So Tampa, we peaked all in Tampa Bay. We have peaked at our surge here, and then Clearwater Beach, significant drop in the surge, already now nearly 2 feet below what it was at its peak, which was about 6.6 feet. Record surge, record heights at all the tidal gauges here in and around Tampa Bay, so we'll likely continue to see that as we get more information over the next couple of days. But there's where we're at right now. Dennis, what are your thoughts? Where are we at right now in this whole process?
Yeah, I mean, the storm, as you mentioned, it's in central Georgia now, but because it's just so large in terms of reach, and now winds, I believe last I saw, were down to 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, you can definitely see still some rain across the area, still some breezy conditions, but this flooding that we had, none of that had to do with rain. I mean, and that's why it's so, Jason's been saying this a lot tonight. You look at a lot of different storms, and we've had many over the years, and no two are alike. And just last month when we had Debbie, and we had 20, 25 inches of flooding, it was a completely different setup. Debbie's flooding was just rain. That's all it was. 20, 25 inches of rain, a slow-moving system. Areas that were in non-flood zones were flooding because there was just nowhere for the water to go. This was a completely different situation. This was surge. And the forecast days ago, I mean, we've been talking about this for a while. The Hurricane Center really did an amazing job in terms of their forecast from even before this existed. Remember about 10 days ago, we're like, I know there's nothing there, but yet this is what we think is going to happen. And then once they issued that PTC, that potential tropical cyclone, the forecast that they came up with before this thing was even there was right on the money. So this is a tough thing to say, but I mean, there's no reason not to have known that this was on the way, put it that way. But I think as Floridians, look, you've lived here all your life. We get it. We've never seen anything like this. So why would you think this time would be any different? Totally understand that. And we've had storms go by us over 100 miles away just last year. I mean, think about Adalia. Adalia had winds 120, 130. It went about 100 miles to our west. It brought us some issues, some surge. So this was and oh, by the way, it ended up making landfall in the exact same location that this one did. I mean, you look outside right now, where is that from, guys? That's from Savannah. And, you know, Savannah's getting some, getting some wind a little bit and certainly some rain, but the storm is weakening quickly. So with that being said, I mean, they're not going to have the kind of impacts that we've had, but yet Jacksonville is also showing still some wind and some rain. But for most of the area, wind was not the biggest issue with this. I mean, we talked about this for the last several days. We did not see sustained hurricane force winds in the Bay Area. We didn't. We had some gusts. We had some 75, 82 was the highest in St. Pete, but we actually never had any sustained hurricane force winds. Now we have winds in the 30s and 40s. These are the gusts. So it's still really breezy out there, but we're headed in the right direction. But I know, look, the big question everybody has on their mind is, when is this water going to recede? And usually when you get a storm that weakens pretty quickly, that can help out. But because it's such a large storm, it still has the onshore flow. You can see it. I mean, look at the direction that everything's coming in from the southwest. That's an onshore flow. And that onshore flow is making it slower for the water to recede. It's going to happen. And as the tide lowers, right? I mean, we're going to a low tide coming up in 3-4 hours, whatever the case may be, depending on where you are. But eventually it's going to happen, but it's a process. And unfortunately, I'm sure for most folks, it's not a process nearly fast enough. Again, I cannot tell you how many pictures have been sent to me on Facebook, how many text messages, video of people who live rather close to me near the water, and they have 3 feet of water in their homes, and they have never flooded before. And right now, we still have winds of 90 miles an hour, and I'll tell you, it still looks like a pretty impressive system. Granted, it has weakened, but there's still a lot of energy there, and there's still a lot of size, and as you see, it continues to give us that onshore flow. So right now, Category 1 hurricane, expected to be a tropical storm by 8 o'clock in the morning, so in about 5 or 6 hours, with winds of 65 miles an hour, moving very, very quickly. That's good too, because the faster it gets out of here, the quicker that this surge levels will start to drop. Now, Jason was talking about this a little while ago. Eventually, the NWS is going to do a survey, and they're going to come up with exactly how much water moved into the area and, what these levels were. We've already had some preliminary numbers that were records. They were higher than we've ever seen before. But the ones that we've been seeing were kind of in between this prediction, which in a sense is a really good prediction, because the high numbers were always the most reasonable worst case scenario. Now, you can make the argument probably the worst case scenario would have been a landfall in our area. And if we had had a landfall in our area, these numbers would have been higher. But overall, on these 5 to 8s, we're getting a lot of 6s, 6.2, 6.1, that sort of thing. We have had 1 or 2 up around 8. So, but overall, and then lower down south, but even still, we're getting a lot of reports of homes flooded in Sarasota and Siesta Key. Have not heard any numbers yet up around landfall, 15 to 20 foot surge. And there's probably a pretty good reason. There's not a lot out there. We get these numbers here. It's hard to miss them because we're such a populated area. But up around Perry and closer to the coast, St. Mark's and down in the Big Bend area, there's very little there. So for the second straight year, at least if you're going to get a landfalling hurricane with a massive storm surge, at least the worst of it was in an area that wasn't very populated. But unfortunately, pretty much the entire west coast of Florida has flooded with this. I mean, literally, a storm that was over 100 miles offshore, it still flooded, significant, record-breaking flooding all the way up and down the west coast of Florida, all the way from Naples, Fort Myers, down through Sarasota, across our area, up in Citrus County. And again, I have no doubt the numbers up here will verify. We just haven't heard them yet. So what do we have in store for us the rest of the day? And for that matter, into the weekend, because we need a break, and I think maybe some drier air. Well, not drier air, but at least less rain in the forecast. And I do think while we'll have an onshore flow, and that means more humidity, and anytime, and this as well, it happened after Debbie, You get a bunch of rain, a ton of rain. There's all that moisture out there, so you're already where we are in a very humid air mass. And you get an onshore flow, there might be a few showers, but at least they will be scattered, because in reality, the rainy season is pretty much over. I mean, most of this moisture that we're looking at is directly related to what's left of Helene. So our forecast, but this is the first time I've actually shown this graphic in being here in like 12, 13 hours. We've never gotten to a forecast because it was all about the storm. Partly to mostly cloudy, some sun mixed in. I don't see a lot of rain in our area expected throughout the day. Yes, there will be a few scattered showers, still kind of breezy, but we obviously need some breaks. We need some help in sunshine and less rain, and hopefully we'll see that right on into the weekend. But Jason has some of the numbers, the actual record-breaking numbers that we had in surge for some of the area. Jason?
Yeah, so I just realized I didn't make a 7-day. So I'm like you. I'm like, oh, I don't even know what this weekend outlook looks like, because it was all about the storm yesterday into today. So definitely want to talk about the numbers. Again, these are the preliminary numbers that we did get in from the National Weather Service, and they're going to give us a lot more over the next several weeks as they go out and do their surveys. But look at Clearwater Beach. That 6.67, the old record here in Clearwater Beach, was 4.02 set back at the superstorm of 1993. That was the one that, of course, brought a massive squall line across the state, and then it turned into a blizzard that brought snow almost all the way down into the Florida Panhandle. Georgia, Atlanta was shut down, and then all the way up through D.C., Baltimore, getting to New York. So that's how far back we have to go to get to the record surge that was at 4.02, and we went over that by over 2 feet at 6.67. So that's the new record now. It beats the old record set back in 1993. In St. Pete, 6.29 was our preliminary surge. The old record was 3.97. That one goes back to 1985. When was the no-name storm, Dennis? I wasn't
93.
here for that one. So
were you alive?
I was.
In 1993.
So that was the 93 one. Okay, yeah. So 1985, we had a surge back in August. So that was probably one of the other hurricanes. That was a 3.97 foot. This was 6.29, so more than not doubling, but just shy of doubling what we saw back from that storm. In East Bay in Tampa, this is over toward Port Tampa. This was a surge of 7 feet tonight. Now it peaks because when you come together in the bay, wherever you come together at a point, which is Oldsmar, downtown Tampa, the McKay Bay area, these points, you get the flooding exacerbated in these areas because there's just nowhere left to go. The water has to go up once it gets to these points. So that's what we saw here at Port Tampa Bay. 7-foot surge, the old record, 4.56. That one set back last year from Adalia when we had 4.5-foot surge. This time we went over 7 feet. So put it into perspective of the difference between Adalia and this one. And then in Port Manatee, over a 6-foot surge here. The old record, 3.69 from Adalia last summer. And then Fort Myers, not labeled here. The surge in Fort Myers today was 5.12. It is not a record because their record, of course, was set from Hurricane Ian back in 2022 of over 7 feet in Fort Myers. So that just goes to show you, even as far south, like Dennis was saying, as far south as Naples and Fort Myers, we had over 5-foot surge, and the storm was even farther away from Fort Myers and Naples than it was for us. Being at about 100 miles for us, it was even more distance between Fort Myers and the eye of the storm, and that, of course, set the stage for them to see the 5-foot surge. So there was the forecast. Again, we don't have any data from our northern spots. Less populated areas. There aren't too many tidal gauges in these regions, so got to wait for the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service to give us those numbers. But there was the outlook, 8 to 12 from Chassahowitzka to the Anclote River, and then from Chassahowitzka north through Citrus County, the surge potential was up to 15 feet. Hopefully we did not get anywhere near that. Down south, again, 3 to 5 feet in Sarasota. We know that that was the case because of what we saw in Fort Myers of over 5 foot of surge happening in the Fort Myers area. So like Dennis said, wrapping up this system hopefully over the next couple of hours as far as this stronger onshore push. Clearly you could see some scattered bands of rain coming through. By the way, the tornado watch has been canceled. That was until 6 a.m. That's been canceled. Nobody under a tornado watch now. But look at the winds. Want to point these out as well. Sustained winds well below tropical storm force now. We're sitting at 19 to 20 miles per hour, 22 in Tampa. The gusts are still at 40 plus miles per hour though. And look at the wind barb, the direction of the southwest wind. That's the onshore wind. So we have the tides that have reached their peak. We're now going back to low tide as the water is trying to recede. But at the same time, you've got these southwest winds at 35 to 45 miles per hour that are preventing them from going out pretty quickly. I will say, though, Clearwater Beach has dropped significantly. from just about 2-3 hours ago when we hit that high tide. We're already down back to minor flood stage. We were at major flood stage in Clearwater, record-breaking surge. We're now back to minor flood stage, almost dropping out of the flood stage altogether. So fingers crossed we're going to wrap up these surges over the next couple of hours. As we time it out for you here, here's what the wind gusts look like. We're still at 45 miles per hour now. Fast forward to 4 a.m., less 40 mile per hour gusts, more 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts. And then going through 8 a.m. in the morning, we start to see even teens showing back up for these drops in wind speed. So once these wind speeds drop, we're really going to lose what surge is still left over this morning, and we're really going to start to get these totals down and get these heights back down and get things back to as normal as possible as the cleanup process is going to be underway. So Dennis just showed you a second ago the same thing. First time I've shown this graphic for you as well. So as we kind of wrap up your weather hit here for this hour, we're looking at temperatures tomorrow afternoon, or today, this afternoon, getting back up into the upper 80s to around 90. Partly cloudy skies, rain chances there, but it's mainly going to be this morning. Over the next couple of hours, as these bands continue to wind down, heading into the afternoon, coverage less than 20% for our rainfall rate. So we are looking pretty good.
Two things, Jason.
Yeah,
one, Greg just showed up. So
glad you made it in, buddy.
That's awesome. And but second, check this out. So we were getting OBS from Valdosta, from the airport in Valdosta. They had 102 mile an hour sustained winds. Sustained winds.
That's incredible.
And gusts of 133 miles an hour.
Wow.
Valdosta, Georgia got significantly more wind than Tallahassee.
Yep.
And Tallahassee was 25 miles, from landfall when this thing was a Cat 4.
See how far Valdosta is.
I mean, I think it went right over, because I was looking at the radar picture, and it literally went right over Valdosta.
65 miles from the coast. And getting 100 mile per hour sustained winds.
Sustained, and perfect example. We were 100 miles from the center when it was as strong as it was, and we never got sustained winds of even 75.
Nope.
So just one of those crazy things. Yeah.
What a storm.
What you guys got over there?
Us?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Back to you.
I can't wait till Greg actually gets his microphone on, because I'm interested to see what his drive was like coming in this morning. Of course, I talked about how the base of the MLK Bridge on the west side of it was flooded. When I came in this morning, there was a stalled car. I had to turn back around, get back on 275. Probably wasn't the smartest thing to try to drive in this morning. But
I stayed overnight because I was afraid.
But there was a stalled car. Greg said he was able to make it over the bridge, but he did say that there's still lots of police in that area, so I can't wait to talk to him to find out. You said yeehaw, he's in. It was like the Wild West, I imagine, getting in.
Well, I texted him. I said, are you going to be able to make it in? And he said, his response was, I'm 45 feet up. If I needed, I could also walk there zombie apocalypse style. It would just take a little longer. So there you go.
If Greg walked, we'd need like a GoPro on his head.
And he would do it. He would do it. We're just glad he didn't ride his
absolutely
electric bike in this morning, which he normally does.
Seriously.
Okay, I think we want to go to Pinellas County now. Is that right? We sent ABC Action News reporter J.J. Burton out. He'd been in downtown Dunedin, then he moved around a little bit. Not sure exactly where he is now.
Yeah, J.J., what are you seeing where you are? And kind of walk us through what you've seen this morning in Dunedin.
And good morning. We're back here on San Jose, right near the San Jose Park. And we want to show you the wind real quick. You can see the wind is really going here. It was raining a little bit, but then it stopped, but the wind is strong out here. And we, again, are on San Jose Drive, right near Bayshore Boulevard. And then after that is San Jose Park, which is 250 feet away from us. I say that because this yard right here, I'm not sure if you'll be able to see because it's dark, but there's a trash can right in this person's yard. That's a blue trash can that floated from the park, again, which is 250 feet away from us, floated all the way to this person's yard. And you can see a bunch of the debris and the stuff just scattered around in their yard. And when we talk about what they're waking up to is assessing the damage, this is some of the stuff that they're going to have to deal with, as well as any other damage that might be done to their home. And you can just see, the trash can right there. There's some type of cooler in their yard that looked like it flipped over. And then a bunch of looks like the grass and mulch and stuff like that got wet. This, again, is on San Jose Drive, and then right over there we have Bayshore, and then we have San Jose Park, and the intercoastal's right there, and it's basically still, even though the water has receded, one with the road, it looks like it's just a stretched out further the intercoastal. Again, we've been all over Dunedin. and we had the wind that was going. There's electricity out in downtown Dunedin. That's where our hotel is. We don't have electricity, so I won't be able to charge my phone. Just let the bosses know that too. But for the most part, though, it seems pretty cool. It wasn't as bad as other places. But when people wake up, we will find out and see exactly how much damage they got out here. And I know that Dennis was talking about, he got some messages from people saying they never seen it like this before when it comes to flooding. There was a woman who also messaged me a couple minutes ago, and she lives on near Alt 19 and Michigan here in Dunedin, and they're not home. They evacuated, but she says they're able to look at the cameras, and they got about 4 feet or 4 inches of rain in their house, and then some more in their patio. And she was like, I've been here for 25 years and never anything like that. Like Dennis was saying, there's a lot of stories. That's a lot of folks' stories this morning as they're waking up. Reporting live in Dunedin, I'm JJ Burton, ABC Action News.
JJ, thank you. And we want to stay in the Pinellas County area. We know they're dealing with high levels of storm surge. However, Jason was saying that Clearwater Beach, at least, the water really was starting to go down from a high flood stage to a low flood stage.
But again, it's not going to happen quickly.
Right.
It's going to take a couple of hours. So just know that, just in case you decide that you need to get on the road today. But if you don't have to, just stay put. We do want to check in with ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton. She joins us now live in North Pinellas. Good morning, Casey. What are the conditions like there now?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Right now, it's a little gusty out here, but nothing too crazy compared to what I experienced yesterday. I did speak to Clearwater Police, and they said that over on Clearwater Beach, it is not a good picture over there. We learned that a lot of people have had to be rescued from their homes. Clearwater Police have these high water vehicles that they're able to use to rescue people, and a lot of those vehicles couldn't even get to some of the deepest part of that water that was standing on the roads. It couldn't get through those areas. So Clearwater Police said that some Good Samaritans were actually coming out on their jet skis to help rescue these people from their homes. So a really sobering moment to hear about, that people in our area are experiencing things like that. We also know that a lot of businesses and residences have experienced some significant damage and flooding. Clearwater Police say that the causeway is going to be shut down for a long time because it's just too dangerous for people to get out there. So it's going to be shut down. They said the causeway is covered with debris because waves were just coming up over that bridge over there, and it's too much for people to try to make their way over there, and they're still kind of scoping out everything. Like you guys said, there was some significant storm surge over there, so we're just kind of waiting for the light to come up and to get the green light to head over onto Clearwater Beach and see how everything looks. Clearwater Police also said that the mayor and the city manager will be coming out in a few hours to take a look at everything and kind of see all of that damage and see what they need to do going forward, what they need to address. We could be hearing from the mayor around 7 or 8 a.m. We will keep you updated on that, but right now we're just keeping an eye on things around here. I also heard some neighborhoods around this Clearwater area, kind of more inland, actually experienced some flooding, and those areas never flood. That's what Clearwater Police said. They said that they have never seen flooding in certain areas of Clearwater that they are seeing now. So again, you guys did mention that it is receding, so we're going to drive around and maybe try to see if some areas are looking a little bit better, but we will let you know as soon as we can. Live in Clearwater, I'm Casey Albritton, ABC Action News.
Casey, thank you. And I know when the sun comes up, it's really going to give us a better image of what exactly Hurricane Helene did, because it's so hard to tell right now in the dark. We want to go to western Hillsborough County now.
We want to check in with ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott. She's in Town and Country. Larissa, when we last talked to you, you explained how difficult it was to actually get to that scene because you also encountered lots of flooded roads.
Yeah, that's right, Dia. Lots of flooding everywhere we went, primarily on Hillsborough Avenue. And we're here just off of Memorial. I want to just step out the way and show you. It's hard to tell, but about half a mile up the road, we do see that there's water standing on the road, and that is the area where we're told there have been some water rescues for people. We've also seen several people walking from this direction with some of their belongings. I saw a woman walking with her dog and the bags that she could grab on her person. I spoke to a man who told me that he kind of grew up in this area. His mom still lives in the house that he grew up in, and just having a similar experience as other people across the Tampa Bay area, that they've never seen flooding in this area like they have tonight and overnight. And so he tells us that he's waiting for his mom to be kind of rescued, and that she has a couple of inches of water in her home. And then I want to just turn, if we can turn the camera around this way, and this can kind of just show you some of the water that we're dealing on these side roads. We've seen people walk through here. We're not able to get super close to it, but from what we can tell in the dark, it seems like there's at least several inches of water up through this neighborhood that's down. I think this is Gulfwood Drive here, just off of Memorial, and just a lot of people here, long nights. Several roads are still blocked off, and we'll just continue to monitor what's going on out here and bring you the very latest details as soon as we have them. I'm live in Hillsborough County, Larissa Scott, ABC Action News.
Thank you, Larissa. We want to pass along some information to you from the city of St. Petersburg. St. Pete is shutting down its northeastern sewer treatment facility due to high levels of storm surge. Water is going to be shut off for residents and businesses north of 30th Avenue and east of I-275.
So it's super important to not drain water from sinks or tubs in this area right now. Also, don't flush your toilets. The water is likely going to be off for 48 hours. You can access running water still, but it's important to not let the water drain. So if maybe you filled up the tub with water, don't drain that right now. Wait for 48 hours. We'll give you the all clear as soon as we learn more information from the St. Pete district.
We now want to go check in with Keely McCormick. She is in Sarasota right now. Keely, how's it looking out there?
Hey guys, good morning. Right now it's okay. The winds kind of died down and it's not raining, but last night during the height of the storm, it was really loud. The wind was whipping outside our hotel rooms and we could hear the rain kind of pounding into these glass doors behind us. That was about 7 or 8 o'clock. I also heard several sirens and loud booms, which I now know after looking outside our balcony, that was probably some of these palm trees crashing into the ground and then the boats hitting up onto the seawall. Right now we're completely surrounded by water. That's why we're doing our live shots from our hotel room balcony this morning. The roadways surrounding us are completely underwater. One of the boats parked outside our hotel is now up and on the sidewalk because of how high that water is. Flooding's pretty intense right now. That's why we're stuck inside. And I've been showing you video that we took up here on our balcony, but I do want to give you a look at this. Kylie McGivern sent me this last night. She's also here covering Sarasota County. This gives you a ground level view of the flooding that we're dealing with downtown. The Emergency Operations Center tells me they have search and rescue efforts underway as we speak to try and get people out of flooded homes and flooded cars and help where they can. They're urging everyone to stay home even once the sun comes up because there are down power lines and trees, which we all know that can be super dangerous. As far as what you can expect to come once the sun comes up today, the county says they'll assess the damage and then determine if storm debris collection contractors need to be activated. Sarasota County offices will remain closed and staff will step in to help with recovery efforts where they can. Solid waste collection is expected to return. And Sarasota Breeze Transit, they're expected to operate on a modified schedule today. So just all things to be aware of. We know this is a really uneasy time for people. I know you're anxious to go check out your home, maybe your boat, or even just take a look at your community, but officials are really urging people to stay home even once the sun comes up. Once Friday starts to get going, they want you to stay home so authorities can get out there, assess the damage, and really get started on recovery efforts. Reporting live in Sarasota County, Keely McCormick, ABC Action News.
Keely, thank you. And I think that's the most important message we're hearing echoed across all of the Tampa Bay, truly all of Florida. Stay inside, wait until it's time for the all clear to be able to go and check out your property, because if you go outside, you could be getting in a worse situation, causing more problems, and that could just tumble.
We do want to get an idea of what it was like outside. Greg D just drove in to the station. Greg, the base of the MLK Bridge was flooded earlier this morning. You said that you managed to get across, but it was still, pretty dicey out there.
Yeah, and you guys can come to me. I'm setting up my show. Just go ahead and take the camera here. Jason just handed it off from Jason. Yeah, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it. So there's still water at the base of the MLK Bridge on the west side of the bridge. There are officers there indicating that there's water, but I was able to get over it. It was not that high, and they didn't try to stop me. So I was there in that area about 8 o'clock last night, and it was completely dry. Now, at that point, McKay Bay was already flooding. Palmetto Beach was flooded. I checked out that neighborhood, and there was water coming up to Stone's Throw at Armature Works in Tampa Heights. At that point, the base of the MLK Bridge was completely dry. So I'm trying to wrap my mind around how high that water level was, but I am guessing that if you live within a block or two of the Hillsborough River, all the way up through the Heights, you're underwater this morning. This is going to be a flood that really shows us what the coast is in Tampa Bay. And it is not just the beaches, it is not just the bay, it is the rivers. And these rivers are so highly driven by tidal forces. Really amazing just checking out some of the gauges that we were looking at yesterday and seeing the levels. I'm going to step here off to the side just to check. I remember yesterday we were talking about the Palmetto or the Manatee, Port Manatee gauge. I'm looking at the level. It was indicating, you guys remember yesterday we were talking, showing the forecast of major flood stage and 6 feet of water. That's exactly what happened. I mean, the timing looks to be off by a few minutes, but the level hit exactly what that forecast is. I think this event obviously is going to be a big change for our area in terms of perception of where the coast is and our vulnerabilities when you look at the amount of flooding that we're seeing and the levels of water that we're seeing as well all across the region. Not just on the coast, but also on the rivers as well. So I've got some basic slides in here. We'll go over some of the information. You see some of the wind gusts, which, by the way, our in-house computer model was forecasting the strongest winds of all of them, and it was conservative when you look at the numbers for some of the gusts. Though most of us did gusts 50s and 60s miles per hour, the strongest winds at the coast. So there's Helene now, tracked right over South Georgia. It did go east of Tallahassee, which is certainly great news for them. I can't imagine what Chad Mills went through here in portions of Taylor County over towards Cross City. That's where he spent the night, I believe. At least the last heard last night. I don't think they had an option to go at once where they hunkered down at the lodge they were in, likely have no power. And now this water movement, this is amazing. There's going to be coastal flooding, and there's probably flooding happening right now on the coast of South Carolina and Georgia. There could be flooding up on the coast of North Carolina. Even though this thing is weakening, the water is still moving. This will be the most powerful hurricane ever to make landfall in this part of the Gulf. Interesting here, I'm looking at the cone from the Hurricane Center. It's got the storm moving more north-northwest towards Atlanta, but then when I look at the satellite picture, let's go back to that, do this live, the eye is still moving northeast. So I think this is not going to turn, the center is not going to turn into North Georgia. Atlanta is going to be on the weaker side of the storm. I think it's Columbia up towards the uphills of South Carolina and then central North Carolina. I think this thing is going to go east. The models were forecasting a curve back toward an upper low. I'm just not seeing that, and maybe the forward motion north-northeast at 30. I think we're going to have to adjust the forecast for the entire East Coast. So there are going to be some folks here that are going to be surprised by the amount of water that they're seeing along the East Coast and probably the rain that comes with this as well. You see the line is going north-northwest. This storm is still moving towards Augusta, so they're going to have to change that forecast. It doesn't look like it is moving just quite in that direction. We'll adjust this to show you where this is headed. You may have friends and family farther upstream from Helene. Yeah, the Hurricane Center still has it turning north. I think this is going to be a much broader turn, so we're going to get more of the Carolinas involved. But you see it kind of does a little loop here across the mid-Mississippi River Valley and heads back out toward the northeast. So the wind's already decreasing across our area. The wind is not an issue. Driving in this morning, at least in Tampa, there's no wind out there, very little. I got to tell you, though, there's something really strange, at least outside our station. There is a strong scent of burning. It is overwhelming. I thought my car was on fire, that I had driven over something. You step outside of this building, it smells like an electrical fire. coming in with the wind coming in from the southwest. So there's clearly some kind of fires going on around Tampa. I tried to pull up the Rivergate Tower to see if I could figure out, I can't connect to the tower, so they might have lost power or lost connection. Obviously, that's going to be an issue throughout the morning. There, the winds, you see, they're not an issue. We've got winds at 15 to 20 miles per hour. The gusts right now, still gusting into some tropical storm strength, but these are no longer dangerous. But here's the thing. You still don't want to get out there. Obviously, you heard the governor yesterday, do not do any work at night. This is the Gandy Bridge. Live look, I'm assuming that is closed still this morning, if you guys can catch me up on all the facts. But it looks like it is closed, clearly. I imagine that
we haven't heard otherwise.
Okay, I was going to say that part of Pinellas County leading up to the Gandy Bridge is a real issue. I mean, we've got, our broadcast colleagues are on the other side of that bridge, right? A TV station there. It's probably underwater.
They usually evacuate too.
Yeah, and they do. But I'm assuming that building is underwater this morning. And that whole area is probably underwater, just looking at the water levels. Courtney Campbell, there you see, water is still high. So this is Rocky Point, I'm assuming here, looking out toward the west or back towards Tampa. Actually, we're looking east, it says right there. All right, so we are looking east back toward Tampa. So this is that Rocky Point area. Obviously, everything there, lower levels, is underwater. Car there on the left. It's surprising, but it's not. I think a lot of folks, just because, again, we've never seen this, doesn't mean it's not possible. We are no different than any other coastal community that's ever gone through this before. We've just been one of the luckiest ones. And this is going to change the perception of all our neighborhoods, of all these places. It can happen here. And you got to think, this is not the worst case scenario for Tampa Bay. The worst case scenario is the eye coming right into our area, just north of the mouth of the bay, in terms of bay flooding. So this really is going to be a big wake-up call, unfortunately, for a lot of folks here in the Bay Area. So the winds will continue to die down. What I was getting to earlier before we got to all the videos is please be very aware that there is loose debris in the trees, in the power lines. And as long as there is wind, that stuff could still fall. You may not be in the all clear. Yes, the wind may not be 60 miles an hour, but driving around, there may be still large tree branches falling from the trees. There may be still trees that have been weakened and haven't fallen all the way. Things may still progress. So there's nothing's going to be open today in most places. There's going to be no reason to get out there. Let's give us 24 hours to assess the situation, see the light out there, let the crews assess what is safe and what is not before you start to get out there. There is still some rain around, and these are some feeder bands. It was just raining outside of our building here. I'll go ahead and put this into motion so you can see what's going on. A little downpour now moving through Tampa. This is not, by the way, any kind of rain like this. This is not going to change the surge flooding situation. This rain has nothing to do with it. It's not making it worse. These are quick moving showers. They're not really putting down a lot of water. But what they are showing you is where the wind is coming from, and it's the way they're moving, southwest to northeast. So we still have an onshore flow. It's weaker than it was earlier. So the water now does have enough momentum to push back into the Gulf, but it's still being slowed by an onshore wind. And that's just going to be a slow process. Just looking at some of the gauges, I'll walk over here. That Port Manatee gauge, it's down substantially. So it peaked at about 6 feet, which was forecast. It's down to 4.3. So it's down 1.7 feet since the peak. But that peak was about 3 hours ago. So it's gone down very slowly, and it will continue. Now, there is a second high tide that we're coming up on. This high tide is higher than the one that we saw at midnight. But even here at Port Manatee, the water will be below flood stage at that point. It should be. So I'm not concerned about the water coming back. What this next high tide may do for some of you is briefly slow the recession of the water back into the Gulf. So you may see for an hour or so the water level off, and that's going to be later this morning, and then it'll continue to fall back. The next low tide, this is for Port Manatee, so this is going to vary, but generally, is going to be, looks like 5 o'clock, 5:30 in the evening. That next high tide is about 10 in the morning at Port Manatee. I'm just looking at one particular location. This is going to vary by hours based on where you are in the Gulf, the Bay, and what side of that body of water. But you kind of get the general idea. There are some high tides coming up, and then there's going to be a bigger low tide. Unfortunately, we are in a long high tide cycle. We are one of the few locations in the world where you get sometimes 2 high tides in a row. The water comes up, kind of levels off, and comes back again. And we were unfortunately in one of these cycles as Helene was moving by. So we hit one high tide about middle of the night, and there's another one coming up later this morning, at least for Port Manatee. There are some locations that do that here in the Bay Area. Typically, you don't really notice it because our tidal range, difference between high and low tide, is not that big. Usually it's 2 feet or less, which doesn't make a huge difference for most of you. You notice it, but it doesn't make a huge difference in the amount of water generally in our area. There you see the wider view. Still looking at a tornado watch. I am not concerned with this type of rain on the radar of any kind of tornadoes coming up out of this. I think that threat is generally over. I suppose maybe this afternoon, if we get some heating, some of these storms could be a little stronger, but I think just watching where Helene is and how quickly it's moving away from us, I think the tornado threat is going down very quickly. And you see, actually, when I look at this image, they have taken our counties out of it. It's Marion County North that still remains. So there's a look outside. This is from our studios looking out towards West Shore. Power here. And again, that smell of burning, overwhelming when I stepped out of the car this morning. That was interesting. Raining now. So this is 275. This is in Tampa, 39.2. So that would probably be the north side of the Howard Franklin is that area, basically, is what we're looking at there. We got closures, emergency vehicles. There's water, obviously, on parts of the road here. The crews are going to have to go in there and assess the issue. Yeah, so we're looking northeast. So what we're looking, the Howard Franklin is behind us. And what they're doing is having folks not get on the bridge. Looks like maybe they're taking, that's the airport exit, if I'm looking at that correctly. So this is the West Shore area. The folks that are on the left side of the screen turning, that's the TPA 260 exit that you would take to the Courtney Campbell. Obviously, at this point, the only options once you exit there are to take Spruce Street, the airport exits, or the vets. You're not going to be getting, you could probably get as far as Rocky Point, but you're not going to get on 60 or the Courtney Campbell, obviously, to get over towards Pinellas County. So, and this is just going to be something that we'll be seeing throughout the morning, and then probably into much of the day. Now, the water won't be an issue, but remember, there'll be debris left over in many places. In many places where you got feet of water, that water came with sand if you're on the coast. If you're near the Hillsborough River or any of the rivers that flooded and you've got water in, it came with river muck, the sand, the dirt, the mud. That's going to be left behind, and that's going to need to be cleaned up. So, and the other reason you don't want to be driving in this, especially looking at this, is driving through the flooded streets is just going to push waves of water towards people's homes, and you don't want to be a part of that. Temperatures today will be in the 80s. We're going to see a couple of showers out there this morning. Later this afternoon, it's going to be hot. If you don't have power, you're definitely going to be missing the air conditioning. So these are the surge level records. In many cases, these records broke really early. So these are the latest numbers from the National Weather Service. They'll have to confirm this. Some of them could be adjusted up, and the records were broken as the water continued to rise, which is just incredible. It just shows you that this is an event we have not seen before. Yet these numbers, remember the Hurricane Center forecast, 6 to 8 feet. They nailed it. These are right in that range. This storm was so well forecast. Really, I mean, we've been talking about this storm for, what was it, like 18, 14 days? I mean, we were telling you indications are there's going to be a storm in the Western Caribbean. There's going to be a storm. This seemed like the longest forecasted storm ever. Of course, at the end, it's adjusting the course, but the presence of the storm, knowing that it was coming, and then these numbers, these surge numbers that have been out for at least 2 days before, are really impressive how our forecasting technology has advanced. Hopefully this storm also changes in how we react to these numbers if we ever see them again, and we will. This is just a matter of time before we repeat this with some other storm sometime in the past. St. Pete, 82-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so that's the strongest we've seen. Sarasota, Clearwater Beach in the 70s, and we kind of talked about this. Some of us, that one is a little higher than we thought. These numbers here right on target. Venice, Tampa in the 60s we talked about. Most of you saw wind gusts in the 60s for max, unless you were right at the beach. Everyone west of 19, probably 60 to 70 miles an hour were the max gusts. And we even saw in the interior yesterday, gusts to about 60, 61 miles an hour, very common as you headed out towards Polk, Hardy, DeSoto, and Highlands counties. So you look at this morning, a couple of showers still left over. Going through the morning hours, no problems here. There may be a couple of pop-ups this afternoon, but the heat is going to be an issue. If you don't have air conditioning, this is going to be a really tough weekend because behind Helene, the flow is out of the south and west, and what it's doing is it's dragging Caribbean air back in here. That deep, thick moisture that we thought we got rid of for the season, that we had June, July, and August, it got pushed down to the south the last couple of weeks. It's back. Now, I don't think this is going to be a long-term thing. Obviously, we're going to get more of a northerly flow here coming into October. There'll be some fronts around that'll kind of clean this out. But this weekend's going to be hot. And with this strong southwest flow, unfortunately, what's going to be the worst is that the overnights are not going to cool down much. So we're going to see lows in the 80s probably at the beaches. In some of these flooded areas without any power, they're just not going to be livable. Literally because of the flooding and the heat and the humidity. So folks will probably be going back and forth trying to assess the situation and start some sort of cleanup process. Don't have any pauses in there, but you see Saturday scattered storms, even into Sunday. There could be some scattered rain. This is all behind Helene. So if you sustained any kind of roof damage, if there's water coming into your home from above, that's the other situation. And I'm sure there's some of that. I know we're focusing on the surge flooding, but with all this wind, someone has trees or tree branches on their roof and water's coming through the roof. You need to take care of that today. That needs to be covered up because we are going to see additional heavy downpours coming through. Not as much today, but likely Saturday. And then we could see more scattered rain as we head into Sunday. So this is the wind forecast. Again, I haven't had a chance to set this up yet, but there's no issue with the wind. The winds will continue to decrease. These are gusts. So by Saturday, we're not even gusting. The winds are going to stay below 20 miles an hour in gusts and sustained. 7-day forecast. This is what it looks like for the next several days. You see Saturday and Sunday still looking at moderate level rain chances. And you see here Saturday, scattered areas of showers coming through, some thunderstorms, temperatures in the morning, barely below 80 in Tampa. So the coast is going to be in the 80s. If you look at Sunday, still some showers in the morning, probably going to see some pop-ups. You see some downpours on Futurecast in the afternoon. It's really going to be not until early next week that the rain chances drop off for a couple of days, and then potentially maybe a front nearby next week that could keep those rain chances high at about 50 to 60%. Those temperatures are going to stay hot as well. So guys, that's the latest here. Weather becoming less and less of an issue. Obviously with this, it's the water, and it's going to take a while. There may still be some folks here for the next couple of hours who are dealing with high water levels.
And then, of course, after the water, then it's, of course, dealing with the damage.
Yeah.
Mainly, look at this right here. This was sent to us from the South Pasadena Fire Department. The South Pasadena Fire Department and the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office responded to as many emergency calls as possible while conducting a water rescue. They found this residence that was on fire. In addition to the fire, they also say there were large objects like dumpsters that were just floating in the water there. So it made trying to help put out this fire extremely difficult.
And we're hearing this from a lot of counties. We're hearing it in Hillsborough County as well. As you can imagine, it is very difficult to put out that fire if you're legitimately getting to the fire in a boat. And again, they just came across this. They didn't get a 911 call for it. So hopefully the people maybe had evacuated this area, because I believe this is also in a zone A. So hopefully everyone had left, and they will sadly, unfortunately, deal with the damage when they come home. But that, we're hoping that they're okay.
Absolutely. I don't know if you noticed at all, but did you see the mailbox? That gives you an idea of how deep that water is. That water almost up to the actual mailbox itself.
Yeah.
So just to give you a sense of, how deep that water is. But again, we've heard this over and over again from law enforcement that they were hoping that people would evacuate because when it comes to these rescues, we've seen a number of them already. US 19, people stranded in their cars from flooded waters, law enforcement out trying to help people, but they can only do so much. They can only get out when it's safe for them to do so. They want you to call 911, but then also just realize that it may take a while for them to be able to get to you because they have to wait until conditions are safe.
Right. And we also have some video from the Bradenton Police Department. This is showing the storm surge. This is along the Manatee River. It's Barracarda Boulevard. I hope I'm saying that right, and First Avenue. But this was the storm surge from the Manatee River. And again, we know the video is dark, so it's hard to really tell. But if you look at just images like trees and street signs, you can see the fence there. You can see how high the water is going up in this area. This is just 1 block west of Pier 22 in the downtown Bradenton area. So this also, we're seeing it in Pinellas, but we're also seeing it in Sarasota and Manatee counties. Explains why Keely can't get out of her hotel room in Sarasota County right now. This is really what we're seeing all over the Bay Area along the coast.
All over the Bay Area. Take a look at this. This video is near the Legacy Apartments in the Wellswood neighborhood of Tampa. Just the cars there parked, not being able to go anywhere. That car right there stalled completely. Looks like that one might be a total loss. But again, this is at an apartment complex. People waking up to find thick, deep water.
Yeah, this is
apartment complex
the Seminole Heights area. We also heard earlier from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, we're telling you about the problems that they're having, but we actually spoke with Hillsborough County Fire Rescue to just get their interpretation and more perspective on what they are dealing with right now while they're trying to help people, trying to get to those fires and those rescues. Take a listen.
We've, I'd say about an hour ago, we had 6 structure fires all working simultaneously in about 2 or 3 of them, we were not able to access them. And we were working, trying to work hand in hand with TICO to secure some areas to make access to these fires. But due to the flooding, due to the electrical hazard component, we weren't able to make access at that time.
And it's so hard to hear that because, of course, their duty is to try to help people, but they can't do anything right now because it's simply too dangerous. They have to wait for the water to recede. We've also been telling people, of course, to stay off the road. So we do have an update this morning from the city of Clearwater that we want to pass along to you. This will make it a little bit easier for you maybe to stay off the road.
Yeah.
All access to Clearwater Beach is now suspended until further notice. We saw Casey Albritton out there. She showed us the video behind her of the deputies that were blocking the road. The city says Barrier Island roads, businesses and homes are flooded with several feet of water. And even after the water levels begin to recede, the roads will still be unsafe.
And they also shared multiple high water rescues from homes and the beach and the mainland were actually conducted last night. So Clearwater authorities are really doing those high water rescues. They said they should give us an update on damage at some point later this morning, but they have to actually really be able to get over that bridge, which you heard Casey saying was really very dangerous to do right now. And if you remember about a little less than 24 hours ago. At one point yesterday morning, probably around 10, they were running buses on the Barrier Island to really encourage people, if they hadn't evacuated, to get out. And unfortunately, this is exactly why, because now they're in a pretty tough situation.
The tone changed completely yesterday.
Yeah.
Of course, EOC, Emergency Operations Center, telling people to get out. They had just a few hours to do so. But we do want to go back to Clearwater and that area that we just showed you. Casey Albritton is out there right now. Casey, tell us what you're seeing out there.
Yeah, so we're getting some gusts of wind out here, but like you guys said, even though there were warnings and telling people to leave these areas, we have still heard that there have been several rescues from homes. We don't know the exact number yet, but we do know Clearwater PD was out there on the beach rescuing people with their high water vehicles late last night into this morning, and we even know that some local people were actually assisting in this. They were getting on jet skis and helping police get to areas that they couldn't access. So this is really an incredible story about the community coming together, but it's also pretty devastating to hear that this is happening in our community so close to home. We do know that there was some record-breaking storm surge in this area, and so that's why this is all blocked off. We've got Clearwater Police blocking off this area. I'm on Court Street right now, heading onto the causeway, and people are not able to get through the cones over here. I've seen several people try to come up to the cones, talk to police officers, but let me tell you, no one is getting through here, and that's just because, again, it was so flooded. It has started receding at Clearwater Beach, but it is still dangerous. And the bridge, the causeway, it's covered in debris. We are told that it is covered in lots of things that just kind of went onto that area when waves were crashing over it as Helene was passing by. So really, this is all for safety. We're just really trying to make sure that everyone is cautious. And if you are driving around Clearwater, whether or not you're heading to Clearwater Beach, you do need to be careful, because heading into this area, I did see a lot of branches, a lot of traffic lights were out, a lot of signs were down, and those are really things that you just need to be aware of. Have caution when driving, and if you can, just try to stay home as much as possible. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Casey. It is nerve-wracking when you're on the road. You can't see, you don't know if there's debris, and then there's a traffic light that's out. So again, if you can, and you don't have to go out anywhere, just wait until the sunrise, and then that way you can at least see any of the road hazards that you're dealing with.
We know a lot of things are closed today, so, and at least right now, 3:40 in the morning. So we do want to check in now, conditions in western Hillsborough County. Go back to the Tampa area.
We want to go back to ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott. She's in Town and Country this morning. Larissa, it was raining the last time we checked in with you. Looks like it has at least eased up a little bit, but are you still seeing any problems out there?
Yes, it was raining. It's windy. We've got, some light rain happening right now. But yeah, we're still dealing with some flooded roads here. We're right off of Memorial. You can see we've got a deputy still blocking off the road here. We're near Independence Parkway. We spoke to someone who, lives nearby, and he told us he had talked to some people who said they were in waist deep water a couple of streets over from here. And we've definitely seen at least a dozen people walking down from that direction with their belongings, with their animals. You can tell some people, their clothes were wet, some were wearing bathing suits. So, definitely dealing with some pretty, sounds like extensive flooding farther down Memorial here. Also, spoke to someone earlier who says he's waiting for his mom to be rescued, that she is a couple of inches in her home. And, the people here, although this was forecast to happen, many people just didn't think it would happen because as we've been hearing from people all over our community, they just have never seen anything like this, so they just didn't believe that it would happen. But unfortunately it did, as forecast. So a lot of people just kind of in disbelief, it seems like, this morning as they're trying to figure out what to do next. And of course, we're waiting for those daylight hours to really be able to assess the damage. We have a flooded street just behind us. It looks like it goes into a neighborhood. We can't really see right now just how extensive it is, but it does look like that water is starting to recede a bit. So hopefully that kind of continues over the next several hours, and we'll be able to really see exactly what has happened here. That's the latest here in Hillsborough County. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Larissa. It's the beginning of what is going to be a very long day, of course, with the water receding, waiting for it to recede, and then, of course, the cleanup. We do want to pass along some sad news. The state has confirmed one fatality in the Ybor area. It was related to Helene. It's a traffic accident, apparently involving debris. And also, the Associated Press is reporting 2 deaths in Georgia from a possible tornado because of Hurricane Helene.
It's a really sad update here this morning. We do want to keep checking with our reporters who are around the Tampa Bay area and head a little bit more south now.
And let's check in with Keely McCormick. She's in Sarasota, stuck in her hotel room because it's surrounded by water. Keely, we hear an alarm going off there.
Hey, good morning, guys. You do. That's just because the power came back on, so that's actually a good news. Good news. I know it's pretty loud that we're dealing with right now, but power just came back on minutes ago. Obviously, the roadways surrounding us are still very flooded. Let's take a few steps towards the door so it's a little quieter for you guys, but This entire area is just covered in water. The wind's still picking up out here. There's several downed palm trees, and a lot of these boats have been pushed up over the seawall and actually onto the sidewalk. So flooding is really something that we're dealing with this morning. Let me close this door so you guys don't have to hear that alarm. There we go. That's better. So I've been showing you guys a lot of video and, shots from up here from our hotel balcony, but take a look at this. Kylie McGivern sent me this last night. She was covering Sarasota as well, and this gives you a ground level view of the flooding downtown. The Emergency Operations Center tells me they have search and rescue efforts underway as we speak, as they try to get people out of flooded homes and cars. They're urging everyone to still stay home right now, even once the sun comes up. There are down power lines and trees, which can be really dangerous for people. As far as what we can expect once the sun comes up, the county will assess the damage and determine if storm debris collection contractors need to be activated. Now, again, we've been telling you all day to stay home. That's the biggest message that the EOC tells me they want people to take away. Even when the sun comes up, they want people to just stay home for now. We're going to continue to look into everything the EOC is saying. I've been looking through pictures and videos on social media to get a better look into the damage that is downstairs and outside. Once this flooding starts to clear up, I'll obviously be out there taking more videos and pictures and bringing that back to you guys. But for now, I'll send it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Keely. Again, that alarm that's going off is because the power has come back on. So that's certainly good news where Keely is. She's in Sarasota right now. The number is going down just a little bit in Sarasota. Now more than 53,000 customers are without power in Sarasota. Pinellas County, not really doing well right now. More than 230,000 customers are without power in Pinellas County. More than a third of the county is without power.
Yeah, looking at the state as a whole, about 1.29 million power outages reported, 11.7% of the state. So that actually has decreased by about 0.2%. So truly in areas like where Keely was in Sarasota. But as you can see, we're kind of pointing out on this map here, actually, and if you look at it, oh no, it's still orange. I can't see. Okay, so the north, the Big Bend area, again, is that burgundy, dark red color. That means the most power outages in those areas. As you extend out, the lighter red, the orange, the yellow, and obviously the blue, those people look like they're pretty much all in the clear. So we know the linemen are ready to go, but they just need to have conditions that are safe in order to get back and restore that power. Linemen were stationed here in the Bay Area over at Tropicana Field. Duke had about 8,000 of them. We know Tico is ready as well. The governor was talking about how many linemen were stationed across the state yesterday. So the cavalry's here, but it's just going to unfortunately take some time.
You have to wait until the conditions are safe. No surprise there that you're seeing the biggest number of power outages in the Big Bend area, that red and burgundy area right there. Nearly 100% of that area is without power. But of course, that is where Hurricane Helene made landfall in Taylor County. I want to show you some video now of the storm surge that flooded an intersection in Citrus County. This is at US 19 in Citrus Avenue in the Crystal River area. You can see a wooden pallet there floating across the intersection. The Citrus County Sheriff's Office posted this video on social media. They are reminding you, of course, not to drive through floodwater because, of course, it can be dangerous. Greg has been talking to us about high tide in the Crystal River area, not happening until around 4 o'clock this morning. So again, it is not safe to be out in that area at all because you may not have seen the worst of it.
Truly. And just southeast of that spot, another part of US 19 is impassable. This is US 19 and State Road 44, also in Crystal River. You can see the airboat in this video right here on the road, trying to probably do some of those rescues. Water spreading past US 19 onto Highway 44. Sheriff's Office there reminding you it only takes 6 inches of fast flowing water to sweep you off your feet. So again, do not go out on the road. And we're also just hearing from Pasco County Sheriff's Office. They just posted on X. We told you earlier they had rescued about 40 people. The latest update, they have received more than 100 water rescue calls for service. And at this point, just about as of probably about 6 minutes ago, they've rescued 65 people so far. And they were mainly concentrated in the US 19 area. They have boats out. They are ready to rescue, but they are saying you can call 911 if you need help. Don't get out, because that is going to do the opposite of what they're trying to do. Then they're going to have to attend to someone else getting stuck in the floodwaters as opposed to going to to help everyone.
Absolutely. You talked about only 6 inches of floodwater, rushing floodwater to sweep you off your feet. It only takes 2 feet of rushing water to float your vehicle, and that includes an SUV or a truck. I want to check in now with Greg D. For the latest on this storm. The storm itself has moved away from our area, but now we're dealing with the flooding from surge.
Yeah, and because we're seeing an onshore flow, Dia, we're seeing the water recede slowly. So give you a heads up, guys, after I'm done at this location, I'm going to walk back to the weather center when we're done. Because I wanted to start here, because here I can show you the tides and the tide gauges and what actually ended up happening. So I'm going to start with Port Manatee, which is the one we kind of used yesterday as literally the gauge of what could possibly happen, because there's a forecast model that was running to try to forecast what the surge was going to be. And it was forecasting 6.1 feet. It hit 6 feet. The error there was it probably hit that 6 feet 30 minutes before the model thought it would. I mean, the forecasting on this was really just incredible how they're able to do this. This is not a meteorology forecast. This is a hydrology forecast, completely different group of folks that do this. And that is just amazing that they're able to do that. Unfortunately, major flood stage was reached at Port Manatee. Now, the water is falling. It's the red line. It's now coming into minor flood stage. So the water is receding. It's receding at the predicted speed, but we really don't see this falling below flood stage, at least according to this model, until just before 7 o'clock. So there's going to be at least minor flooding here at Port Manatee through 6:30, 6:45. There is another high tide here at Port Manatee about 10 o'clock this morning, but by then the water should be out of flood stage. So it'll level off. It won't go up any higher, and it'll continue to fall once we get past that high tide. Let's just work through all of them. Clearwater. These other ones were not modeled. There's no model data available for them. The water is just shooting up into major flood stage, just below 7.5 feet. It is now dropping. It's dropped below flood stage. So at the beach, at least, the Gulf of Mexico is back to where it should be, and we're no longer in flood stage. There is another high tide coming up in Clearwater. That's going to be about 8 o'clock here. So it's about 10 o'clock at Port Manatee. It's 8 o'clock here. But I do not expect the water again to rise during that high tide. It's a small high tide. St. Pete, the gauge here, also got into major flood stage. It looks like the top level here was about 6.3 feet is where it reached. It is still in minor flood stage, and it will likely remain there for at least the next couple of hours. That next high tide in St. Pete is at 10:48 or 10:45 or so. I do expect that by then the waters should be, if not out of flooded stage, at least at a much lower level. The water will continue to fall back. Some of the worst flooding is probably going to be around South Tampa and Tampa in the north side of the bay. So this is Old Port Tampa. The gauge here is just north of MacDill Air Force Base on the Pinellas side of South Tampa. The level here that we reached just under 7 feet, 6.8 was the level there. The next high tide coming up is about 10:30 in this area. The water is still at moderate flood stage. It will probably be at the worst in minimal flood stage, if not below that, during the next high tide. And again, during that next high tide, it's not much higher than it was at midnight. I expect the waters to level off. The reason the water will not rise into the next high tide is because the water is still at an unnatural level for where it should be in any tidal cycle. So the force of taking that water back to its normal state is much stronger than the tidal force that would push it up another foot. Plus the winds that were pushing the water toward the coast, those winds have also decreased. So the two forces, the storm and the winds, the tidal forces, are not going to be working in the opposite direction to get this water out of here. And then the last gauge I'm going to show you is the one that is probably most concerning because it's the closest one to folks in Tampa. This is the East Bay. This is McKay Bay. It went into major flood stage by at least 1.5 feet. I'm sure this is a record. This probably has never been observed at this location. It is still in moderate flood stage, though it does continue to drop. So I'm assuming that most of Palmetto Beach, the neighborhood here, the old historic neighborhood across from the gas port there at Port Tampa Bay, was almost completely flooded. That water actually could have extended into parts of Ybor. We won't know until we get reports from folks, but there could be water. The flood zones or the potential flood areas in Ybor were pretty far north. The next high tide here at McKay Bay is at 11 o'clock this morning. Again, the water should be out of flood stage by the time we get to that location. The water levels do continue to drop. So, you know, we looked at this yesterday. It says not refreshed, so good. We can still look at the data, hopefully. But you see the yellows and oranges here around Tampa. This was the predicted flooding, and it looks like 3 to 6 feet above ground level. And that's probably what happened. Looking at some of the reports, the gauges, St. Pete up towards, looks like Town and Country. This was the forecast. All of the islands here, the beaches, 6 feet of water. And it looks like we actually made and hit these numbers. All right, let's talk about the storm. I'm going to head back to the Weather Center. There you see it. So this is the wide view of Helene. Now we're kind of transitioning out of a tropical system into a hybrid system that is catching up with a front. I mean, the way this stretches across this map, and we're going to get back to this view here in just a second, pretty impressive. This is going to be a big weather story all day today. By the way, was up there, I'm posting throughout the day yesterday. If you've got reports, or if you've got images, videos that you want to share with us, you can safely do so. Facebook, Instagram, great ways to get in touch with us. Email as well. A lot of you will have questions on Facebook already this morning about particular locations. We don't know. A lot of these places are unreachable. There's no electricity. We're not able to send people there. There's just so many places that are affected by the floodwaters. It's impossible to narrow it down to a specific neighborhood. I know you've got concerns for friends and family probably in some of these places. 80-mile-an-hour storm Helene continues to move away. The forecast takes it up closer to Atlanta, but I think it's going to take a wider turn. If there's been anything with Helene that's been the track, it's been more east, I think, than maybe even the Hurricane Center was thinking. It's definitely not moving north now. It's still moving towards the the highlands there, the Midlands of South Carolina, Columbia up to Greensville, Spartanburg. There you see the view from outside our studios. We did have some rain moving by. There is no water here on Heim. So these areas that are high are not flooded. If you're not in a flood zone, not in an evacuation zone, you likely didn't flood. It's the folks in zones A mostly, and then the farther north you go, B in some places, and then C in others once you get up towards Citrus and Hernando County that really saw the flooding. The rain will start to break up. The clouds will start to break up. We'll see our temperatures kind of hang around the upper 70s for the rest of the morning. It's warm and humid, onshore winds. They're the winds now. Every time this report comes in, the winds are going to go down. We are definitely in the moving away from the storm phase, and it's moving at 30 miles an hour. That's twice the speed of a typical hurricane moving through Florida. The average speed for a hurricane moving at these latitudes is somewhere between 10 and 15 miles an hour. This one's booking it at 30 right now, and it was already moving near 25, approaching up towards the Panhandle and up towards the Big Bend. Still getting some gusts to 40. That's why the water in some places may be taking a little longer to recede. But overall, the wind is going to work in our favor as it will drop quite a bit. So forecast winds, this is 4 o'clock this afternoon, unfortunately still onshore, and that's not going to change all weekend, at about 10 to 15 miles per hour. Your gusts by the afternoon, 20 to 25 at the most. It'll be breezy today. But the wind is not going to be destructive, nor is it going to be strong enough to really impact the water conditions. There's the radar now. Lake Wales, you're getting some showers. Avon Park, got a couple of downpours here. This is going to be Pasco into Hillsborough County. Crystal Springs to Thanotos, Sassa, the 75 area over towards 301. So this is over towards the Flatwoods, Hillsborough River State Park, down towards the USF area. That's where you're getting the rain there. Zooming you back out to the wide view will take you down towards Pinellas County. Folks here dealing with flooding, and now they're dealing with rain. So St. Pete, north of 375, 175 there into Pinellas Park, getting some rain. That's going to cross the Gandy heading into South Tampa. Looks like over towards Terra Verde and over towards Fort DeSoto. Got a little bit of that rain there as well. And then up to the north, some showers around Brooksville this morning. Motion on all of this, southwest up to the north and east, where the storm is. Tornado watch only now Marion County north, so the tornado threat is now gone. Let's just try to check off as much good news as we possibly can. But look at the system. Look at this storm and its impact. I'm going to do some measurements here. I mean, it's raining down across South Florida. We can even zoom this out more. What's happening is Helene here is interacting with an upper level low that is back over the mid-Mississippi Valley in northern Arkansas. We've got rain down towards South Florida all the way up to St. Louis. I mean, this is a 1,000-mile storm right now that is stretching from South Florida into the Ohio and Mississippi River valleys. It's raining in Cincinnati from the same storm where it's raining down in Miami and Naples. Same system is producing that rain. Memphis, the rain they're getting is from that storm. Atlanta, if you're thinking about traveling, and I'm thinking the airlines are going to take a long time to recover, and here's why. Specifically, any airline that's got a hub in this region, and that's going to be American in Charlotte and specifically Delta in Atlanta. That's also a high presence for Southwest and Spirit. So those airlines are going to be really impacted by the storm. The weather in Atlanta is not going to be good for much of the day. Now, they're not getting it as bad, I think, as they thought. The storm was supposed to track a little closer to them. It's heading more up towards northern South Carolina than northern or northwest Georgia. But they're still getting rain and wind, and this is just going to be a very slow day out of the Atlanta airport. The storm probably not going to impact the northeastern cities where impacts would have been even bigger to air travel, places like New York or Boston, the Newark area. So the weather there should be okay. It's going to be hot this afternoon. Temperatures back up near 90. Humidity is high. We're going to see that heat index probably near the triple digits for a portion of the afternoon. So if you don't have AC, this is going to be a really tough afternoon, especially with the high humidity. As we go through the next several hours into the afternoon, by 3 p.m., temperatures upper 80s, partly to mostly cloudy skies. So here are the records. I showed you the gauges earlier. Port Manatee, the official record at 6.04, but that level is probably going to be bumped up looking at the gauge there. East Bay, that's probably close to the final record. That's McKay Bay. St. Pete over 6 feet. Clearwater nearly 7. Old Port Tampa Bay, that's that South Tampa one north of McDill on the Pinellas side. 6.78 was the last record that we got from the National Weather Service. We've got some views out there this morning. Still looking, we saw this about a half an hour ago maybe. You still see water on the left side. So this is 60 looking back toward Tampa. This is the Courtney Campbell at Rocky Point where the hotels and apartments are. You're about to get to Ben T. Davis if you're traveling toward the camera. So there's that light there at Rocky Point. There's a hotel there. The Shriners there have their headquarters right there at that intersection. That's kind of where we're at. And we're looking back toward the airport here. It is flooded, so you're not going to get to Pinellas County. I don't even think, if you do have to, and I understand there's some folks out there that absolutely are necessary for our world to function, and you've got to get on the road today and go somewhere. Don't take anything that's near water. Take the longest, highest ground. Dennis just texted me, he got home. He said it was easy peasy, but he didn't go the normal way. You got to look at a mapping service. I would highly recommend something like Google Maps and see what roads are actually open that you can take, and take the ones that are the farthest away from the bay. So getting from Tampa to St. Pete, is that possible today? Yes. How are you going to do it? You're probably going to go as far north as possible. Maybe getting on the Vets and then getting across waters through Odessa and maybe making it to 19 that way. That could be an option. Check the roads. It is possible. Dennis made it into northern Pinellas County this morning from Tampa. You've just got to make sure that you plan your way. This is not the type of morning, if you do have to be out there, you're just going to get in your car and drive. Or if you do want to do that, if you're using something like Google Maps, where it's at least trying to figure out a different route for you, and it's probably going to do a pretty good job at picking up most of the closures. The way Google Maps works is that even when you're not using it and it's on your phone, it's tracking your speed, and it knows where cars are able to get through or not, and it assumes that if cars have stopped, that there's some issue there. If no cars have driven over a road over a certain period of time, they're not getting any data on that, so they're not going to know if the road is closed or not, if there's been no traffic. Lakeland by 6 o'clock, still in the 80s. Notice the showers out there right through the morning into the mid-morning, partly cloudy skies. Today, drier in the afternoon. We're going to see a lot of sunshine out there and a lot of heat with those temperatures in the low 90s. 8 o'clock this evening, still looking at a couple of scattered clouds. Now, it looks like overnight we could see some showers returning. Temperatures in the 70s, and it does look, and this has been the case the last couple of days, the models have been showing higher rain coverage on Saturday than today, and that seems to be the case. Looks like the moisture feed coming into Helene kind of lifts up over central Florida. Just get a lot of little downpours, kind of what we're getting out there this morning. Little downpours, showers, a couple of thunderstorms moving through. Temperatures tomorrow mid to upper 80s. When the rain showers are moving by, you'll fall back into the 70s. This is 5:30 tomorrow afternoon. Still looking at some areas of rain, and even into the evening, still could see a couple of downpours out there. This is early Sunday morning, and you see still some storms on the radar. Wind gusts, not an issue. This is not going to be a problem for the next several days. I did want to show you the rest of Sunday and what that's going to look like. It goes a little slow to pop up this morning. You see here in the morning, there's going to be some rain probably around, and it's probably going to last scattered into parts of the afternoon, hit and miss storms with some heavier downpours. So if you're out there cleaning up, the rain is going to be a factor in the forecast tomorrow and Sunday. Today may be the best day for any kind of immediate things that you've got to get done that depend on dry weather. Roof damage, leaks into your home from above, not from water coming in from the ground level, that you should take care of today in a hurry, because tomorrow and Sunday will be tricky in terms of that. Monday and Tuesday we get a break, then the rain chances could bump up again next week. We're in the frontal season now. Fronts are going to be closer to us. This moisture that's left over after Helene, anytime a front nears us, we're going to get pop-up thunderstorms and pop-up showers, and that looks to be the case right into next week. Lauren, India.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. Greg mentioned that if you need to get out, you may be able to get out and get around, but you're just going to have to find a route that is not closest to water because of this. 40 people, approximately 40 people, have had to be rescued from rising water along US 19 with the assistance of Pasco County Fire Rescue. US 19 was beginning to take on water, and they got stuck, and they needed help. Again, he mentioned Dennis was able to get home, but he took a different route that did not take him close to water. It took him a while to get home. It may take you a while to get where you're going, because you're going to have to get creative and make sure that your route does not take you anywhere near water.
Yeah, and these numbers actually from Pasco really just got updated. So now they've rescued 65 people, which is, and this is really, they're focusing along the US 19 area. You see them pulling out some boats, and you see them getting ready to get in the water and respond to those rescue calls. But 65 people, more than 100 water rescue calls already, and this is what we're going to be seeing throughout the morning.
And we're seeing this also from other law enforcement agencies. This is a video that was posted by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. They posted this to Facebook, saying their crews are out in full force conducting rescues to help people stranded because of flooding.
Yeah, and you can see the deputies using what they call a Sherp ATV. That was the vehicle that they were driving, that massive vehicle. It allows emergency crews to access the flooded areas that their regular vehicles cannot reach. And they said safety is their top priority. So even emergency responders aren't out there using their Tahoes to rescue. They have to use these really large high water vehicles with the big tires and whatnot in order to go through some of those flooded roads and reach the people who really need some help right now.
We want to go back to Pinellas County. That area was hit with extremely high levels of storm surge. In fact, the causeway was blocked off because of that. We talked yesterday about the Emergency Operations Center trying to get people on the barrier islands to evacuate because of that reason.
Truly, they even sent out the PSTA buses to try to get people to leave yesterday morning. ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton joining us live now from the Clearwater Beach area. Casey, any changes really in the last hour since we last heard from you?
Not too many changes right now. We know that a lot of people have had to been rescued, like you mentioned. We don't have numbers on that yet, but I assume that we will probably get them later on today. We are expecting probably a decent amount of people who have been rescued over here because the storm surge was so high in this area, but really nothing has changed over here. We do have a better bird's eye view of Court Street. It's blocked off heading onto the causeway. It's blocked off because of safety reasons, because there is still flooding over there on Clearwater Beach. There's also a lot of debris all over the place, so we're really just trying to keep people safe as much as possible. We've seen quite a few people try to come to Clearwater Beach, and they've been turned around. And really just want to keep in mind as you're driving through this area that you can come across anything right now. You can come across tree branches, you can come across down power lines, traffic lights. We really don't know what is out there right now. We're waiting for more information from Clearwater PD to see if traffic lights are working, if there's still standing water in certain places. So definitely be careful driving in this area. And we know that the causeway will be closed for quite some time. We don't know how long yet, but Clearwater PD said that it's still not safe to get out there, so don't expect to get out there anytime soon. We do know that there were a lot of rescues, and we also know that some just people who live around the area were assisting in that, because a lot of those high water vehicles were not able to get out there to help those people. So people were getting on jet skis and helping those people get out of their homes, and that's really incredible to hear that the community was coming together in a situation like this. And I don't know if you can tell, but it just recently started raining a little bit. I'm feeling some drops coming down, some wind that's taking it sideways right now. So just be careful driving around, and if you can stay home, do that instead. Back to you guys.
Rex says we're going to see that wind and rain all throughout the morning as the storm continues to make its way out of the area.
We do want to now move to Hillsborough County, the western section of Hillsborough County, where we're seeing a lot of flooding. You know, we've been talking about it on your drive-in, Greg's drive-in, and whatnot.
Exactly. Larissa Scott also talked about how difficult it was for them to get to the town and country area. Larissa, describe how you guys had to take some detours to get to your spot where you are now.
Yeah, you know, we tried with GPS to get over here. It was taking us to roads that were closed, so I had to kind of go old school with the map, and we just tried some different routes to be able to get here. We ran into several streets that were flooded, so it took us a long time to be able to safely get over here. And still, we're now off of, this is Memorial, and the road is still closed. Lots of people trying to come down this way to either travel through or check out their homes, and a lot of people are having to turn around here. We haven't had traffic go through here for the past little while since we've been here. We have gotten some reports that in the homes down that way a little bit, that some of the water was chest high potentially for some people, but it has started to go down. The side road that we can see that's near us that was flooded, we have definitely seen an improvement in terms of water. It's starting to recede much quicker now, so we believe that's likely happening down the road as well. Again, we've seen at least a dozen people walk past us with their belongings, with their pets, with swim suits on, wet clothing, kind of coming from that flood water over here, and speaking with some people who've lived in this area and have family in this area for a long time, the past several years. They say they've never seen the flooding this bad either, and although it was forecast, they just didn't expect it to actually come true. So unfortunately, a lot of people are just worried about the damage that they'll see once we get some of that daylight out here, but we'll of course continue to monitor the situation and let you know as soon as we get some more details. I'm live in Hillsborough County, Larissa Scott, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Larissa. We want to show you this video right now. This was sent to us by ABC Action News reporter Kenny McCormick. A friend of hers sent her this video. This is on Davis Islands. There's a home on fire there. We're making some phone calls right now. We're trying to find out more about exactly what's going on and where this is happening.
So at this time, we don't really have any concrete information. We're looking at the video as you're looking at it. Clearly, it looks like at least the front of the home is on fire there. Again, making calls, and as soon as we learn some new information from Tampa Fire, we will bring that to you right here. It's really unfortunate to see there on Davis Island.
It is. We do want to check in with Keely. She's in Sarasota County right now. Keely, you sent us that video. A friend of yours sent you the video. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct.
It's incredible watching that. And of course, you feel so helpless watching because you know at this point, not much that can be done until that water recedes out there. But I want to get to what you're dealing with now. You got power back on a little while ago. I mean, that's the beginning. That's, of course, the beginning of a positive sign there. But you still can't leave because the water still surrounds your hotel.
Yeah, that's right. Power back on. It's a step in the right direction, but there is still water surrounding our hotel. And the wind actually just picked up. I was watching the water come in as that wind started to pick up. It still is bringing some waves crashing up onto the sidewalks right behind our hotel here. We are still stuck here. This hotel is right in downtown Sarasota, right off Bayfront Drive. All the roadways surrounding us are completely underwater. This is an issue that a lot of people across the region are dealing with. And we've been showing you a lot of footage and video that we're taking up here from our hotel balcony. But I do want you to take a look at this that Kylie McGivern sent us last night. She's also covering Sarasota County. This gives you a better view of the ground level, and it shows you kind of what we're dealing with down there. The Emergency Operations Center tells me they have search and rescue efforts still underway this morning. They are urging everyone to stay home. Once the sun comes up, there's going to be down power lines and trees, which can be really dangerous for people. As far as what you can expect once the day kind of gets started today, the county says they'll assess the damage and determine if storm debris collection contractors need to be activated. And we've been telling you all day to stay home. That's the biggest message the EOC wants people to hear right now. And I'm right there with you. I'm a reporter. I want to be out in the field talking to the community and looking at the damage. But like I mentioned, the roadways surrounding us are all flooded right now. So just for safety, we have to stay put. I do want to show you my little setup that I have here. This is my makeshift desk, my laptop. I've been communicating with EOC all morning long. I've been looking at your photos that you're posting on social media. So in a way, I am still out in the community, but still, getting a better understanding for what you guys are going through out there. But stay put for now. We've been telling you all morning. That's just the biggest message that EOC is telling me to tell you. I think that's safety is just the biggest thing that we should be focusing on. For now, I'm live in Sarasota County. Keely McCormick, ABC Action News.
Absolutely. Glad you're safe, Keely. Take a look at this. In case you missed this earlier, we want to tell you a little bit about this. Really sad news to pass along. The storm, of course, turned deadly. This is video from about an hour ago when a sign fell on a car on I-4. It's in Hillsborough County. It's on the ramp from 21st Street in the westbound lanes. That ramp is closed right now. Crews are on the scene and they're investigating.
What an awful tragedy happening overnight. Now this is new video. This is from the 4 Points at Sheraton Hotel in the Tallahassee area. And this video actually, so this is from the lobby in the All Seasons Vacation Resort in Madeira Beach. You can see, the lobby is flooded in there. If you look up at the poles in the wall, that is some video to see, because obviously the water had to come through and it's inside the lobby right now. I'm glad to see no one's in there right now. Clearly this is from security footage or whatnot. So I'm hoping the people there evacuated or they were at least out because that is unfortunately due to a storm surge overnight.
It's frightening. That's what we've been talking about, that storm surge. Greg, of course, Dennis, Jason, Shay have been talking about that from the very beginning when they started tracking the storm. I want to show you now, tell you this, the city of St. Petersburg wants us to let you know it's shutting down its northeastern sewer treatment facility because of high levels of storm surge, just like what you're seeing in that video you just saw. The water is going to be shut off for residents and businesses north of 30th Avenue and east of I-275. It is important not to drain water from your sinks or your tubs. We know that we told you yesterday to fill them up because you might need them to wash things or to maybe flush your toilets. But right now they're saying don't drain them. Don't flush your toilets. The water will be off for the next 48 hours. You can access running water, but it's important that you not let the water drain.
We do want to now talk about the power outage situation. We've been looking at the numbers throughout the morning. We've been noticing in our area, at least Pinellas County truly had the most power outages. At one point, it was about nearly 30%. And if you see this map right here, you can really take a look at the colors. Obviously the blue, no power outages, yellow starting to creep up, orange you see in Pinellas County, that's a significant amount. And then you see the Big Bend area where Hurricane Helene made landfall. That is where we're seeing the most power outages. At one point, some of those counties were extremely dark. And once you get to that burgundy black color, that's nearly 100% of customers without power in that area. I'm trying to refresh the map and it isn't exactly telling me how many people in the state.
1.2
there we
million
go.
At this point.
There we go, refresh. So it did go down a little bit. Last hour we were seeing 11.7, now it's 11.5. So
It just dropped first it was 1.29, now it's 1.26 million people. So again, we talked about how the cavalry, linemen, power crews are stationed at the Trop here in St. Pete, also all over the state, ready to respond as soon as it's safe for them to do so. They want to try to work and get the power restored across our state. But again, they can't do that until the conditions are safe for them. It's still windy out there. We're seeing that. Still bands of rain coming in. So they won't be able to get out and do that until it's safe for them to do so. So it may be a while, but we'll continue to keep monitoring the number of power outages across the state, and we'll keep you up to date. But make sure that you report it if you do have a power outage.
Yes, and it's only 4:18 in the morning. So they, hopefully when the daylight comes up, we'll have more time to do that. And be sure to stay up to date with us, everything storm related on our website. Throughout the day, I know for so many of you, it is going to be a long cleanup period, and we really have a hurricane page on our website, really a hurricane center where you will have everything you need to know. So if you scan the QR code on your screen, it'll take you to that section of our website. We'll put everything there, all the numbers that you need. That's where you found evacuations and closings, but we'll also put the videos from our reporters. So if you did evacuate and you want to know what's going on in your neighborhood, in your county, in your coastline, you can look at that live blog and get a look at what's happening without actually leaving where you evacuated to.
We also want to remind you to download our ABC Action News app. Scan this QR code on your screen. This is going to take you to a link to learn how to download both our mobile app as well as our ABC Action News Plus streaming channel to your favorite connected device. These are really good tools, especially if you lose power. You don't have to miss a minute of our coverage. Of course, our team of meteorologists have been keeping you up to date as this storm is passing, and of course, they're going to stay here with you and let you know what to expect even after the storm is over.
And speaking of our team of meteorologists, I think we're going to go to meteorologist Greg D now, because Greg, I know you're still, so at this point, have all areas reached that high tide? Because I know we were waiting for the 4 o'clock for Crystal River.
Yeah, most areas have reached their high tides and just crested up to the north. So things are going to be improving. You guys can take the Weather Center shot. I've got a couple things here I've got to do. This is going to be not as maybe smooth or polished as we usually probably are used to it. There's a lot going on. I'm trying to get some images here for you as well. I want you to take a look at this image. This is from someone. This is Richard Miller. He lives in a high-rise on the north side of Bayshore next to Bayshore Publix. This is downtown Tampa during the surge. This is incredible. I mean, this looks, Bayshore is gone, and the water is into the garage of his building. So he did send me some other photos, cars flooded. The convention center, the bridge this is over to Harbor Island right there. I mean, that's almost, the water's almost touching that bridge. So you're looking at water anywhere downtown where there's not a seawall. Looks like TGH was safe, at least that construction area where they're building that new building. That is dry. They did have some walls there, so maybe it did not top that seawall.
You could see that TGH posted some video, and you could really see that wall they put up working.
Working. Okay, so
to hold back surge up to 15 feet.
So there's the mitigation right there. It's working. I mean, the water's close, and maybe with waves there's some going over it, but that's an incredible image. I mean, this is just an image that I was not expecting to see. The water this high. It was forecast to get this high, but you don't really, you don't have it in your mind. What does 7 or 8 feet of water look like if the water would rise that much? I'm down here all the time, and it looks like the docks here at the convention center. It's hard to tell if it topped into the actual plaza there, but just incredible, the amount of water. Some buildings, some areas staying dry, others turning wet, depending on what is around that building. This is Apollo Beach. This was at 10 o'clock yesterday, so the water was already coming up. This is from Damon Anderson, and he makes an interesting point. He's never seen the water at Apollo Beach go over the seawall where he is. There's a seawall there since the 93 storm. If you remember, that is the superstorm of 93. It was a March winter hurricane that brought a major hurricane surge to the Florida West Coast. Side note, that's the storm that made me want to be here today. Literally, I was a little kid in Connecticut growing up, and that storm made me want to be a meteorologist. That's the one that started it all, and it was so impactful to the Florida West Coast. That's the last time he's seen the water come up that high. I don't have anything after 10 p.m. from Damon, so I'm assuming that this was just the beginning and that the water did end up getting higher. And I think most folks, a lot of people, I stopped getting photos after a certain time. And I think what we went into is, wow, look at the water, to, oh my goodness, look at the water, we need to take action. I think a lot of folks were in action phase overnight in places where the water started rising at an impressive rate. If you do have anything you want to share with me, Instagram, Facebook, over toward email. Instagram and email, probably the easiest. Email by far the preferred method, just because it all comes into the inbox and I see every message. Facebook, there's a lot of hunting around for the information. Instagram, if you inbox me there, that's a pretty clear way to do it. So winds down now from Helene. What time is it? It's 4:23. So the Hurricane Center is now updating this hourly. Pressure is up. Speed is forward speed is at 30. Still moving. They're saying north, but the eye is definitely not moving straight north. It's moving north-northeast or northeast at 30 miles per hour. Winds are 75. So it is a Category 1 minimal hurricane. And it will continue to move north this morning. Probably going to have to readjust this track at 5. They're going to have to push it a little farther east, but generally it will recurve back towards the Ohio River Valley as there's an area of low pressure there it's going around. So the next several hours, as you see, some raindrops here outside our studio earlier. Temperatures will kind of hold in the upper 70s. The winds should not be an issue anymore. They are still on shore, and that's certainly not what we want to see, but they are much lighter. We're no longer seeing tropical storm sustained winds. And as you look at the gusts, most places, the gusts have reduced. Now, we're still gusting in some spots to minimal tropical storm strength, but Tampa just gusting to 31. That's below tropical storm. Brooksville, 28. Crystal River, 22. So that's certainly good news. The winds are lighter, and the gusts are not as intense as they were earlier overnight. Here's what I'm expecting for the afternoon. These are the wind speeds. Sustained winds, 10 to 15 miles per hour. Could see a couple of stronger gusts. The gust forecast pushes those gusts 20 to 25 or above there in some cases briefly. Still an onshore flow, so it's not what we want to see. That strong onshore flow with a breezy day like this, we're still going to see high tides running above normal, but an above normal high tide is not going to cause more flooding. It's just going to be a higher high tide than you'd like to see. And I think that's what we're going to see out there as we go into the afternoon. Take a look at the radar now. There is still some rain moving through the Tampa area. This was just in St. Pete not long ago. So it looks like right here near our studios, West Tampa, Midtown, coming up on Temple Terrace, just south of USF, over towards 301 and 75. This is going to work its way over towards Dover, Seffner, the Valrico area, eventually Plant City as well. Put this into motion. You see the showers are moving southwest to northeast. Very small, very quick. These are not going to be a huge issue. They're also not going to make the surge flooding worse, okay? Surge flooding is not related to the rain. This is not going to add more water on top of what's already fallen. We really didn't see enough rain to cause a ton of freshwater flooding. Any kind of water rises were due to the surge and the water around. You could have seen a pond or a lake rise just because that body of water could not drain into a nearby river or the ocean because of high water levels in the ocean itself. The clouds are also starting to break up, so I do think when we do see the sunrise this morning, we are going to see a nice one. And I think we're going to start to see some color in the sky, and things are going to look better for us as we go into the morning hours. There is the center of Helene pulling away. Showers, though, extend down towards the Everglades. Collier County right now, down toward Naples, getting the rain. There's the center. It's just not moving due north. It's moving north-northeast. So I think it's going to make it up to Greenville, Spartanburg, maybe the Asheville area, probably head east of Knoxville, and then take a turn back. You see here how the flow is pulling all this moisture back towards the Ohio River Valley. There's a low here that's spinning. By the way, this is pulling in Atlantic moisture now. So this storm is tapping the Gulf, the Caribbean, and the Atlantic. You see this moisture feed into the Carolinas. Flooding here across the Appalachians, big concern today. Up into the Ohio River Valley. This is hilly, mountainous terrain. I'm really concerned about the rainfall, North Georgia into Tennessee. So your high temperatures today, we're going to be up in the low 90s. The heat index, though, is going to make it feel like it's in the triple digits at times, if not hotter. And we will see some scattered storms right through the weekend with lower rain chances as we head into next week with highs near 90. Stay with us. Okay. Are we coming straight to me off the
Tracking Helene with Florida's most accurate ABC Action News. Tracking Helene with Florida's most accurate ABC Action News.
Good morning, Tampa Bay. We are continuing to track Hurricane Helene. The storm made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a powerful Category 4 storm. The location was only 20 miles northwest of where Hurricane Idalia came ashore last year. I'm Dia Riley.
And I'm Lauren St. Germain. I mean, this morning has been all about looking at the storm surge that we're seeing and the damage cleanup. But we do want to start with meteorologist Greg D right now because, Greg, this storm is so massive and it is still moving up north.
It is still moving. Yeah, this is still going to be a story, Dia and Lauren, today for the Appalachians, for Georgia, for South Carolina, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio. I mean, huge part of the Appalachians. I'll show you that on the satellite coming up. So this is what happened overnight. These are preliminary numbers from the National Weather Service. Record-setting surges at every gauge that we have in the water. And a lot of you are asking me this morning, how was it here? How was it there? Unfortunately, there's only a handful of gauges. I do not know the surge at Safety Harbor, at Madeira Beach, at Pasadena exactly, or Terra Verde. I do not know. I don't know the water levels at Avon, down toward Anna Maria. There's no official gauges there. So a lot of this, we're going to be finding this out, unfortunately, probably through stories from people that were in it during the overnight and from officials that were dealing with it. 6 to 8 feet. I mean, the Hurricane Center nailed this. This is a 100% accurate forecast. It's exactly what they said it was going to be. It was hard to believe, but we kept talking about this yesterday. Just because you've never seen it doesn't mean it can't happen. This is the way this works. These kinds of events are rare. Most of us are probably only going to see flooding like this once in a lifetime or once in 20 or 30 years. This is not going to happen every year. So when it does, it's hard to believe that it could. Winds 60 to 70 mile an hour gusts for most of us. St. Pete, there was some cells here, and this happened early in the storm. There were some storm cells that had tornado warnings with them passing over the area. Initially, it's about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Man, that brought the wind with it. That was the strongest wind I saw at my house over in the Heights, and that's when St. Pete gusted to 82. This image is a defining image, I think, for Tampa. This is from Richard Miller. This was overnight. I don't have an exact time on this. It's on my Facebook page now. This is downtown Tampa. He is in a high-rise, looks like a block or two south of the Bayshore Publix looking back toward downtown. There's TGH, by the way, dry. That flood prevention system is working, but you can tell the hospital is below the bay. The bay is higher than the hospital in this photo. Obviously flooding into the convention center. Bayshore's gone, and the next couple 100 feet of Tampa, if not more. It's hard to tell how far this goes in, but the bay, it looked like Tampa was in the water, literally. An Atlantis-like photo almost. This is Damon Anderson in Apollo Beach. This was at 10:30. He said he hadn't seen the water that high since the '93 storm. That's how far back we're going. Most of you watching were not here for that storm. This is where you can find those images. Send your reports to me. The good news on Helene, it is out of here. The winds are done, and we're past the worst of the flooding. The water is receding and will continue to do so. We'll take a look ahead into the forecast for the rest of the day, and still some rain in the forecast as we head into the weekend. We're going to talk about that coming up as well. Dia?
All right, thank you so much, Greg. Take a look at this video here. This was posted by the Clearwater Police Department. This is a look at the current conditions there, that area remaining under a mandatory evacuation order, and you can see why. Take a look at just how high that storm surge is. Again, mandatory evacuation. Hopefully everybody heeded the evacuation orders, because it will be difficult to make any rescues at this point until that water recedes.
And we are seeing some rescues happening on Clearwater Beach. Clearwater Fire and Rescue posting that they are conducting multiple rescues on the beach right now. We don't have the exact number or where, but we do know they're in that Clearwater Beach area.
And we're following the current conditions here in the Bay Area after Hurricane Helene.
That's right. We do want to go to, well, we want to talk about, because it was a powerful Cat 4 storm. If you maybe went to bed early last night, it did make landfall in northwest Florida area. And we're going to be looking at conditions all throughout the Tampa Bay area this morning.
We've been talking about storm surge. That was the biggest concern for us here. Thankfully, Jason and Dennis and Greg have talked about how most of the high tides have already been hit. So the water will begin to recede, but it's going to take a while. It could take several hours. Right now, let's go check in with reporter Casey Albritton, ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton. She is live for us this morning in Clearwater. You moved locations, Casey.
Yeah. So we are out here right now, and you guys were just mentioning some rescues happening. Literally within the last 5 minutes, we saw 2 fire trucks with their ambulances or their sirens on, heading towards the beach. So obviously there's still some kind of rescues going on over there, some emergencies happening at Clearwater Beach. But we do know that there have been several rescues into this morning. And we do have the entrance of the causeway blocked off here on Court Street. Right over there, you can actually see a police officer's car. His tire is being changed right now. Now, I'm not sure if that's because, there was debris on the road and something happened driving through this area, but that is something to keep in mind, that you can actually get damage to your car just by driving through the area following the storm because of how much debris is on the ground. Clearwater police say a lot of that debris is on the causeway, and that's a big reason why it is closed off. That is because of safety reasons. They don't want anyone going over there, and there is still a lot of standing water over near the beach at the moment. So rescues are still happening. The causeway is blocked off. You need to be as careful as possible and just try to avoid leaving your house as much as possible right now while emergency crews respond and get out to people and try to clear the roads of anything. Now, we are waiting for more information on numbers when it comes to how many people have been rescued so far. We are hoping that that number stays low, but we're going to see later today. We also know that the mayor and the city manager will be heading out here later this morning to assess damage and take a look at everything. We're hoping to get in contact with Clearwater PD and see what the damage looks like out near Clearwater Beach. We do know that several businesses and homes have experienced a lot of damage and flooding out there. We are going to keep you updated throughout the rest of the day, and we do know that as the sun comes up, we're going to get a good look at everything out here, and hopefully it won't be as bad as we can possibly imagine. We're going to keep our fingers crossed, but we're also going to bring you as much information as possible about where is safe to go and any updates when it comes to Clearwater Beach and the damage that we see out there. Back to you guys.
Casey, thank you. And we do want to go a little bit further south to our crew in Sarasota now, because they just got power back at their hotel.
Yeah, they're also waiting for the sun to come up because their hotel right now is surrounded by water. Keely, you guys still can't leave.
Hey, that's right. We can't. I do think it's starting to get a little bit better. We're going to go back out to the front of the hotel and reassess the flooded roadways. But from the back, it looks like some of the water is starting to recede. I know I keep mentioning those boats. One of them had gone up and onto the sidewalk, but most of them were really just lifted very high. They're starting to come down a little bit. If you want to walk with me here, we can see just outside. This is just outside our hotel balcony, those boats starting to come back a little bit lower, back in line with the dock. So I think that that's definitely a good sign. We are right downtown Sarasota near Bayfront Drive, and water overtook the sidewalks overnight, the parking lots, and the surrounding neighborhoods. Now we're up on the balcony right now, but take a look at this video. This gives you a better look at the ground level. Kylie McGivern took this video last night. She's also out here in Sarasota covering the storm, but it also just shows you the intensity of the flooding that we're dealing with in the area. Now, the Emergency Operations Center says they do still have search and rescue efforts underway today. They're urging everyone to stay home even once the sun comes up today because there's down power lines and some trees that we may not even know about just yet. As far as what you can expect next to happen today, the county offices will remain closed and staff will step in to help with efforts where they can. The Sarasota Breeze Transit is expected to operate on a modified schedule today, and solid waste collection is also expected to return today. We have this all on our website as well. But again, the biggest message the EOC is pushing right now is to stay safe, stay home, even when the sun comes up. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Keely. Keely told us earlier that because that wind was so strong, that rain was coming in, she had the doors shut in her hotel room, but still a lot of water got inside, not because of storm surge, because they were pretty high up.
I had to double ask her just in case. I was like, hold on, you guys were actually high up. That was rainwater that
so
came in.
How powerful that wind was.
Yeah. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Welcome back. 18 minutes till 5 right now. We are continuing to track a powerful Hurricane Helene. The storm made landfall while you were sleeping in Taylor County in the Steinhatchee area. Nearly 100% of that area is out of power right now. We've been watching the power outages, just absolutely incredible. It was to the east of Tallahassee. We had crews in Tallahassee. That area was spared a lot of the worst damage. We were talking about how it could have been incredible structural damage had it hit the state capitol. But again, it made landfall in Steinhatchee, very close to where Hurricane Idalia made landfall a year ago.
And we do have a crew in the Big Bend. We haven't spoken to them in a while, so it'll be interesting to see what they are able to see once the sun comes up this morning. And that's the big thing. We're kind of waiting for the sun to come up to really see the damage and see what the storm surge created, and hopefully the water will go down and people can actually get out, but it's important to stay put right now.
Yeah, we've already seen lots of rescues, of course, from people stranded in floodwaters. There is a flood warning in southern Hillsborough County right now for the Alafaya River at Riverview near US 301. Our team coverage continues this morning in Town and Country, where that area is also seeing flooding.
Yeah, Helene really brought a high storm surge along the Gulf Coast and into this area of Town and Country. ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott has been live for us in Town and Country for the past few hours. Larissa, what is it like right now at 4:45?
Hey, Lauren and Dia, I just got an update a few minutes ago from Hillsborough County deputy. Here's the situation we're dealing with. This road here, Memorial, is still blocked off, and we are told that it will continue to be blocked off probably until about noon. That's because even though the water is receding, officials tell me that there are so many cars that are dead in the road that they cannot open the traffic back up until all of those cars are towed, because no one could really get through. So again, the water is receding, we're told, but they won't be able to open up this road until they get all of these cars towed. Also, I was told that the water has been shoulder level on some people, and some of the homes up to their shoulder, and other homes ankle deep. So they have the airboats out there right now rescuing people and trying to get to people, and they tell me that is their #1 priority. But anyone here in this area, I'm told, Memorial up to Hillsborough is shut down and will be shut down until at least noon today. So definitely an area that you want to avoid. We'll continue to monitor the situation for you out here and hope to get some better visuals for you as soon as we get those daylight hours. But that's the latest here in Hillsborough County. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Larissa. And we were just talking with Greg a little bit about that flood warning we talked about before Larissa's live shot. We're going to come back after a quick break, and we're going to talk about what's going on in that area because it's pretty concerning.
Absolutely. It's very shocking, but Greg D will break it all down for us as soon as we come back. So stay with us. We're not going anywhere. Just a quick short break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back. 13 minutes till 5 now. This is our continuing coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. We do have an update for you this morning from the city of Clearwater. All access to Clearwater Beach is suspended until further notice. The city says the barrier island roads, businesses, and homes are flooded with several feet of water. And even after the water levels begin to recede, those roads will still be unsafe to travel on.
They also shared multiple high water rescues from homes on the beach and also the mainland were conducted last night. Some of them are happening really right now. They said we should probably get an update on damage at some point later this morning once the sun comes up and they can really actually get to all these areas because it's so flooded.
We're going to see a lot once the daylight hits. I want to share some video now of that storm surge that flooded an intersection in Citrus County. This is at US 19 and Citrus Avenue in Crystal River. You can see a wooden pallet that's just floating by. There it is right there, right under our banner. It's just floating across the intersection. The Citrus County Sheriff's Office posted this video on social media. They remind you not to drive through floodwater because it can be dangerous, and you never know exactly how deep that floodwater is.
And just southeast of that video, another part of US 19 is impassable. This video is from US 19 and State Road 44, also in Crystal River. You can see in the corner there coming into your screen right now that airboat on the road. Obviously, that will be used to help with high water rescues at some point this morning. Water is spreading past Highway 19 onto Highway 44. The sheriff's office reminding people it only takes 6 inches of fast flowing water to sweep you off your feet, so you have to be super, super careful. And as we bring in meteorologist Greg D now, Greg, let's talk about the Alafaya River again, because what you were showing Dia and I during the break, I mean, just incredibly high numbers.
Yeah, so this is the image that I wanted to show you. Might blip here for a second. Give me a moment as I put my show in play. This is happening live, folks, as I'm looking at the gauges and looking at all the information. So what you're looking at here is the gauge at the Alafaya River. This gauge is east of 301. This is not on the Gulf. This is well away from the Gulf. And the record at this level before, at this part of the Alafaya River, was 6.6 feet. That's the highest it's ever reached. 9.37 is where it crested during the overnight hours. Guys, if you can readjust my camera, I'd really appreciate that. There you see the level. Now, it is dropping, but it is still in flood stage because the level that it got. There's a lot of neighborhoods around this. I don't know this part of the river very well, the Alafaya and the Riverview, but this may be a part of the river that we're not talking about. There's probably serious flooding going on here. Obviously, unprecedented flooding in eastern Hillsborough County or southern Hillsborough County, however you place Riverview there, just south of Brandon. If it's the Alafaya, then the Palm River, the Little Manatee, they're all doing the same thing. But this is one place where I have a gauge. The issue is we don't have these gauges everywhere, so I cannot give you a water level for Gibsonton, for Apollo Beach, for Ruskin. I don't have those levels in all places. But where I do, every gauge we check, whether it's a tidal gauge or these river gauges, they're all showing record levels. This image from Richard of downtown Tampa during the storm is just incredible. The bay is into the city. I mean, it looks like Tampa sunk 8 feet into the bay during this storm. This is sometime during the overnight at the height of the surge. I do have a picture from Apollo Beach. This is from Damon. This was at 10:30 last night. It was probably worse by midnight. And he already was saying he hadn't seen the water going over the seawall there since 1993, the superstorm. In March of 93. Record set at all surge gauges that we have. There's only 5 of them that are available in the Bay Area. The winds were an issue too, but the wind is really the secondary story here, and the rain not an issue at all. This is an all surge event for the Bay Area. If you have images, stories, you've got something to share. I saw a picture, and this is really that kind of just kind of tugs at your heartstrings. Saw pictures from Midyara Beach of someone's home. They're walking through it. Water is waist deep. All you can see is 2 dogs' heads sticking out of the water, and all of their possessions floating inside of that house. From toiletries to things that were on counters, on tables, it's just floating in the house. It's such a helpless moment because there's nothing you can do other than sit there, watch it, and then wait. I absolutely feel for those folks. And that's a story that's going to be repeated hundreds, if not thousands of times across the Bay Area from this storm. Good news is it's out of here. Helene now is a Category 1 hurricane. It's moving into South Georgia. We are going to get another advisory with a track update here coming up at any moment. The rest of today, we're going to be dry. Temperatures in the upper 70s to near 80 degrees. It's going to be humid. It's going to be hot. By the afternoon, we're going to be near 90. If you've got water coming from above, roof damage is what I'm talking about. Get it covered today. I think the rain chances are low for the rest of the day, but Saturday, there's going to be a lot of scattered rain around, and Sunday, the rain chances don't look to come down either. We're not really going to dry out until Monday or Tuesday. We'll have more on the storm, of course, as we all try to figure out what exactly happened overnight in all parts of the Bay Area. Coming up, stay with us.
Want to get you up to date now on power outages that we've been watching throughout the morning. We just got some new numbers of customers who have lost power county by county across the state. First of all, I'll tell you the state numbers. 1.25 million people in the state of Florida are without power. That number has been dropping very slowly throughout the past hour or so. In Taylor County, where that storm made landfall, 100% of that area is without power. In Dixie County nearby, 92%. Pinellas County, here at home, a third of the county is still without power. More than 240,000 customers don't have power at this point.
And sadly, this storm has turned deadly. This is video when a sign fell onto a car on I-4 at the ramp from 21st Street in the westbound lanes right here. And we've also learned 2 people died in a tornado in Georgia. We'll be right back after a break.
Tracking Helene with Florida's most accurate ABC Action News.
We want to show you some incredible video now from Tampa General Hospital. That is it's in the Zone A. It was a mandatory evacuation. However, TGH is also a level 1 trauma center, the only one in this area. They treat the most critically injured and ill patients. So evacuating was not an option for them. They had to put up what's called an aqua wall to hold back the storm surge. It was able to hold back 15 feet of storm surge, and it did its job.
Yeah, someone with TGH was talking to us as they were putting up this wall the other day, saying evacuation really isn't an option for them because, again, they treat so many critically ill patients. But it's incredible to see how well the wall worked versus what you're seeing on Bayshore and Davis Islands and everything. So truly, that technology is amazing. And we're working to get that video for you. Stay with us here on ABC Action News. We'll get it for you in our next hour.
Okay, stay with us. We've got to take another break, and then we'll come back.
Tracking Helene with Florida's most accurate ABC Action News.
Good morning, Tampa Bay. It is now 5 o'clock. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are continuing to track Hurricane Helene. The storm made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a Category 4 storm. That location, interestingly enough, was only about 20 miles northwest of where Hurricane Idalia came ashore last year. Good morning to you again. I'm Dee O'Reilly.
And I'm Lauren St. Germain. We do want to start with meteorologist Greg D, because Greg, we were watching that storm all day yesterday. We know it is so massive and it's still moving north into the Georgia area.
Yeah, this is still going to be a huge weather story. The new track just came in from the Hurricane Center, and I know it's over land, but actually with this system, the amount of rain and wind it's producing, the track is still important hours after landfall. If you've got reports of flooding in your area, I'm specifically looking at the Riverview area now, reach out to me on Facebook at Greg D Weather and Instagram. Email me, greg.de@wfts.com. So it is now a tropical storm. So this is the latest with the advisory. This is no longer a hurricane. Helene is now a tropical storm moving north at 30 miles per hour. Pressure continues to rise. But look at the clouds stretching from Missouri to D.C. to Florida. This thing has got the entire southeastern and half of the eastern United States covered in clouds and rain this morning. Track takes it up towards northern South Carolina, western North Carolina near the Asheville area, then near or close to Knoxville, Tennessee, and then it does this little loop here across Kentucky and Tennessee. That's never good. As an area of low pressure, there could be a big flooding concern for places like Nashville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, up towards portions of Kentucky. Remember, this is hilly, mountainous terrain. These mountains here are really going to take a lot of water. That water is going to run down the slopes into the valleys, and we're going to see big water rises across the Appalachians as Helene moves through that area. We've got cloudy skies here right now. If you are getting out this morning or thinking about maybe surveying the neighborhood or just your property, temperatures in the upper 70s. There have been some small showers around. By 10 o'clock, we'll be up into the low to mid 80s. The winds are gone. Onshore flow still remains, but the winds are about 10 to 20 miles an hour overall, and the gusts have been steadily subsiding. Now, we're still gusting to near 40 miles per hour in some spots, but in most locations, these gusts will come down pretty quickly as we move through the morning hours. Unfortunately, they are still onshore. By the afternoon, still looking at a west wind at about 10 to 15, and I do think that during the afternoon, you'll probably see some gusts of 20 to 25 miles per hour at the most in our area. There's a radar now. A lot of little showers, nothing here that's too specific to point out in terms of its impact. And by the way, these little showers are not going to make surge flooding worse. It just doesn't work that way. That's all based on the ocean levels. These are just wetting the ground in spots, the heaviest on 98 near that Kathleen Gibsonia area headed over towards Polk City. Still some sprinkles out over the Gulf, but I think once we get into the afternoon, we are going to get into a period of some drier weather as Helene lifts north and away from our area. Look at the rain. When TPA opens, I'm assuming they will this morning, flights in and around the Atlanta area, this is going to be a mess. They are seeing some heavy rain and wind right now, and that's going to continue for them for the rest of the afternoon. High temperatures today, upper 80s and low 90s. As you look at the forecast into the afternoon, those highs near 90. So if you don't have power today, it is going to be really hot, unfortunately, and really humid too. Guys.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. We have crews spread out all over the Bay Area right now looking at the impacts of Hurricane Helene. Our team coverage continues now in Town and Country, an area that's seeing lots of flooding.
Yeah, Helene really brought a high storm surge along the Gulf Coast, and that includes the Town and Country area. It really went into there. ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott live for us in Town and Country. So Larissa, how are things out there right now for you?
Hey, we really haven't had a lot of changes here. I'm just off of Memorial near Independence Parkway. This road here is still blocked and expected to be blocked into the afternoon. We're told that there have been reports of water up to shoulder height on people. You know, some homes only got water about ankle deep, but that the airboats are out working right now, rescuing people who are stuck inside of their homes. They are expecting this road to be shut off along Memorial here up to Hillsborough until at least noon, because they have a lot of cars that got caught in the water that are stuck in the road. So they will have to tow all of those first. I talked to somebody earlier this morning who told me he was just at a red light just up the street here when the tide started coming in very quickly, but he was able to back up and get out of there before he himself got stuck. He's been waiting for his mom to be rescued from out there. So, you know, we've told you we've seen dozens of people here this morning walking through with some of their belongings, with their pets, people who did not leave and are now experiencing some of that flooding here. But, you know, officials telling me that their number one priority this morning remains getting those people who are trapped inside of their homes out safely. We'll continue to monitor the situation for you. That's the latest here in Hillsborough County. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Larissa. As we go to break, here's a live look at Clearwater Beach. We've got crews out there stationed. Lots of road closures in that area. They've got the causeway blocked off right now. Don't want people trying to get in and on the, getting on to the barrier islands. Anybody who was on the barrier islands at this point, not really sure what they can do. But we'll keep you posted. Our coverage of Helene continues after the storm. After this break. Welcome back. 10 minutes after the hour now. This is our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. We are following the current conditions now here in the Bay Area after the storm has now passed our area.
The powerful Category 4 storm made landfall in northwest Florida, and we're checking conditions all around the Tampa Bay area. ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton live for us in North Pinellas County. And Casey, you're hearing of a lot of rescues happening in the Clearwater Beach area.
Yeah, within I would say the last half hour, I've seen at least 6 different fire trucks go onto the causeway headed towards Clearwater Beach. And that's because there are rescues still happening out there. We know that there were several rescues this morning, people who were stuck in their homes because of floodwaters. We got some video from Clearwater Police showing that the water was a little bit over their knees and they were helping women get out of their homes during this storm. So we do know that that's been going on. I just want to briefly talk about, I interviewed a man about a year ago in Gulfport. We know Gulfport also received a lot of storm surge, a lot of water out there. He just texted me and he said that he lost his car. He said it was about 3 feet high. The water was 3 feet high in his home and he's lost a lot of his belongings. So, you know, as the sun comes up, we're going to see more and more of this damage and probably get more responses from people out here who had a lot of storm surge. This man told me he's never seen anything like it before. So we are seeing a lot of rescues. We're seeing people kind of wake up this morning and look outside of their homes and see what kind of damage there is. But again, the causeway is blocked off towards Clearwater Beach. Right now I'm on Court Street and we've got cones out blocking the street right now. We've got police officers out here. We've seen several people kind of show up and try to get through this area and come over to Clearwater Beach. But again, they're not letting anyone over there unless it's emergency crews right now because they still have to prioritize rescuing people and getting people out of the way of danger right now. So we will keep you updated on all of this. And for you, just please be careful out there. You know, if you do decide to drive around and scope out around your house, just be very careful. There's a lot of debris on the roads and a lot of things you just need to be aware of and be aware of your surroundings. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Casey. As Hurricane Helene made its way north along the Gulf Coast, it caused flooding on Sarasota County's Barrier Islands in downtown Sarasota. The Sarasota Police Department reporting flooded roads across the city, of course, making driving dangerous.
ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick live for us in Sarasota. Keely, you've been out there since early Thursday morning, and you were about to try to go outside of your hotel, but still a lot of flooding in that area, huh?
Yeah, there's definitely still a lot of flooding. I did just take a lap around the hotel, the roadway that's right in front of our parking lot. The water has started to recede, so we will be able to head out there after this live shot and be able to get a better kind of picture of the damage that's going on. But something that I do want to tell you guys about, when I was walking through our hotel, we're here on the 5th floor right now. Right outside our door is completely soaked. There's towels kind of pushed up against some of the room doors. It looks like maybe someone had left one of these doors open throughout the storm. I tried to talk to the front desk, but really didn't get too much information on that yet. But definitely this floor is soaking wet right now. So I do want to just show you outside. I know we've been showing you this all morning, but earlier today, this water was receded all the way up over the sidewalk. It looks like it's come down just a little bit. Obviously, there are still some palm trees that have fallen down. Those boats at one point, this boat in the corner was up and on the sidewalk. I can't really tell if the corner of it is still on the sidewalk or if it's kind of moved back into the water. But the boats have definitely come back down to a lower level, back in line with the dock. So I would say that's good news. Obviously, still a little windy out here. We're seeing some waves continue to crash up onto the sidewalk here, but I'm really not seeing any more water coming onto shore or coming onto the sidewalk. So we're about to head out. We're going to leave our hotel now. I don't think we'll get very far because I know these roadways are still extremely flooded. But we're going to pull out and kind of assess damage in our area. We're right off Bayfront Drive, right in downtown Sarasota. So of course we'll bring you any new information and we'll show you what we're seeing while we're out there. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Keely, thank you. Good morning, everybody. You're looking at the river gauge at the Alafaya River east of 301 in Riverview, which had a previous record level of 6.6 feet. Overnight, the surge, the Gulf of Mexico, pushed the river back past 301 to a level of 9.37 feet. Here's the deal. I just got a message from someone in Pasco County saying, well, why aren't we hearing about more of Pasco County? Folks, we're dealing with the same issues you are. We only have a handful of reporters. They're not able to move around. We can't get people into the field or out of the field. We don't just know what every neighborhood is doing. There's not a source of information for that. Their source is your reports. And the emergency officials, which usually report to us, they are so busy trying to get a hold of this situation themselves that they certainly are not going to stop right now to report to a news station about what's going on. They're trying to rescue people, make sure roads are clear, that emergency officials can get around and safely respond to medical emergencies. Because remember, life continues and these things happen even during the storm. Things like heart attacks and other medical issues, they don't stop during hurricanes. They continue. We need to make sure that our emergency services are there for those folks as well while we're dealing with this. So just be patient. This is going to be a long story. We're going to tell all the stories. We're going to go to all the communities. It's going to take a long time. There are hundreds of neighborhoods, if not thousands, across the Bay Area, thousands of homes certainly, that each have a story to tell last night if you live in a flood zone, because we've never seen this before. Just because we've never seen it, told you this yesterday, doesn't mean it's not possible. Things that you've never seen happen all the time, and this is one of it. We are a coastal community. This is exactly what happens during a hurricane, and this could happen again, absolutely. These storms are going to keep rolling through the Gulf of Mexico. Incredibly, this was not the worst case scenario for us in terms of the eye coming in where it did. It could have actually made landfall here. If it did, it would have been even worse than this. Could you imagine? I checked the rain gauge. This image, just incredible, really defining moment for Tampa here. Richard Miller looking back toward downtown from a high rise south of the Publix on Bayshore. There's a gauge that the National Weather Service here, as I found on Platt Street. The normal level there at the Platt Street Bridge during a high tide is about 13 feet. Last night, it crested at 19. So 6 feet of water above regular high tide, 6 foot surge. Hurricane Center called 6 to 8 feet across the bay, and every gauge has hit that threshold for the forecast. This is over toward Damon in Apollo Beach. This was at 10:30 last night. Heavy flooding there. All the gauges broke records. So these are all the record surges. We're going to get another report from the Weather Service once they verify all these. Some of these could be adjusted up or slightly down, but look at the range, 6 to 8 feet. That was the forecast. If you do have a report, I just posted for Pasco County folks. If you're watching frustrated, there's a post on my Facebook page right now. Leave me your reports. Let me know. What do we need to cover? Where do we need to go later today? Riverview. Really haven't heard a lot of Riverview. I'd love to hear what's going on there along the Alafaya River, if folks even can. This is the problem. A lot of these areas that are worse flooded, there's no cell service, there's no power, there's no way to send a report. And that's the last thing on people's mind, is to go on my Facebook page. And please do not stop protecting your property and cleaning up to send me a report. It is not that serious. We're going to get to these areas and we're going to cover all the stories out there. There's Helene now. It is a tropical storm. It's turning north, and the forecast track takes it up through the Appalachians, does this little loop here in Kentucky and Tennessee. So it's going to hang around for a couple of days through the weekend. Flooding for these folks is going to be a serious issue. Not surge flooding. This is going to be freshwater flooding. That's going to be a serious problem. Winds have died down substantially, and the forecast calls for them to remain breezy for the afternoon, but not too strong. Still onshore, but an onshore flow at 15 miles per hour. It's going to cause the tide to be inches above normal, maybe a foot in some places, but it's not going to lead to more surge flooding. That's done. Once the water recedes later this morning, and in some cases, it's going to take another 2 to 3 hours for the water to get below flood stage. It takes a long time, and it will. I don't think this wind is going to make it any worse. We are coming up on a couple of showers out here, still scattered, and these are going to continue at least into the first half of the morning. Then we're going to clear out as we go into the second half of the afternoon. So look at your forecast for the rest of today. Partly sunny, rain chances dropping, temperatures upper 80s to near 90. Now, if you have water coming in from above, roof damage in your home, and that could be anywhere across the Bay Area from tree damage, heads up. Tomorrow is a decent rain chance. I think the coverage could be as high as 40 to 60% with some scattered thunderstorms. And I think we could do the same thing on Sunday, too. So get that covered up today, because we will continue to see scattered storm chances into next week too. Stay with us.
Clogged gutters can cause big problems fast. Until now. Call 833 Leaf Filter today for your free gutter inspection.
I've had terrible flooding problems on my porch. Now I understand why.
Right now, Leaf Filter is offering a free inspection on your schedule. Leaf Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again.
Call us today and schedule your free inspection.
To schedule your free inspection, call 833 Leaf Filter today or visit leaffilter.com.
Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. Finish Ultimate with CycleSync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Here's a look at your Tampa Bay area drive times.
At Farah & Farah, we do big things. We don't shy away from tough fights, and we've proven we can win big cases. Caring, understanding, and hard work is how you win. Farah & Farah, here for you, here for good.
Tomorrow marks 2 years since Hurricane Ian devastated Southwest Florida. This morning, Lee County, the Fort Myers area, dealing with the impacts of Helene, mainly storm surge.
Reporter Mahmoud Bennett with our Fort Myers station has a look at the conditions there.
I'm Fox 4's community correspondent Mahmoud Bennett here on Fort Myers Beach, where we are seeing the effects of Hurricane Helene. On Thursday, Hurricane Helene brought street flooding and high winds to Fort Myers Beach. And while most places were relatively passable compared to last month's tropical storm Debbie, the mayor here is still advising people to be cautious. One area really seeing the effects of Hurricane Helene is Curlew Street, just off Estero Boulevard about 4.5 miles from downtown. Senior reporter Caitlin Knapp and I tried to come down here at around noon to speak with one of the neighbors who's been hit the hardest by previous storms. We couldn't get to Becky Weber, but we FaceTimed her from the end of the street so we could see exactly what she's going through.
You know, you never know what to expect, and this afternoon's supposed to be worse, so we'll wait and see what happens with it. You know, there's nothing much we can do. One of our biggest problems is that, as usual, our sewer system's backing up. That's really unattractive.
Becky says fortunately at this point, she has not seen water inside of her home, but they are cautious and keeping an eye on Hurricane Helene. Of course, the hurricane is still very much active in this area, and local officials are advising people not to be driving around really if you don't have to. We're going to be checking in on areas like this later in the week once the hurricane has passed through the Big Bend, and we're going to be keeping you updated on the latest. For now, I'm reporting on Fort Myers Beach. Mahmoud Bennett, Fox 4.
And again, we've got crews spread out all over the state of Florida to try to keep you up to date on all of the impacts from Helene. Our coverage of Helene after the storm continues after this break.
We're going to take you live to Tallahassee. Our Forrest Saunders is up there. And remember, that area at one point was thought to be where Helene was going to make landfall. Then the storm shifted east of the capital. We'll take a live look at the conditions there this morning.
tracking Helene with Florida's most accurate ABC Action News.
Welcome back. It is 5:31 now, and we are continuing to track Helene. It was just downgraded from a hurricane to a tropical storm about 10 minutes ago. The storm made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a powerful Category 4 storm.
Right now, the storm is over Georgia, so let's bring in meteorologist Greg D with the latest track and where we expect this storm to go today.
Yeah, and it's moving fast, Lauren, India. Now about to cross into the South Carolina area here. It's going to pass between Greenville, Spartanburg, and Columbia. Looks like it's a little east of the track where the Hurricane Center thinks this thing is going to go, but it's just a massive storm. It's moving north at 30 miles per hour. It is racing up there, so I think it moves through the southern Appalachians, kind of into eastern Tennessee near Asheville, North Carolina, and then it's going to hook back toward Kentucky and Tennessee and did a little loop here this weekend as a low pressure center while feeding in out moisture from the Gulf and the Atlantic. I think this is going to be a serious flood threat for all of these states, from West Virginia to Virginia, Kentucky, Tennessee, North South Carolina, North Georgia, maybe even Alabama, depending on how the rain sets up around this storm. Just a massive and very impressive storm as we head into the weekend. For us here, the strong winds are done. Now, today is still going to stay breezy. The winds right now 10 to 15. They'll probably stay at this level through the afternoon. These are your forecast winds, still onshore. Now, that is going to cause some tides to run a little higher, but we're talking about inches, not another flood. That part will be over once the water recedes. There is still some rain out there, too. We've got a couple of showers across Polk and Hillsborough County, a couple down towards Hardee County as well near Avon Park. The heaviest shower now is actually over that Riverview, Brandon area heading into Seffner and Valrico. This is heading down I-492 and Highway 60 as you make your way into eastern Hillsborough County. So it could clip Plant City. It just left the Tampa area. The rain stretches down 41 and 301 into Gibsonton. This is the flow. The showers will shift east and north through the afternoon, and I do think we'll get a bit of a break, and I think you need to really take advantage of that break and do your cleanup strategically. If you have water coming in from above, today is a great day to get that patched up temporarily, if needed be, as quickly as possible, because I think our rain chances behind this storm go up during the day tomorrow. Tornado watch finally canceled for northern Florida. There's the center on the radar. It's probably coming up on Augusta in that area there, and it's going to head up towards northern South Carolina. But look how big this storm is. More than 1,000 miles across right now. From central Indiana, it is raining in Indianapolis from the same storm where the rain is falling down in Naples and the Everglades. Same storm system all the way back towards central Missouri, and then D.C. getting some showers, the Baltimore area from this storm as well. So here's the forecast. Unfortunately, if you don't have power, this is going to be an issue. The heat is back. Now, it's not July, thank goodness, so the temperature is not going to be in the mid-90s, but they will be in the upper 80s to near 90. And with the higher humidity, it's going to feel like it's in the upper 90s to near 100 throughout the afternoon. Good news is rain chances drop temporarily this afternoon before they do come up again tomorrow. I'll show you the weekend hour by hour coming up in just a few minutes. Dia.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. Hurricane Helene made landfall in northwest Florida as a powerful Category 4 storm. It brought dangerous wind and rain. And this morning, we're hearing of at least 3 storm-related deaths, very sadly. 1 in Florida from a traffic accident related to the storm, 2 in Georgia from a tornado.
And our Forrest Saunders now joins us live in Tallahassee. And Forrest, it looks like you're in the EOC right now, kind of waiting to hear from the governor at some point. We do expect to get a better look at things once the sun actually rises this morning.
That's exactly right. I mean, that's the reality of this situation now, is that we have to wait for the sun to come up so we can get a full survey of the damage and the total devastation across the state. We do have some indication. In fact, if you look at the power outage map, you can almost see the swath that Helene took across the northern portion of Florida. That's where the concentration of major power outages are. I think at last check it was about 1.2 million customers without power. So that's a sizable number. And as we've been telling you over the last couple of days, the state has done everything it can to basically stage those utility crews out there to get them ready. Something in the neighborhood of 21,000 linemen that were ready to go, and they're already doing their work, right? We saw the power flicker several times over last night. And now we also have the road crews that are out there. There were about 1,700 members of FDOT that were ready to go to clear the roadways, and they have a lot of work ahead of them as well. We've already seen some big swaths of I-10 that are shut down right now. Traffic slowed down because of all of the debris that are on the roads. And that's not just the interstates, it's the highways as well. And there are just a lot of downed trees out there, which is to be expected. This is also known as sort of the nature coast out here, the Big Bend region. It's very rural, it's full of trees, and there are a lot of debris right now that need to be picked up. One of the things you mentioned, yes, fatalities. When we talked to the governor last night, he mentioned that there was one that we knew of, one state-confirmed fatality that was related to Helene. That was down in the Ybor City area. It looks like a car that was traveling along I-4 had a road sign fall on top of it, killing at least one occupant of a vehicle. That's an unfortunate circumstance, but at this moment, that is the only confirmed state fatality that we know related to the storm. There were 2 others that were up in Georgia. AP was reporting those were related to tornadoes that touched down in the middle of this storm. So at the moment, that's the total number of fatalities that we have. But when we asked Governor DeSantis about it last night, he said that number was probably going to grow. Take a listen. I know you mentioned the one fatality. Is that the only one that you know of right now?
It's the only one that we know of. But as I said, we wake up tomorrow morning, the chances are there will likely have been more fatalities. It's just when a storm is this big and this strong, there's so many different things that can happen. This one was some car driving on the roadway and something falls on you. You know, we aren't going to have trees falling. We're going to potentially have people, maybe against advice, go out on the roadways. We may have some more road, and you may have had folks get caught up in storm surge. I mean, we don't know, but I think it's likely that one or some of those things will have happened by tomorrow. But no, we don't have any reports of any fatalities other than the one traffic fatality. But I would imagine that will likely change as we get more and more reports through the wee hours of the night and into tomorrow morning.
So as you heard there, it's just an unfortunate reality of storms of this size and magnitude. There are going to be fatalities. We know that there were a number of people that decided to try and ride it out. And we had a unprecedented, in some cases, and unsurvivable storm surge in some areas of the state. 20 feet. It was just unbelievable. And so we're going to have to wait and see. You got local officials out there right now that are doing either rescue operations or they are collecting the data, the unfortunate data of what may have happened with some of these residents. We'll have to wait and see. Again, 9 o'clock is when we expect the governor to speak right here at the EOC to give us the latest updates on damage totals and potentially additional fatalities. But right now, that is the latest up here in Tallahassee. And I will say that this community is specifically breathing a sigh of relief because at one point, it was right in the crosshairs of Helene. That didn't happen. Looks like this thing skirted off to the east a little bit. Tallahassee was largely spared. Doesn't mean there isn't any damage here. We still got a lot of downed trees, but it sounds like that major unprecedented damage that city officials were talking about a couple of days ago, that did not happen, which, hey, counting our blessings.
Yeah, blessing for Tallahassee, of course, didn't turn out that way for Taylor County, which is where that storm made landfall. Yeah. We're going to take you back to the governor's live news conference when it starts at 9 o'clock. But we've been telling you about this unprecedented storm surge here in the Bay Area from this storm, and we're seeing flooding in multiple Bay Area counties.
ABC Action News reporter Casey Albertin live for us in North Pinellas County. Casey, you've been out there for a few hours now, hearing of a lot of rescues happening in the Clearwater Beach area. What else can you tell us right now?
Yeah, so within the last 5 minutes, we actually started hearing some helicopters go by, and we just keep seeing a lot of emergency crews and vehicles head towards Clearwater Beach. Sirens are just kind of nonstop in this area within the last couple hours. I would say every 5 minutes or so, we do hear some kind of siren in the area, so that's definitely not a good sign. Unfortunately, we do know that there have been several rescues at Clearwater Beach, people who are in their homes, and the water was 3 to 4 feet high in their homes. So we definitely know that that's been happening. We know Clearwater PD has some video of them rescuing people out of those homes. And so really that area is not safe right now. So that's why it is closed off. If you take a look behind me, we still see that this road, Court Street, is closed off to people, pedestrians and drivers. We have police officers blocking it, cones blocking it, but people have been driving up trying to get in. But again, these rescues are still happening as we're speaking, and it is really unfortunate to know that there are people stuck in floodwaters still. We know that it is slowly receding over time, but there are still people in danger out there. So we do know that. We do know that police are doing the best they can to get out there, and that's a big reason why they're saying, stay home, stay safe, and until they can get to these people, and try to avoid going outside as much as possible. We do know that there are some dangerous conditions out here in regards to debris on the roads. We know that there's a lot of debris on the causeway right now, and that's something that you want to avoid as much as possible. So we are keeping an eye on this, and we will keep you updated as the sun comes up. That's what we're waiting for right now, is we're waiting for the sun to come up to really see the extent of this damage and the floodwaters out here. In a little bit, I'm going to drive around to some of the neighborhoods and see what's going on over there in Clearwater. I know that Clearwater PD said some of the neighborhoods out here, even further inland, are seeing some flooding, and they've never seen flooding in those areas before. So this is a pretty extensive storm. It's left behind a lot of damage and a lot of recovery for people out here. Back to you guys.
Thank you. And we are getting some new information in about rescues happening. This particular one in Hillsborough County. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office had to rescue a teenager who was left stranded after attempting to drive through flooded waters. This was on Racetrack Road near Lafayette Boulevard. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office says they're happy to report they were able to get her out to safety and out of harm's way, but this is just showing you how dangerous high flood waters are, and that it's super important to not drive through them. Really, if you do have to be out on the roads right now, we don't advise it, of course, but make sure to utilize an app that will let you know if the road is flooded, and be extremely cautious. But truly, if you can stay inside, just stay home for a while. We'll be right back after a quick break.
Raising taxes, and for seniors, ending Social Security and the freedom to retire with dignity. If you care about freedom, elect a senator who actually believes in it. That's why I approve this message.
I remember when I was young, Grandma would cook the entire family. Everyone would come over and spend the rest of the afternoon together. I could still smell Mama still a cornbread cooking in the oven. I could even taste the fried. We kept that same tradition going at Fred's Market. People come from all over to enjoy our southern recipes. While these southern folks that are genuinely happy we believe that what people need most is to slow down and spend time with the ones they love. So come on down to Fred's Market and eat local food.
From Atlanta. We've talked about how large this storm is impacting the state of Georgia right now. These are water rescues that are happening near the Atlanta area. We're looking at, we don't know, Greg, I would imagine, that could be flooding or
That's going to be
that?
freshwater flooding. Yeah, they've had a ton of rain overnight here in North Georgia, and it continues to rain. And the problem here, of course, anyone who's been up here, is topography, right? Now, the water runs down the hillsides into creeks and rivers, and they rise quickly. And unlike the water here, it is very fast moving. This is very dangerous water. And, you know, now it's still dark there in the Atlanta area. These rescues are very, very difficult. And folks are probably encountering water, just like us, in places they haven't seen it before. Just incredible images there, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll continue to monitor that, and we'll let you know as the storm continues to make its way through Georgia, of course, impacting so many states.
Yeah, I'll show you where it's going now. I'll show you the latest track. We'll talk about that rainfall. This image, just incredible. I'm looking through my Instagram feed. The images from downtown Tampa yesterday, just unbelievable. This is from a high-rise south of the Bayshore Publix. There is a tide gauge that I found on the Weather Service site at the Platte Street Bridge. The normal level at high tide is 13 feet. Yesterday, it crested overnight at 19 feet. So that is 6 feet of surge into downtown Tampa. Incredibly, TGH staying dry there on Davis Islands, thanks to their seawall around the hospital and then that aqua wall that they put up around the building as well, shielding them from water from all sides. These are the records, unofficial records, that were set at every tide gauge that is available to us. All of them broke records. And what was amazing is that some of these records, they fell halfway through the surge. And then the water just kept rising. I mean, these aren't just, we didn't just beat the record by inches or half a foot. Smashed. Some of these records never been recorded at these gauges before. In St. Pete, the winds gusting to 82 miles per hour. Sarasota and Clearwater, mid-70s. Upper 60s, Venice and Tampa, 67, the highest wind gust over toward Tampa. If you've got a report this morning, if your community is experiencing flooding, I finally got some photos. Thank you, the gentleman that just sent me some photos from the Riverview area. I'm not sure where he is along the Alafaya River, but it's the highest flooding he's seen in a while coming up his property. That river going 3 feet above its previous record. They beat it by 50%. Just incredible. If you've got an image, a story, an area that you think we need to reach out to or reach out and take a look at, let us know this morning. These are the ways you can contact me. Looking at the email as the easiest way to do that. We got some more video to show you. This is from last night. I went out there as it was beginning just to check out the neighborhood. This is Seminole Heights. This is that Ignacio Linear Park just south of Hillsborough along the river. And the river was already coming out of its banks. At this point, none of the homes were flooded in that area, but driving in this morning, the river was feet above or covering areas by feet in areas that were completely dry when I was there last night. I can't even imagine the level of the river. There's absolutely some property and maybe some home damage from flooding in Seminole Heights, Riverside Heights, Ridgewood Park, heading up towards Sulphur Springs, Wellswood, that part of West Tampa, that Lowry Park area likely as well around the zoo. Everyone south of Rolette Park is not in a controlled water level, and the river rose and likely flooded many areas that have never seen flooding before. 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm now as it heads up into upstate South Carolina. It's going to make that loop into Georgia and, or I should say, Tennessee and Kentucky. Flood threat here is going to be incredible through the weekend. It's just going to sit. When the low pressure is located here, it's got access to southerly flow from the Gulf and southeast flow off the Atlantic, so it could really pull in a lot of moisture. And then there are mountains here that enhanced the rainfall. You saw there in Atlanta the rainfall there and the flooding that's being caused by some of the heavy rain. Luckily, it is out of our area, so the winds still on shore. That's not an ideal situation, but a 15 to 20 mile per hour wind does not push the water back. We'll see tides run a little bit above average as long as this onshore flow remains at this strength, but you're not going to get more flooding at the next high tide. The water will recede back to its typical level. We've got gusts for the afternoon, probably 15 to 25 miles an hour as we go into the afternoon. That's probably the highest that we'll see. Take a look at the radar right now as you look out into Hillsborough County. That rain that we were tracking around Seffner and Valrico, it's now passing Valrico. Looks like Plant City. If you are trying to get on the roads this morning, there is some rain moving across I-492 here as well, experiencing some wet roadways. This is going to be in Lakeland in about 10 minutes. Should be pretty quickly there. A little heavier downpour. Most of the heaviest showers now shifting towards the east side of the state. Our side of the state will tend to dry out. All the data I'm looking at shows a drier afternoon today and a great one to take care of any roof damage that you've got. I saw a picture of someone in Dade City. I'll post those pictures on my Facebook page. Looks like a home that lost its roof. It was peeled back because of some strong winds. Could have been a brief tornado in that area. If you've got that kind of damage, today is the day to patch it up because we've got more rain on the way as Helene lifts north. And look at all the rain. I mean, let's check in on North Georgia. This is the Atlanta area. They are on this western side of the center of the storm, and it is pouring. The yellows and the oranges here, that is rainfall rates an inch or more per hour, and they are just sitting on top of the city. That city's difficult to get around with a light rain. I can't imagine what's going on there today as folks are trying to get to work this morning. The commute has already started in Atlanta. It starts about 5 o'clock in the morning in some places. Mid to upper 80s as you go into the afternoon, just a couple of scattered clouds. Tomorrow and Sunday, the rain chances are up. We're going to see scattered downpours morning and afternoon. So get those roofs patched up today because you may not get drier weather until early next week. Stay with us.
Here's a look at your Tampa Bay area drive times.
No matter how you've been hurt, in a car accident, on the job, or from a medical mistake, it doesn't matter. Life goes on. How that life goes on is where we come in. Farah and Farah.
The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is asking drivers to avoid South 50th Street near Adamo Drive due to heavy flooding in that area. HCSO says they do have officers on the street helping people who have been impacted by Helene, but they're also asking if you do not have to go out, it's safest just to stay inside for both you and also the officers. And we do have new video this morning from our photographer showing pretty severe flooding off Gandy and West Shore. You can see that car just stuck in the road there. We do want to remind you, going out on the roadways is not a smart idea right now. You see that truck trying to make its way through the area. But again, this is the Gandy West Shore area. Again, we've been repeating ourselves all morning. It's best to just stay inside because this is what you're waking up to in a lot of the Bay Area. You never know how deep that water is. It doesn't take very much to float your vehicle. But we are here with you throughout the morning. Coming up at 6, team coverage across the Bay Area continues as we assess the damage from Hurricane Helene.
Tracking Helene with Florida's most accurate ABC Action News.
Good morning to you. Thank you so much for starting your 6 o'clock hour with us. Hurricane Helene made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a powerful Category 4 storm. That location, coincidentally, was only about 20 miles northwest of where Hurricane Idalia came ashore just last year. Meanwhile, here in the Bay Area, Helene really brought damaging winds and record amounts of storm surge. So many of you at home have never seen anything like this. We do, though, want to go to a news conference with Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. She's giving an update on what we're seeing in Tampa. Let's listen in live.
Night. They have been doing water rescues from a number of areas throughout our city, South Tampa, Davis Islands, and Palmetto Beach, in addition to a number of other activities, medical calls, power lines down, lights out. They have been very, very busy. As we will find when the sun comes up, there have been a number of people who did not heed the warning that they were given to evacuate those low-lying areas. And so, again, Tampa Fire Rescue and Tampa Police Department are currently doing water rescues. They've done a number in the South Tampa area and mainly focused on Davis Islands right now. They've received close to 150 calls from individuals whose homes are flooded, and they feel that they need assistance from us. There have been 87 rescues so far. Now, these numbers are preliminary, and the rescues are not just rescues from boats going to take people away from their flooded homes. Those 87 rescues will include things like flooded cars in the middle of roads and high rescue or high vehicle rescues in different areas. The last count was 47 individuals and 8 dogs have been rescued by a boat. So they've been at that mostly since about 2 a.m. There has been some receding of the water, so some of the individuals that wanted out before have called back to say that they'll just wait it out now. The water has gone down a couple of feet. It looks like with the Davis Island tide station that they're still haven't peaked out at high tide, and then we'll begin a long, day-long receding of the tide. Right now, the count is 74,000 locations without electricity. I know that TECO is up and working again. They have really done an incredible job at restoring electric service throughout our city. So those who don't have electricity right now, I know that Chief Tripp is going to talk about generators and the use of candles and those types of things, how people can stay safe if their electricity has gone out. So TECO's working at it. The men and women in uniform have been out here all night long, keeping our community safe. And I tell you, I could not be prouder of the job that they have been doing. In many instances, putting themselves in danger's path in order to help individuals, once again, that didn't listen to the evacuation orders in the first place. As soon as the sun comes up, we have all of our damage assessment teams that are ready to go. They are deployed geographically, so they're going to be able to fly drones over and assess damage on private property, and then also see what damage has been done throughout our downtown area. I was just driving down there, and there's a great deal of damage from the flooding. Barricades moved, construction trailers moved, and those were just the things that I saw in a very short drive. So when people wake up this morning, please pay attention. Attention to your local news.
So you were just listening to.
We are going to
Tampa Mayor Jane
assess
Castor.
the ability to open things back up. Still can't get on.
All right, so you were just listening to Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. She was giving us an update about what she's seeing in the city of Tampa, saying a lot of water rescues happening in South Tampa, Davis Islands, and Palmetto Beach. Breaking down some numbers that Tampa Fire Rescue gave her, they've performed 87 rescues so far, really just since 2 a.m. She said 47 people and 8 dogs have been rescued via boat, and over 150 calls for service. Some people actually calling back because the water has receded and saying, we can just wait it out. Right. We're going to be good.
She also said not just flooded homes. These are people who got stranded in their cars in floodwater as well. So lots of rescues happening right now. She also talked about 74,000 customers without power right now, but TECO is already beginning to restore power in some of those areas. We'll continue to check in on those power outages and keep you up to date. Right now, though, we want to check in with Greg D because this storm continues to wreak havoc. Right now, it's causing problems in Georgia.
Yeah, it is. It's heading up towards the Atlanta area, and waters are still receding in our area. Riverview folks, let me know, how did it go? The Alafaya River, 3 feet above its record level, well into major flood stage, crested at 9.37 feet. The record was 6.6. This image just amazing from Richard Miller, downtown Tampa, completely in the bay, flooded. Apollo Beach, this is from Damon Anderson, also flooded. He hadn't seen the water come up over that seawall since the superstorm of 1993. For most of you, you have not been here since 1993. That was a defining storm for the Bay Area. And I think Helene may be the defining storm in terms of flooding for this generation of residents as well. Clearwater Beach, the tide there, the gauge, set a record at 6.67 feet. I just had someone email me asking about the Dunedin Causeway. I don't have a gauge in that particular location. She said if the flooding was over 5 feet, it would be very serious. It probably was, since just down the road it was 6.67 feet and then potentially higher. These are preliminary records from some of the gauges that the Weather Service was looking at. Things on most of the major highways this morning are okay, except the bridges. Now, the bridges remain closed. None of the bridges are open that we know of, the major bridges, because inspectors have to go in and assess the safety of the bridge. They have not been able to do that overnight because of the conditions. Getting those people to the bridges is a challenge in its own. And then they probably need some light to actually be able to assess the security of the bridges. So if you're trying to get from Tampa to St. Pete, you're going to have to take a land route. And that probably involves some form of 19. And probably at this point, you should be able to make it maybe into Oldsmar, but I can't guarantee that you can make it all the way down Old Tampa Road into Tampa. You'd probably have to go 2 or 3 parallels north, maybe through that Odessa West Chase area, Citrus Park, and then into Dale, Mabry, or Himes to get your way down into Tampa. This is Lakeland, I-4 near the Polk Parkway. It's wet, but there's no flooding in that location. And a lot of the major interstates outside of the bridges, they're going to be okay today. Facebook.com/GregDWeather, Greg D Weather with the blue check mark on Facebook or on Instagram if you want to continue to send in your photos, your reports. I love email because I can read and see all of them in one location. That's the best and fastest way to do it. So there's Helene's a tropical storm. Every time this satellite picture updates, this thing is moved, it seems like, by like 100 miles. It's moving so fast. It's basically in South Carolina now, and it's expected to hook back towards Kentucky or Tennessee and maybe do a loop out here. That could be a serious issue in terms of flooding for those folks. For us, the wind situation is done. The gusts now still above 40, but by the afternoon, sustained winds of 15 and gusts to only 25. So it'll be breezy and dry. Better weather as we head into next week as well. We'll take a look at that in your 7-day forecast coming up, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Greg. We want to get back to that news conference just a little while ago that we had to dump out of the city of Tampa. The police chief is now speaking. Let's listen in.
Earlier, and I saw some resources from Nashville, Tennessee going to Pinellas. So the state of Florida has plenty of resources out here. But I want to urge everybody to stay off the roads, and if you see water, please turn around. Don't drown. High tide is not here yet, so we need everybody to be vigilant, and we also need you to report any suspicious activity or if anybody's in need. If you see something, say something so all of our first responders can do something. Thank you.
All right, one more. Oh, okay. One more. We had one of our wastewater pumps fail, but it was in an area where it was submerged, and so Tampa Police Department took our wastewater team in by one of the high water vehicles, and they're working on fixing that right now. But the water on Davis Island, our high rescue vehicles can't even get on Davis Island. So that's, that flooding was what we had warned everyone about. So the only way we're getting people off of the island right now is by boat. Come on up, Rose.
Buenos días, soy Sargento Rose Angela Copples con el Departamento de Policía de Tampa. Primeramente le queremos dar la gracia a todos los oficiales.
You were listening to Mayor Jane Castor talking about water rescues that they've done. 87 rescues so far, mainly in the Davis Islands, Palmetto Beach area, South Tampa. She talked about how the storm surge is so high right now. The only way that they can get to people is by boat. She's also said 47 people and 8 dogs have been rescued. Very interestingly enough, she talked about Davis Islands. Keely showed us some video. She sent us some video earlier this morning of a house that was on fire on Davis Islands. And of course, we were waiting to see if the Hillsborough County Fire Rescue or the Tampa Fire Rescue would be able to respond to that, but we have not seen anything yet.
And truly, they probably can't respond because, again, those high water vehicles cannot get onto Davis Islands in order to respond to people. You also heard from Police Chief Lee Burkai. He was saying, stay off the roads. Point blank, just stay off the roads so the emergency responders can do their job right now. Clearly a lot of water rescues happening in South Tampa, Palmetto Beach, and the Davis Islands area by boat, and once they can, get over in that high water vehicle.
We've been waiting for the water to recede. We were told that it would take a couple of hours. Keely was trapped in her hotel because of it was surrounded by water. Keely, we understand that you were able to finally get outside a little bit, right?
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we were finally able to leave our hotel. On our drive over, there were a lot of branches down in the trees, but we were able to make it where we are now, which is Palm Avenue. Let me show you what it looks like here. A lot of these palm trees down on the ground, knocked over cones. Over here, there's a pot that's knocked over on its side. But really the big spectacle over here is if you'll walk with the roadways, they're still covered in water in many places throughout Sarasota. I'll flash my light so you can kind of see it there. I know it's still dark, but this entire roadway just covered in water. You can see there's damaged pots in the water in the middle of the street there. There's even, I think that's maybe a big tree branch that's down the road a little bit, but we're just about 1 block away from Bayfront Drive. And this is the case for many of these roadways in this area. We were trying to drive down a few. There's a lot of barricades blocking the roads off, signs that say road closed in this area. You definitely want to avoid driving down those roads. Whenever you can't see the road and it's just covered in water, want to avoid that at all costs. Definitely very dangerous. So we're going to continue to drive around right now on the dry roads and see kind of what other damage there is in this area. We'll of course bring that back to you. We did just get here just a few minutes ago, just starting to assess the damage and really see what it's looking like here in Sarasota. But for now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Keely, thank you. And important to know, our crews can't get everywhere because of the flooding waters as well. They are staying safe. We're not driving our vehicles through the flooded waters. So we're trying to get to these areas, but it may take us a little bit in order to show you what's going on. Right after the break, we're going to go to Town and Country. Our Larissa Scott has been there all morning. Her report in a few minutes.
When your child has moderate to severe eczema, it's okay for them to show off. Show off their clearer skin and noticeably less itch with Dupixent. Because children 6 months and older with eczema have plenty of reasons to show off their skin. With Dupixent, the #1 prescribed biologic by dermatologists and allergists, they can stay ahead of their eczema. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema to help heal your child's skin from within. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Show off to the world. Ask your child's eczema specialist about Dupixent.
18 minutes after 6 o'clock on this Friday morning, live look outside. We've got some emergency vehicles outside of our station now. Not sure what's going on. I'm seeing this as you are. So obviously there's some sort of response happening, maybe around Ray J. These things happen with power outage situations. Power going in and out. Sometimes it sets off alarms and that kind of deal. Sometimes those power surges can be responsible for fires. And we've seen that before, including, remember the elementary school there in Tampa Heights after Irma. That burned down when the power came back on after the hurricane. So this is something we'll be dealing with all morning. Just another reminder, if you have no reason to be out, stay at home. Guys.
Great advice. Thank you so much, Greg. Want to get back to our coverage here in the Bay Area of the impact of Hurricane Helene. We're seeing a lot of it right now in the town and country area. That area is seeing a lot of flooding.
And that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott. She's been out there since about midnight. Larissa, what is it like now that it's about 6:18 where you are?
Well, Lauren, we were able to move up a little bit, so the water has receded, and we were able to move up a bit. We're still off of Memorial Highway, but now we are at the intersection here at Bray Road, and that is where emergency vehicles have this blocked off. So you can go up to Memorial, up to Bray, and then from Bray to Hillsborough, that is still closed because there is still water on the roadway. Now, we told you earlier after I talked to a sheriff's deputy that, they were going to be having to keep some of this road blocked, not just because of the water, but because of a lot of stopped vehicles. You can't really see because there's traffic here that's about to turn around, but just on the other side to the left of us here on Bray, there are some cars here that are dead. And farther down, I can see that there are some in the middle of the road on Memorial Highway. So that's exactly what they were talking about in terms of having to get those cleared, as well as waiting for the water to recede until they can open this roadway. So we'll keep monitoring this. It seems like based off of the debris that I can see here in this parking lot, this water was pushed in pretty far. And as we told you earlier, we had reports of it being shoulder high in some people's homes. So again, we'll continue to monitor the situation for you out here, and we'll bring you the latest when we come back to you.
Shoulder high, that's that life-threatening storm surge that our meteorologists have been telling you about. But take a look at this. This video was taken right around the corner from where Larissa is. This is in Town and Country. Hillsborough County deputies say they are actively responding to calls and rescuing people stranded because of the flooding. You can see deputies using what they call their Sherp ATV. That's a vehicle that you see that's driving right there. It allows emergency crews to access flooded roads that regular vehicles can't reach. They say, of course, safety is their top priority. Greg D, we've been talking about waiting for the water to recede. It is happening, but slowly. So we still have, a few more hours to go?
Yeah, take a look at the tower cam. I've got it pulled up in Max, guys. That emergency response is not emergency response. We are a disaster zone. That is urban search and rescue from Central Florida coming in. That is the state organizing, bringing in specialty vehicles and crews and equipment down Himes into areas that need it. There are probably still folks that have not been reached, that were flooded overnight, that could still be flooded close to the coast. The folks that are easiest to reach now are urban areas and places near roads where the road is low enough to drive into. There may still be some areas, especially Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County especially, where the water is too high to get to some homes. And saw some pictures on a Pasco News website there on a Facebook page of Hernando Beach. Or Hudson Beach, I believe it was called. The water more than halfway up the first level of all the homes in the neighborhood. That is just an absolute disaster. More images on my Facebook page. Send in your reports. We don't know what's going on in every neighborhood. We have no way of knowing that. The crews are so busy. They have no time to report to us. They're busy doing their jobs, helping keep roads clear and get to people that are still trapped. So anything you can send me, images, videos, reports, how bad is it in your neighborhood? We will pass that. I will pass that along to our news folks if there is something that needs to be addressed, and we will get to those neighborhoods. We'll tell those stories throughout the day today. There is Helene. It's a tropical storm, 70-mile-per-hour storm moving north at 30. It's already in South Carolina. The track is trying to shift north, but it's taking a wide turn because it's moving so fast, but it will. It's going to do this loop here across the Tennessee River Valley up towards the Ohio River Valley. And unfortunately, as it does this loop this weekend and kind of weakens, it's going to be pulling in moisture from the Atlantic and the Gulf. So not just where you see the low, and this is another one of these stories, this storm is hundreds of miles wide. So from Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, West Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi, and Tennessee, maybe to Missouri, all of these states from that one low over the Tennessee-Kentucky border are going to see a flood threat over the weekend. We're already seeing flooding in metro Atlanta this morning. Winds right now onshore 10 to 15 miles per hour, gusts still gusting over 40. Still impressive, but these will slowly die down. The winds are no longer a big contributor to the water. The water now just has to run off, and it just takes time to do that. The wind will be onshore, so subsequent high tides will be higher than normal, but they're not going to be into flood stage anymore. They'll just be what you would typically see with a strong onshore flow. We see these several days a year where you look at the water and like, oh, it's a little higher today because the wind is pushing the water toward us. Gusts today, this afternoon, about 25 miles an hour. Showers clearing out of the Tampa area, still looking at a couple of showers to the east. Everything is moving east, and all indications are behind Helene, we will get a drying trend today. There you see the storm. I mean, just look at this thing. Cincinnati, Indianapolis, St. Louis, Atlanta, Charleston, South Carolina, all getting heavy flooding rain from this system, all the way down into South Florida, stretching more than 1,000 miles across. For the rest of today, temperatures in the upper 80s to around 90. There could be a couple of pop-up showers, but today is mainly dry. Tomorrow and Sunday, however, do not look as dry. So look at the hour-by-hour forecast for Saturday. Scattered showers in the morning, scattered rain in the afternoon, reds and oranges here indicating heavy rain, downpours, thunderstorms. So if you've got water coming in from above, the roof has to be patched up today. That's your best opportunity. You could do it tomorrow. You're just going to be taking a big chance because there's going to be more rain coming in. And I feel like the same deal is likely on Sunday with rain potentially overnight Saturday into Sunday morning and then just scattered downpours on Sunday. Of course, we've got the Bucs game on Sunday too, I believe. That could be an issue for the game itself. But we got more to worry about than the Bucs game on Sunday. Got a lot of cleanup to do between that and then next week, temperatures in the 90s with scattered pop-ups as well. Stay with us.
Here's a look at your Tampa Bay area drive times.
At Farah & Farah, we do big things. We don't shy away from tough fights, and we've proven we can win big cases. Caring, understanding, and hard work is how you win. Farah & Farah, here for you, here for good.
Test, 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 test. Can you hear me? Yeah, yeah. All right.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. It made landfall late last night in Taylor County in the Big Bend area of Northwest Florida. But we've got crews spread out all across the state, especially here in the Bay Area. I want to go back to Pinellas County now. That area saw extremely high levels of storm surge.
ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton joins us now live. Casey, you've been in this North Pinellas area for hours now, reporting on rescues happening on Clearwater Beach. What else are you learning right now?
Yeah, right now we're learning that there are still rescues going on. We've seen at least 6 different fire trucks with their sirens on go over to Clearwater Beach. We've seen a lot of different emergency vehicles head that way. So we know that there are obviously some emergencies happening on that side of the bridge. We do know that the causeway is closed right now. We've got police over here closing off Court Street, heading over to the causeway. We've got cones. You can see people are kind of trying to enter that area over here, but they're being stopped, and police officers are waving them in a different direction. And that's just because it's just not really safe out there yet. There's a lot of people that still need help, a lot of kind of surveillance, and people need to head out there, police need to head out there and take a look at the damage that occurred after this storm. We do know that the mayor will be coming out here later today and taking a look at all that damage and kind of assessing things. We're probably going to hear from the mayor as well at some point later today, but we do know that for a lot of these people there's going to be a long road of recovery. A lot of people lost their homes, they lost cars. I spoke to one man down in Gulfport, and Gulfport is one of those areas that did receive a lot of storm surge as well, and he said he lost his car. His house was up to 3 feet of water during this storm, and that's something he's never seen before. So a lot of things happened. People weren't necessarily expecting this kind of flooding and storm surge that they did see, because a lot of people I spoke to said this has never happened before in their neighborhoods, and Clearwater Police has that same message, as they're seeing that in neighborhoods even inland, not even at the beach anymore. They're seeing that flooding, and even though it is going down, there is still standing water, there's still debris on the roads, there's traffic lights out. So you want to stay home as much as possible. Just try to stay put in a safe area until a lot of that debris is cleared and until a lot of those rescues can be completed. Now, we don't know when Clearwater Beach will be back open to people. I know Clearwater PD said it's going to be a while. We're going to just stay put. Sun's going to come up and we're going to see what's out there hopefully soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. I wanted to show you this video right now. This came in from overnight. It's from Clearwater Police. You can see that storm surge pouring onto the streets of Clearwater Beach. Water levels rising up to businesses and flowing through parking lots and roads. I saw on Facebook people commenting on this, saying, "Pray for us. This is scary." You can see just how deep it is looking at that traffic sign right there, almost up to the top of that traffic sign, or to the bottom level of the traffic.
Yeah, and this video is actually from the Dunedin Marina. It was taken overnight. And again, like Dia was saying, if you look at landmarks in the videos, like that sign, you're used to seeing those traffic signs and whatnot. Think about how high that water is. I mean, it's probably like a foot from the section that actually has the wording on it. This is showing the water levels that were rising near the cafe area. It sits right above the seawall off the marina. That's, again, just outside of the downtown Dunedin area. Unfortunately, these are images we're seeing all over the Bay Area. And as the sun starts to rise this morning, we're really going to see the devastation that the storm surge created in some parts of the Bay Area. We'll be right back after a break.
Good morning, Tampa Bay. We are a little less than an hour away from sunrise. All of the Bay Area is anxious to see the damage that Hurricane Helene left behind. Stay put. We've got crews all over the Bay Area in multiple counties checking conditions for you. I'm Dia Riley.
And I'm Lauren St. Germain. Right now, a lot of you may be waking up and we hear your concerns about the storm surge and flooding and all the power outages. Hurricane Helene made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a major Category 4 storm.
And we also have crews in Tallahassee, east of where Helene made landfall. The governor is holding a news conference at 9 this morning to give an update on the storm. 1.2 million people in our state are currently without power.
And we do want to go up to Tallahassee, start our coverage there here at 6:30. It's an area that at one point was projected to be where the storm was going to make landfall. That's where we find ABC Action News reporter Forrest Saunders live for us in Tallahassee. Forrest, I know you're at the EOC waiting for the governor to speak this morning.
Yeah, that's right. We expect to get a better idea of just how bad this storm was for portions of the state. Right now, we just have the initial information, right? We are seeing the power outages across the state. Last check, it was about 1.2 million customers throughout Florida that were without power. A lot of that was really in the Big Bend region, right? What they call the Nature Coast, and then beyond that. You can almost see the path that Helene took based on those power outages, right? The worst of them is where the eye crossed over the state. It's kind of crazy to see. If you get a chance, go check it out. And really what we're waiting for is for the linemen to get out there and do their work to restore that power. But it's going to take some time, because if you also go to Florida 511 and you look at the road closures right now, it is a mess out there. And the reason is because of all the debris. This is a part of the state that is just covered with trees. And now a lot of those trees are down on roadways. And so in order to get the power restored, you're going to need to clean the roadways up. And so that is the process that's actively happening right now. What I can tell you is that the state officials last night around 11:15 or so, when the storm was making landfall, they gave us an update on some of the very, very initial information, which is we know that there was one fatality associated with this storm here in the state of Florida. We know about 2 others that happened up in Georgia. That was confirmed by the AP. That was related to tornadoes associated with this storm. But here in Florida, in the Ybor City area on the I-4 interstate, there was a vehicle that was traveling and it was struck by a road sign that came down. That was the only fatality that the state has confirmed at this point, but Governor DeSantis told us last night he expected there would be more. Take a listen.
You know, we are going to have trees falling. We're going to potentially have people, maybe against advice, go out on the roadways. We may have some more road, and you may have had folks get caught up in storm surge. I mean, we don't know, but I think it's likely that one or some of those things will have happened by tomorrow. But no, we don't have any reports of any fatalities other than the one traffic fatality. But I would imagine that will likely change as we get more and more reports through the wee hours of the night and into tomorrow morning.
We hope to get more information from Governor DeSantis and state officials at that press conference, which is going to start at 9 a.m. here at the EOC. After that, we expect DeSantis is going to survey some of the damage in some of the rougher parts of the state, places like Taylor County. So he's probably going to do multiple stops after this initial press conference. Again, 9 a.m. we are going to be here. We're going to listen in, try and figure out what the latest is on the status of the state. And of course, we'll report it right back to you.
All right, Forrest, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Just going through some of the tide gauges out there, found a couple of more. Kings Bay in Crystal River shattered the record. Old record was 6.1 feet. It was almost 8 feet there. And Chassahowitzka, I just checked the gauge there. The old record was 6 feet. That crested at 6.1 was the old record, 8.58 feet. So we've got 8 to 10 foot surges that were confirmed up across the Nature Coast as well. The photos coming in out of Hernando and Citrus County, of course, a lot of those places in Crystal River haven't gotten a lot of reports, and I assume it's mostly because, number one, power's out. 2, most folks did evacuate. Crystal River is no stranger to flooding, but this was record flooding. So if you're watching, asking what's going on in Crystal River, I can tell you the water level there reached a level that has not been recorded in history since the gauges have been installed. And it not only crested above the record, but broke it by a substantial margin. These records are just incredible. Clearwater Beach, almost 7 feet. St. Pete, over 6 feet. East Bay, Tampa, this is McKay Bay, over 7 feet. This is the highest usually surge point in Tampa Bay, and it delivered last night. Old Port, Tampa Bay, this is north of MacDill Air Force Base, between MacDill and the Gandy in South Tampa, almost 7 feet. And then Port Manatee, that's the one we were talking about all day yesterday, how the models kept saying, man, it's just going to get right over 6 feet. This could happen. And I mean, the forecast was dead on, 6.04 feet. I think the only thing it missed is that the computer said it would happen 30 minutes or an hour later than it did. That's the only part where the forecast was a little bit off. But these water level forecasts are incredible. Those are hydrologists. Those are not meteorologists, by the way. That's a completely different field. It's related to meteorology, but a completely different science. 81 degrees right now in Tampa as you look out towards Himes and Tampa Bay. Please send me your reports. Lots of communities we can't get into. We are in your situation. We can't get our reporters where we put them out of where we put them last night because of closed roads and flooding, and then we can't bring in relief crews easily to take those folks places in new locations. So we're kind of stuck as you are in place. So if we didn't put someone in a location last night, we don't have them there this morning. And honestly, a lot of travel here across the Bay Area is just going to be difficult today. We're going to have to wait until sunrise, which doesn't happen until just before 7:30. So Helene is now a tropical storm in South Carolina. It will continue to move through the Appalachians and into the Ohio and Tennessee river valleys, where it could spend the weekend here spinning, raining itself out, and in that process, creating a threat of flooding. Winds are onshore, and these are going to continue onshore through the afternoon. Gusts are to 40 now, but later today I do think they will diminish. Sustained winds 10 to 15, gusts maxing out at about 25. Now, that is still a pretty strong breeze for the Bay Area, and when we do see these breezy days, we do see the tides running above normal. So don't be surprised if the water doesn't recede as low as you think. Now, it's going to get out of flood stage. It's just not going to return to a regular tide because of this onshore flow. But we're talking about the tide being inches or a foot above average versus 7 or 8 feet like you saw with the surge from Helene. Radar's clear now, or it's clearing out. There's still a couple of sprinkles out there. Today is a great day to clean up after the storm because as it moves north, it's going to pull some moisture into central Florida, and that is really going to increase the rain chances tomorrow and Sunday. Scattered downpours at any time, morning, day, and at night as well. We'll take a look at the rest of your 7-day forecast coming up a little bit later, guys.
All right, thank you so much, Greg D. Take a look at this right here. This is from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. It says it's rescued more than 200 people from rising water overnight, a lot of them along the US 19 corridor. The Pasco County Sheriff's Office says calls for help have slowed right now. We've got crews all over the Bay Area, but we can't be everywhere. Let us know what you're dealing with in your neighborhood. You can send us a message on Facebook. You can send us a message on Twitter, X. You can also email us. But we want to hear from you. More coverage of the impacts of Hurricane Helene after the break. Welcome back. 11 minutes till 7 now. Helene made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a Cat 4 storm. This is the third major storm to hit that area, the Big Bend area, within the last 13 months.
Reporter Maya Sargent with our Tallahassee station has a look at conditions there this morning in Perry.
Sargent in Perry, Taylor County, Florida, the landfall site for Hurricane Helene that landed here as a Category 4 hurricane Thursday night. This being the third hurricane this community has experienced in the last 13 months. They had Idalia last year, Debbie just last month, and now Hurricane Helene. Helene bringing with it some really strong wind and some really strong rain. We were hunkered down in our hotel room earlier as we heard landfall happen, and we heard the wind rattling the windows of the hotel room. And now we're beginning to see the impact of that severe weather, some of which you can see behind me. I want to show you some of the damage we're seeing. You are looking at the canopy of a gas station that's been completely toppled over. There's some debris underneath as well, but really you have to think about the sheer force and the strength of the wind that must have come through here to be able to topple over such a huge metal structure. We're not just looking at structural damage, we're also looking at scattered debris that looks like lots of tree limbs and also downed power lines. That's caused county-wide power outages. We've also been checking in on our coastal communities as well. We're talking about Steenhatchee by the coast and also Keaton Beach. I just got off the phone with emergency management and they said to me they had a neighbor call in. They have a house with a camera that's 12 feet up and that camera was underwater from the storm surge. So really seeing big consequences here to Taylor County. Emergency management also telling me that they believe this damage could be worse than Idalia. So thinking about neighbors as they begin to wake up this morning and they assess the damage and the repair and recovery that has to come. They've just got back on their feet following Idalia, so here's hoping this community can rally together to repair and recover again. In Perry, I'm Mayor Sargent reporting.
Yeah, thank you. Just looked at the Facebook page there of Mayor Joe Meek and Crystal River. I've had some questions about that. Another comparison to the storm of '93 and what he's seeing out there, just an incredible amount of water. Now, Crystal River, as you look outside here in Tampa, we've got mainly dry conditions now and things improving, the wind not an issue anymore. Crystal River, they had their surge peak not long ago. It was really just a couple of hours ago, so the water levels are much higher in the Nature Coast. They're lowest down towards the Sun Coast. You started receding first. The Nature Coast is going to recede last, so it's going to take the longest to get into some of these areas in Hernando and Citrus County because the water is just so high. Just unbelievable devastation. If you were west of 19, underwater, basically what seems to be the case in Pasco. And if that's the case in Pasco, that's got to be the case in Hernando and Citrus. And in Citrus, they're probably east of 19 in some cases because of the level of the surge recorded. For the rest of the afternoon, rain chances will be low. It's going to be hot. It's going to be humid, not the most pleasant of days, but patch up anything on your roof today because look at Saturday and Sunday. There are indications of some heavier rain coverage going on as this moisture feed behind Helene lifts north and we start getting some showers and storms in here. So for today, partly cloudy skies, officially about a 20% rain chance for the afternoon. Look at your highs, low 90s, the heat index, the feels like temperature in the upper 90s. For Saturday, overnight, we're going to see some rain and thunderstorms coming in from the south. There could be rain developing along the coast in the morning and then scattered rain and storms for at least part of the day on Saturday with dry breaks in between. But if you're trying to do any kind of cleanup or repair, that's going to be really tricky. And then Saturday night into Sunday morning, potentially another wave of rain on its way. So definitely scattered rain Saturday and Sunday. I can show you the rest of Sunday's forecast here inside the Super 7-day. Of course, we've got the Bucks game in Tampa too. That's going to be impacted potentially by some rain and then clearing by Sunday afternoon. And I don't think we completely clear out of the chance of rain. I think even Monday and Tuesday, the chances for some showers and storms and those rain chances holding at about 40% for much of next week. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Here's a look at your Tampa Bay area drive times.
No matter how you've been hurt, in a car accident, on the job, or from a medical mistake, it doesn't matter. Life goes on. How that life goes on is where we come in. Farah and Farah.
Welcome back. We're beginning to get video of search and rescue operations happening throughout the Bay Area. I want to show you this video right here. This is from Hernando County Fire Rescue. Marine units performed numerous joint rescues after storm surge inundated Hernando Beach communities. They tell us 13 people and 6 pets were successfully rescued.
We also have some video coming in from Clearwater Police, also Clearwater Fire Rescue, of several water rescues happening overnight and early this morning. People had to be rescued from their homes overnight. This video, you can see 2 Clearwater police officers rescuing a woman from her home in knee-deep floodwater overnight. And that was one of just several videos we saw from Clearwater Beach, people who may not have left and then they got stuck in their homes overnight and had to get rescued this morning.
That we saw repeated over and over again in Pasco County, of course, Pinellas County. We also saw that in Hillsborough County, too.
Yeah, but we're glad to see that woman and several other people. Really, more than 100 people have been rescued at this point. Good morning, Tampa Bay at 7 is just ahead. We are not broadcasting Good Morning America today. We want to make sure you have the newest information about Hurricane Helene, the storm surge flooding, the impacts as you wake up this morning. Be sure to stay with us all day for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Good morning, Tampa Bay. We are not broadcasting Good Morning America today because as you wake up, we want to make sure that you have the latest information on Hurricane Helene and its impacts here on the Tampa Bay area.
Helene brought damaging winds and record amounts of surge. So many of you at home have never seen anything like this. We hear your concerns about the storm surge flooding and all the water. And this morning, we're really working to show you what's happening right now all over the Tampa Bay area.
Never seen anything like it. That's what we've heard over and over again. We have crews positioned in some of the most hard-hit areas. We're going to check in with them for a look at the damage and see how residents are doing this morning after the storm. First, though, we do want to check in with Greg D for a look at what Helene is doing right now. Flooding, though, is the biggest concern for the Tampa Bay area.
Flooding is a big issue, and I wanted to pull up the traffic maps just to show you guys. I've been getting a lot of questions. All three bridges, the main bridges, the Courtney Campbell, the Howard Franklin, and the Gandy, are closed. Actually, I can't remember the last time I've ever seen that. All three bridges purple at the same time, indicating they're closed. And you see there's icons everywhere. Potentially 41 is closed through south of Progress Village and Riverview. That's very likely. Old Tampa Road, I'm seeing some closures showing up here. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't. If you do, your GPS will likely take you through a route you've never taken before. Follow it. Now, in some cases, the GPS is not able to tell whether a road is closed, so you may still have to do some navigating yourself the old-fashioned way. Some of our crews had to do that earlier this morning to get to where they need to go. But if you're trying to get from Pinellas into Hillsborough County, over the water is not an option right now. You're going to have to go 19 over to Oldsmar, and I would avoid Old Tampa Road and maybe shoot across a little farther north into Citrus Park before you get out there. Here's the reason why. The Alafaya River broke the record at Riverview east of 301. That is far from the Gulf by 3 feet. 9.4 feet was the record. Crystal, Clearwater Beach, St. Pete, East Bay, that's McKay Bay, Port Manatee, and Old Port Tampa Bay, all setting record surges. Crystal River, at every gauge I've checked, set new records. This is downtown Tampa last night. It is in the bay. Just an incredible image from Richard Miller. This is posted on my Facebook page. In Apollo Beach, what I'm hearing over and over, both from Crystal River and Damon, who's been here for 38 years, he's never seen it do that. Back to the storm of 93. It seems to be that is the benchmark storm for this one, the superstorm of 93. Now Helene is a tropical storm and moving away. It will spend its weekend up towards Tennessee and Kentucky, cause flooding all across the south. But for us, the winds are dying down, and by the afternoon, the winds just 10 to 15 miles per hour. And all we're going to see is some partly sunny skies with temperatures near 90. Get those roofs patched up. We've got more rain coming as we head into Saturday and Sunday, too. More on your weekend forecast coming up in just a few minutes, guys.
Tell you, more rain is the last thing that we need right now, but we got to deal with it. The National Hurricane Center in Miami says Helene made landfall just after 11 last night in the Big Bend area of Florida's Gulf Coast. That location was only about 20 miles northwest of where Hurricane Idalia came ashore just last year.
It's that same area. Our Forrest Saunders was south of Tallahassee when the storm made landfall overnight. He's live for us this morning in Tallahassee. Good morning, Forrest, at the EOC, awaiting the state's response this morning.
Yeah, that's right. We hope to find out more information about just how devastating this storm was, right? The initial reports were that there was at least one fatality that was confirmed here in the state of Florida. Sounds like 2 others that were up in Georgia. Those were related to tornadoes associated with this storm. I think ABC News is now reporting a total of at least 4 deaths. We don't know about where that 4th is coming into play here, but I can tell you, at least from state officials, we are just confirming that 1 death at this moment in the state of Florida. That happened in the Ybor City area. It was on I-4. There was a vehicle that was traveling down that interstate. There was a sign that fell and hit that vehicle, causing that fatality. We understand that we expect to hear more about fatalities this morning. There are potentially going to be more. In fact, Governor DeSantis said that last night. He said to expect it, given the size of this storm, given that unprecedented storm surge. That is something that they are expecting. We are also expecting to hear more about recovery operations and repair operations, right? You've got those 21,000 linemen that were staged across the state. They are now getting hard at work, repairing all of those lines that were down. I think at last check, we had about 1.2 million Floridians that were without power. And if you look at the power outage map, it's all right in that area where basically the eye moved across Florida. You can just see the devastation there in all that dark red where the outages are kind of concentrated. So utility crews are getting to work. Road crews are also getting to work. If you go to fl511.com, you can actually see just how nasty the roads are right now. A lot of them are closed. It's not just the interstates. I-10 has some closures, but also some of the back roads, some of the highways. There are a lot of trees down right now. Basically, what DeSantis and officials told us last night was that this is a wait-and-see kind of moment. We're going to wait for the sun to come up until we have a better idea of just how devastating the damage is. Take a listen.
When we wake up in the morning, the storm will have moved through the state. I think some of the storm surge that we've seen on the Florida Peninsula on the West Coast, some of that may have dissipated by then. And so, we're not necessarily capturing in real time the full extent of that just because it's late and it's dark out and people aren't about of that. But I would imagine that, you're going to see a lot of wind damage probably in the northern part of the state. I think most of the damage in the rest of the state, I do think there'll be some wind damage because the gusts were out, but I don't think it's going to be like we saw with Ian or Michael.
Again, we're going to have to wait and see. That's the position that we're in right now. Governor DeSantis is doing a press conference at 9 a.m. right here at the state EOC. We hope to get the latest information there, and then we will see him tour some of the most storm-affected areas of the state. So probably Taylor County, some of those towns that were closest to where landfall was made. But again, that's all contingent on getting those roadways clear. That is an operation that is currently underway.
Thank you, Forrest. Forest Finders are reporting for us live from Tallahassee. As soon as that governor's news conference starts at 9 o'clock, we'll take you there live. We want to continue our team coverage now in Citrus County. We've got crews spread out all across the state. And that's where we find ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler.
Eric is live for us in Crystal River. Eric, a lot of viewers are anxious to see what's happening in the Crystal River area. So what can you see this morning?
Yeah, good morning. Well, as predicted, the storm surge came and it came hard. The sun is just rising now, so we'll get a better look as daylight comes as to just how much damage there is. But the flooding came in overnight as expected, more than 10 feet of storm surge, it appears, from what we're hearing from people. And for the last hour, we've been watching water rescues, airboats going back and forth into these neighborhoods, pulling out people who did stay despite all the warnings. We just talked to a young man who came out with his dog. He said he was in bed at 3 in the morning when the water made it to his bed, and that's when he knew it was finally time to get out. And he and his mother were rescued by these crews with the airboats. We were told earlier this evening the storm surge, the water made it all the way out here to US 19 over the road, which is way more than it did during Hurricane Idalia. So that just tells you how much more severe this storm surge was. But now the water is pulling back, it's receding, and they're actually able to stop the water rescues now, and now they'll go in with vehicles and see if there's anybody else that needs help. We've got Eric here. We're at the corner of Citrus, we're at the, what street are we on? This is US 19 and Ford Island Trail. That's where we are. And this is Granny's Country Cookin' Restaurant, and this is the owner, also named Eric. What have you been going through? You actually live back there, and you pulled out your camper before it got bad, though.
Yes, sir. We actually live in Crystal Isles Camp Resort back there. We pulled out yesterday afternoon. Last night it was a little rocky coming up to the restaurant, but this is high ground, and I've lived here my whole life, and I've never seen this parking lot flooded, so that's why we came up here.
Yeah, we're really hearing that this is kind of unprecedented, just how bad it is.
It's bad. Never seen it this bad. Storm of the century. I was actually able to drive down this road. I remember going home to where I used to live down there, and I've never seen it cross 19 into that parking lot before.
How concerned are you for all the people that have homes back there as the sun rises and we really see how bad it is?
Extremely concerned. If they didn't get out, they're still back there, and if they haven't been able to call and get rescued, I know there's a lot of people back there if they didn't get out, and that's concerning. Because even with Idalia and what we went through, the water was high, and it's scary. It's scary to think that if there's people back there, there's trouble back there.
And unfortunately, Granny's Country Cookin' won't be cooking today, right?
No, we won't. We actually planned on being open, but I couldn't bring the staff in. It's too dangerous. And we got coffee pot going, one coffee pot for the rescue workers if they want to come up and grab a cup of hot coffee. it's the least we can do. Least we can do.
Okay, well, thank you, Eric, for talking to us, and good luck to you and everyone here in the community. And we see that airboat going out. As I mentioned, the rescues are stopping as far as this area, but we're told down south in Homosassa there might still be a need for water rescues, and so we're going to keep checking things out. But the water is definitely, even in the time that we've been here, is definitely receding. But it was a storm surge that came well up past 19, and big chunks of 19 were just undrivable, unpassable. But that seems to be improving as the sun rises here. In Crystal River, Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Eric. Parts of downtown Tampa also saw flooding overnight, including Davis Islands, the area around Tampa General Hospital, and also Bayshore Boulevard, which we saw whitecaps on Bayshore Boulevard at one point this morning.
It was something like we've never seen before. ABC Action News reporter Lydia Vasquez joins us now live near Bayshore Boulevard. So Lydia, how's the water level looking right now on the road there?
So you guys, I am on Bayshore Boulevard, and I can say that as far as the storm surge goes, it's looking a lot better this morning. Even within the last 15 minutes, we've seen a lot more water start to recede back into the bay here. Let me just show you. The roads are pretty much clear. We have some water off to the right side. And then this is still pretty flooded. Usually the pirate ship, this is where it resides. A lot of people will park their cars here and get out and walk Bayshore, but now this is becoming one with the bay. So as far as the storm surge goes, it's looking a lot better. Still some flooded areas along Bayshore, but I'd say the biggest concern now is all of that debris that's out there on the road. Some tree branches are down. We have cones, trash cans. You can see as our photojournalist Jason Richards pans over here. Still a lot of flooded waters along the sidewalk. Again, look at this tree branch here. This is, you'd have to get over to the other side, and then when you do, that's flooded. So still pretty dangerous conditions out here as far as driving. I would not recommend getting out on the roads here on Bayshore just yet until they can clean up this debris, but we've seen several cars come by anyway. And we are here near Platte because Mayor Jane Castor and a few other city officials were giving a press conference where they informed us that they have done nearly 90 water rescues in South Tampa, Palmetto Beach, on Davis Islands. And I just came up from South Tampa and waking up to see, really sad to see some of the conditions in South Tampa. Been there for a few years, and yes, it does flood pretty often. A lot of the roads there impassable, the sidewalks completely underwater. That storm surge moved very quickly overnight and into the morning, so I think we're gonna head over there and try to get back over there. It took me a few hours to even get here. I couldn't even get out of the area that I was in, and my photojournalist couldn't get to me, but now we're here, and this gives me a little bit of hope seeing Bayshore and the water start to recede back into the bay. It's just disturbing to see all of the debris out here on the roads, and a lot of the stoplights are not working. They're either off or not blinking correctly. So again, another reason why you should not be out on the roads, and just take it easy if you have to get out. But again, I'll step out of the way one more time to show you water pretty much receding here on Bayshore. Even so, in the last 10 minutes, just that debris still out here, and you got to give crews time. It's going to be a very hectic and busy day to get things out and cleared out on the roads. Still some flooding out here. We'll continue to bring the latest on Bayshore, but I can say it looks a lot better now than even a few hours ago when we had crews out here 4 hours ago. So I think we're going to head to South Tampa and give you a first-hand look at what it's looking like over there, as I know the storm surge was really brutal this morning. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Of course, Mayor Jane Castor said a lot of their water rescues came from that South Tampa area, so we're interested to see exactly how bad the damage is there.
And truly, just an hour ago, they were trying to get onto Davis Islands and couldn't yet, so it'll be interesting to see when they're able to do that with the high water rescue vehicle as well.
We are not showing Good Morning America this morning because as you wake up, we want you to see the impact of Hurricane Helene in the Bay Area, so stay with us. We'll have more live coverage when we come back.
Good Morning Tampa Bay streaming newscast is sponsored by West Shore Home, America's most admired home remodeling brand.
Welcome back to our extended coverage of Hurricane Helene. Our team coverage continues now in Town and Country, an area that's seeing a lot of flooding. Helene brought a high storm surge along the Gulf Coast.
ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott has been live for us in Town and Country for several hours now, since about midnight. Larissa, how are things out there right now?
Well, now that we've got some daylight, we're able to get a better look of things. Unfortunately, because there is still some flooding going on, we're still being kept pretty far back, so we haven't been able to get our eyes on that. But we are able to see a lot of debris that's in the road, signs that the water was washed up here. We're off of Memorial Highway in the Town and Country area, and here this road was closed farther down. It's opened up until Bray Road, but again, still dealing with flooding on Memorial past Bray all the way up to Hillsborough, and we're told there's also flooding on Bray Road. People have been unfortunately going around some of these cones, and they've been having to turn around. You can see this traffic here, and we also have caught word that some of these law enforcement officers have come from other parts of the state, like Orlando, to help out with cleanup efforts as that starts today. You know, we've told you that we've seen at least a dozen people walking down this street with their belongings. We had reports from Hillsborough County deputy who told us that, you know, the water at one point over in this area was at shoulder height, and just a lot of flooding that people here in this area have been dealing with and are continuing to deal with. We also know that they did bring out airboats at one point this morning to help with water rescues. I spoke to two people who say they lived in this area for more than 2 decades, and although they paid attention to the forecast, they just thought that the forecast was very high. They just didn't believe that the water would come here in this area, and so a lot of them shocked this morning when I talked to them. One guy told me that his mom had to get rescued because she had water in her house and had never seen anything like this in the past 30 years. So we'll continue to monitor this situation out here this morning. Traffic's still a big issue and causing some backups. So officers asking people to please pay attention to any roads that are closed and stay safe. We'll continue to monitor the situation out here, and we'll bring you another update as soon as we have more details. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Larissa. Take a look at this video right here. This was taken near where Larissa is in Town and Country. Hillsborough County deputies responded to calls for help from people trapped in floodwaters. Deputies used their Sherp ATV, that's what you're looking at right now, for those water rescues. That vehicle allows emergency crews to access flooded areas that regular vehicles can't. But the good news is, Greg D, we're starting to see those floodwaters begin to recede.
Yeah, that's just an incredible amount of water. I mean, think these rescue vehicles couldn't get onto Davis Island. I would assume, you know, and there's a mix there, right? The newer homes are all elevated, probably just the lowest garage level flooded, but there's a lot of structures there that have been there for a long time that had never seen this before, and they were underwater. So a lot of you are asking, all 3 bridges between Pinellas and Hillsborough County are still closed. They're closed because inspectors have to go on the bridge and inspect the bridge mile by mile, piece by piece, to make sure they are structurally sound and safe to be crossed. Remember, these bridges start very low as just little pieces of land near the water, and there's probably debris and sand that may need to be cleared on some of these bridges. The Skyway is also closed, so that is still closed between St. Pete and Manatee County. If you're trying to get from St. Pete to Bradenton, you're going to have to take the long way. It's about an hour from St. Pete to go up. It's going to take you longer than an hour because the 275 bridge is closed. So you're going to have to go up into Hillsborough County, the Vets to 275, then 275, and then make your way down into Manatee County. At this point, I would just wait for the bridge to reopen. I expect the Skyway to reopen. It's no longer a wind issue. It's just an inspection issue, and they will try to get that open quickly because that is a very important connection, especially with 275 and the Howard Franklin close. All record tide levels. This image of downtown Tampa, just incredible. This is the spot where Lydia's report was just a few minutes ago. She was kind of behind this building looking down Bayshore, just a complete flood. Winds were also an issue. I have images of a roof peeled off a home in Zephyr Hills in Pasco County on my Facebook page this morning. I saw similar reports from portions of Pinellas County. Usually manufactured homes are the ones that suffered the greatest wind damage. Winds will no longer be an issue today, though they will will be on shore, so tides will run a little bit above where they should be, but we're not going to be running flood stage tides. Helene now pulling away into the southeast, the mid-Atlantic, and the Ohio River Valley, where flooding will be an issue all weekend long. It's going to sit there and just spin. And for us, drier air behind the storm keeps us hot and mostly dry for the afternoon. But get those roofs patched up today, because scattered heavy downpours start Saturday into Sunday. And these could be morning or night, too, as we get this moisture feed behind Helene. Take a look at the hour-by-hour forecast for Saturday. Numerous scattered showers out there in the morning south of Tampa, then filling in during the afternoon with the heating of the day and the sea breeze. Those move by. It's not going to rain all day, but once it rains, it might as well just rain all day, right, if you've got a big hole in your roof. And then Sunday, similar deal. Areas of rain and storms starting in the morning. So Saturday night into Sunday, those eventually will shift east of 75 for the afternoon and evening. Looks like it stays warm and humid next week, with rain chances sticking around as well. And it's going to be hot, too. Temperatures in the low 90s Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. That's a live look outside from our studios. Stay with us.
Welcome back. 7:27 now. As Hurricane Helene made its way north along the Gulf Coast, it caused unprecedented flooding in the Bay Area, on Sarasota County's barrier islands, and also even in downtown Sarasota.
ABC Action News reporter Keela McCormick is live for us in Sarasota. Keela, you've been out there since early Thursday morning. What are you seeing where you are now?
Well, now that the sun is coming up, we're starting to get a better picture of the damage here in Sarasota. Just take a look right behind me. This boat launched up onto the seawall here. This is where we were standing yesterday. If you were with us all morning, you saw me here at Tiki O'Leary's. We were watching the water quickly creep up and over onto the outdoor dining area and onto the sidewalks. When we were here yesterday, this dock I pointed out to you, that was underwater. Now, obviously we can see the dock, but there's a lot of damage there because of this boat crash. Take a look over here this way. There's picnic tables that have been launched up into the bushes. There's trash and tree branches throughout this entire park. And this boat, it's not the only one that's made its way onto land. There's another boat on the other side of the park that's just launched up and over, and it's just sitting in the side of the, kind of lodged onto the side of the seawall over there. Now, I did just speak to a man. He actually lives on one of those boats that's parked out in the water right now. He tells me he stayed on board during Debbie, and that's something that he'll never do again. Now, this time around, he decided to evacuate, and after seeing all the damage here at this park, he says he's happy he did so.
I had a couple friends that stayed out there, and I'm worried about their safety right now. So
Have you checked in on them?
I called and texted. I haven't gotten anything yet this morning, but as soon as the sun comes up, I'm in a kayak out there and check my boat and do a safety check for my friends out there. I urged them to go in, but they're like, I'm staying with my boat.
Then our thoughts are with them. We also drove around town this morning assessing the damage on the roadways. Many roads are still flooded and police have barricaded them off to deter people from driving through the water. Other than that, I've seen a lot of palm leaves and tree branches down in the middle of roadway. So still a lot of debris to be aware of this morning. I know people are eager to get out and assess the damage, but you really want to be safe. The authorities, police, Emergency Operations Center, they're really encouraging people to stay home for now. Let the authorities get out and assess the damage before you get out there as well. Of course, we'll continue to keep you updated. We're going to go get some more footage of the damage around this park, and we'll continue to bring that to you. But for now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Keely, thank you. Those objects moving really show the power that water can have. Manatee County Sheriff's Office says the amount of road closures and storm damage is growing. You see this new video. Just a few hours ago, they actually had to evacuate guests from the Ramada Inn, which is right off the Tamiami Trail, because of this storm surge flooding. Deputies want you to call 311 if you see a flooded road and do not drive through it. Our continuing coverage continues after a break.
Good morning, Tampa Bay. I want you to know we are not broadcasting Good Morning America Day today because as you wake up, we want to make sure that you have the latest information on Hurricane Helene and its impacts here in the Tampa Bay area. Storm surge and flooding, we've been telling you all morning, those are the biggest concerns in the Tampa Bay area.
And we've been bringing you those images this morning. Helene brought damaging winds and, of course, the record amount of storm surge. So many of you at home have never seen anything like this. I mean, we haven't either of these images we're seeing this morning. A lot of communities dealing with unprecedented amounts of water this morning.
We've heard that over and over again. Never seen anything like it. The water, though, finally beginning to recede. But Greg, it's still going to take a little while. And also, you're advising people to get tarps, make repairs now because we've got more rain headed our way this weekend.
Yeah, we've got more scattered rain on the way. I'm about to upload some video. Just saw some video from the city of Treasure Island. Huge boats into homes all across the island. Both sides, the Intercoastal and the Gulf. Clearly, that whole place was underwater. And actually, we're going to check in later this morning in a few minutes with Ginger Z from ABC News. She spent the night on Treasure Island. Very interested to hear what they experienced there. For those of you asking about getting around, all 3 bridges between Pinellas and Hillsborough County are closed. The Skyway is still closed as well. They need inspections, safety inspections, and debris cleanup before those bridges are safe to travel across. That video is going to go up on my Facebook page in 30 seconds. Also on my Instagram, you can check me out there. Send me reports. Email me photos, videos, your experience from last night. We don't have the ability to go everywhere all at once, so getting these reports from you really helpful. I'll pass everything along to our newsroom so we can start going into these communities and telling your stories. Winds will not be an issue today, though they still will be on shore, so the tides may run a little higher than normal, but not flooding. A couple of showers, Hardee and DeSoto County this morning. That's about it. Helene is a tropical storm, and it is moving away from us. It'll be an issue in the Midwest for the next couple of days as it sits, spins, and rains. But for us, the rain is over today, but as Dia mentioned, it does return tomorrow and Sunday. I've got a look at that hour-by-hour forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Dia?
All right, thank you so much, Greg. Last thing we need right now is more rain in the area,
seriously.
so make those repairs quickly if you can. We do want to continue our team coverage now in Citrus County. That's where we find ABC Action News reporter Eric Waxler.
He's live for us in Crystal River. Eric, we just spoke with you about a half hour ago. You talked with the gentleman who owns that cafe over there, and he was concerned about his neighbors who didn't evacuate.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, we don't know how far back there are still, if there are still people back there, but the water rescues, at least here, have ended. There were airboats going back there all through the night. In fact, we talked to one of the last people to get pulled out, but you see the water has really pulled back now, back out towards the Gulf. This entire road and then onto US 19 was flooded a few hours ago, but it has pulled back there. We just saw a gentleman who lives back there pull up in his car and take a kayak and head back there to kind of see what's left and to see the damage done by this flooding. But again, this is what was predicted, that overnight there was going to be an unprecedented storm surge as we've seen throughout the Bay Area, and it does appear that that storm surge here was over 10 feet, which is significantly more than the people here dealt with during Hurricane Idalia. And you see what's left here. But again, this street, Ford Island Drive, goes way back there with a lot of houses, and as the conditions get a little better, we'll be able to get a better look at how deep the flooding is and how bad it goes. But again, we talked to a gentleman who came off the boat after he was rescued. His name is Darren. Listen to what he had to say.
Just woke up at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Water was coming in the house, probably like 3 or 4 foot, you know, like almost to my bed. So
Really?
woke up, yeah. Yeah, I woke up and then my mom was freaking out. She called the cops. And, you know, I mean, I wasn't too worried, but, you know, like anybody else, we just figured it was time to get out of there.
Yeah, that's an understatement, and his mom was rescued as well, and they're both okay. And, you know, I had to ask the question, why did you stay? Didn't really get a great answer from him. There are people that just never think it's going to be that bad, despite all the warnings, but thankfully he and his mother are safe, and thankfully we had all these people from fire rescue and even volunteers with airboats going back there to make sure that even if you did stay, after the warnings that you're going to be safe. And those efforts will continue now by car, or by truck, I should say, as the water has receded, and it'll be a little easier to get back to certain parts of this community here in Crystal River that has been once again devastated by flooding, but it appears much worse than last year for Hurricane Idalia. But for now, live in Citrus County in Crystal River, I'm Eric Waxler, ABC Action News.
Thank you so much, Eric. So glad that those folks who stayed were at least able to get out this morning. Take a look at this video. This is from Crystal River, where Eric is. It shows crews rescuing multiple people near an area of a business. This area, you see, they're completely flooded. Mayor Joe Meek says it's an unbelievable amount of water in the city. Numerous buildings are flooded and water buoys. The water buoy at Shell Island is not operational. Officials are urging residents to use caution. They tell us rescues are still in progress.
Don't go anywhere this morning. We're going to continue our team coverage right after the break. We're going to Pinellas County. We'll hear live from Ginger Z. She's in Treasure Island. Also, our Casey Albritton in North Pinellas County, the Clearwater Beach area. We'll be right back.
Fun. Can I hand this off? Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
You can kind of walk in. I guess financial institutions may do a couple things well, but
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good Morning Tampa Bay streaming newscast is sponsored by Precision Garage Door. No extra charge for nights and weekends.
7:42 on this Friday morning, continuing our coverage, the aftermath of Hurricane Helene here in the Bay Area. This morning, we want to head over towards Treasure Island. ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z spent the night on Treasure Island. Ginger, hopefully you're there this morning. And tell me about your experience. You've been through these storms in our area before. This one, however, the flooding, unprecedented.
Right, and that's the thing is, Greg, we have been to Treasure Island, not just in Adalia, but we were here for Debbie. We were here for an erosion story. We feel like we spend a lot of time in Treasure Island. It's also, in this type of event, good for us to be able to compare. And this one outdoes them all. I mean, right behind me, that pontoon boat stacked up with another boat. You can see them all piled in front of this home, dozens of them up and down the street. And when it was dark, we couldn't see. I thought there was a canal on the other side of the Treasure Island Causeway, but it's actually more than 200 yards to the nearest water. So that 5 to 7 feet of record surge took that ocean water, pushed all of these boats right up and down. There's going to be so much cleanup, and I can't even imagine how you begin, because you're going to have to so carefully get these off of there and get them back over to a marina, 200 plus yards away. It's really both impressive and horrific to see, and I really hope everybody around here stayed safe. I know there were several water rescues, and I know Crystal River's in really bad shape. I just heard your reporter up there, and we were worried about that because of last time. But I'm sure we'll start to see the pictures out of Cedar Key and everybody up to Steinhatchee, and those are going to be big. We also, on GMA, have teams all the way up, because Atlanta's in that flash flood warning, so is Asheville, North Carolina, and several communities from South Carolina to, more of North Carolina. So it's a big morning, and we're not quite done with Helene.
Ginger, you spent the storm out there. I'm sure you saw the water overnight. A lot of folks, and this was the problem, right? They've never seen this in our area before. What is your message to someone that is seeing this, that did not stay? I mean, what do you tell them with the next storm?
Yeah, so I think that just telling you that the forecast is a forecast, meaning that we're good now, right? Like maybe 50 years ago, you thought meteorology, I don't know. Our computer modeling and our ability to watch water and know how much water pushes into a place like this, unfortunately, we've had precedents. We already knew what a Cat 3 would do, like Adalia. The angle can be slightly different, can change things, but when you get onshore and even the offshore flow we saw in St. Pete all day yesterday, you know that water adds up. And the power of water is what I would tell people, is every storm that I see this in, the power of water amazes me. It doesn't take much, but when you have water as high as my head, it takes everything up, and then that force goes against things, and that's where we saw, I know video out of Steinhatchee where you see the houses floating away. I kept saying that yesterday. I felt like people were saying, no, that can't happen. No, that does happen. Once you take about 10 feet and you start pushing it, you don't mess with that. And so I think just knowing that it's a wall of water, it happens within minutes, because when you see it, you're like, oh, and then the wind shifts and the whole ocean comes on shore. I can't emphasize enough. Like, I've made 3D graphics, I've shown people video, but I think when you see it with your own eyes, it is different.
Yeah, the images behind you so powerful. And that's a great point, Ginger, because this storm was so well forecast. We were talking about it for 2 weeks coming into the Gulf. And in Port Manatee, your point exactly, the model got the water level within 1/10 of a foot. That is incredible. I cannot believe how accurate this data is.
And if I had to be honest, Greg, I was like, maybe on the lower end of the 4 or 5 feet, when I was looking at things myself. But to see Clearwater and else 7+, that was amazing. That was, like, scientifically, we knew it was possible, but this is what's happening lately. When I'm forecasting, I have to not throw out that high end. That seems to be the trend.
Ginger, we're right there with you. We were the same thing. We're all thinking lower end. There's no way these numbers, and sure enough, I mean, the Hurricane Center forecast was right on with this, and I think folks are probably going to listen differently the next time the next storm comes around, which there will be another storm for sure. Ginger Z, ABC News meteorologist, chief meteorologist on Treasure Island this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys stay safe.
Thank you.
And as you just heard, Ginger and Greg talking about the unprecedented storm surge. We're seeing that all over the Bay Area, Sarasota included. So we want to get an assessment of the damage now that the sun is up. Let's talk to Public Information and Community Outreach Manager for Sarasota County, Genevieve Judge. She's on the phone with us right now. Good morning to you, Genevieve.
Good morning.
What are you hearing or seeing? Have you been able to get out and see anything yet in terms of storm surge and flooding in Sarasota?
Well, we'll tell you, as daybreak started, that's when we were able to get our tactical first end teams out into our community and understand the true extent and damage to our community. We needed to get eyes on it, and we needed to wait till daybreak for safety reasons. But now that the sun has come up, we are putting teams in place, and we are getting out there to assess just how bad the damage is.
Any idea of the number of rescues? Have you guys had to do those high water rescues yet?
So that's a great question. We have been able to do some search and rescues. They're not on hold in Sarasota County, but unfortunately there are many areas in our barrier islands that are inaccessible still this morning due to how high the water is. But our first responders are doing what they can. They've been working throughout the night, and we've called in additional resources to help as well from the state level as well as local partners and municipalities around Sarasota County.
What message do you have for people in Sarasota as they wake up and they hear this right now? What do you want them to know?
The message we really want to get out there, not only for the residents and visitors in Sarasota County, but really anyone in the Tampa Bay area, that now is not the time to be on the road. Now is not the time to be a looky-loo. We need first responders to get out to those hardest hit areas, and we don't want other people's lives to be at risk. We really want to encourage folks to stay off the road, stay home if you are able to, until the water recedes.
And what about the people who are on those barrier islands who may not have evacuated, are kind of sheltering in place right now? What do you want to tell them at this point?
Well, you know, we had to, as a precaution and to protect our infrastructure, we did turn off water to Siesta Key and Casey Key. And so we know there are some folks that are out there. We know that they're out there. And if they have a life-threatening emergency, we encourage them to call 911. But if they just need information that's not an emergency, they can call 311 within Sarasota County or 941-861-5000. We have team members in our call center that are ready to help and answer their questions.
I know that your crews are just now getting out to assess the damage, but have you had any feedback yet?
You know, we literally just got out there and we are briefing as we speak. So unfortunately, I don't have a lot of feedback right now. But again, we want to tell people that search and rescue missions are not on hold. We are focusing on life-saving missions today, and we're doing what we can and getting to where we can. But we do know that there are areas that are inaccessible because of how high the water is right now.
Well, Genevieve Judge, we thank you so much for taking time to talk to us. We'll try to check in with you a little bit later on if you're available. Thank you and stay safe.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Again, she says if you don't have to go out, don't do it. If you need help, of course, call 911, but it may take a while for crews to get to you.
And Sarasota also dealing with things that we're seeing in other Bay Area counties where some areas are still inaccessible at this point, and it's coming up on 8 o'clock this morning.
We are following the current conditions here in the Bay Area after Hurricane Helene and the impacts here in the Bay Area.
And we know a lot of people in Pinellas County are dealing with the storm surge flooding. More than 200,000 people in the county still without power at this point. ABC Action News reporter Casey Albritton live for us in North Pinellas County. Casey, it looks like you moved a little bit. What can you show us where you are now?
Yeah, right now I'm on North Fort Harrison Avenue, and last night neighbors tell me water was pretty high, probably about up to here, and many people are waking up this morning and seeing a lot of the debris scattered around the neighborhood. But while some people are waking up this morning, other people have been up for hours just looking outside and seeing just how flooded this area got. And I've got Ina over here. She lives along this road and she has some damage to her home. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Well, last night it was really horrible. I just moved out here 4 years ago, and I have never witnessed this before. So this was the worst I ever seen. The worst I've seen. And my home has a lot of damage, and I have a lot of work to do. And it's just me and my pup, and it's gonna take a minute to reconstruct everything because it's real bad. It's real bad.
And how high did that water get?
It had gotten high enough to where it reached my couch level. It was still low, but it was high enough for damage, pretty much. A lot of my equipment is not working. My bedroom, I still don't have no power in it, but everything else has power. And I'm thinking about relocating because I'm too close to the water. And for me to be as close as I am to the water and to be on this side and to see what I saw was kind of scary for me. I'm not used to this.
You mentioned it's kind of scary, this was kind of unexpected for you. Kind of go through the emotions of, how you're feeling right now. And when you first saw that water rising, how did you feel in that moment?
Scared, panicked. I didn't know how high it was going to get. 1 minute it was clear, next minute we're flooded. Like it happened in 1, 2, 3. So I still got anxiety. I'm nervous. I'm scared. Thank God for my neighbors because I live out here by myself with my dog. And if I didn't have my neighbors, I probably would have lost it. I'm gonna be honest, because this right here was unexpected. I mean, I've lived in New York all my life, so I'm used to the snowstorms. I'm not used to hurricanes and floods.
And we know, this is obviously really bad here in Clearwater, but there are people in, North Florida and the Panhandle who are really, can you imagine the kind of damage and the kind of things they're experiencing at the moment? What's your message to those people up there?
I pray that they're okay, because I got traumatized with this little bit that happened, so I can imagine how they felt. My prayers goes to the family, to everyone out there. Just stay together, work hard, and we could get this back in order. It's just going to take some time, and it's going to take a lot of work and effort. But as long as we stick together and we do what we got to do, we should be good. We should be okay.
Thank you, Ina. We will be sticking with you through everything, and the rest of Florida will be sticking with you guys, bringing you updates as much as possible. We do know that Clearwater Beach closed off right now. Police are kind of blocking off the causeway over there because they are still doing rescues, and we do know that a lot of people were rescued overnight. We know the mayor is coming out later this morning to take a look at the damage out there, and I know a lot of people along this road and in the neighborhoods back here are really just trying to take a look at the damage that they have in their homes. I just saw this guy pulled up with this truck not too long ago, and he opened his door and water came out of it. So that's the kind of damage that we're seeing out here, and we are going to be sticking with this community as much as possible going forward and bringing you that information. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. I feel for that woman. Moved here 4 years ago, experienced 2 major hurricanes in 2 months. But this one, she said, just like we've heard over and over again, she's never seen anything like it.
And to watch the water, just to be sitting there and then to watch the water, really raw emotions that she was talking about. It's tough.
Well, stay with us. More of our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene continues after this break. Welcome back. New this morning, the mayor of Gulfport has released a statement regarding storm surge damage in that area.
Mayor Samuel Henderson says downtown Gulfport sustained considerable storm surge damage, and he advises all citizens in the area to avoid the area until that thorough damage assessment can be completed. Take a listen.
We've had catastrophic damages to some areas of the city, both to our businesses, both to city property, and also to the homes of some of our residents. And it's been a very difficult night, as you well know. So all I ask in the meantime is that you avoid that curiosity to come down and explore and let us do our jobs first. Make way for your emergency responders, make way for the people that are trying to tend to the damages they've dealt with, just out of respect, just common human courtesy. I thank you very much. I hope everyone fared well. We care about you very much, and we're going to get through this the best we can, but it is going to be a process. So bear with us. Thank you, Gulfport.
Mayor Henderson says his team is working hard to manage the situation and that they will keep the community of Gulfport informed as updates become available. Stay with us. We're also working to keep you updated. Our coverage of the aftermath of Helene continues next at 8. Good morning, Tampa Bay. We do want you to know that we are not broadcasting Good Morning America today because as you wake up, we want to make sure that you have the latest information on the impacts from Hurricane Helene, which of course made landfall late last night in Taylor County as a powerful Category 4 storm, but the location only 20 miles northwest of where Hurricane Idalia came ashore just last year.
And meanwhile, here in the Bay Area, Helene brought those damaging winds and record amounts of storm surge. So many of you at home are telling us you have never seen anything like this. We hear your concerns about the storm surge flooding and all the water this morning, and we are working to show you exactly what's happening right now all over the Bay Area.
We've shown you already lots of rescues taking place. We'll continue to show you what it looks like in your community so that you can stay put. We have crews positioned in some of the most hard-hit areas. We'll check in with them for a look at the damage and see how residents are doing after this storm. But first, though, we do want to check in with Greg D. We've been talking a lot about storm surge and flooding, Greg D, but we're beginning to see some of the water recede.
We are, and it is going to slowly recede. The tides are going away. We're about to hit a high tide. That's not really important to the surge. The surge will go back out even when the tide is rising. The water will return to its typical level. Now, with an onshore flow, I think the tides are going to run high the next couple of days, but not flooding high. So all three bridges are still closed. Wanted to get that out there. That's on my Facebook page, and the Skyway too. That remains closed as well. Basically, if you can't go anywhere, if you don't have to go anywhere, please don't. If you're trying to get from South St. Pete to Bradenton, I mean, you have to take the land route up through Oldsmar, Citrus Park, over towards probably the Vets before you hit 275 and down. It would take you more than an hour to get in that direction. Just wait it out. Wait for this storm for things after the storm to quiet down. What they're doing is the engineers are out there doing structural inspections on the bridges, making sure that they did not sustain damage from debris, boats, that kind of thing. And then any kind of debris that's on the road has to be cleaned up. You don't want a big pile of sand in the middle of 275 when everybody's flying through it at 70 miles an hour. So that's what they're doing, just making the roads safe for drivers, and they will reopen them as soon as they can. It may take a while, though. St. Pete, Clearwater Beach, everyone here setting record levels of surge. Just spoke with MJ from the morning talk show there on the radio, and he made a good point. In Clearwater Beach, the surge in the 93 storm was just over 4 feet. This new surge is 6.67, smashing records. They weren't even close. The records got obliterated with this storm. This view for me just defines the storm for Tampa. This is from Richard Miller, downtown flooding during the storm. The bay literally spilling into downtown. Bayshore, the Riverwalk, all gone. The water under the buildings into the parking garages. There's probably some substantial vehicle damage there. Apollo Beach, the eastern side of Hillsborough Bay, yeah, you also got all kinds of rain here. Damon said he had not seen the water come up since the 93 storm over the seawall. The winds were the other issue. There was some damage, a lot of tree damage. A couple of places, manufactured homes had some roof damage. One of them, Zephyr Hills. The photos from that are on my Facebook page now. Send me reports, send me images. I'm looking for them now. If you're in a community that hasn't been mentioned, but you've got something you can share with me, please do. We're trying to get our reporters out there, but we're dealing with the same issue you are. We can't get to many places, and then we're having trouble bringing folks in because closed roads and that kind of deal. Helene is now a tropical storm. It's flying through South Carolina, about to move into western North Carolina, and then it's going to make this loop back towards the Ohio River Valley, sit somewhere around here, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and rain itself out this weekend. That's a whole different issue, with freshwater flooding being a serious problem there. For us today, just a couple of scattered showers out there this morning. The afternoon, partly sunny and hot, temperatures in the low 90s. Enjoy the drier weather today. Take advantage of it for some quick cleanup because there will be rain Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to take you through those days hour by hour coming up. Dia?
All right, thank you so much, Greg. We also have an update on the number of deaths so far due to Hurricane Helene. We have 4 that we can report to you. We just got a new one in Charlotte, North Carolina, where a tree fell on a home. We've got the one in Ybor on I-4 where a highway sign fell on a vehicle, and then 2 in Georgia from an apparent tornado from Hurricane Helene. So very sad news to report there this morning. Meanwhile, our team coverage continues now in Town and Country, which is an area that saw a lot of flooding this morning. Helene brought high storm surge along the Gulf Coast.
ABC Action News reporter Larissa Scott live for us in Town and Country this morning. Larissa, now that the sun's up, what are you able to see this morning?
Hey, Lauren, we're able to see quite a bit of debris in the roadway. Shows you just how high the water was over here. But unfortunately, they're still dealing with water in the road, so we're not able to get a close look of exactly how extensive the flooding here in this area was. We're off of Memorial Highway still near Bray Road. It's still shut down here at Bray and Memorial. They had it closed off a little farther down earlier, but have since opened it up since the water here has receded. Cars having to turn around here at this intersection. We're told that Bray Road is also flooded down the street here. Now we've started to see some of these tow trucks moving in the area to get some of the cars out of the roadway. Officials telling me that that's part of the problem that they're dealing with, is not necessarily that the water is so high all the way down Memorial to Hillsborough anymore, but rather that they have so many cars that are stuck in the middle of the road that would cause a major traffic issue. So right now they're trying to get tow trucks in so that they can get these cars that are stalled out of the way so that they can open up traffic. We're told, though, not to expect that before noon for, at least in this area, for this road to be open. It could extend past that, but noon at the earliest. We're also told that, officials here, law enforcement, they are spread thin. They right now are still responding to rescue calls. There have been several car crashes that they have had to deal with this morning, and they're dealing with all of these road closures here. So they're asking that, hey, if you see some cones in the road, if you see a law enforcement officer in the roadway, to please heed those warnings and don't drive right now if you don't have to. We'll of course continue to monitor the situation. We hope to get some eyes on exactly how bad the flooding was in this area soon. For now, that's the latest here in Hillsborough County. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Larissa. Now that the sun is up, a lot of counties are going to assess the damage. We talked with an official from Sarasota County early this morning. She said the same thing is happening. Law enforcement just now getting out to see how bad things are. But they do expect some damage, of course, in Sarasota County, on the barrier islands, and in downtown Sarasota, where we saw a lot of flooding this morning.
Yeah, and that same official was telling us there are still some places like the barrier islands where they cannot get to make these rescues for people yet. We do want to go to ABC Action News reporter Keely McCormick. She's been in Sarasota for us the duration of this storm. Keely, where are you exactly right now, and what are you seeing?
We're at Bayfront Beach right now, still kind of downtown Sarasota, and we are starting to see officers show up taking photos and starting to assess the damage. So let me walk you through kind of what we're seeing here right now. These picnic tables kind of picked up and launched into the bush. This is a common sight throughout the park. There's upside down picnic tables. I've seen a few in the water. A really concerning sight, if we want to walk over here with me, this boat launched up onto the seawall there. We were here yesterday reporting as the storm was coming in. When I was here, I was showing you the water kind of creeping up over to the outdoor dining area and onto this dock. I mean, when we were here yesterday, probably around noon, this dock was completely underwater. You couldn't even see it. Now, obviously, you can see there's a lot of damage to it because of this boat. This boat is not the only one that's on land right now. Directly across from where we're standing now on the other side of the park, there's another boat that's kind of wedged up onto the seawall. I did speak to a man who lives on one of these sailboats that's parked way out there. He tells me that during Debbie, he stayed it out. He rode out the storm on the boat. After that, he says it's something he'll never do again. And after seeing the damage here today, he's happy he evacuated.
I had a couple friends that stayed out there, and I'm worried about their safety right now. So
Have you checked in on them?
I called and texted. I haven't gotten anything yet this morning, but as soon as the sun comes up, I'm gonna kayak out there and check my boat and do a safety check for my friends out there. I urged them to go in, but they're like, I'm staying with my boat.
And our thoughts are with them. We also drove around town assessing some of the damage on the roadways. Many roads still flooded, and police have blocked them off to deter people from driving through the water or on the roads. Other than that, we've seen a lot of palm leaves and tree branches down in the middle of the roadways, so still a lot of debris to be aware of. And again, the sun's just coming up. We're just starting to get a look at some of this damage, but we've mentioned it before. This is also authorities' first look with the sun up. So let them go out there, do their thing, and work right now. For now, everyone just stay home, avoid the roadways, and continue to stay safe. Back to you.
Great advice. Thank you, Keely. And our coverage of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene continues after this break.
60 minutes after 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, the morning after Helene. Good morning, everybody. We are not showing you Good Morning America this morning so we can continue covering the damage from what was an unprecedented record-setting surge event across Tampa Bay. Every single site has set a record surge, not by a short amount, a small amount. The records were blasted, almost statistically seemingly impossible. In some cases, 50% higher, more surge than the last record ever observed. This is the view in St. Pete right now. Whitted Field, no report there. No surprise. They're probably out of power. It's 275 in South St. Pete. It's dry. And what I've noticed here is that the interstates themselves, outside of the bridges, are holding up well. So if you've got to travel this morning, stick to interstates as your primary route. Stick to the interstate for as long as you can, unless you're on a bridge. The bridges are all closed. U.S. highways and state highways are going to be your secondary best choices. Those are probably going to be in better condition versus neighborhood roads. Once you go into neighborhood roads, you really could encounter anything from debris to flooding to closures. So just kind of keep that in mind. Your GPS may take you on a really strange route today if you do have to get somewhere. But I think for most of us, if you don't have to go in, I think the most helpful thing you can do to anybody is just to stay home today and let the emergency crews deal with what they're dealing, stay off the roads. Nothing's open today, most likely. Just kind of hunker down. I think through the weekend, we'll probably get some more openings, and obviously a lot of the water will recede by this afternoon, early by midday, clearing a lot of the roads. This is a look outside here in Tampa. I've got some hazy sunshine coming through. Wanted to show you this. The sunset today is at 7:20. That's probably important because a lot of you may not have power and you want to work outside. So it should stay light outside to about 7:15, 7:30. And then we've got to wait until tomorrow. 7:22 will be the sunrise tomorrow on Saturday morning. Winds right now, much improved. Gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour, occasionally to 30. Last hour, they were still gusting to near 40. So the winds have really dropped off in the last hour. And gusts for the afternoon, those are going to remain, well, breezy. If we saw this on any day here in Tampa Bay, I would call this a breezy to windy day, and that it'll be. But these winds are not going to make the water conditions worse. Now, tides will run above average the next couple of days, especially today still, with this onshore flow. It's just going to push the water a little bit higher during high tide cycles, but not by a lot. This is not going to cause additional flooding. Got some rain right now moving through portions of Highlands and Polk County. Lake Wales, you're getting some rain. Looks like 27. It was pretty wet here in the last few minutes. Avon Park and Sebring, it is moving out, heading up towards Osceola County and the Orlando area. As this feeder band of moisture feeds into what's left over of Helene, a tropical storm now, that's going to be a huge mess. We got tornadoes in North Carolina this morning up into southern Virginia. And then look at this rain from the center of the storm, from about Asheville, Greensboro here in North Carolina, all the way back to St. Louis. Just this wall of rain. This is going to be a serious flood threat for Illinois, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, down towards Missouri, Atlanta area, big flooding there in the Carolinas too. A lot of that has gone away from us today. We're going to get a dry break before more rain comes into the forecast, unfortunately, as we head into tomorrow. The rain chances for the rest of the day, very low. 10 to 20%. I think the only issue you have to deal with today is the heat. The temperatures will be near 90 and that heat index, not at July or August levels, but in the upper 90s. So just take it easy out there. If you've got to do some work outside, do that early this morning or later in the afternoon after 4 o'clock, because that middle of the day, the heat will be an issue for the next couple of days. With the humidity remaining high through Sunday or Monday, a bit of a drop next week as another frontal system nears us. That could give us a little bit of much needed relief in terms of overnight temperatures. Unfortunately, rain is coming back into the forecast Saturday and Sunday. This will be during the day on Saturday and an overnight Saturday into the first half of Sunday. So take a look at today's hour by hour, clearing out nicely. Temperatures in the low 90s by the afternoon. This evening will be down into the mid 80s with dry weather during the overnight. Now let's go into Saturday. Saturday, I think we wake up with rain on the radar. as we go through the afternoon, additional showers developing. So I think for some of you, the morning will be okay, and you may get several hours of dry weather. But then during the afternoon, the sea breeze may fire up some storms. And indications are there will continue to be rain Saturday night into Sunday morning. We could, in fact, be waking up to rain already falling across the area early Sunday. That could continue through midday, only to eventually shift toward I-95 late in the day and evening. Next week, rain chances down a little bit Monday and Tuesday, then could come up with another front nearby on Wednesday and Thursday. Dia?
Yeah, make those repairs early if you can. We've seen flooding all over the Tampa Bay area. Parts of downtown Tampa saw flooding overnight, including Davis Islands, around, of course, the area where TGH is located. Also, Bayshore Boulevard. Our crews have been driving around just trying to assess the damage in the city.
Yeah, ABC Action News reporter Lydia Vasquez was on Bayshore Boulevard. And Lydia, last time we talked, you said you were going to go try to check out South Tampa. Were you able to get there? Where exactly are you right now?
Hey, so I am on the corner of Gandy and West Shore Boulevard. This is an area of town I am most familiar with. I drive this area multiple times a day, and I can tell you a few hours ago when I was leaving here to go to West Shore, it was devastating to see the roads impassable, sidewalks inundated with water, debris everywhere. And my photographer, Jason Richards, and I have been driving around for 30 minutes. Night and day difference. I mean, the roads are back open. They look almost completely back to normal. We've gone through a few neighborhoods. There is some debris out on the roads, but again, it just looks completely different, and that's such a good thing for us to come back here and see, because I thought it was going to be so much different once the sun started to rise. And not saying all of South Tampa is looking like this, but where we are right now, some positivity going around our area. But I do want to show you behind me, if you've ever driven in this area, this corner can get pretty chaotic. And I'm not sure if people know the bridges are still closed. I know that there is some residential areas here on Gandy and West Shore, but this is backed up all the way north West Shore, all the way east Gandy. Everyone is trying to get on this road here. I don't know if they're trying to get to their neighborhoods back there, but again, there is a detour here on West Shore. You can get to some of those homes that way. I don't know if they know if the bridges are closed. We've had some people come up to us and ask us that. And there was a car that's been here for several hours. They finally just got it out of the road. So that's kind of what we've been seeing as well. Some stalled cars out here, abandoned, stranded vehicles.